to think through how we move forward. And it's not just about all of us.
No.
It's about those that are coming here 30 years from now,
Exactly.
about our grandkids and nieces and nephews and all of these generations that, those that came before us.
Yeah.
We would have been pretty ticked off at them if they wouldn't have
Absolutely.
taken care of this place. And so we also need to take ownership as a country, as a community, as a however you want to say it. We also have to take that ownership to say, how are we leaving this for folks that are going to come 30 years from now? And the decisions that we make now are going to make a significant difference in that. And, so that's a big part of what we're needing to address.
So on our end, on the park end, we have all sorts of stuff going on right now to look at, just trying to get baselines basically of what visitation is, what are the patterns, what do people want out of their experience, what are they looking for, kind of collecting data, correct?
Right.
And then we're using that data to begin well-informed, to basically inform our discussion internally and then with the public to just say, this is what's happening, these are the facts on the ground, these are the pros and cons, and what do we want to try to do in the future to figure it out. And for me, I think it's a little scary because we don't know the answer, but it's also exciting because we don't know the answer, and we're trying to figure it out with people.
Right.
And I think, one thing with this podcast that I want people to be able to experience, having these conversations that are just very straightforward and very non-formal and very, like this, is that we are not trying to make rules to kill anyone's fun. Like everyone I talk to in the park, we got into parks because we love parks and we love visiting parks and we love we love it so much we wanted to live in a park.
Right.
And so we totally get that, and we want people to have the best vacation or whatever personal growth experience or whatever their experience is. So, but the reason we do have regulations is because that protects side.
Right.
We're trying to protect it, like you said, for future generations forever.
Right.
So what are some of the key things with this growing visitation that we are asking visitors to be aware of and to do that can help us?
Right.
Help us help them. Help me help you.
Exactly. So there are a variety of things. And one is just continuing to do things like this where we engage and connect with visitors to help us come up with some of the solutions
to hear
their voice and informing each other as well. So we took short-term action the last couple of years because we had to. As I mentioned, we were completely on our heels in 2015, saw the ramifications of that, not only on the resource, but on visitors and staff. Mm-hmm. And so because of just the crowding. So we started putting restrictions in place along the Bear Lake Road Corridor, Wild Basin, and Alpine Visitor Center, which are our three main congested areas, starting in 2016. And there was not some magical time on the clock on Saturday that we said, okay, every Saturday at 10:18, it's meant to be very fluid, and we're moving forward with those restrictions this year.
I think people need to understand that it's safety based.
Right. It's safety based.
For example, I mean, if there's just miles of cars in every direction and something happens, let's say it was someone you're hiking with, and we need to get an ambulance up there, we can't get an ambulance up there because it's so crowded. And so that was part of it, right? We just were saying this is becoming unsafe.
Right. There are lots of parts of it. So that is one of the main reasons. And we had examples in past years where we literally could not get emergency vehicles down in areas or to areas because of the sheer congestion along the roads and the way people had parked that we could not get, and it absolutely impacted our response time.
Yep.
And so that's a big part of why we made these decisions. And places like Wild Basin Road, which is a dirt, narrow road that leads down to the Wild Basin Trailhead.
Yep. Got to use pullouts to pass people a lot of the time.
All it takes is, a couple of people parking because they can't find a legitimate parking space, so they park somewhere, and now the back of their vehicle is out in the middle of the road, and they leave their vehicle, head in to go hike, and then, just trying to get around and maneuver around those vehicles, again, in emergency vehicles.
Or just other visitors.
Or just other
Yeah,
visitors.
it's a consideration for everyone else.
Yeah, and if we had to evacuate an area because of fires, that's also, a concern as well, because you have all of these people that are kind of down a narrow dirt road. So these are all things we have to keep in mind. And then just the resources. So once parking areas filled up, once legitimate parking spots filled up, we were seeing that, unfortunately, visitors were parking on the resource in places that you would not have thought was even possible.
Right.
And so we were seeing significant resource damage and impacts as a
like
result
the vegetation
of that.
and things
Vegetation,
like that.
yeah.
Where
And,
just the sides of the road start looking like baseball fields or something, they're just dirt.
Exactly. So then there goes the whole aspect that we are required to provide as far as resource protection, that native vegetation, other aspects of just what happens to wildlife when you have that many people in an area. So again, we took steps with that in mind, and then just truly what our facilities could stand. So when there's that many people in that area, even if we had a custodian cleaning the bathroom every 30 minutes, the condition of our facilities were very, very poor just because of the volume of people that were there.
Yep.
So for all of these reasons and many more, we started restricting vehicle access. So when parking areas fill and the congestion warrants along the roads starting to become an unsafe situation, then we start putting restrictions in place. Last summer, that was June through September, every weekend is when it usually happened. And the same thing has been happening this year as well, and it's actually moved into some weekdays.
Really?
As well,
Wow.
just because of our level of visitation.
Yeah.
Same,
because we've been setting some new records, right?
Same challenges of Alpine Visitor Center.
Yeah.
So, we got 2 roads that now, with Old Fall River Road,
Old Fall
open
River
for
Road
the
empties
season.
into the
So you
Alpine
got
Visitor Center
2
parking lot.
roads that empty, and all it takes is a couple people wanting to turn into that visitor center from Trail Ridge Road, and you soon have backups for miles as a result of that. So those are all things that we're trying to tackle best we can, but you have to kind of intensively manage those areas too. And in 2016, we actually had less complaints because we took those steps in. In fact, we had a lot of people that reached out to us and said, finally,
really,
if you plan ahead, you can get into these areas.
So it helped.
So it helped. And I think also we saw a lot of belligerence amongst visitors. And so that, with putting those restrictions in place, that helped ease some of that
just
belligerence.
Helps keep you out of
crowding.
a situation that you can't win.
Right.
Like if you're driving around looking for parking and it isn't there, you're just going to get frustrated.
Yeah.
And
right.
I can understand that for sure.
So a lot of it is helping us better inform the visitor. So a lot of that too is, again, really trying to convey the plan ahead message. So many of our visitors are return visitors. They come here year after year, or maybe they haven't been here for 5 years. Their experience is very different than the way they remember it 5 years ago. We also have a lot of visitors that are coming up here for the first time. They jump in their car on a Saturday at noon, and then their world is rocked when they get up here and realize that our entrance station lines are long and there's no parking. So a lot of what we've been trying to do for the last 3 years is really doing as much as we can to encourage people to plan ahead. We realize that there's going to be visitors that don't do any planning ahead, and they're extremely spontaneous, and I envy that. I wish I was that spontaneous. But really, other parks, I believe, other parks have put in their catch lines, do not be spontaneous when coming to a national park, particularly May through October.
Yep, not a busy one, yep.
Yeah. And so I think that that's a lot of, if people do truly plan ahead, look at some of the tips that we have on our website and
got it on the homepage.
On the homepage, it really, really does make a difference. And we realize that people are listening, so we always did that hike early. Well, no surprise, we knew this was going to happen, that people are now coming here earlier, and so that means our parking lots are going to fill up earlier. So I know that some parks say come prior to 7 or after 6 p.m. That might be part of our future here
because
at
we have
Rocky.
been saying 10 to 3, right?
Yeah.
But it's
shifting. It is, but we say, that 10 to 3 is that crunch time. So the earlier people come or the later people come outside of that 10 to 3, they'll have more success and they'll have a more pleasant experience. And we continue to see this huge influx on weekends. So if people could even just tweak their schedule and come on a weekday,
Yep.
even in July,
Yep. In the summer,
weekday,
it helps.
it helps a little bit.
And
But
in the fall,
weekends,
it's huge.
yeah,
I mean,
huge.
I get that it's hard for people in the
Right.
fall because
Right.
kids are in school and blah,
Right.
blah, and all of that. But yeah, the fall here.
Right. We have about 50% higher visitation on weekends in the fall than we
Yeah.
do weekdays. And that's changing a little bit too,
Uh,
but it's some of our busiest days for the year are weekends in the fall
Yep.
because
So
it's a glorious time to be here.
so before 10, depending
Yeah.
on your trailhead,
Yeah.
maybe
Even earlier than
8,
that.
7,
Yeah.
almost 6 for
Yeah.
some trailheads.
Exactly.
And then after 3,
Right.
and I definitely see that to be true
Right.
because I'll come in after work sometimes,
Yeah.
just and
Right.
it's a lot less busy.
So those are
Weekdays, over
weekdays.
weekends if you can.
Right. Right.
Okay.
And then, again, just the whole concept of carpooling, using the shuttle system. And
yeah, our shuttle system is great.
it is great. And our shuttle system's been around since the 70s. Our shuttle system, got improved in the early 2000s. We started our shuttle system, worked closely with the town of Estes Park. They were able to, take advantage of the shuttles being in this area to also then expand the shuttle program within the town of Estes Park. And then we have the hiker shuttle that's a park shuttle that runs from the Estes Park Visitor Center up
which
to
has
Bear
a new
Lake.
parking garage.
And there's a new parking garage
Yeah,
there.
so more spaces there.
And the shuttles run every 30 minutes. So again, people need to set the expectation that those buses only run every 30 minutes. So there is a very good possibility, again, if they're here on a busy weekend, that they might stand in line for that hiker shuttle for more than an hour before they can ride into the park.
Which can be a little. It can feel frustrating, but the other thing that I kind of like about it sometimes, number one, you get to meet people and talk to people, which is kind of fun. Number two, if you weren't doing that, you would be sitting in your car trying to negotiate traffic that hour. And then when you do get to go into the park, you can just enjoy the view and not worry about finding a place to park.
Right.
So
Exactly. And there are some advantages. And we also try to highlight at the hiker shuttle if they are coming between that 10 and 3 period, and our restrictions are in place. And so that's the only way they can get up Bear Lake if they're really focused on going to Bear Lake is, go walk around Lake Estes, go into town and have lunch, come back and get on the hiker shuttle, say at 3 or later. Then they won't have as long of a wait time. And so again, it's setting realistic expectations, just like anywhere else we go, whether we're going to, anytime we travel, if we can set realistic expectations for people. I know that when I travel, I want people to be straight with me and say, this is how long this is going to take. This is rather than, everything is just fine. There was a big thing of lightning that came down over Prospect Mountain.
Pretty close. All right.
So, I don't know if we want to. We could finish it in the car.
Yeah, we could wrap up in the car, so we don't get electrocuted, lightninged, fried. I'll pick this little baby up.
There you go. I got this.
Right. So we've got the shuttle bus system. Definitely take advantage of it. Sometimes it is your only option, but even when it's not, I often will use it just because I find it less stressful.
Right. And, something that we often get asked is that we've been asked either just have it be bus access only into Bear Lake Road Corridor. We've also been asked oftentimes, why not more buses? Why don't you run buses every 5-10 minutes? And buses are certainly a great tool to move people. But as soon as you start using buses, then your capacity changes greatly. So the trailheads and the parking areas were the former capacity to these areas. But if you continue to increase shuttle access to areas, then you just surge, oftentimes, users into the area. And we've learned from our colleagues in other national parks like Zion that buses, also provide challenges. Where even with the frequency of buses that they're running, they still have pretty significant wait times as a result of it. So shuttles are a great tool to use, but they're not the only tool that we can use here at Rocky. And they also, cost money. So funds that we would be using towards shuttle buses is very limited as far as our entrance fees. And so it would certainly be part of the overall plan to see what funding would be available And that would be a side note as far as just looking at the capacity and what resource impacts you would have if you continued to just surge people.
Right.
And then what's the visitor experience? If
Right.
you happen to be at a trailhead or getting off a bus with 40 other people, is that the experience that you're looking for when you're hiking into the park?
Yeah.
So these are all things that we have to look at when we look at how we're going to use shuttle
Right.
buses as a tool.
Right. So before 10, after 3, use shuttle buses as a tool. Any other things that tips we can give people to help have the best visit possible?
Yeah, the whole concept of hike early, hike late is really key. And if people do decide to hike late, they really need to be dialed into the weather forecast.
Yep.
That will make a big difference.
Yep.
And truly just what time they will be coming out. Is it going to be dark?
Yeah.
If it is, then they need to make sure that they are prepared for
Yeah.
that.
And
Whether it's
comfortable with
being really dialed into the route and not going off trail, which we don't encourage anyway.
Yeah.
And then also just making sure, you have headlamps and things
Yeah.
like that as you're coming
Yeah.
out. So you have to look at your hike very differently if you are going in later in the day.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely check the weather forecast.
Right.
It's our typical pattern here to have afternoon thunderstorms
Right.
every afternoon. We're not always in that pattern, but a lot of times we are. We just ducked inside because of that very pattern, because
Right.
lightning started. So, yeah, that's definitely one thing to think about, because especially a lot of our hikes go above tree line. You don't want to be above tree line if there is lightning anywhere around. So watch that really carefully. But as long as you do watch the forecast, hiking in the evening is great a lot of the time,
Yeah.
especially when this light's long in the summer. Okay, so that's a good tip. Hike
Exactly.
early, hike late.
And then the other thing, again, as you're planning ahead and thinking about your destination, is that 80% of our visitors come in through the east side of the park, 20%
Estes
from
Park
the
side,
west side.
80%. Wow.
Yeah. So, and which would make sense when you think
Sure.
about
Populations.
the populations and Denver International Airport and elsewhere. But certainly if people want to just know that fact when it comes to planning, they might choose, what entrance they come in based on where they're coming from or their interest in what they're looking at. So that's just
we have
some
the whole
additional
west side of the park.
information. Yeah.
And it's beautiful.
Yeah. And I think the other is camping, which we know, but
This one
if
surprises
people want
people,
to camp
I think.
in the park, we've got 3 reservation campgrounds, 2 first come first serve, and those 3 reservation campgrounds are booked 6 months in advance.
Yep. So that's
it's part of the
Aspen Glen,
Aspen Glen,
Glacier
Moraine
Basin,
Park,
and Moraine Park, right?
Yep, exactly. So
Booked
people
6
just
months in advance.
So if people want to camp, they really need to book those reservations, and it's good. Then you have a place.
Right. And you can do that online.
You can
You
do
can
that
go
online.
online
So
and
mark
it's-
your calendar, and it's
You
6
can pick
months
your
prior
exact
to,
spot, see it on a map,
Yeah.
get all, very, but yeah,
And
plan
that's-
way ahead.
And that's pretty typical, not only for Rocky, but
Yeah.
most other
Sure.
public lands and federal lands in this
Absolutely.
area.
Especially in this area.
Yeah, and first come first serve. Certainly if people want to roll the dice and
Right.
and hope that they can get one of those first come first serves, Timber Creek Campground on the west side
Yep.
is the campground that fills up last.
Uh-huh.
So that's just some other tidbits. And we already talked about the significant difference between weekend versus weekday visitation. And then the last thing too is people can purchase their pass online.
Uh-huh.
So if they're wanting to take the hiker shuttle, an entrance pass is required for that. People can purchase that online. If they're coming into the park, they can purchase the pass online. It doesn't speed up your time in the actual line. So some
Right.
people are like, well, if I do this online, do I have to be in the entrance station lines? Yes,
For
you
now,
do.
you do. Yep.
You do. But the big thing to remember is just that it should shorten your transaction time.
Yes,
So-
most definitely.
Rather than handing the person in the one of our colleagues in the booth your credit card, going through that whole thing, you just basically can show on your smartphone
Yep.
that you've purchased the
And
pass.
then
So
they'll say, here's your brochure, here's your
exactly.
newspaper.
So
You're
it
good to go.
does speed up the transaction time at
Uh-huh.
the booth. So
Uh-huh.
that would make a difference. The more and more people that use that,
Yeah.
then the quicker the
Yeah.
lines
And
will
for people
go.
who want to do that, if you go to our webpage, just search Rocky Mountain National Park, it'll come up. It's on the front page, fees and passes, and you can
Right.
go right there. It'll take you straight to a form. You can fill it all online.
Yes.
Works well.
Yes, works very well. So that's just another tool
Great.
that people can use.
Awesome. Anything else that we should cover?
I think
Because I have one final question, and then we'll
Okay.
be done.
Very good. I think the other thing that we could spend a lot more time on, that maybe we can talk about at a future time, but the plea to continue to ask visitors to help us protect this resource.
Yes.
And we have seen this increase in visitation, and I think a big part of what we talk about is that most of our visitors are here for all the right reasons. They love this place. They want to protect this place. They have this amazing sense of place when they come here that they want to protect it. We are seeing, though, more and more behavior that we're really concerned about, that we're seeing increase. Now, it's probably the same percentage of visitors,
Right.
but now when you're at 4.5 million, that same percentage of visitors is going to have more impact.
What kind of behavior?
So we're seeing, a number of behaviors that either are tied to people not knowing or not caring. And so what we'll all just have to continue to work on as best we can is the behavior that people just don't know about. It's the first time that they've been to a national park.
Yep, all sorts of new stuff.
All sorts of new stuff, continuing to highlight that these are special places. We want to keep them special places. National parks are not meant to be all things for all people. They're not multi-use places like some of our colleagues in other areas.
We have a lot of that land in the United States.
We do.
That's just not what national parks.
Right. So
that's not why we were created.
U.S. Forest Service. They have amazing places where they are multi-use, where
BLM
people
too.
can do a variety of more activities than they can in national parks.
Yep.
So we do have those places.
And we have a lot of Forest Service land in Colorado.
We do.
Like 13 million acres, something like that. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. We have a lot. And so I think, continuing to highlight that national parks are special places. And some of the behavior that we've seen increase, we talked a little bit about before, as far as just parking challenges, that when we have crowding and when people don't have parking spaces, we continue to see people be extremely creative with where they're parking in the park, whether it's on, native vegetation, whether it's on the tundra, whether it's blocking other cars in, whether it's, in ditches and near water streams and rivers. And so that's a concern for us. And, again, really trying to highlight that, even though somebody might consider this, well, it's just grass, it's not just grass. It's native vegetation. All it takes is one car. And, we are in a very unique habitat that stuff doesn't grow here that quickly.
No.
And so ripping it out with tires, et cetera, or putting hot cars on top of grass also can present a whole nother set of challenges
Like
when it comes to,
fire.
like catching on
Later in
fire.
the summer.
Yes.
Yep, I've definitely heard of fires started that way.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so parking in established, developed parking areas, we need to continue to just get as much help as we can from the public on that. Speaking of fires, we're seeing in the last couple of years extreme concern for park staff, and that we've seen a huge increase in the amount of illegal campfires in Rocky Mountain National Park. And so that not only concerns us, but it obviously concerns our communities that surround us. If a fire was to escape from an illegal campfire, which has happened in Rocky Mountain National Park, it will drastically change all of our lives in a matter of 30 seconds.
Yep.
It happened in 2012 with the Fern Lake fire. That fire started with an illegal campfire in the Forest Canyon area in October. Extremely dry time for us. November was the driest November on record. And that fire cost over $6 million to fight, and a big part of Estes Park was evacuated from that, and again from an illegal campfire. So that's
So when you're in Rocky, if you are not in a campground or picnic area with an established fire ring, you're not allowed to have a fire.
right. We
It's a
always
simple rule to
have
remember.
restrictions in place in Rocky for fires, and
And
so
we understand for sure that a lot of people, when they're camping or whatever, they like to have a fire, and that is totally fine. And there's lots of places you can do that. Rocky's just not one of them.
Exactly.
So if that's really important for your backpacking trip or whatever, find areas where that is managed and allowed for.
Right.
Here it is not.
We've had
Protect other people and protect yourself and protect the park.
we've had people illegally starting fires on the tundra,
Ooh.
right by trailheads, and talk about a fragile ecosystem that does not
Yes.
recover.
Yeah, we talked about that with Cynthia.
Great.
Yes.
So certainly that's a big thing, and a lot of that group is those that don't care. So that's
Challenging.
another way to address that is continuing to do patrols, and
Yeah.
we're really fortunate, Rocky, because we've got so many sets of eyes and ears out there.
Yes, and
A
visitors.
pro
yes.
to our level of visitation, and boy, do we hear as soon as
Yeah.
people start smelling smoke, seeing smoke. They'll take pictures of it. They'll take pictures of people that are in the area. it's amazing the things that people do to help us try
Yeah.
to prevent that.
And
So
another thing we can plug, another thing people can do that will lay this out specifically for you is the Rocky Pledge, which we've
yes.
worked on together. It's on our website. If you go to the homepage, you'll find it, or if you go to go.nps.gov/Rocky Pledge, and it has a couple 6 bullet points, I believe, items of like the main things you can do to help us protect the park. And you can go there, look at the pledge, read through it. You can say it out loud with the group, say it to yourself, snap a photo in the park of you pledging, and share it with your friends and family, because we're trying to get the message out there, and in a positive way,
Right.
that this is your national park. It's all of our national parks, and so we're just to take care of it, to
Right.
take pride in it, just like you take pride in your own home, or
Right.
your own community is maybe a better metaphor. Yeah.
Right. Somebody once said, which I love, it's like act like you own this place.
Uh-huh.
And really that's truly what we need. We need everybody's help with. We talked about some of our challenges with staffing before, and so we can't be everywhere. We'd love to be, but we can't. And
Yep.
so it really takes all of us to continue to say, how can I get involved
Yep.
by doing the Rocky Pledge, or educating and informing this group that I'm talking to, or my friends that are coming over for dinner, or how can I engage with other visitors if I'm in the park in a
Mhm.
professional, kind way
Mhm.
to highlight some of the
Mhm.
let's all do this together.
Yeah, because
We're
really, like you said, a lot of people, they literally don't know.
right, right. The other thing we're seeing is a big challenge is the increase of dogs on trails, and
Uh-huh.
it's a huge concern to us, and it's probably the number one complaint we get from other visitors is the number of dogs that are on trails.
Mhm.
And so again, we have signs everywhere. So usually it's people that don't care. With dogs, rarely is it, oh, I didn't know.
Right.
Because you're literally walking right past a
Yeah, like
sign.
every trailhead.
And then we have visitors that say, I told these people no dogs on the trail, and they're like, yeah, I know,
Right.
but I take my dog everywhere I go.
Right.
So it's something that is something that we're going to continue to tackle, and we just ask that visitors just leave their dogs at home. There's lots of other places you can take your dog. You
Yeah.
can take your dog on trails in forest
Mhm.
areas and in our surrounding
State parks
communities.
sometimes.
Dogs
BLM.
dogs are predators. Wildlife act differently when
Yep.
dogs are in an area.
And I think what something people have to remember, and I'm a dog owner, so I have to remind myself of this too, is like there's last year 4.5 million people
Right.
here. So even if maybe you're in the middle of national forest by yourself, there's hardly anyone around and a few pets, and it's not a big deal. But you can imagine here, if even 10% of people brought a pet, how with the wildlife and other visitors, a lot of people are uncomfortable around dogs, and there's just so many people in one spot that, yeah,
Right.
it poses lots of
Yeah.
issues.
Yeah, dogs can be, again, predators. They impact wildlife
Yeah.
behavior. They can also be prey. We've had situations
Yes.
here in the park where small dogs have been preyed on by coyotes,
Yep.
bobcats,
Mhm.
raptors. And
We have mountain
so
lions.
we have mountain
even. You
lions.
probably won't hear
So
about that if your dog gets
right.
missing.
So certainly that, and then also just honoring that other visitors should have an opportunity to recreate in a place where there's not dogs on the trails. We've had people bit by dogs on the trails, and so again, continuing to try to step back from being a beloved pet owner, which we all understand,
For sure.
and realizing that there are just some places that pets should not go. And
Yep.
Rocky Mountain National Park trail system is one of those, and the tundra and
Yep.
many other places. So the only place you can have dogs in Rocky Mountain National Park are places where you can have cars.
Yep. So like picnic areas, campgrounds,
And
right on the roadside. If you're like by your car,
right,
and that's pretty much it.
exactly. Yep, that's pretty
Yep.
much it. And they
With the
always have to be
exception of
leashed.
service animals, but we use if you have a service animal, you will know it. So emotional
Right.
support, therapy, all that does not count. It has to be performing a task, a specific task for someone with a disability, and we have that language on our website. So
Right.
if you do have a service animal and you know that you fall into that category, that's a different story. But that is the very most people. That's not what it is.
Right.
So
Right. And then a couple of other things is just we're continuing to see social trails increase
yeah.
significantly. So we just continue to ask people to stay on established
So
trails.
a social trail, yeah, for folks who don't know, is basically when someone walks up a way and then someone sees their footsteps and follows, and then before you know it, you get a trail worn in. And I think people may not realize how much work goes into building a good trail and what's involved, but it is very specific in terms of dealing with erosion from footsteps, from rain, from wind, all of that. We try to build trails to minimize the amount of erosion. Social trails don't follow any of that, and so they can really end up being harmful.
Right.
Yes.
Significant resource impacts
so
from
stay
social
on
trails.
established.
We're seeing significant impacts on the tundra from social trails,
that's the
other
biggest one.
places. It is. So, and then just a couple of other things, because we could probably spend a lot of time on each one of these, but the whole concept of leave no trace
Yes.
is really critical, whether it's orange peels or apple cores or, anything. It impacts other people. If you walk along and you see that kind of stuff, then you have left a trace. People
Right.
say, I know that somebody else has been here, and not removing things, not removing rocks or flowers or pine cones. If 4.5 million visitors all took something with them when they left, it does impact other people's experience.
Absolutely.
So we need to think through that. And then the last one that we need to do a podcast on, Miles, is the whole concept of human waste in our backcountry.
Yes.
It's a growing concern for us. The amount of human waste that's on our trails, next to our trails, the amount of toilet paper that's being left behind, the amount of poop that's being left behind right on our trails. The health and safety aspects of that is something that we're seeing explode as well. And it's not just here at Rocky that's becoming a major problem. It's places all over the place. And so that truly, I think we need to do another podcast on the whole concept of, how leaving no trace when it comes to going to the bathroom really makes a difference. And again, the challenges that we have with facilities further in our trail system and our backcountry, we just really need to continue to engage the public in packing it out with you, which is a hard thing for some people to wrap their brains around.
It's not glamorous, but, actually, I'm going to be a little over a week. We're going out with Tara, Vasella, and a wilderness crew, and I'm going to be asking them about that.
Great.
There's the folks who have to deal with all that business.
Right.
And I think
it's the stuff we don't want to talk about or think about, but
it's super important.
It's super important.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to be hiking down this beautiful trail and then just see human poop all over the place.
Right.
And I think, just like you said, getting that message out there that part of what makes coming to a national park exciting is that there's different expectations and there's a different requirement for personal responsibility in terms of thinking about your own impact. And that's part of what's neat about it, is it makes it very clear to you, much more so.
Right.
But there are steps that you need to take. So we'll see how that gets covered in the next one, and then maybe we could do. Right. I think it'd be neat to do a podcast with some janitorial staff, just to let people know how many of those folks work here at the park and how important, like absolutely essential, their job is.
Oh, that's huge.
Yeah, great. Okay, so one final question.
Okay.
I've been asking everybody. It's a hard question to answer, but that's okay. You've been here 16 years. What does Rocky Mountain National Park mean to you?
Rocky Mountain National Park epitomizes to me what the mountains are all about. I mean, if you were anywhere in this world and you closed your eyes and said, what are mountains all about? What is that habitat all about? And people love the mountains. It's what calls a lot of people, or people are scared when they think about mountains. But you think about all of the things that we have, wildflowers, the diversity of wildlife we have, the mountain streams and rivers that truly are the headwaters to life all the way down that path. And so to me, Rocky Mountain National Park is all of those things. And that's another reason why people should get out and experience it responsibly. They should also preserve and protect it, because it's such a unique, diverse landscape. And oftentimes people think, is the tundra barren because it's up high and because there's not a lot of tall things growing? It's like, it's the opposite.
Yeah, it's so
It
full
is
of life.
absolutely full of life. And no matter where you are in this park, there's this unbelievable diversity, whether you're at a montane riparian area or whether you go up to the alpine where you're above the trees. And so to me, I think of Rocky as being this really diverse place that sometimes doesn't get very much credit for being this diverse place, because people think of, oh, it's the mountaintops. Well, it's all of the life that's throughout
Right.
all of those
At so many
different
different
systems
levels.
at so
And
many
having this
different
huge
levels.
range of altitude really does mean that we have lots of distinct ecosystems, and it's neat once you learn about it or you're here and you pay attention, you start to see that and
Right.
appreciate that.
And the other aspect of Rocky, that what Rocky means to me is a lot of the people that I get this unbelievable opportunity to work with, and the diversity, not only what the resource provides, but the diversity of what our colleagues do.
Mm-hmm.
It blows my mind
Mhm.
every day. Like I said, the thing that I regret the most is not being able to tell everybody's story, because the things that our folks do is part of what just moves me about this place. Not only the resource, but our colleagues too.
Great. Came up with an answer so quickly. It's impressive. Thank you so much for speaking with us, Kyle.
Absolutely. Thank
And,
you.
I bet we'll check back in with you about different things as
Okay.
this progresses and grows to the greatest podcast on earth.
Very good. Thank you for your efforts in making this happen.
Yeah. All right. Thanks. And that's our show. Thank you so much for listening this week. Our next episode will be released, as always, in 2 weeks. That will be Friday, August 11th. For show notes, transcriptions, and to learn more about our show, visit our homepage at go.nps.gov/rmnpod. That is go.nps.gov/rmnpod. The Rocky Mountain National Podcast is a product of Rocky Mountain National Park, one of 417 units of the National Park Service that preserve America's heritage for all, forever. Thank you. We hope your next 2 weeks are awesome, and we will see you next time.
One spring, shortly after I first came to Glacier National Park to start working as a ranger here, I made my first trip up the Going to the Sun Road. In spring, while the plow crews are still working on clearing the winter snow from the road, the area past Avalanche Creek is closed to cars. At this time of year, it's popular to bicycle up on the closed part of the road. One afternoon, I took my bike up to Avalanche Creek to ride. Only planning to bike a few miles, I was outfitted in just a t-shirt and carrying only a simple repair kit, a small water bottle, and of course a can of bear spray. When I reached my intended destination, a switchback in the road called the Loop, I was still feeling strong. The sun was bright and the sky was that deep blue color you only really get in wide open country. From that spot, there's a spectacular view of a mountain called Heaven's Peak. I just couldn't turn around. I eschewed my original plan and kept pedaling up towards Logan Pass. I couldn't stop. Those miles above the Loop are home to some of the grandest mountain views you'll find anywhere. As I came around each corner, a new and breathtaking vista came into focus. The effect was magnetic. As my legs became leaden from the miles of climbing up towards the pass, the mountain views compelled me forward, foot by foot, the beauty of the scenery practically physically pulling me up. If you've ever ridden the Going to the Sun Road, you know exactly what I mean. The feeling was ineffable and unforgettable. Eventually, I reached the high point of the road, Logan Pass, and by then I was in a complete euphoria. As I looked around, I relished the alpenglow lighting up the mountains, the evening light shimmering in the snow, and the glacier lilies pushing up through the fresh soil. The pinkish orange of the sunset was so beautiful I screamed. I couldn't react except primordially. I breathed the crisp mountain air and the place became part of me. I turned the handlebars of my bike back towards the car and began to cruise down the road. But as night started to close in on me, my bliss quickly turned to worry. The sun dropped behind the tall peaks and the temperature plummeted. The road was coated with frigid water from the melting snow, which was kicked up by my tires. and soon saturated my green t-shirt. My stomach growled with hunger. I had cycled much further than planned and missed dinner. But worst of all was the wind. The air itself was still, but biking downhill and picking up speed, I would generate my own wind faster and faster. I couldn't decide whether to descend slowly, staying warmer but dragging out the experience, or to just let go and frigidly descend as fast as possible. Gravity and the thought of my warm car were irresistible. I let loose. As I picked up speed, the cold wind turned my hands numb. They slumped over the handlebars, pale and useless. Suddenly, I regretted that decision. In the fading light, I saw a herd of bighorn sheep jump down into the road from a rocky outcropping above, directly into my path. I squeezed my brakes as hard as I could with my unfeeling hands, not knowing if it would have any effect. With a shriek, my tires locked up, and my bike came to a halt. I was a little too close for comfort to the curly horns of a large ram. He seemed unmoved. Slowly, I made my way down to the car, arriving safely, but well after dark. At home, I cooked up fried eggs, refried beans, anything caloric and warm I could find in my cabinet. Since then, I've biked the Going to the Sun Road many times, and the views still capture my heart. But now, before I leave, I always make sure I have all the necessary safety gear, including snacks, a jacket, and especially gloves.
Welcome to Headwaters, a Glacier National Park podcast, brought to you by the Glacier National Park Conservancy and produced on the traditional lands of many Native American tribes, including the Blackfeet, Kootenai, Salish, and Gillespie people.
We're calling this season The Confluence, as we look at the ways that nature, culture, the present, and the past all come together here.
I'm Michael.
I'm Andrew.
And we're both rangers here.
And today we're at Logan Pass. And after a brief description of the place itself, we'll hear some stories about what makes it so important.
As the highest point on the Going to the Sun Road, Logan Pass is a place of extremes.
One extreme is visitation. This is the starting spot for two of Glacier's most popular trails, the Highline and Hidden Lake, and has some of the most coveted parking spots anywhere.
To get one of the 234 spots here on a summer day often means arriving before 7 a.m.
Logan Pass is also home to extremes of weather.
Once, wind speeds of at least 99 miles per hour were recorded for 12 hours straight.
It can snow any month of the year here, and often there's still 10 plus feet of snow on the ground into July.
As crazy as this may sound to listeners from warmer areas, if you show up to hike at Logan Pass in July, don't wear your sandals. You'll likely be walking on snow.
Because of the extreme geography and weather here, there's really only a short window to visit.
Crews start plowing the Going to the Sun Road every year at the beginning of April, but it's a monumental task.
The plows will have to maneuver through avalanche chutes, manage extreme weather, and finally tackle a section simply called the Big Drift, where snow often blows into a pile 80 feet deep. They do all of this on extreme terrain, and it all has to be finished before the road can open to the public.
Typically, the Going to the Sun Road opens for the season in late June or early July, but the opening date will depend on conditions. So if you're planning to drive to Logan Pass, don't plan your trip any earlier than that.
If you want to bike like I did, the road will be available for biking before it opens to cars. But you're not allowed to bike in the immediate vicinity of working plow crews for obvious reasons.
To reach Logan Pass, you'll need to bike after hours or on the weekend when crews aren't working.
Once Memorial Day hits and car traffic really ramps up, there are more restrictions on when and where you can bike on the Going to the Sun Road.
You'll really want to consult the park website or newspaper to read all the details.
It's only a few short months before winter makes its return to the pass. Winter storms have ended the Logan Pass season as early as September in recent years, but mid-October is more typical.
It's a narrow window, and that's not accounting for wildfire or other natural events that can lead to unplanned closures.
But Logan Pass is a magical place, full of wildflowers, wildlife, and unsurpassed views. The wild and rugged nature of this place, which makes it so appealing, can also make it unpredictable. It's good to keep in mind that some things you plan to do just might not be available. Be flexible and have a backup plan. There's always something fun to do if you're creative and prepared.
With all that in mind, let's move into our first story of the day about how workers in the 1920s and 30s were able to build the engineering marvel that is the Going to the Sun Road.
So, Michael, how many times would you estimate you've driven the Going to the Sun Road?
Oh gosh. I never really counted, but I'd say over the last 7 years, over 100?
That's a lot of trips. Do you ever get tired of it?
Absolutely not. No, every time you drive it, thanks to changing sunlight or weather, it looks different. And out of all those trips, I've only ever seen one porcupine or wolverine. So it really does feel like each time you go, you notice something new.
Yeah, we're pretty lucky to live in this place and to get to drive that road all the time.
Yeah, you can say that again.
When I'm driving the Going to the Sun Road, as it climbs along those sheer cliffs and hugs the side of the garden wall, I always think about the engineering that must have gone into it. I mean, they constructed that thing in the 1920s and 30s.
Yeah, and the road would still be impressive if it had been constructed today. So how did they pull that off nearly 100 years ago now?
You know, I have an idea of just who we should talk to. Someone who's been teaching the history of this road for decades.
Ranger Bill?
That's exactly right. Bill has been working here for a long time.
Well, I started in Glacier National Park in 1966. I worked for the boat company, and then in 1988, I was lucky enough to score a job with the National Park Service, and up until this year, I think I had 32 years in.
If you're lucky enough to meet Bill, you'll find that he's got a ton of stories about the park throughout the years.
When I asked him what he'd say to someone about to drive the Going to the Sun Road for the first time, he didn't undersell it.
Well, first of all, I would tell anybody that I was talking to that they're in for probably one of the greatest experiences of their life.
In Bill's reckoning, the road really democratized Glacier National Park. It made it a place accessible to a lot more people.
It allowed everyone that came to the park, whether you're young or old or if you're from a different country, it gives you the opportunity to get up very close and personal with one of the finest wilderness areas in the United States, as well as alpine scenery.
According to Bill, the Going to the Sun Road's origins go all the way back to the inception of the Park Service.
It came back to Stephen Mather, who you probably know was the first director of the National Park Service. The National Park Service came into existence in 1916. Stephen Mather, within a year, became the director.
Okay, what about the route? I mean, it seems obvious now, it's absolutely spectacular, but how did they decide where to put it?
According to Bill, the routing we have today was not even the one that they had originally planned on.
The first architect, landscape architect that was involved in the road was a guy by the name of George Goodwin. And George Goodwin proposed 15 switchbacks over that 3,500-foot climb up to Logan Pass. And Stephen Mather came out and he rode up to the area where he proposed the 15 switchbacks. And Goodwin's whole thought process was he wanted to show the human spirit and what the human spirit was capable of doing. And he felt that a road like that would definitely be there for all time to come.
Oh, really? The road was supposed to have 15 switchbacks? I mean, it only has one now at the loop, right?
Yeah, fate intervened and the 15 switchback idea was shot down.
But along on that trip was another younger architect by the name of Thomas Vint. And Thomas Vint said, I don't think that's a good idea. And Stephen Mather also said he didn't think it was a good idea that they would ruin this incredibly beautiful scenic part of the park.
Okay, yeah, no, I've got to agree. That does not sound like a good idea.
15 switchbacks would have covered like the whole area in pavement. So Vint proposed a different route instead. One that only had a single switchback. One where the road would blend into the landscape, emphasizing the natural scenery rather than the human engineering.
It sounds a lot more like the road that I know.
Yeah, Stephen Mather preferred that proposal as well. He wanted the road to lie lightly on the land, to emphasize the natural over the human.
So what was the next step to take it from drawing board to asphalt?
Well, they had to do a survey of the route.
And they finally decided that it was going to be a one switchback road. A civil engineer out of San Francisco by the name of Frank Kittredge came in and hired a group of 30 men. And he'd had a lot of experience building roads along the ocean.
Michael, you know how steep and cliffy that terrain is. Well, surveying it was so terrifying and challenging that a lot of people simply quit. Turnover was so high on these survey crews that Kittredge had to have 3 crews simultaneously. One that was actually working. Then he also had to have
One crew coming and one crew quitting. And the ones that quit said that it wasn't worth it to climb up and down those cliffs and put your life in the hands of a rope.
I don't blame him. That sounds terrifying.
Yeah, to be out on that crumbly sedimentary rock, no thanks. They finished that survey in 1924, and the next year the contract to build the west side of the road was given to a company out of Tacoma, Washington, called Williams and Douglas.
When they came in 1925, instead of starting from the bottom and working up to the high point, Logan Pass, what they did was they established along the west side 5, maybe 6 different camps, and they would work from there. They would work in both directions until they ran into the other camp that was coming their way.
Oh, that's clever. So they were able to work on a bunch of different sections of the road all at the same time.
They estimated that there were 300 men that worked on the road. And, there was no OSHA, there were no hard hats, and there the kind of clothing they wore, that wasn't such a big consideration. And the amazing thing about that is there were only 3 deaths.
It's really pretty humbling to know that 3 people died working on that road that we all enjoy so much. I can't even imagine what it'd be like to be part of those crews.
No, I don't want to either.
Yeah, I asked Bill what some of maybe the biggest challenges they were facing were.
I think the biggest thing was safety. You can see guys rappelling down off the sides of very steep cliffs, with a 1,000-foot drop below them. And when they did it, they actually, to get all of the materials they needed up to those 5 camps, they actually had packers that came in, many of them from Columbia Falls, Montana. One in particular was a guy named Joe Opalka. And the interesting thing about Joe was in 1983, they had the 50th anniversary of the Going to the Sun Road, and I was lucky enough to be there. They had a lot of the civil engineers, a lot of the people that were responsible for building the road were there, and they spoke, and they were eloquent. They were eloquent in the fact that this is going to be a National Historic Site, which it is, and it's actually obviously a civil engineering National Historic Site, and said all this big flowery stuff about it. And Joe Opalka turned around to one of his old buddies that were sitting there, 50 years later, and says, "Oh, hell, they can talk all they want about that. It was just one dangerous, damn hard thing that we were involved in, and a lot of hard work, and it was scary."
Joe Opalka passed in 1991, so we're pretty lucky to still have people like Bill who knew those involved in the original construction.
How long in total did it take to build the thing?
While a few small sections had been built in earlier years or even decades, the bulk of the construction was done in just 8 summers. Because of the limited working season, it's really only about 3 years worth of working days. The road was finished in 1932, and then
in 1933, they dedicated, I think it was on the 15th of July, and there were 4,000 people that showed up. Now today, it would be an environmental disaster because 4,000 people, and they camped out all over in the beautiful meadows and the wildflowers.
That is a lot of people at Logan Pass.
yeah, so I guess some things haven't changed that much. Bill emphasized to me that hearing about the road and learning the history is great and all, but
if possible, people need to come here. You can ooh and ah at the pictures, but when you're on that road, oh my God.
There's something irreplaceable about really being there.
It's just like now where I live, they're rebuilding my road, and now they're digging. The guy that runs that excavator, he is phenomenal. The way he handles that great big bucket that's got to be like this, and he's just got it in his hand and he can put it here and there. And I just actually took a chair out last week and just sat out there one kind of sunny day and just watched him work. It was just so much fun. But I was there and I was part of it. And to me, that's what education is all about. You got to be able to, hell, you can talk about wildflowers, but when you can actually see it happening, it's just so much more effective.
That's such a great image of Bill sitting out in his lawn chair watching the excavator.
Yeah, it actually does sound pretty cool to watch.
Yeah. And I loved the way Bill described the experience of the Going to the Sun Road.
It's like giving somebody a hug. You're hugging the park because it's so beautiful. And the road obviously is a tribute to the spirit, the human spirit, but it also is a tribute to nature. You've got to respect it. You've got to take your time, and you've got to realize you're in a place that pretty much is starting to disappear in our world, in our country. When you think about all the industrialization that's gone on, but Glacier's a place where you can come and it still relatively is untouched.
He told me about an experience that can really only happen at a place like Logan Pass.
When I was working up there a couple of years ago, and there was a mountain sheep, beautiful mountain sheep, just this big, huge horns guy. And he was looking at us, and it was just like a statue. And the guy came up to me and he said, "Geez, Ranger," he said, "I swear to God, that same mountain sheep was standing in exactly that position 20 years ago when I came here." And I looked at him and I said, who knows? Probably not, but the park is just exactly like it was when you were here 20 years ago because it was set aside to become a national park. And how fortunate we are to have places like that.
We'll be right back after this break with a story about some of the interesting steps the park has taken to deal with the impact of visitors at Logan Pass.
Each episode, we seem to cover at least one thing that, like this podcast, wouldn't be possible without the support of the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
With the help of some friends over there, we got the number of Executive Director Doug Mitchell and decided to call him up out of the blue to ask about these projects.
For this episode, we wanted to ask about a very special ranger you'll sometimes see at Logan Pass.
Glacier Conservancy, this is Doug.
Hey Doug, it's Michael and Andrew. How are you doing?
Michael and Andrew, what a treat to hear from you today.
Likewise. Well, we're calling because Andrew and I have both worked at Logan Pass as park rangers, but no matter how good a rangers we are, most visitors who come up to us are asking for a different ranger, one special ranger. Do you have any idea what ranger that might be?
I have a feeling that it is our own four-legged ranger, Gracie the Bark Ranger. Would I be correct?
You're absolutely right.
Can you tell us who Gracie is and what she's doing up there?
Yeah, sure. So Gracie is an amazing addition to the team at Glacier Park, an especially trained animal who helps separate the public from wildlife. Gracie and her handler, Ranger Mark Beal, have won a bunch of national awards for the work that they've been able to do in Glacier to be able to keep wildlife and people interactions safe.
So basically, Gracie the Bark Ranger is a specifically trained wildlife dog that the park uses to mitigate human-wildlife conflicts at Logan Pass. When you say Gracie's helping maintain a safe distance between animals and visitors, is it usually visitors approaching animals, animals approaching visitors, or a little of both?
It's a little bit of both. So, obviously, as unfortunately we know, animals are attracted to salt, which can come from the bottoms of our cars, and so they can end up in the parking lot, and either people can get too close to them, in which case Gracie will gently nudge her way around both the people and the animals, and generally shoo the animals back to the other side of the road where they are safe and sound and out of harm's way, as are the people who may not know that you just don't get within 5 feet of a bighorn sheep. That would be a bad idea.
Yeah, bighorns have a few big reminders on their head to keep that distance, but it's nice to have a charismatic ranger doing the extra work.
I think generally in the name big and horn, you just would get the idea.
Yeah, it's always fun to hear about the special projects the Glacier National Park Conservancy funds and supports here in the park.
And it's always fun to hear your guys' latest podcast. Thanks for the work you're doing.
Great.
Pleasure.
Well, we'll talk to you soon, Doug.
All right. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Welcome back to Headwaters, a Glacier National Park podcast. In this episode, we are at Logan Pass, and for this next story, I wanted to talk to someone who had worked there. On an average summer day, how early would you say the parking lot filled up there?
Normal, probably 7:45 was about average.
Okay.
It's when I first started working there in 2013, it was probably closer to 9 o'clock.
Wow.
So it started, people kind of got the idea that they need to get there early.
That's Emlyn Stanton.
Emlyn Stanton, and I was the visitor service assistant for Logan Pass.
Who spent 7 years more or less managing the whole area. You're one of the people that would make the call to close the parking lot
Right.
when it's full. How do you know when it's time to do that?
Normally for closing it, if there's more than 20 cars circling, is normally when we made the call to close it.
In the summer of 2019, Logan Pass was open for 86 days. And 3/4 of the time, the parking lot of the visitor center was full by 9 a.m.
And from having staffed that visitor center, it's worth noting that Emlyn or another ranger who's making the announcement that it's full, they don't live up at Logan Pass. They have to drive up in the morning like everyone else. So if the lot is actually full at 6:30 in the morning, it won't get called in until Emlyn arrived at work.
Yeah, you're right. So what would your advice be to somebody who didn't find parking at Logan?
Just go down the road, try to find a legal pullout, and have them just take the shuttle back up.
Now, on a personal level, I don't think anyone, when they visit Glacier, is excited to have to jockey for parking or deal with congestion. I mean, it's just not fun. But there are some other concerns that park managers have when they see crowds like this at Logan Pass.
Yeah, you've got to think about, can an ambulance get up here? Are people going to be forced to walk on the vegetation? Are we getting too close to the wildlife? Is someone going to get gored by a mountain goat?
Things like this are often cited as proof positive that our national parks are being loved to death. And while that might be a little hyperbolic, they are great examples of the difficult nature of carrying out our agency's mission. Now, the mission of the NPS is beloved, but actually implementing it proves challenging, thanks to what's known as its dual mandate. Could you describe the dual mandate?
Sure. Well, the mission statement says that places like Glacier are to be preserved unimpaired. But you're not going to set a glacier aside in a museum or hermetically seal it only to be viewed at a distance, because the mission also states that they're to be preserved for future generations to use, for people to enjoy and learn from.
Yeah, and that balance between protecting something as it is and allowing for others to enjoy it, that's a tightrope walk. Too far to one side and you'll preserve it so well that nobody could ever see it. Too far to the other, you build enough roads, resorts, and attractions that you built a theme park.
Yeah, you've got to find a middle ground somewhere.
Logan Pass, as we've said, is a place of superlatives. It's the highest point on the Going to the Sun Road with some of the park's most extreme weather and abundant wildlife. But it's also a case study in how, in the face of extreme visitation, Glacier has grappled with this dual mandate. And none of these concerns are unique to Logan Pass. Destinations all along Going to the Sun Road seem to grow more and more popular each year. But as the literal and figurative high point of many people's visits here, Logan Pass has been at the center of both the visitor experience and park management for a long time. And if you look at its history, you'll find some of the most misguided, controversial, and just downright bananas attempts the park has made to define our relationship to this place. Today, I'm going to share 3 examples of times that our favorite alpine playground was nearly loved to death. Now, the Logan Pass Visitor Center was built as part of Mission 66, a massive National Park Service program to expand and standardize infrastructure at park sites all over the country in preparation for the 50th birthday of the NPS. Andrew, could you describe the Logan Pass Visitor Center?
Sure. It's built into a hillside and it's got this big sloping roof that kind of matches the contour of the hill. It's made with stone walls and big windows everywhere to enjoy the views.
Yeah, it's beautiful, it's visually striking, and I think really complements the scenery well. But as with any construction project, it disturbed the ground it was built on. This is my first story of management foibles and folly at Logan Pass, and I'm calling it The Cover-Up. But first, Andrew, could you describe what the meadows are like?
There's all those subalpine meadows with glacier lilies, monkey flower, all sorts of grasses.
Exactly. By the time construction had finished in 1965, pictures of the building show barren dirt all around it. But the same photo just 2 years later shows lush green vegetation all around the building.
Wait, what? This seems impossible.
Yeah, no, look at it.
Things don't usually grow that fast up at that elevation.
They don't?
Those meadows are covered in snow for like 8 months of the year, so I would expect it to take decades for all those plants to grow back.
Yeah, you're right. And here's how they did it, if you could read this excerpt from a newspaper article at the time.
Sure. Okay, park officials decided to gather alpine turf elsewhere and transplant it around the visitor center, exactly as one might in developing a new lawn in the city. The source of the alpine sod, unfortunately, is a short distance from the visitor center, just out of the line of sight. Collectively, the sites represent an area as large as a football field. Wait, they just stripped away plants from another spot and replanted them there?
Yeah, and they didn't try very hard to hide what they were doing either, because hikers on their way to the Hidden Lake Overlook just behind the building immediately noticed patches of barren dirt. like 200 yards from the visitor
Oh
center.
no, that's pretty egregious.
Yeah. And so management caught some flack for that, as seen from that article you just read from. But what came next was an attempt to actually protect the meadows
Okay, that seems like a good thing.
in a story I'm going to call The Toxic Trail.
Well, that doesn't.
The hikers that noticed the sod stripping were on their way to Hidden Lake Overlook, a mile and a half southwest of the visitor center. Now, today, if you were to hike there, what would you be walking on?
It's mostly on a boardwalk.
Yeah, a raised wooden boardwalk. When the visitor center opened, it was just a regular trail.
So let me guess. After they built the visitor center, it got a lot more crowded up there, and the park was worried that all these people would start to stray off trail and walk on the plants. So they built a boardwalk to try to keep people on the trail.
It's almost like you work here. But you're right, a boardwalk was proposed for that very reason, but it wasn't a popular proposal. It was widely criticized, notably by the trail crew members that would be tasked with its construction. In a letter to the editor of the Hungry Horse News, they opposed the boardwalk for 4 reasons. Now, I have them here. Can you read them?
Yeah, sure. Okay. Obvious damage to the aesthetic value of this alpine area, nothing short of an atrocity.
And their second complaint?
We do not feel that this boardwalk will fulfill the purpose for which it is intended.
Third?
There are a good many well-used trails in Glacier Park that are in dire need of repair and maintenance, and this money could be put to much better use.
And final.
And finally, we feel, as do all park employees, that visitor impressions are important. And so far, all comments from visitors viewing this project have been negative.
A pretty thorough rebuke.
Yeah, but there actually is a boardwalk up there today, so they must have changed their minds.
Well, park management actually dismissed both the feedback and the employees who gave it. The trail crew members who spoke up were actually fired.
Wait, really?
Yeah, the park superintendent at the time, William Briggle, was so insistent on finishing this project despite widespread concerns that the trail crew was replaced and work began immediately on the boardwalk. And this haste led to additional complications as well. The wood initially used was treated with pentachlorophenol, a petroleum-based solvent that pretty much right away began to leak out onto plants.
Oh, no, that's not good.
Yeah, and folks that were there at the time observed the death of trees or grasses growing alongside it, but it also made it slippery and toxic for us to walk on.
What a mess.
Yeah. Needless to say, they got a lot of flack for that as well and replaced all the wood with environmentally friendly wood at great inconvenience to visitors because it stayed closed for longer and at great cost to the park. But I saved the best for last. The most absurd story of visitor management, in my opinion, anywhere in the park, centers around the toilets at Logan Pass.
Oh no, this can't be good.
We often advertise that the park is home to over 1 million acres, but we don't advertise that we've got over 300 toilets,
300?
not including lodges or hotels.
Does that count all the backcountry campground toilets too?
Yeah, vault toilets, pit toilets, flush toilets, outhouses, lowriders, visitor centers, campgrounds, you name it. Waste management is kind of a great unspoken truth of civilization. When you've got to go, you've got to go, even if you're miles into the backcountry. And remote restrooms like some of them here are met with a unique set of challenges. Sperry and Granite Park chalets, which you reach after hiking thousands of feet up from the trailhead, get enough traffic that their pit toilets rely on barrels that are sealed and flown out at the end of the year by helicopter.
And I think I've heard that there used to be a solar-powered composting toilet somewhere.
Yeah, there was until it was destroyed by an avalanche.
That sounds like a huge mess.
And I even ran into a backcountry toilet this summer that had been completely torn off its foundation by a curious bear.
Ooh, no, that also sounds messy.
So one of the reasons we don't advertise that we have over 300 toilets is because they're kind of gross, but it's also because nobody seemed to know the number offhand. I had a series of really humorous emails with facilities management to try to track down that estimate. But the whole reason I started looking into toilets and waste management in the first place was because I learned about our third and final story. A story I'm going to call The Fleeting Fountains. Coinciding with the new visitor center, a new waste treatment facility was installed at Logan Pass, one that promised to capture and treat waste with a septic system that filters out liquid waste in a 17,000-gallon tank before spraying clean water out of nearby nozzles.
Nearby as in out onto the meadows at Logan Pass?
Yep, watering the plants, so to speak. The only problem was, after this 17,000-gallon septic tank opened to the public, it got 5,000 visitors and 20,000 gallons every day.
Oh no, that's what, 3,000 gallons over capacity?
Yep. And that 17,000 gallon tank that they advertised to the public, that they reported to a federal sanitary engineer, well, they exaggerated the size a little bit. It turns out it was only 6,000 gallons.
So the system was faced with a demand more than 3 times its capacity.
Mm-hmm.
That's a big difference. That's a lot of excess waste you got to deal with.
A lot. The result was, well, can you read this?
Okay. The tank continued to overflow, and untreated sewage effluent continued to run directly into Reynolds Creek. It was an awful sight. Saturated toilet paper made its way through the spray heads and was draped on adjacent small trees. Undecomposed fecal matter was sprayed onto the subalpine vegetation, killing some of it, with the liquids then flowing into Reynolds Creek. Oh, that is a terrifying description.
I mean, it's just horrific.
Yeah.
Some people began referring to them as the fecal fountains of Logan Pass and suggested the best way to solve the issue of people seeing and being disgusted by them was to only set off the nozzles at night and light them up with a colorful light show that rivals that of Disney World.
Oh my God.
Isn't that nuts?
Oh, that's, yeah.
Luckily, these 3 examples of management fiascos at Logan Pass weren't all for naught. Each scenario has new management solutions today. Take the sod stripping. What do you think we'd do in that situation today?
Well, rather than pull up plants that are already doing fine in the park, we'd grow new ones in the native plant nursery.
Yeah. In the case of disturbances like construction, we can replant vegetation using local seedlings collected and raised by our nursery staff. Now, in the case of the boardwalk, there are systems in place now to evaluate potential development or construction before it happens.
Yeah, and it's not unique to national parks, but any project like this boardwalk would now require an environmental impact statement,
Or assessment.
which would detail all the ways that the project would impact the environment.
And finally, the toilets.
Yeah, I don't think we use that system anymore.
No, we don't. We've got a new system.
Wow, it is a beautiful day.
And one morning this summer, I drove up to Logan Pass to meet with one of the folks that helps this system work. I feel absolutely puny in my little sedan behind this thing. The fecal fountain fiasco was a huge black eye to the park, ultimately attracting national attention. In a letter to the then senator from Montana, the assistant director of the National Park Service wrote the following. Here, one last thing to read.
Okay. Sprayfield on Logan Pass is being eliminated, and there will only be holding facilities. Next summer, Logan Pass sewage will be pumped into tank trucks and hauled to lower elevations for disposal. This will make unnecessary any additional engineering improvements to the existing system and will obviate further intrusion on the natural environment.
What's your name and job title then?
Jeff Hoyt, equipment operator.
Awesome. I met with Jeff outside these vault toilets at Logan Pass after he drove one of those tank trucks all the way up here.
Do you have a name for this thing?
No, it's the bigger one. That's either the big pumper or the little pumper. That's what's in the tank.
And they are as noisy as they are enormous.
How big is that tank?
Huge.
You know how big this tank is?
It is a 3,500 gallon?
Wow.
3,500 gallon.
That tank could hold 18 hot tubs and when full would weigh as much as 7 bull moose. Now, all of the waste at Logan flows into a storage tank, which is periodically vacuumed up into tank trucks like this one before being trucked down to a waste management facility near the entrance.
On a busy season, we're usually 3-4 loads minimum every day.
Wow.
3 to 4 trips every day?
Yeah.
That's like, what, 28 bull moose worth of human waste?
Yeah, that's just Logan Pass. There are at least 3 more vaults like it along Going to the Sun Road alone that get the same treatment. It's an incredibly labor-intensive strategy. Today, it's worth noting, we get more than 3.5 times the number of visitors that they did when the visitor center opened in 1965. All these tools, the native plant nursery, environmental impact statements, vault toilets, the park uses them to maintain the balance of our dual mandate, using and enjoying these places without destroying what we love about them.
Yeah, we can have convenient bathrooms with no fecal fountains.
Exactly. But this balance can get harder and harder to handle in the face of increasing visitation. Now, we wouldn't have the solutions we discussed today if people hadn't spoken up about the old ones. It was the voices of visitors that raised awareness of sod stripping and put pressure on the park to fix the boardwalk. The most effective management tool a park could hope for is a community of people that support it, that care for it, and are conscious of their impact during a visit. And if my time here has been any indication, we're incredibly fortunate to have supporters and stewards all around the country. In fact, if you're listening to this right now, you're a part of that community. So thank you.
Yeah, we really couldn't do all this without you.
So the next time you're at Logan Pass, pat yourself on the back and spare a thought for the toilets, because they are a slightly smelly symbol of our collective ability to protect this place.
Okay, all this talk of toilets has got me thinking about the smells here. There are so many things to smell. Do you have any scent-related memories here, Michael?
Yeah, I remember the second summer I came out here to work, I noticed how much I associated the smell of the forests around park housing with the park itself. I remember calling my family to let them know that I made it safely to Montana and mentioned that I realized how much I missed that smell. My sister Katie thought it was hilarious. Like, what do you mean you miss the smell? Bringing up on phone calls from time to time. But when they finally got the chance to visit, I remember her apologizing. I know what you were talking about now. It smells great.
Yeah, that's a great story. And you're definitely not the only person who's ever been teased for their interest in the smells here. I want to play you a clip from a conversation I had recently.
I got so much grief from my colleagues, just like kind of jabbing at me, like, smellscapes, are you still like doing this? Like, what are you talking about? Smellscapes, that can't be real. And I was reading Aristotle for a class at the time, and he called smell the lowest of the human senses. And it's like, even he's beating up on smells. We've never given smell its due, whether it's in the parks or just in culture.
I mean, that sounds a lot like what happened with me and my sister. Who is that?
That's Will Rice. He's an assistant professor at the University of Montana's Department of Society and Conservation.
Did I hear him use the word smellscape? Like, what is that?
When Will was doing his graduate studies at Penn State, he worked on a survey about what motivations people had to visit an especially busy part of Grand Teton National Park. One visitor told him,
"Well, I'm here for the smellscape." And initially it was kind of funny, like the smellscape, that's kind of an odd term. We hear soundscape a lot in national parks, and a lot of the research I do surrounds soundscape. So I was just interested, well, is this even a thing that's being studied in any capacity?
He realized the same thing that you were just talking about, and that your sister realized when she visited, that smells play a big role in how we experience national parks, but we hardly ever talk about them. So he wrote a paper. Here, you can check it out.
Pungent Parks, Smells Growing Relevance in Park Tourism by William Rice, Garrett Hamilton, and Peter Newman.
Luckily for us, since Will now just works down in Missoula, he was willing to drive up and take a walk with me around Apgar here and talk about the smellscape. So first of all, Will, can you tell me what is a smellscape exactly?
Sure, so a smellscape is just the aggregate of all the smells that make up a certain area. And the scale can really vary. So we can have smellscapes that are, just the size of a small room or just a meadow, or we could have the smellscape of all of Glacier National Park, the aggregate. But really it's kind of what you're smelling as you're moving through a space.
The whole concept of a smellscape kind of seemed like a joke at first, but I totally get what he's talking about. If you're at Logan Pass, you're going to have a very different experience if the main scent you smell is the pit toilet versus wildflowers.
And interestingly, Will told me the biggest threat to natural smellscapes is not toilets, but actually climate change.
Droughts, we know, are going to become more prevalent in an era of climate change, and droughts tend to really change. Like we're standing right now around a bunch of wildflowers that are dependent on rain every year. And if we go through a period of drought, those wildflowers may become less prevalent. In turn, if we have a larger rain event like you're seeing, with the super blooms in Southern California, that changes the smellscape. Changing weather patterns, but also wildfires, a big one. I mean, wildfire can really dramatically change the character of a smellscape rather quickly.
Have people tried to capture these national park smells in any way?
If you go into a store, they have officially licensed candles, air fresheners, and laundry detergent that smell like various parks. So we're trying to bring that home. I would say, like if you open up the candle for Rocky Mountain National Park and you get this hit of lavender, maybe that's not exactly what it smells like, but we're trying to authenticate it somehow.
Yeah.
But we're really failing because it is so unique.
Why should people care about smells?
They're vitally important from an ecological standpoint, but also from the standpoint that I study parks from, the social experience, the visitor experience. Imagine walking into Glacier, with your nose pinched. It's really going to affect your experience. And as we noted in the paper, there's so much about your park experience that you can curate, that you can, really make your own. Now it's taking pictures and putting them on Instagram. You can share this experience. You can record the soundscape, as some people are starting to do with microphones and taking those home and mixing that. But you can't really take this smell home from a park, at least legally. You're not supposed to take, pine straw home.
Yeah.
Everyone's experiencing this smellscape while they're in the park. It's tying us all together in a place. And so we're left with this really authentic experience.
Thanks so much for joining me today, Will.
I had never thought about it that way. There's all sorts of pictures and videos of the park. There are recordings and now even a podcast of the sounds, but to experience the smells, you just have to be here.
Yeah, and our last story today is about another experience that you really just have to be here to have. It's something you can't experience anywhere else in the whole of the American Rockies. Just this one spot in Glacier National Park.
What is it?
Well, you'll have to join me to find out.
Okay. Okay, you've really got me on pins and needles here. What is this experience you were talking about that's rare?
Well, I think we should replicate the journey of one Marcus Jones.
Who's that?
Jones was a botanist. He worked in Montana in the early 1900s. He was pretty prolific. In his career, he documented and even named a ton of plants. So he was a really great botanist, but he's actually best known for his roasts.
Wait, so he's a botanist that moonlights as a roast comic?
In a sense. He was a pretty prickly guy, and in fact his views were so unorthodox that by the late 1920s he was shut out of most of the botany journals. So he just took matters into his own hands. He bought a printing press, taught himself to typeset, and he started putting out his own botany journal called Contributions to Western Botany. With no one to edit or censor him, Jones just took to excoriating those botanists he disagreed with. I had a friend dramatize a few of his comments for you.
It is a common comment of workers in the gray herbarium that Fernald is becoming a common scold. He needs to be taken out in the woodshed and given a spanking. It is to be hoped that this will be done before he gets to the Bronxian position of seeing nothing good in the work of outsiders.
Wow, he really doesn't pull any punches.
Yeah, and the next one's probably even worse.
There have been several notable deaths in the botanical world since my last contributions. Green, the pest of systematic botany, has gone and relieved us from his botanical drivel. They say that the good that men do lives after them, but the evil is interred with their bones. I suspect that his grave must have been a big one to hold it all. Green was first, last, and at all the time a botanical crook and an unmitigated liar.
Holy crap.
Yeah, he was not afraid of speaking ill of the dead.
Wow.
Now, to be fair, Jones was just as likely to praise those he agreed with as to nail those who he felt had crossed him.
So, okay, you can't deny that he was witty, if a little bit temperamental, but what does that have to do with Glacier?
Well, Marcus Jones spent the summer of 1909 all around Glacier National Park. During that time, he spotted a rare plant, the Glaucus gentian. And to this day, over 110 years later, it's never been found anywhere else in the American Rockies besides this one pond along the Continental Divide in the Alpine of Glacier National Park.
Whoa.
I think we should go see it.
I'm game, but what was it called again?
The Glaucus gentian.
Okay. Where is it?
I'll have to show you. It's near Logan Pass, but it is a bit of a hike.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so yeah, we've hiked just over 10.5 miles already this morning, climbed 4,700 feet, and now I think we're within like 100 yards of our gentian. We're getting really close. I'm pretty excited to see it in a minute here. So when we get up to the pond, there's some water kind of seeping out the bottom of it, and you can see there's these mossy patches that have started growing in that wet area below the pond. That's our habitat. So we're gonna walk down there. I think that's where we're gonna find our flower, and we're just gonna be looking for something just a couple inches tall.
It's a pretty tough hike up here, so I was glad to get a little break while you explain some of the background of the flower and why we're up here in the first place. So he discovered the Glaucus gentian, the gooseneck sedge. Did he name all these things?
He didn't. The Glaucus gentian was named actually all the way back in 1790. A Prussian botanist named Peter Simon Pallas named it.
What does Glaucus mean?
Glaucus is, I think it's a really interesting word. It's not one that people use very much these days, but it's actually one of the oldest color words that we know about. Glaucus goes all the way back to Homer. In the Odyssey, Athena is described as glaucous-eyed, and so it became a descriptor of a kind of blue-green color.
So what is special about this Glaucus gentian?
Well, it's a pretty unique plant because it grows in so few places. It really has evolved to a very specialized kind of habitat here. This is a really harsh environment. There's a lot of snow, a lot of wind, it's cold, really short growing season. This particular spot we're in is really wet. It's fed by a snowfield. You'll see more of this type of habitat like in the Arctic Circle. Mm-hmm. So this plant is really adapted to really an Arctic situation. But because this area is kept moist by a snowfield, it's pretty threatened by climate change. If that snowfield were to disappear, this area is going to dry out. So scientists have been monitoring this site for 40 years, trying to track how the hydrology affects the plants. And they've noticed a statistically significant decline in the number of gentians that grow here. It really seems like it's attributable to that shrinking snowfield. It's not keeping things as moist as it used to be.
Oh, wow. So it sounds like climate change is making this plant even rarer.
I talked to one scientist who's been coming up here for years, and he said when he first started, he would kneel down to look at the flowers, and when he'd stand up, his pants were soaking wet. And in recent years, he stands up and his pants are still dry. It's just not as moist here anymore. It's interesting because, we've seen the climate trends in this area. We've seen increased temperatures, obviously, but we've also seen somewhat increased precipitation. So you'd think maybe a wet plant would benefit from that and it would be fine. But because that summer heat is so intense, it starts so early. It's warmer in March, April, and May. Often it stays about freezing at night in May. Things are just melting out faster, and it doesn't stay wet late enough into the season.
So it's less about the amount of moisture, but about the consistency.
The timing, yeah. It doesn't stay all summer anymore. So we're gonna keep monitoring this site and see what happens to the gentians, but they're really a signal for us to the health of our snowfields and the changing climate up here. Oh, and there's a mountain goat.
Well, I'm excited to try to find it.
Should we go ahead down there?
Sure.
Okay, it's been about 30 minutes now. I really actually thought we would have found it by now, but no sign of it so far. The search continues.
Spotted saxifrage, buttercups, and lots of moss. But no gentian yet.
All right, we're hitting the 1 hour mark. Still no sign of the flower. Bit puzzled. Thought we definitely would have found it by now.
Oh, big pile of bear poop.
Okay, we're approaching 2 hours. I'm starting to wonder if this thing is even here anymore. I really don't know where else to look, but I think we're gonna give it just a little longer, maybe another half hour.
I think Andrew just found it. I heard him shout.
I have like the biggest smile on my face right now. It's so nice to find it. That feels so good. We've been looking for a couple hours at this point. Yeah, 2.5 hours of just combing every square inch of this area. But it's here. It still exists. It was as glaucous as advertised.
Yeah, when you said blue-green, I was picturing more blue than green, I think. But it definitely was hard to pick out from everything around it. I can only imagine the insults Marcus Jones would have hurled at us after that performance.
Hey, all's well that ends well, and it was pretty exciting when we finally found it.
One of the coolest and most special things about Glacier National Park is the easy access to these wild alpine habitats. I mean, you could just drive right up to what is basically an Arctic habitat zone at Logan Pass. That's pretty incredible.
Yeah, it's really great, but it comes with some responsibility as well. These alpine environments are really sensitive to disturbance, like from climate change, as we discussed, but also our small individual actions, like walking on or picking the flowers. It's never worth stepping on one flower to get a better picture or view of another one. But despite the toilets and the cars and all of the people up there, Logan Pass is still one of the best places in the world to get close to nature.
And together, if we leave no trace, we can be sure to keep it that way for a long, long time to come.
That's our show for today. If you're interested in learning more about visiting Logan Pass or how to leave no trace when visiting any natural area, you can find links in the show notes for more info.
Thanks for listening.
Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park with support from the Glacier National Park Conservancy. The show was written and recorded on traditional native lands. Andrew Smith and Michael Feist produced, edited, and hosted the show. Ben Cosgrove wrote and performed our music. Alex Stilson provided tech support. Quinn Feller designed our art. Renata Harrison researched the show.
And narrated the credits.
Lacey Kowalski was always there for us. And Daniel Lombardi and Bill Hayden were the executive directors. Support for this show comes from the Glacier National Park Conservancy. The Conservancy works to preserve and protect the park for future generations. We couldn't do it without them, and they couldn't do it without support from thousands of generous donors. If you want to learn more about how to support this podcast or other awesome Conservancy projects, please go to their website at glacier.org. Of course, you can always help support the show by sharing it with everyone you know, your friends, your family, your dog, and also leave us a review online. Special thanks this episode to Bill Schustrom, Emlyn Stanton, Will Rice, Darren Lewis, and Jeff Hoyt, along with the entire facilities crew here at Glacier.
Ranger Bill, warrior of the woodland. Ranger Bill, warrior of the woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, showing rare courage in the face of disaster. In the air. On horseback. Or in a screaming squad car. Ranger Bill, his mind alert, a ready smile, unswerving, loyal to his mission. And all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
Hear that? Makes your hair stand on end, doesn't it? It's a mighty ghostly, scary sound, and that's a fact. Oh, by the way, I'm Ranger Bill, back again. Most of you know me by now. I've been the United States Forest Ranger out here in this part of the West for a long time now. My job is mostly conservation, taking care of our great natural resources, woods and waters, animals and birds. It's a wonderful job that I have, and I like it. Sometimes, though, it can be dangerous. That's all part of the day's work to a forest ranger. Our work deals with real people and real things, wild animals and trees and mountains. But once we had to deal with something that wasn't real, something that seemed to come from another world, something unseen, unknown, supernatural. That strange, wild, eerie wail you heard a moment ago was the signal for the uncanny adventure I call the Abominable Snowman.
Shut that window. Here we are in a skyscraper, 40 stories above the street, and yet that traffic noise would drive you crazy. Shut the window, I say.
Yes, Mr. Carstairs. Right away.
That's better. Now a fellow can think. Let's see, where were we to Hune?
I was just about to read you more from the encyclopedia here about the Rocky Mountain bighorn sheep.
Oh, yes, of course. Well, go on. What am I paying you for?
Yes, sorry, sir. The bighorn sheep is thought by many experts to be the most difficult animal to shoot in all the ranks of big game.
Ah, that's for me. Go on.
Living as it does in the Rocky Mountains, above the timberline, and even in the area of perpetual snow, it is a real hardship to pursue.
Snow country, eh?
That's what it says, Mr. Carstairs. The immense animal with its huge curling horns nevertheless has an uncanny ability to run and jump on steep slopes, where even a man cannot possibly climb or crawl.
Sounds better all the time. Keep reading.
Possessed of keen eyesight and hearing, the animal can almost never be approached to within logical rifle shot. The slightest sound or movement, easily seen and heard in the bare open spaces above the timberline, is enough to send the bighorn sheep out of sight in an instant.
Is that all?
It says here that the animal is very rare, because it makes such a prized trophy that big game hunters value it above everything else.
Big game hunters, eh? Who's the most famous big game hunter you ever heard of?
Why, you, sir.
Yes, me. Craig Carstairs, millionaire sportsman. That's what the newspapers call me. Why, I've shot every kind of big game animal there is. Rhinoceros, elephant, lion, and India tigers. I have the world's record of Kodiak bear, the world's record of African buffalo. I have them all, heads and horns all mounted, hanging on the walls of this penthouse apartment in New York.
Yes, sir.
But there's one I haven't got.
And that is?
The bighorn sheep. And that's the one I'm going to get.
That's beautiful, Stumpy, beautiful. But why the concert so early in the morning?
And I'm practicing for our high-toned visitor. I figured a feller as fancy as him ought to be serenaded with a harmonica concert.
That might be a good idea at that. But tell me, how did you know we were due for a visitor?
I can read the papers, long as the print ain't too small. Look here, right on the front page there, big as life and twice as natural. Craig Carstairs, world-famous big game hunter and millionaire sportsman, planning to visit Knotty Pine. Mr. Carstairs will be in this here territory sometime in order to incarcerate a campaign to shoot a world's record Rocky Mountain sheep. Mr. Carstairs is the holder of many world's records for big game and wishes to incorporate a pair of bighorn sheep horns into his collection of trophies. What's a trophy?
Trophy, Stumpy. The mounted head of some poor animal that's been shot to satisfy the ego of a man like our friend Mr. Carstairs.
Well, he ain't my friend. He might be... Oh, it looks like he's coming now. Hey, just feast your eye on that hat with the fancy feather in it, would you? Here I go.
Come in, please.
Are you the forest ranger?
I am, sir, and at your service. What can I do for you?
I'm Craig Carstairs. You've heard of me. Craig Carstairs, gentleman hunter.
Yes.
They told me down at the state capitol that you were the man to see. Said you had to check my hunting license.
Oh, yes. Then, too, we like to sort of get acquainted with anybody who's setting out for the mountains.
Why?
Well, they're pretty big mountains, you know.
Nonsense. I know my way around. I can take care of myself.
I see.
I'm out here to shoot a world's record Rocky Mountain sheep.
I wonder what the sheep will think about that.
What's that?
No, nothing.
May I see your license, Mr. Carstairs?
There it is, all in order. I wish to hire a guide. I pay top prices, plus a bonus after I get the sheep. I spend money, but I always get what I want. Right now, I want the best guide money can buy.
Well, the best guide we have out here doesn't guide for money. If I can persuade him to take you, you couldn't be in better hands, though.
Doesn't work for money. What's the matter with him? Is he crazy?
No, he just happens to love animals, that's all. Since this license here gives you permission to shoot a bighorn, he'll go along to protect your welfare up there in the mountains. And to protect the bighorn, too.
I don't need to be protected from a sheep.
No, but suppose you only wounded it.
I never miss.
But if you did, it would be up to the guide to see that the wounded animal was not left to die in agony.
Very pretty speech. But let's get the guide.
Well, I'll talk to him and then let you know.
You let me know? This character must be the world's greatest white hunter.
He ain't one of them high and mighty white hunters. In fact, come to think of it, he ain't a white hunter at all. He's an Injun.
How much farther do we have to go, and how much longer do we have to wait?
Not far and not long. We go around this bend. Maybe you see bighorn up ahead. There for sure.
Well, I hope so. We've been hunting a bighorn for 3 weeks.
3 weeks, not long to hunt bighorn. Some men hunt many years, never shoot one.
Well, not me. What I hunt for, I find. Find and shoot. Well, let's go.
You got breath back now?
Sure.
Keep flat on ground. Don't make noise. Bighorn see far and hear good.
All right.
Careful now. Soon we get to top of ridge. We see bighorn ahead. You go first. Move slow. What you see?
Yeah, a magnificent ram. A record pair of horns.
How far away?
700 yards. An easy shot with my scope.
He not stay there too long.
Oh, what a shoot. All right, bighorn, this is your finish. I'm taking aim. Now I've got your shoulder lined up. Front and rear sights. Now I'll just...
Hey, Rusty, there he is! Hooray, we found him!
Bighorn game gone. We not find him for 2 or 3 months now.
In another half second, I'd have pulled the trigger and had his horns for a trophy. That shouting scared him away. Who was it that shouted? Who was it? I demand to know.
It'll sound like boy.
I know it sounded like a boy. I'm not deaf. Well, who was it? I'll have him arrested. I'll have him put in jail.
Boy not break law. This free country. These mountains, yours, mine, boys. Boy can come here and shout and yell and have fun.
But this is hunting country. Ordinary people should be kept out.
This is God's country, too. Boy have as much right here as millionaire hunter.
Oh, is that so? Well, we'll see about that. Stalk an animal for 3 weeks and then have him scared away by some kid yelling like a lunatic? I'll see to it that everybody is kept out of these mountains until I get what I want.
Well, I'm sorry you lost your sheep, Mr. Carstairs, but that's the luck of a hunter.
I demand you do something about it.
Do something?
Yes. I demand you issue orders to keep people out of these mountains, out of the whole territory, until I get my sheep.
That's ridiculous and impossible. Those mountains are free to everyone. They're not your mountains any more than they're mine. Just because some boys on a hike happened to see that sheep just when you did.
Boys? Then you know who did the shouting?
Of course. They came in here all happy and excited to report they'd seen a bighorn.
And did you arrest them? Are they in jail? I'll prosecute them to the full extent of the law.
What for?
Why for? Well, for disturbing the peace, that's what.
Oh, that's nonsense, Mr. Carstairs. You had some bad luck, but it's nobody's fault.
You mean to sit there and tell me you won't do anything about it?
There's nothing I can do, or would do.
Hello? Hello, Cutler?
Yes?
This is Carstairs. I'm calling from Knotty Pine.
Did you get your bighorn?
No, that's what I'm calling about. I nearly got one, but some boys scared it away. Too many people up in those mountains. If I could keep the people out, I'd have a chance to get that bighorn. Now listen.
Right here was where we were last week, Grey Wolf, when we saw the bighorn. I was here with the boys' brigade, and we were on a hike, a nature hike. You know what a nature hike is?
A nature hike, good thing. Boys learn about trees, flowers, animals.
Yeah. I guess that rich man was mighty mad at us. Or at me, I mean, because I hollered to the other guys when I spotted the bighorn.
How you find this out?
Oh, he's staying down at the hotel in town. And he told the waitress that's Rusty's mother. And she told Rusty, and Rusty told old Hank, and Hank told his little brother, and his little brother told me.
But you're not worried.
No, not now. I told Ranger Bill, and he said it was okay. Say, what's that rich guy staying around here for anyway?
You want to shoot bighorn. Want record pair of horns.
I see. Now, that's why he doesn't want anybody up in these mountains but him. So he can be sure and get a shot at that bighorn without anybody around to scare it away.
I think you go home.
No, he's still here. Hey, do you think that old bighorn will show up in this mountain peak today like he did last week?
Maybe so, maybe not. Bighorn sheep very shy. Get big scare, go back in far hills up in snow. Don't come back in long time.
Yeah.
Well, it's always like this.
Lonely and scary up here, isn't it?
Yeah. Lonely on timberline. No trees, grass, just rocks.
It's getting towards sunset.
We wait. You watch for bighorn.
All right. What's that?
I don't know.
Is it a mountain lion? Is it a mountain lion, Grey Wolf?
No, not mountain lion.
Was it a bird?
No.
Grey Wolf, maybe we better be heading for home. I'm not much interested in seeing that bighorn sheep after all. I'm pretty sure he's not coming. Grey Wolf, let's go home.
Okay.
What's making that awful noise, Grey Wolf? Some animal?
No, not animal.
A man?
It don't sound like man. Indians call this barren land above timberline home of ghosts. Ghost country.
Grey Wolf, was that a ghost?
No such thing as ghost, but...
But what?
It sounded like ghost.
I've known you since we both were boys, Grey Wolf. And I regard you as one of the most level-headed men I've ever seen. Yet this story you tell has me buffaloed. Are you sure you heard that sound?
I'm sure, Bill.
Now listen. You've gone to college, you're a sensible man. Yet you stand there and tell me this wasn't made by a man, an animal, a bird, or the wind. That's crazy talk. That doesn't leave anything but the supernatural.
Not right.
Man, don't tell me you believe in ghosts.
I think you not heard sound.
Oh, what next?
We at place now where boy and I hear bad sound yesterday.
Good. Well, come on.
Let's wait here a while.
What? Oh, don't tell me that you're... Oh, very well. I might as well rest and catch our breath. It's a tough climb up here, and there's no...
We go home now, huh, Bill?
No. Not right away. That sound. It beats anything I ever heard. I think...
We not go ahead either, huh, Bill?
No. Here, get the wooden box out of the knapsack on my back. Right there. Yeah, hand it over. That's it. Thanks.
What you do? What's that, Bill?
This is a portable tape recorder. If that thing howls or wails or screeches again, I'll get it on this tape. And I might be able to study it and find... There. I got it. Obliging to it to serenade us again. Here, slip this box back in my pack again.
All done.
That's it.
Now what we do, Bill?
Well, to be truthful, I don't want to go looking for that thing any more than you seem to want to. I'd like to have some kind of an idea what I'm looking for before I go rushing ahead. All right, let's get back to the office. I have some research reading ahead of me, Grey Wolf. And then we'll come back with rifles.
What do you want? I thought I told you not to be seen talking to me.
Well, I was going to slip a note under your door here in the hotel, but this was too good to keep.
What's too good to keep?
I was down in the general store tonight getting some groceries. Quite a crowd there.
So what?
Well, everybody was yapping about that terrible howling and screeching up in the big game country. It seems that kid's been talking his head off. He heard it, and it like to scared him to death.
Isn't that a pity?
More yet, listen to this. Mr. Hotshot Ranger and his man Friday, that educated redskin, they heard it too. And the Indian just ain't talking. He's scared too.
Hey, you certain sure that their high-powered portable cannon of yours is loaded?
This rifle? Oh, it's loaded all right, Stumpy.
She won't freeze up, will she? Mighty snowy and cold up here above the timberline. Man must be crazy to come up here, especially when he's hunting for a spook. What are we hunting for, anyways?
I'm not sure.
Well, we've come a long ways if all we're hunting for is nothing. Hey, what's them up ahead? Bar tracks? Mighty high up for a bar.
Come on, let's find out.
Well, pound me down and call me Shorty, if that ain't the peculiarest tracks I ever did see.
Fresh snow. Must have fallen last night. Fresh tracks, perfectly clear.
But what kind of tracks, Bill?
Well, looks like a huge bear.
Yeah, but them ain't no bar tracks.
Or maybe a giant ape or gorilla.
You daffy, too? No gorillas up here in all this snow. No, that ain't monkey tracks.
Could it be a man?
A man? Here, look here, these here marks. Looks like something was dragging, like a tail, a big tail. Bill, I'm getting powerful cold all of a sudden like it. I'm getting the pneumonia. I'm going back right out of here. I gotta get home immediately, right now.
Say, boy. Boy.
Who, me?
Yes, come on over here. I want to talk to you.
What is it?
Do you know who I am?
Yes, sir. Everybody in town does. You're Mr. Carstairs, the big game hunter.
Right. I called you over here to ask you, I've asked everybody else in town. Do you know where I can get a guide to take me up into the mountains, into the bighorn sheep ranges?
No, sirree, I don't. Nobody's going up in them mountains anymore. Not nobody. Not since...
Not since what?
Not since that wailing and screeching's been going on up there.
Oh, yes, seems I have heard something about that. Do you mean to say people are afraid to go up there now?
Well, maybe not afraid. They just don't want to go.
How about you?
Me? Well, I wouldn't go for $1 million.
Why not?
Me? Up there where that thing is? Oh, not on your life.
The abominable snowman.
What'd you say, mister?
Nothing. Nothing of importance.
It doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense.
Bill, plenty of people hear this and stay out of mountains.
It can't be possible, Grey Wolf.
Plenty of people see tracks in snow, tracks made by things, see tracks. Come back and stay out of mountains.
It can't happen here.
Boy tell you that millionaire man tell him about snowman?
Yes, and it tallies. It all adds up, but I still can't believe it. Did you read that article in the encyclopedia that I marked for you?
Yes.
It bears out what we heard. That recording we made parallels the description in the article. What those hunters from Milk River say up there agrees with the article. Now, let me see that again. Just can't be. For centuries, there's been a legend that high in the Himalaya mountains, in India and the land of perpetual snow, there lives a strange creature, part bear, part ape, part man, shaggy, with a long tail, walks upright, has a piercing, ghostly cry. People who hear it or see it are invariably terrified. Has never been captured or shot. The thing is known as the abominable snowman.
What you think, Bill? You think we have this snowman in our mountains? People here think so.
What do you think, Grey Wolf? I see.
Well, what you do now, Bill?
I'm going to go hunting. I'm going to find this thing and end this reign of terror. And one other thing, Grey Wolf. We're taking Mr. Millionaire Sportsman Craig Carstairs along with us.
No.
No? Why not?
He left for a mountain this morning with rifle and pack. He left alone.
All right. We can settle with him later if we have to. Grey Wolf, my friend, we're going after the abominable snowman.
There it is. Not far now.
Yes. We've trailed it to its den, I think.
We've been over snow line. 3-4 hours. Followed tracks high up into the valley.
Yeah. Nothing up here but snow and ice. Let's go.
You got rifle ready?
Sure, but I don't want to use it unless I have to. I want to capture this thing alive if I can. You have the net ready?
Net ready. This net like animal trainer used to catch wild beasts.
All right, come along. Slowly, though.
Goes closer now.
Yeah. Can't be very far away. Been trailing it at a fast clip. Must be getting tired. Or else.
Or else what?
Or else it's decided to turn and attack us.
We'd be ready.
Yeah. Watch close now. Lots of tracks here. Must be near its den. Easy now. Let's go around this hummock of snow very cautiously.
Bill, that place where ice make roof.
Yeah?
Underneath. Where it's dark, you see? You see it?
Yeah. I see it, all right. Shaggy, matted hair covering the body.
Yeah.
Long tail, big claws.
Big teeth.
The face of a prehistoric monster. Get ready, Will. We'll rush it. It can't get out of this gully unless it comes this way. You take your end of the net.
Got it.
Now, I'll take this side. And don't forget, I have the rifle. Hey, you! Whatever you are you coming out of there peaceably? Who or what are you? If you won't come out, we'll come and get you. Okay, come on, Grey Wolf. Fast and quick. That's it. Over his head. Pull it up. Pull the net tight. Get it over his head. That's it. We got it. He's not even tight. Can't move. All right. All right now, monster. I'll just get a good hold in the shaggy head of yours and pull. And off comes your mask and wig. I expose the abominable snowman.
It's a man.
Yes.
A man dressed in monster clothes.
Yes. A man registered at the hotel as Mr. Cutler. Did Carstairs put you up to this?
Yes. Might as well let me up. I won't try to get away. Carstairs hired me to pretend to be mythical, abominable snowman. I've been a ski instructor an actor. I had this outfit made up. Came here on his orders. Scare people out of the mountains so he'd be free to hunt. He paid me $5,000.
All this just so he could shoot a record pair of horns, huh?
What are you gonna do to me?
I don't know yet. Our next job is to find Carstairs. He's up here alone in these mountains.
That no good.
He said he was going to Rocky Ledge Ridge.
2 hours from here. Come on. You too. See anything of him, Grey Wolf?
No, but I hear. Listen.
Yeah, I hear him. Where is he?
This is his rifle. They're on the ground.
Up there.
Oh, there he is. Halfway up that steep slope of shale. His heel's caught somehow. He's hanging practically head downward. Nobody can get a foothold in that loose shale.
I try, Bill. Stop fighting. Get your foot loose. Stop fighting. If you struggle, you bring down more rocks. Hold on now. I'm coming.
We'll sit here and rest. Got a long hike ahead of us before we hit the timberline.
Mr. Jefferson, Grey Wolf, I'm ashamed. What can I do?
Your colleague Cutler is going to give the high school gymnasium the $5,000 you paid him to impersonate the monster.
Is the least I can do. That and apologize.
I'll double that amount, triple it. But I wish I could prove to you how repentant I really am.
Shh, look. You want record bighorn ram. Over there, 400 yards, perfect shot.
There he stands. A world's record head if I ever saw one. Go ahead, Carstairs. You'll never get a chance like this again. Go ahead. If you want that ram, shoot.
No. No, I've seen how you men spend your life saving animals and people. Your way of life has taught me a lesson. I'm going to let that bighorn sheep go back to his mountains where he belongs.
Craig, I know you're supposed to be the world's greatest big game hunter. But I found out just now you're more than that. You're a man. Well, that's about it. Carstairs and his actor friend did help the gymnasium fund. But what was really important, they learned that bragging and showing off don't help you when you're in trouble. And incidentally, we have the costume in our little museum, the one worn by the fake abominable snowman. Well, see you next week for more adventure with
Ranger Bill!
From Yellowstone National Park, this is what we do. I'm Jake Frank.
And I'm Brett Rayburn.
Hi, Brett.
Hey, how's it going?
I am great. How are you?
I'm good. I had a good weekend.
Yeah, that's good to hear. Hey, how are your pipes in your house doing? You like that transition? Have you flushed your toilet today?
My pipes, I think they're good. Do you know something I don't that I don't know?
No, I just wanted to. That was the best transition that I could come up with.
That was terrible. I'm not gonna lie.
So no, what I have a trivia question. I want to ask you.
Okay.
All right. So Yellowstone, we're a big park, 2.2 million acres, 4.5 million people roughly visit the park every year. We have a lot of infrastructure in the park that's hidden to support all that visitation. Part of those systems are water and wastewater systems in the park. So how many combined between the making clean water and then making dirty water clean? If you combine those two systems, how many of those are in the park?
Like pipes?
The number of
systems
of total systems. Yeah. So you don't have to. It's not like miles of pipe or anything.
Okay,
it's just
that's
like
what I was
a complete
trying to
system
anticipate.
because they're located all throughout the park. So if you were to count the total number, how many are there across the park?
15.
There are 23 wastewater
Ooh.
systems and 21 water systems. So a combined 44.
So it wasn't even close.
It's a lot. It's
Wow.
like, and this is like something that I had no clue about until I started, working with the facilities team to document all of our infrastructure, from like the GOA projects and putting in money to improve our infrastructure. It is unbelievable how much infrastructure there is, and it's all hidden. Like no one sees it, but it's by design. It's all, behind the trees and whatnot.
So do we know how many feet of pipe there are in this park? I really want to know that now.
I have no idea, but maybe our guest today, Jason Murphy, he's the utility systems facility manager for our water and wastewater systems. Do you know that answer?
The exact number off the top of my head, I do
centimeter to the millimeter.
No, thousands though.
Yeah.
Between water and sewer, it's thousands.
Yeah.
There's over 500 manholes. That one sticks in my head from from that spec sheet. But
wow,
yeah,
that is crazy.
That's a lot. Water and sewer.
That's a lot.
Well, speaking of water and wastewater and manholes, how are you today? Another great transition.
It is a very great transition. I am fine.
Yeah. Well, thank you for joining us today.
How are your pipes?
My pipes are good.
Yeah.
Toilets are flushing.
Great.
That's a win. So, why don't we just kind of dive in? How did you get into the Park Service? Did you start in the Park Service, or did you even before then? Just how'd you get here?
My first Park Service job, I applied as a summer seasonal in 2001, and I was picked up as a wage grade 3 garbage truck operator, and not the driver, but I rode the garbage truck. We had ride-along garbage trucks in Canyon then. We had about 300 of those swinging bear cans, and I rode the garbage truck for that summer, picking up garbage in Canyon.
That seems like a fun job.
It was a very fun job.
So like on the outside, like you're the one hanging on the outside. That is cool.
Mm-hmm.
That's like the one that all the little kids want to be when they grow up.
Correct.
Yeah.
We've taken that away. Now they have mechanical arms that do that, but it was a very fun job.
They always got to ruin all the fun stuff. Yeah. So
can't hang on the back of a truck driving around town.
Yeah.
Anymore.
There's somebody probably got seriously injured, and then So, how did you find that job? How did you hear about, how did you even know to apply?
Friends at University of Montana who came down here and worked for YCR as seasonals.
Okay.
And they were like, you should apply for these jobs. And
so are you from the area, or did you go to school here, or?
We were living in Missoula at the time. I grew up in Buffalo, New York, but we had moved out in 98 to Missoula, and just met some folks that, had been coming down and working seasonally for the Park Service. And the housing was a very big draw at that point, that you could get a job that came with housing.
Yeah.
So
in Yellowstone. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, between hanging off the back of a garbage truck and your current position, there's probably a few jobs in between those two things.
There's a few jobs in between. Yep.
What, you want to walk us through that?
Well, my father was in the utility stuff, so I kind of grew up with some of that, at least in the collections and distribution side of things. So I'd known about it. And then in between that summer season and kind of, still as a seasonal, working for, doing the ski school thing in the winter and then coming back. It was, even back then, it was recruitment and retention for water and wastewater operators was tough. People came and went pretty regularly, even going all the way back into the late 90s. So I kind of saw that there was a way to get in there then. I did then do a little stint for the Department of Defense in Germany, working for the Army for a few years in early 2002 through 2004 or 5 when we came back. And I've been here ever since then. And it was kind of that on the job training you could get and do some correspondence courses, grab some certifications, and then get in the door that way. That was pretty much the easiest way to get a permanent job in Yellowstone.
Yeah. So we've done a handful of these interviews now, and the consistent thing is like, I think John Cataldo said, move at the speed of opportunity, is that it's just kind of being in the place and being willing to learn some new thing and then take advantage of it. So
I didn't leave.
Yes, that is another way. It's just plant your roots. So, so in your current job, so as the utility systems facility manager, do you have a typical day and like, or a time of year, or like what does your job look like?
Well, let's be honest. There hasn't been any quite typical day since June 2023.
What happened then?
There was a flood.
Oh, yeah, there was a big flood.
Yeah. So been pretty wrapped up in that project, getting the wastewater plant up and running here in Mammoth, which it's been up and running since July of.
Yeah. So
did I get the date mixed up? Was that 22?
22. Yeah. So for folks that don't know, we had a big flood in June of 22 that washed away one of our roads, and in that road was a wastewater line that would take our sewage from Mammoth out to the town of Gardner where it was processed. And then when that line severed, we basically had to build a temporary wastewater facility in Mammoth.
We resurrected a facility from that was last used probably in the late 60s, within a matter of 48 hours after we lost the main line down to Gardner.
It was like a zombie facility.
Yeah.
Came back from the dead.
Mm-hmm. Got a lot of chainsaws
Spooky.
and weed whackers out, and thanks to YCC and a bunch of other folks and fire crews for getting some stuff cleaned up, and we were able to utilize some existing infrastructure actually to great success for a while, to keep the community of Mammoth here. And then over the course of that year, I got those dates mixed up. So June 2022 to July 2023, build a biologically processing wastewater treatment facility here in Mammoth.
It's been
that
crazy
wasn't on your radar either. It was just like, oh, by the way, I know you have this to do, but this is a new thing that you have to do starting now.
Yeah. And, living in Lower Mammoth, looking down and seeing that thing go up and just how fast, there's always speed bumps in the road, but I mean, with the government building things like building a wastewater facility in like less than a year isn't a typical timeline.
No.
Yeah. So I'm guessing that's been your primary thing to take care of is here.
Being on site. There's a few other folks like Molly, our park civil engineer, who's very critical in getting that up and running. We got great support from Denver Service Center, and then the contractors and stuff that stepped up to get it all going.
So with, all of the things that you're mentioning, is there like a skill set that you have that you found that has like kind of allowed you to be the most successful in your position?
I feel like I'm pretty adaptable, flexible, kind of got to roll with the punches. And you need to be creative and use what you have around you. Like I said, there's some folks here who have been here for a while. So when the flood happened, we reached out to a few people that have been here for a while, and they were like, you do this, and you got to have a good network of people to get all that information across and then implement. So being able to strategize quickly and then implement that plan. And that's kind of the general thing with utilities is stuff's going to happen and you're going to need to figure it out kind of on the fly. And you don't always have those parts on the shelf, or even whatever it is. If it's a water main break or something like that, you've got to really be able to react quickly, but yet systematically and approach to keep everyone safe and to get the job done.
Yeah, it's one of those things too that's like everyone's looking at you, waiting for you to figure it out too, because they're like just holding their pee over there, waiting to use the toilets again. Like,
yep.
It's a high stress.
I think situation. The park had a great team response too from the whole flood. That I don't think anyone was holding it too much.
I had my wag bags ready.
Yeah, right. You bust out the groover. We're going on a raft trip. But no, that's pretty much it. And then generally work a lot with outside partners, EPA, rural water associations for both Montana and Wyoming, Wyoming DEQ. This position here, and with Molly and the civil engineer for the park, we work a lot with Denver Service Center, and it is kind of that kind of position where you're balancing between the regulatory agencies. Wyoming is the only state in the nation that did not take primacy over drinking water. So we get the fun of, we work with EPA for drinking water region 8, and then Wyoming DEQ for wastewater. But yeah, and Wyoming DEQ also has everything to do with construction and permitting and things like that. So,
well, that's also the benefit. But the majority of our infrastructure is in Wyoming, right? Like we do have a little bit like that does bleed into Montana, but the majority of it's Wyoming. So, what do you have a favorite part of the job? Like what do you wake up and enjoy doing? You know,
I like pumping sludge.
Yeah,
that's kind of like my favorite part of when I get out of the office, or those kind of things. Pumping sludge is very rewarding.
Do you put that on like the calendar on the days that you get to do
We're
it? It's
doing
just
it
like
a lot
pumping
more
sludge.
than we ever have now with this new treatment facility. So,
it's gonna be a good day.
The closure of the wastewater loop. So
where does the sludge go?
Right now, it's going to the compost facility at the landfill in Logan.
Okay,
and they'll use it. They use it in the landfill. They mix it with wood chips, and most of the municipal wastewater treatment facilities in the area, Livingston, Bozeman, even Three Forks, and some of the other ones, they all use the compost facility too. So they use it in the as they layer things in, and when they close cells and in between intermediate stuff in the cells, they put that layer of that material. They mix it with wood chips and other things like that.
So if pumping sludge is your favorite part of the job, what is your least favorite part of the job?
That's a loaded question. I mean,
what are some of the challenges that you face in your job?
That's a better way to ask.
Yeah.
I think right now recruitment and retention is definitely a challenge. Finding certified operators nationwide is a challenge. I think through that whatever happened a couple of years ago, we don't want to talk about the pandemic, but
yeah,
we did lose a lot of that knowledge base and some of those older operators, and we're struggling as a profession nationwide from coast to coast.
Well, and you mentioned it even in your, when you were at Canyon doing garbage, that you noticed that it was hard to recruit and retain people back then. Is that just like, does anybody have an idea as to why that is? Is that just like the hazards of the profession, or is it like?
Yeah, and I think, it seemed kind of clear back then that, people with families, being someone who's experienced that, staying in the interior of the park and that remote duty station is difficult.
No pun intended.
No pun. Yeah. DOODI. That's just a struggle, even when we had children, and that was kind of my exodus from the interior after being out there for 8-9 years was, you want to be home, and that makes it difficult.
Can you kind of go into why, like, what are some of those difficult things that you have to
school?
Yeah. I mean, what does that look like, getting your kids to school?
We didn't.
Or homeschooling.
Yeah, that was not an option.
Yeah.
I could see like kindergarten, we could do blocks and, music and all the fun stuff. But no.
Teach me trigonometry.
My wife worked for the park for years, for 20 years, homeschooled. Yeah. So we decided not to do that. She was here in Mammoth at the time. And I was able to come into Mammoth and work out of the plumbing shop for about 10 years, doing some HVAC stuff and just all kind of project work and things like that before this position came up.
So now that you're, in your facility manager position, and I'm guessing you supervise a handful of people, with all those challenges and trying to recruit and retain people, I mean, why do you stay here? What keeps you with the National Park Service?
Well, I've always loved being here. That I feel like that's, as far as recruitment goes, when you're looking for people who want to be here, you want wherever they are, whatever job it is. If you're in, Michigan or Florida or North Carolina, I would think anybody who you're recruiting for any job, you want the person to want to be where they're at least at that time. So I've always wanted to be here. I was in love with the park. Be honest, I was in love with the skiing in the park for a long, long time. I still am, but you just don't have that kind of time.
I was going to say
anymore.
that sounds past tense.
Well, life, adulting,
kids,
there's adulting. So yeah, and just the idea of, and I always thought this, it might sound a little cliche, but you get to do some of that mission statement stuff, the stewardship model. Take Canyon Wastewater Treatment Plant, for example. It's the only treatment plant in the park that discharges directly into the Yellowstone River. So I always thought, even going back to 20 years ago, that you had a part of that kind of responsibility and stewardship. And plus you're doing a little bit of science. There's some science to it. And I just thought that was the best part of working in the park. And you can only, I was never going to be in REYP or anything like that. So it was just, for me, it was part of that. You could see that in the mission.
Yeah. Well,
relate to it.
And, 2001 is when you said you got your first job here.
Mm-hmm.
Is there, between then and now, has there been some point in your career that you kind of identified as like a turning point or a defining moment that you're just like really stands out to you?
I think there's a lot, and not to talk, the flood was definitely one 2 summers ago now. I think a defining moment was, getting that first permanent job, because that was a roller coaster. And then even progressing up and moving from the interior to Mammoth. That was a big deal.
And because that's like the whole, everything other than work, it is improved by being up here, not the logistics of with your kids and,
Mm-hmm.
Things like that.
Yeah. Yeah. That was when the skiing stopped.
Yeah.
So I guess in some ways improved, and in some ways,
fun, right? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do get that. And that's a cutting edge. It cuts both ways. Like, it's super fun to be in the interior in the winter. You have access to all this stuff, but then on the flip side of the coin, you got to get on the snowmobile and drive to the store. So
I think it's important though that we make sure that people know that the interior life in the winter is not, it's manageable. If you don't make a grocery list now, if you come and you work in the interior, you might want to start working on your grocery list.
You can't forget eggs.
You can't forget. Yeah. There's just a little bit, there's another level of logistics, and organization that goes to it. But I loved it. And that was a hard part of moving.
Yeah.
I kind of felt like I was abandoning something that, I really wanted. I always wanted, even when we were in Germany working, I was always like, oh, okay, this is great.
Yeah.
Europe, we're traveling.
Eating schnitzel.
Yeah. We get to go to Croatia on our day, on our trips or wherever it was. But I was always like, all right. And then the supervisor at the time, he would call my mom. Be like, is he coming back? No, he's not coming back yet. And so when we decided to pull the plug, it was just a phone call. It was like, okay, I'm ready. Come back. And they welcomed us back here with open arms and a lot of mosquito bites. Mary went down to the south entrance. There's not a lot of mosquitoes in Germany. That was the one.
Yeah. Not a lot of bugs in general, probably.
So, we're mentioning like recruitment, retention, finding the right kind of person. So say that there are people listening right now that are interested in this type of career. If they were to try to find this job on USA Jobs, what are they looking for? Like, is there a job series for like that you're hiring for, or typically that,
We typically were hiring for its utility systems repairer and operator. I believe the series is 4742.
Okay.
And we do hire, we have some higher graded positions that are open right now that would come with, being more certified at the beginning, but more and more we're opening positions that are entry level positions. We hope to do, in this recruitment push, we hope to do some other things. I don't want to, say things and never be able to implement them. So
yeah, this is recorded. So then
right,
it's like, no, you said you would do this.
Say-do gap is huge in this one.
Yeah.
But I think we want to get creative and and talking to Wyoming Rural Water last Friday, and just reach out and try to come together with other organizations that are having the same problem and try to just pull together and work through this, because this is a nationwide kind of thing for us. In this field.
And it's one of those things. It's one of those professions that no one notices it until something isn't going right.
Mm-hmm.
And when it is going wrong, it's really bad.
Right.
Like it's like an emergency type of a thing. So yeah. Do you have any advice for people, like if they wanted to get started in this, like if they have their certifications and everything, it sounds like they would just apply for a job. But
Correct.
if somebody is brand new, like what do they start with?
I think you could start with, like this is going to get edited. Even that quick Googling, like Water Environmental Federation or American Water Works Association, starting with that, I feel like a lot of things just start with that basic research, and then reach out. Every community has people that do this.
Everyone has wastewater.
Everyone has water and wastewater, and I'm sure you've noticed somewhere driving around your town, you've seen somebody in a truck, Department of Public Works truck. Yellowstone has municipal features. We operate, we plow roads, we make water, we do wastewater. I would encourage people to start there. Go to a water and wastewater district board meeting, meet people, get in that way with your local folks. There's a lot of people right now nationwide trying to start intern programs or apprenticeship programs or things like that. I would be really surprised if your local high school biology teacher or doesn't have or knows some way to get a hold of somebody in your community that knows the water and wastewater guy or gal.
Yeah. And going on a tour, like I went on a tour of a wastewater treatment plant, and it was like fascinating. Like I didn't really know what I was getting into, but it was like, I want to know more about how this actually, do you have like a really nutshell presentation of how that process works?
Yeah, it all depends on
fascinating.
On the treatment facility, right? Or whatever, if it's for wastewater, if it's a biological or a mechanical treatment facility, water, what the source is it groundwater, is it surface water, those kind of things.
So pick one, and like, it sounds like we have all the flavors in Yellowstone.
That's kind of an interesting.
Yeah. So if you were to say,
it.
What's the most complicated one? What's the wastewater facility here that's giving you the hardest time, and like kind of explaining?
Well, I think we deal with some of the aged infrastructure that gives us a harder time. I think some of the ideas behind, you turn it off and you turn it on every year, that wears on a system more than the thought of maybe, well, you only use it 6 months out of the year, it should last double the time.
Yeah.
No. And just in the learning of bringing this facility here in Mammoth online, it's a more modern treatment process than we have anywhere in the Park Service. Teton, we went down to Teton. Patrick Larson down at Teton has an MBR there at Moose that they've had probably maybe inside 10 years. We went down there and we talked to him and we learned about some of that. And I think what was good for us is we had that Great American Outdoors Act push already going. So we had a lot of this stuff we had a year under our belts of planning for building Old Faithful and Grant Village and Canyon. So we had some of that experience with the engineering firms already to kick this off the ground.
And one of the things I learned, going out with you guys is when you said aging infrastructure, a lot of our facilities were put in like 40 plus years ago, right? And what's the average lifespan of a facility?
Well, I think that the average lifespan of a facility is if it was maintained. And we've struggled with that for a whole host of reasons. But I struggle with the idea of putting a number on it.
Gotcha.
Like I don't want to sit, it's going to last for 50 years. It's going to last as long as we need it to last if we take care of it.
Yeah.
We're lucky here. We're not in a situation like a municipality that's going to put in another 15,000 homes. So we can cap our capacity for the most part. So we don't need to worry about having another 1 million gallons of capacity when we might do some lodging updates and infrastructure stuff like that. But we're not going to have those same issues like a municipality, like a Bozeman or somewhere else.
But even so if these facilities were put in 40 or 50 years ago, visitation was much lower, and were the facilities kind of built that there was room to grow them, or are we kind of now?
We run everything, even from my time here, everything that's on when it's on. I always go back to the campgrounds were full in 2001 when I showed up, and the lodging was full in 2001 when I got here, right? Those plants were operating the same way then as they are now. They're on Mac, 14 hours a day or 24 hours a day. They're running at that capacity that they were designed.
Gotcha. Well, yeah, admittedly. So this is an anecdote that I like to say. When I was a little kid, you'd always drive by the wastewater plant and you'd get the smell. And my mom's like, "Oh, that's the wastewater plant." And in my mind, I thought it was like the pipes dumped into like a plant with like leaves. And there was like a plant that just like ate
Absorbed
all of the
all.
waste. And I was like, wow, that's a really cool plant. Like just like trees, they take the carbon dioxide out of the air.
Well, plants don't tomato plants grow out of the sludge because we can't like process tomato seeds or something? Or am I just like, did I dream? That's a weird dream to have.
I think I've heard something along those lines. But I mean, wetland treatments is a very real process.
Yeah.
I mean, so it's not far off.
Thank you for not making me feel so
thanks.
silly.
Yeah.
No.
He's winking at us across. You guys can't see it, but he's like, we'll make Jake feel better.
Yeah. So the last question we like to ask everybody before they go is, do you have like a favorite story or memory in Yellowstone or some other national park that's just like a fun thing to share with our listeners?
I just think I was really lucky for the better part of 12 years to have my family here, raise my kids here in the park, and just have that experience. I feel blessed to have gotten to where I'm at today, and I look forward to, taking the challenges head on and getting to where we're going to go tomorrow. And then all those great powder days at Canyon over the course of 9 winters are always in the back of my head.
Do you think your kids like fully grasp the fact that they grew up in like that's not normal to get to grow up in Yellowstone?
Yeah, I think I do actually.
Cool.
Yeah, I think they do. As much as a teenager can grasp.
Yeah, I mean,
she didn't have a phone then, so yeah.
Those are those like icebreaker things that I think they can be like, I grew up in Yellowstone,
Yeah.
Good story.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time and to talking about water and wastewater with us. It's one of those things that again, getting to go out with you guys and your team and seeing what you do, it's really very interesting. Also, I think everyone in Mammoth and the hotels and everybody that's here, the fact that we can even be here because you guys got that facility up and running as fast as you did. We really appreciate that as well.
Appreciate that. Thank you. It took a lot of people.
Well, that's it for this week's episode of What We Do. Thanks again to our guest, Jason Murphy. If you like what we do, rate and review the show wherever you listen, because every positive review helps new listeners find the show. If you have questions or you want to learn more about a particular job, contact us using the form at go.nps.gov/whatwedo. Thanks for listening. From Yellowstone National Park, this is What We Do. Hey, everyone, and welcome to the What We Do podcast. I'm Jake Frank. Our team of 4 will be interviewing 10 people over the next 10 weeks to take you behind the scenes to share stories from people who work for the National Park Service in the world's first national park. So first things first, hi team.
Hey, Jake.
Hey, Jake.
How's everybody doing?
Awesome.
Good.
Why don't we do some quick team intros? So if we do, let's say your name, your title, maybe your division, how long you've been in Yellowstone, what your favorite hobbies are. No, and maybe if there's any other parks you've worked at. Miles.
All right. I'm Miles Barger. I'm the Publications Program Manager here at Yellowstone in the Division of Resource Education and Youth Programs. I've been in Yellowstone for about 3 years this time around. I worked here earlier in my career as well, and I've also worked at Denali National Park and Black Canyon of the Gunnison National Park and at Harper's Ferry Center. You can look that up if you want to know what it is.
Brett, what about you?
Yeah, so I'm the newbie here. I've only been at Yellowstone for about 2 years so far. Before that, I was at Shenandoah National Park for 12 years. And I'm the digital media specialist here, which basically deals with the website, social media, the NPS app, and digital exhibits in the visitor centers. Ashton, how long have you been here?
Well, Yellowstone's actually my first park, and I've been here for about 4 years now as a digital communications specialist for the superintendent's office. So working on similar types of things as Brett, web, social media, and the like. So what about you, Jake?
I'm the old guy here, apparently. I've been here a little less than 8 years, got here in 2016. I've worked at a handful of parks. I started in the Tetons and then went to Glacier, then Carlsbad Caverns, then up to Denali. Miles, me and you, whoop, whoop.
Yep.
And then worked for Rocky, also Miles, whoop, whoop.
That's right.
So Miles is
I've been following Jake. Yeah.
And then Yellowstone, and then I got my first permanent job in Glacier doing media, and then came here permanently. I also am a digital communication specialist like Ashton. I also work in the superintendent's office with Ashton, but it seems like everybody here on the team, we're all involved in media, web, social, photography, videography, kind of a little bit of everything. Podcasting now. Our resume is getting longer the longer we're here, so it's good stuff. Yeah, so now that you know who we are, let's give you some of the highlights of the park. So as far as the employees and the money, Yellowstone has about 750 employees each year, and 350 of those are year-round permanent employees. And in addition to our paid staff, we also have about 450 volunteers that help with various things throughout the park. We have a federal appropriation, so the money that we get from Congress, when a budget's passed, is around $40 million. But it takes at least double that to operate the park each year. So I think last year it was around $81 or $82 million. And, if you're a budget person, you're like, how does it work, to run a park on 80 million if you only get 40 million? And basically we make up the difference through other revenue streams, like, when you come to the park and pay an entrance fee, or if you're a commercial tour operator in the park. And then we also have philanthropic donations. So people who donate to the park or our nonprofit, Yellowstone Forever. And all that money is not even including the major infrastructure project dollars, because some years with projects included, we spend upwards of like $125 million each year.
Yeah. And let's talk about Yellowstone's resources. Yellowstone itself is a pretty big park. We're at 2.2 million acres. Not the largest park in the lower 48. I think we're second. Death Valley is 3 million or something, but we are pretty big, 2.2 million acres. And even more than that, Yellowstone is at the heart of the surrounding area, which is known as the Greater Yellowstone Ecosystem, which is, if we didn't have these made up straight line boundaries of the park, it's where our wildlife migrate and where we share a lot of our processes and things like that. So it's a huge area. Geologically speaking, Yellowstone is an active volcano, and it sits atop a cooling magma chamber. And when water is heated by the cooling magma chamber, we get hydrothermal features like geysers and hot springs. So that's, I'd say, wildlife, and those are what we're most famous for. And the geysers and hot springs are what Yellowstone was originally set aside to protect. And Yellowstone's actually home to 10,000 hydrothermal features and over half the world's active geysers.
Yeah. So if the volcano goes off, we'll be the first to let you all know.
I don't think we'll be able to let them know.
We'll broadcast live as soon as that happens to let you guys know. So make sure that you subscribe so that you can find that out. Yeah, so Miles talked about wildlife. Obviously, if you want to see wildlife and those predator-prey relationships, Yellowstone is one of the best places in the world to see some of those interactions play out. So, we got wolves, we got grizzly bears, we got cougars, we got bison, elk, bighorn sheep, even wolverines, which I haven't seen, but hopefully, fingers crossed, I will soon. All sorts of wildlife. But it's also, this is a super special place because of the history. So, for over 10,000 years before Yellowstone became the first national park, which happened in 1872, it was a place where American Indians lived and hunted and fished and gathered plants and quarried obsidian and used the thermal waters. And even today, there are 27 tribes with historic and modern connections to the land and resources within the area that we now know as Yellowstone.
Yeah, and in addition to tribal history, Yellowstone is also home to a combined 25 historic sites, landmarks, and districts on the National Register of Historic Places. There are a lot of really neat historic buildings and landmarks and things like that all throughout the park. So we have a lot of cool natural and cultural resources, and that's what brings a lot of people to visit the park. On average, we receive about 4.5 million visits every year, and about 95% of that is in a 6-month period between May and October. So a lot of visitation in the summer, not so much in the winter, but I think that's the best time to visit, in my personal opinion.
I concur. Yeah, winter is pretty awesome.
Yeah. A report showed that tourism to Yellowstone contributes about 6,000 jobs in our gateway communities. So those are the communities that exist at just outside the park at all our entrances, and about $600 million to the local economy in 2022. That's a lot.
That is a lot of money.
A lot of money and a lot of people. And so we, of course, have to have all the infrastructure that you need for all that huge amount of people. And because of that, we have tons of stuff in the park. Of course, we have over 400 miles of roads. We have lots of lodging, buildings, places to eat, bathrooms, of course, trails, all sorts of stuff. And our portfolio of all that stuff totals over $4 billion worth of infrastructure.
Billion?
Roads,
Like with a B?
Billion with
Wow.
a B.
That's a lot.
Roads, bridges. Then there's the things you don't even think about, like water and wastewater systems. Of course, campgrounds, hotels. Then there's all the employee housing and all the facilities needed for the employees. So we're basically our own little mini state up here. Since 2020, we have invested over $1.5 billion with a B dollars into improving Yellowstone's infrastructure for you and also for future generations of visitors. And there's even more projects in the pipeline.
Yeah, so that is a lot going on, and obviously we can't manage all that alone. So we rely a lot on tribes, elected officials, nonprofit groups, local communities, states, other federal agencies. They all help us to take care of Yellowstone. And when you think of Yellowstone National Park, you think of the natural features, the cultural features, but there's also really important things like hotels, restaurants, gas stations, general stores, and our concession partners run all of those. And our nonprofit partner, Yellowstone Forever, offers educational programs and runs the park stores as well, the bookstores that you see at the visitor centers. So they also support the park through philanthropic dollars that are really important to us.
Yeah, so as you can see, there's no shortage of things to talk about when it comes to Yellowstone. We could go on and on probably all day. There's a lot to talk about. And there's a lot of content about all this stuff and more on natural and cultural resources in the park. And you can find a lot of that information on our park's website, which is nps.gov/YELL.
Yeah. And then, with all of that great information about the natural and cultural resources, we realized that there wasn't really any content around the non-historical human resources of the park. Obviously, we have a ton of history of the people who, were here in the past, but not a lot about the people that are here right now who do the work to keep the lights on in the park year round. And that's when we came up with our idea for our What We Do Wednesdays social media campaign in 2019. And since then, we've been highlighting our employees and what they do through photos and stories on our social media platforms. It's been really well received both internally and externally. We have coworkers all the time. They're like, wow, that was cool. I didn't know that so-and-so did that. And so we thought, hey, why don't we, try to develop some longer form content, and boom, now we got a podcast. What We Do podcast is our new brainchild.
Yes. And it's a pretty awesome brainchild, I think. So with this podcast, we're operating under the assumption that if something is interesting to us, then it'll also be interesting to you, our listeners. And that being said, one of our intended audiences is current and future NPS employees too. So we intend to cover some information that may get a bit jargony, like how to get jobs in Yellowstone and, all the things that make Yellowstone work. And if you know anything about government agencies, we love acronyms and special terms.
TLAs.
That's right. Exactly. TLAs.
Yeah. 3-letter acronyms.
So to help you out with all those TLAs and other terms, we've created a web page with a glossary of terms and definitions. And you can find that at go.nps.gov/whatwedopodcast.
Yeah, I'm probably going to be referencing that sometimes. I literally had a meeting yesterday that was a BMA IDT. That was that was the calendar invite. But generally speaking, here are 3 things that we think that you should know about jobs in the federal government. So this is kind of the insider's look into getting jobs in the federal government from those of us who have done that a few times. And the first thing that you really need to know about is usajobs.gov. This is the website where all government jobs are posted to. So if you're interested in applying for jobs at Yellowstone or in the National Park Service or in any federal agency, really, you need to get familiar with that website. So after you listen to this episode, after you hit subscribe, go to usajobs.gov, create a profile and check out what jobs are on there, because there is a lot going on there, especially across not just the National Park Service, but the federal government in general. So highly recommend that you use the resume builder if you've never applied for government positions before. Resumes are a little bit different than they are in the private sector. They're not the one pager that you often use in the private sector. They're a little bit longer because you have to prove why you're proficient in all the skills required for the position. So that's why I recommend that resume builder. It kind of helps get you started when you haven't applied for a government job before. And I'd also recommend that you set alerts for saved searches for positions that you find that you're interested in. So if you listen to an episode and we interview someone that is doing a job that you think is really cool, go on usajobs.gov and maybe set an alert so it'll email you anytime that job comes up. We could go a lot more in depth about writing resumes for government jobs, but that would take way too long here.
Boring.
Yeah, we're not going to do that. But just know about usajobs.gov. That's a huge first step.
Yeah. And the second thing that we think you should know about jobs in the federal government is there are 3 main types of positions. So you'll see seasonal positions, term positions, and permanent positions. So first, the seasonal positions, those usually last for a specific amount of time during the year. So for example, in Yellowstone, we hire seasonal workers for the summer and winter seasons, and those can last about 5 or 6 months or so.
I think it's 1,039 hours is the max. So
Yes.
1 hour short of 6 months.
Mm-hmm. And then the second type, those are term positions, and those are usually project-based. So maybe a park needs to hire someone to help with a specific type of project going on in that park. They'll hire this person, and that term position usually lasts for like 1 year, but it usually will not exceed 4 years. And then lastly, permanent positions. And those are your typical year-round permanent jobs, which is what all 4 of us who are on this podcast today have here in Yellowstone.
We're very lucky.
Very
Yes.
lucky. Yeah. And the last thing are pay scales. So there's 4 types of pay scales in the government. We have the federal wage schedule, the law enforcement officer general schedule, the general schedule, and the executive and senior level. So Wage grade or WG, these are like our trades and our craft and labor employees. And the idea is that, those wages are connected to the wages that are in the same, where the park is located. So if you're getting paid the same amount for the people that are doing the same kind of work in your area. And that's like the people who are in our facility maintenance and operations division. Law enforcement officers, obviously, those are our park rangers, the ones that carry the sidearms that are in, and they're out there, protecting the visitors and the resources. And then the GS is basically everyone else in Yellowstone minus one person. And that one person is our superintendent. We have, once you've risen to a certain level in government, you can apply it to the senior executive series. And there's only a handful of parks that even have SES positions. I think it's like Yellowstone, Grand Canyon, Yosemite, Everglades, and a few other parks. They have SES superintendents. Otherwise, most of those positions are at regional or national levels. But within the first three, each pay scale, so whether you're wage grade, GS, or LEO, there's 15 grades, so 1 through 15, and then each grade has 10 steps, 1 through 10. So, for example, you might hear someone say, like, I'm a GS 11-4 or 11 step 4, and that means they're on the general schedule, grade 11 step 4. And the reason we explain all this is because all of this information is public knowledge. So when you apply for a job, you can actually see what you'll start at and what you can max out to. It's all public information on the Office of Personnel Management site, or OPM. I don't want to get out of this without using an acronym.
All right. So Yellowstone is a big park. It's got a lot of employees and a lot of important issues going on all the time. That's part of the fun of this podcast. Even the people who work here, we don't know everything that's going on. That is definitely true. I feel like I learn about new projects or jobs or things on a regular basis.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and with 750 employees, I've already met a few coworkers that I didn't even know I had doing this podcast. So it's been a lot of fun. We hope you enjoy those conversations as much as we have, and kind of develop an appreciation for what it takes to keep Yellowstone, this huge national park, up and running.
And, maybe some of our listeners will be our future coworkers. Who knows?
That would be awesome.
That would be cool. Anything else, team?
I don't think so.
Nope.
No.
I think that does it.
All right. Well, thank you for listening, and we hope you...
Goats. They're the very symbol of Glacier National Park, and there is almost no better place in the park to see them than at Oberlin Bend. This section of the Going to the Sun Road travels along the cliffs and past the waterfalls just west of Logan Pass. The rock ledges and abundant vegetation provides ideal habitat for the shaggy white mountain goat. Watch for the little ones skipping about the rock cliffs in areas that would terrify most humans. Within days of being born, they are following mom up incredibly steep slopes. Sometimes the goats wander right down to the road or through the parking lot, however, so please remember that all park wildlife is wild. Although they may seem tolerant, they can also cause injury. Do not feed or approach them. Please help us keep wild goats wild and visible for years to come. Oberlin Bend also provides one of the best views of the Going to the Sun Road. Park your car and take the short boardwalk to the viewing platform. The sweeping vista of the garden wall with the Going to the Sun Road snaking along its cliffs is impressive. On a clear day, you can see all the way to the high peaks near the border with Canada, and, if you know where to look, you can spot Granite Park Chalet on a ridge high above the loop. Portions of this boardwalk were designed to be accessible by wheelchair, and if you notice, it's made out of a metal grate material. A former park superintendent saw similar walkways in parks in Australia and brought the idea back to Glacier on his return. The grate allows snow to fall through the walkway and helps relieve the pressure of the winter snows, and it also helps sunlight to penetrate below and maintain native vegetation under the boardwalk. The shuttle stop here at St. Mary Falls Trailhead provides access to several hiking areas on the east side of the park. Visitors are encouraged to pick up a free copy of the Day Hikes in Glacier newspaper.
The maps and trail information inside the paper will help visitors match their interests and abilities to the many hikes in Glacier National Park. Here, the St. Mary Falls Trail, one of the more popular hikes in the park, is a 2.4-mile round trip which can be extended to 3.6 miles by continuing on to Virginia Falls. The hike offers a short and pleasant stroll down to the valley floor, crossing the stream below the roaring St. Mary Falls. After St. Mary Falls, the forest opens up a bit, and those continuing on to Virginia Falls will be treated with views of Little Chief and Dusty Star Mountains, as well as one of the best waterfalls Glacier has to offer. Please remember water-related accidents are the #1 cause of fatalities in the park. Use extreme caution near water and remain on the trail. Moss-covered rocks and wet logs can be extremely slippery, and falls into swift cold streams, rivers, and lakes have been tragic. Never walk, play, or climb on the slippery rocks and logs around this or any other stream in the park.
Nestled among the hemlocks and cedars on the northeast shore of Lake McDonald is one of the smaller and more intimate of Glacier's campgrounds, Sprague Creek. Its 25 sites and proximity to the lakeshore make this a prime spot for campers in the know. Several of the sites overlook the water and offer spectacular views. Due to its small size and the narrow loop road, trailers and other towed units are not allowed, making this the ideal spot for tent campers. Its proximity to the Going to the Sun Road might allow for more noise during the day than other campgrounds, but nighttime traffic is minimal. A picnic area next to the campground provides day use access for those just passing through. It's a great place to stop, enjoy a snack, and play on the lakeshore as well. Directly across the lake from the campground is Howe Ridge. In August of 2003, Howe Ridge was the scene of one of the most spectacular fires in Glacier's history. Pushed by high winds, the fire raced up the lakeshore in a matter of hours and threatened to continue on up the valley. Firefighters used a procedure called a burnout to stop the fire at the base of Stanton Mountain. And a burnout is pretty much just what it sounds like. A controlled fire is purposely set in a specific location to burn out all the potential fuel for an advancing fire. The burnout on Stanton Mountain took place at night and offered an amazing view from the lakeshore, just below the campground. You can still see the dead trees across the lake today, and if you look closely, the strip of dead trees going up the mountain that contained the fire and stopped its spread up the valley. Glacier's new free shuttle system stops here also, so leave the car at the campsite and hop on the shuttle to enjoy an evening program at Lake McDonald Lodge, dinner at the restaurant, or a car-free day in the park. Big Bend is a wide, sweeping curve about midway between the Loop and Logan Pass. Dramatic vistas of the Lake McDonald Valley and the high peaks of Mount Cannon, Oberland, and Heavens Peak make this a great place to stop and take a break from driving. Scan the hillsides for goats and the occasional bighorn sheep, although the sheep are hard to spot since they blend into the surroundings so well. Often, however, mountain goats can be seen resting on the impossibly steep cliffs overhead. Binoculars or a spotting scope will help. As you look up the mountainside, you'll notice several huge avalanche paths. The lack of trees attests to the fact that tons of snow and ice roar down these paths every year. It presents a difficult challenge to the park road crews every spring as they begin the annual plowing operations to reopen the road. Some years the avalanches are small and the snow plows can make short work of them, but often the crews discover 30 to 40 feet of snow piled over the roadbed, and it can take a week or more to plow this one short section of road. Avalanches are a real danger to the road crew as well, and USGN's avalanche specialists work hand-in-hand with the park to assess and monitor the snowpack and advise the staff of conditions. Spotters on the crews stand guard to radio reports of any snow movement high on the slopes in time to warn workers below. When weather prevents adequate observation or when snow conditions are deemed unsafe, plowing is not permitted. Safety is paramount, even if it delays the opening of the road by a day or two. With a mountainous backdrop
and St. Mary Lake just a short walk away, this stop on the Going to the Sun Road offers breathtaking scenery as well as many services and activities. Accommodations are available in motel or cabin units and at the 82-site Rising Sun Campground. A camp store and gift shop offers souvenirs, basic groceries, and camping necessities. The casual restaurant offers Southwestern and traditional American fare and can provide boxed lunches to those headed out for the day on the trails. In addition, showers are available for a fee. This is the only location in Glacier National Park that has showers. Tours aboard the historic red buses depart from Rising Sun, and the park's new free shuttle system stops here as well. The trailhead to Otokomi Lake is located near the camp store, and this interesting 10-mile round trip starts in the wooded St. Mary Valley, climbs past small waterfalls, creeks, and wildflowers before opening to the Rose Basin and Otokomi Lake, surrounded by impressive mountain scenery. Please remember that anywhere in Glacier National Park is bear country. Never hike alone, and be sure to make noise on the trails. Talking, singing, and clapping your hands occasionally are all good ways to alert bears to your presence and provide them with time to move out of the way. Be sure to read all the information on bears you were provided at the park entrances before you attempt any trail in the park. Across the Going to the Sun Road, a short walk leads to the shore of St. Mary Lake, where majestic peaks surround the cold, clear water. Glacier Park Boat Company offers tours of St. Mary Lake several times daily and provides a view that most visitors miss. Waterfalls, Sexton Glacier, and Wild Goose Island are all highlights of a trip on the lake. Rangers lead hikes to St. Mary Falls in conjunction with some tours, or you can combine a boat tour up the lake with a hike to Bering, St. Mary, and Virginia Falls and catch the free shuttle from the St. Mary Falls or Sunrift Gorge shuttle stops back to Rising Sun. From the lake's surface, mountains with names like Matotapa, Little Chief, and Dusty Star all speak to the rich influence of Native American culture in the area, and it's easy to see why Native Americans referred to this as the walled-in lake when you see the mountains from the perspective of the lake's surface.
Warrior of the woodland. Ranger Bill, warrior of the woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, showing rare courage in the face of disaster. In the air. On horseback. Or in a screaming squad car. Ranger Bill, his mind alert, a ready smile, unswerving, loyal to his mission. And all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
These brave men who risk their very existences sailing out for the new world.
See, these brave souls who never again have the benefit of our great civilization. But in the name of their dear Portugal, they give up all and go.
Oh, Rodriguez, we are of all men most fortunate.
See, what luxury, what bliss. Here we are in the new world, slaves to do our bidding, treasure enough to buy the whole country of Portugal.
But who would, for all the treasure in the new and old world, leave the paradise we have here?
Oh, not I, my friend.
What did you think of my method of hiding the treasure?
A stroke of nothing short of genius. These stupid natives know nothing of the value of their craftsmanship, but we do. And we have enough buried treasure beneath this fort to own the world.
Let us keep your trinkets safe from bad men who would try to make profit from such things, I said to them. And they hurried to collect as much as possible and to store it beneath this fort.
I have never seen so much gold in my life. I did not know there was so much.
And now it is ours. My friend, your joviality supplants your manners. My glass is empty.
Your glass or the bottle.
Allow me to get another. And no, on second thought, why have we all these servants running about the fort if not to use them?
Pity our poor civilized brothers back in Portugal. They must toil. We simply command. They must fetch and carry. We simply command. They must exert themselves. We simply live.
The slave! Is there anyone out there?
Take your eyes off them for 1 minute and they are off somewhere sleeping.
I shall see what they are about. Strange. There does not seem to be anyone about anywhere.
Oh? Not a soul. Where are the slaves?
More important, where are the troops? There is something very unusual going on here.
Perhaps we should look around.
After we strap our swords to our sides, my friend.
See.
I could understand the slaves trying to sit down on their work, but the troops...
Let's look and see if we can determine what is going on.
It is as though we are the only ones alive in the whole world.
Oh, the celebrating of our good fortune has fired your imagination. There is some rational explanation for these disappearance of everyone.
The fort, it seems somehow forsaken, even by God.
See, it has been forsaken by 1,000 natives and 3,000 troops. We are here alone.
But why?
That I cannot answer, my friend.
What is it?
My eyes, they are playing tricks. I thought, over there, I saw one of our soldiers lying on the ground. And then somehow he slid around that corner. It is the unusualness of the situation in which we find ourselves.
But look, there in the dirt by the corner. There are the marks left by his feet as he slid.
No, it could not be.
What? What is it, Rodriguez?
Oh, the natives, our slaves, they have...
What is it? Tell me!
My side hit...
A dart. The kind the natives use.
See, the kind they use on us.
Yes. Where are you? Why do not you show yourselves? Come out in the open that we may fight. I am waiting. Is there none of you who would match swords with me? Come out, I say.
Hello, boys and girls. As you've already heard, today's story is on the unusual side. That's why I'm out here now to tell you just a little bit about it. What you just heard was one of the strange events of history that few people know anything about. It happened down in South America way back in the 15th century, almost 500 years ago. Men of Portugal had established a few forts along the great Amazon River and were making slaves of the natives and taking their gold and craftsmanship to sell. Then, one day, scenes very much like the one you just heard began taking place. Many Portuguese soldiers and citizens were massacred, and the natives just went back into the woods, leaving the old forts to become overgrown with weeds and forgotten. Forgotten until not too long ago, when an old friend of mine was flying over that area in his small plane.
Oh, it certainly would be good to get back to Georgetown. This has been a long trek.
Georgetown and home.
That's right. You due for a holiday soon, aren't you?
No one needs it more than I do.
They used to say that topographical engineers made more money and did less work than anyone in the world. But now that everyone wants exacting details for map work, well...
You don't have to tell me.
It sure will be good to see the States again.
Going back to that little town you always talk about, what's its name?
Knotty Pine.
Ah, yeah.
And I sure am waiting to get back there. I'm going back there, I'm going to take off my hat and just relax for 1 solid month. I don't even want to look at a map or country or anything. I'm just going to see people.
I envy you, George. I'm about due for a holiday myself, and I just got back from mine.
How soon do you think we'll go to... before we get to Georgetown?
Well, I don't know for certain. I'm taking this new way. I hope it's going to be faster. It means flying over a great deal of unpopulated country, though, you know.
Well, the plane is in good shape. Besides, if my eyes don't deceive me, there are little villages all through that country down there. I see a fire every now and then, and once in a while a hut.
Well, that's all well and good. But I don't think I'd care to have to land down there. No telling how civilized those native tribes are, you know.
I guess that's a point, all right. Well, the sooner we get to... Hey!
What is it?
Look down there. Do you see what I see?
The Amazon River. It puts your Mississippi to shame.
No, I don't mean that. Look, in a ways from it. About a mile. Do you see it down there?
Oh, I see. I have a little trouble believing it. Looks like a fort or something of the kind.
Let's go down there and get a better look.
Okay, hang on.
Here it comes.
It is a fort. A bit run down, but nonetheless, a fort.
A huge thing. It must be about 100 years old. Any idea how it got there?
None. Unless...
Unless what?
Well, I'm not sure about this. But it seems to me I remember reading somewhere that just about the time the North American continent was being opened up, the Portuguese were starting operations down here in South America. Along the Amazon, if I'm not mistaken.
That would make that fort somewhere around 500 years old.
If she's a Portuguese fort, I suppose it would.
Well, let's swing back around. I'd like to get some pictures of that.
Well, all right, but this is probably making my shortcut twice as long as the usual way.
Well, it looks like fun to me, Bill.
I think so, too, old-timer. It'll do us good to get into a completely different part of the country.
I don't know how much of that deep-sea fishing I'd want to do, but I know I wouldn't complain about soaking up lots of sun on them there beaches.
And it's all settled. This year we spend our vacation in sunny Florida.
Yippee!
I haven't seen you this excited about a vacation in a long time, Stumpy.
I guess I'd better settle down a bit. You know that old saying...
If I don't know that old saying, I have a feeling I'm about to learn it.
The bigger the summer vacation, the harder the fall.
I knew it. Things never change in this office.
Well, look who's here, George Nelson.
Just as I expected. Stumpy, cracking jokes, and the rest of you looking, just a little pained. How are you, Bill? Stumpy?
Fine. I hardly need to ask you. Look at you. You must have gained 50 pounds since the last time you were in Knotty Pine.
You're looking just swell, young feller.
You know, sometimes when I'm working down there in South America and I think back to my school days here in Knotty Pine, you guys get to be a legend to me. I sometimes get to wondering if you really are here.
Well, if you dreamed us up, young feller, we'd like to thank you. We've got to be pretty good friends.
That's right, and you never change. Boy, it's great to see you again.
And you, George, sit down. I know you've got about 5 years' worth of things to tell us. How's the map-making business these days?
And that about brings us up to this moment. Phew, when you lay it out, the whole thing looks pretty big. I've been doing lots of things these past years. I'm even a little impressed myself.
Well, it sure sounds interesting, seeing all that country and all.
After a while, you think if you see another area from the plane, you'll go crazy. It all looks the same.
I hope you don't draw up your maps to all look alike.
You know what I mean. The scenic attractions are few and far between, actually. It's mostly just trees and mountains. I'm just glad to see people for once.
I'm sure you are.
Yeah?
What is it, George?
Oh, a fleeting thought, Bill. We were talking about seeing interesting things, and boy, I sure thought of one really unusual sight I saw on my last flight before I came back here.
What was it?
I've got some pictures of it, Bill. Really unusual. Right down there in dense wooded country near the Amazon River. An old fort.
A fort?
That's right. From what I hear, the Portuguese built the things about 300 years ago.
Is there anyone living there now?
Oh, not that I could tell. Here, let me show you the pictures. Let's see. These were taken from the plane as we passed over it.
Would you look at that? Whee! Looks almost haunted.
It certainly is overrun with weeds and shrubbery.
That's what makes me think that no one is living there now. Look in this picture here, Bill.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I didn't notice it when I took the shots, but see if this looks like anything to you. See, right down here in this corner.
Almost looks like a skeleton. Maybe my imagination is a little excited by the looks of that fort.
I thought so, too. And you know, there isn't a town within 10 miles of that place in any direction. Not even a native village. The whole place really intrigues me. I've had a hard time getting it off my mind ever since I saw it.
It does have that effect on a feller. I mean, it's even got me wondering what's really there in all them old stones.
I'll have to join the club, too. Sure would be fun to explore that old fort, wouldn't it?
Bill.
Yes, old-timer?
I was just a-thinking, I don't really see where sitting on some beach down in Florida would be so much fun. I get plenty of good sunshine all year right out here.
Uh-huh. And I suppose I could put off deep-sea fishing for a while. I mean, after all...
Wait a minute. Do I read you fellas right? Are you deciding to go down to South America and find that old fort?
Our vacation rolls around in exactly 3 days, George.
And I'm on vacation right now.
Good. I was hoping we'd have somebody who knew the country down there.
Listen, there isn't anybody who knows the country around where we're headed for. Is it settled? Are we going?
We're going to have to pack a little different kind of bag than we planned. But this looks like it'll be some vacation.
If that don't beat all these fellers standing around this here market looking for work, but as soon as you tell them where you want them to go with you, they run off.
It's strange, all right. I've never seen anything like it.
Are they against working for strangers or something?
Well, hardly. That's the way they make their living. I can't figure out what the trouble is.
They seem to have something against that old fort we want to see.
I didn't think anyone had ever heard of it before I saw it from the plane.
Well, it seems that...
Pardon me. You gentlemen looking for fine guide?
That's right. Yeah, we are.
I, Cassadell. I find guide.
You may be, but your tune might come out a little different when you hear where we want to go.
White-haired father, hard to hear. Cassadell not sing.
He means that you might not be so anxious to act as our guide when you find out where it is we want to go.
Cassadell no.
And you're still willing to go with us?
You have many gun?
Well, we have enough to go around.
Cassadell go. Go as far as legs will allow.
Cassadell, what is this all about? Why is it that none of the others will accompany us to the old Portuguese fort?
Oh, it long story. Passed down from fathers long ago. I tell you whole story on way. Maybe you want turn back when you hear.
If that's the case, why are you willing to go out with us at all?
Oh, that easy. You pay Cassadell for time he give you.
Well, we were fortunate to find this boat at such a reasonable price.
We can thank Cassadell for it. He's a good man, all right.
He seems to know what he's doing.
When are we going to ask him to tell us about the fort?
Well, I'm for doing it right away, but he seems to be putting off the discussion. You know, I think he wants to get a few days up the Amazon before he tells us.
So he'll get a few days more pay, huh?
I think that's it, all right.
He's an enterprising young feller. Seems pretty sure we'll turn back when he tells us the story of the fort.
You know, it just occurred to me, maybe the reason he's not telling us about it is that there's no story to tell. Maybe he's making use of the time to think one up.
Well, that's possible. That wouldn't explain the fear that everyone back in the village had of the place.
No, I guess not.
Well, I, for one, am about to bust when I don't find out soon. Let's go back to where he's driving this here boat and have a look.
I'm about as anxious as anyone.
That makes three of us. Let's go.
Cassadell see great question on face of three new friends.
That's exactly what you see, Cassadell.
Got any idea what we're curious about?
You want Cassadell to show beautiful scenery on sides of river?
I guess again.
You want stop at small island, talk with one who live on island?
Oh, quit beating around the bush, Cassadell. You know why we're here and what we want to know.
White-haired father say hard thing. Cassadell guiding boat upriver, not even near bushes.
Listen, he means stop giving us answers you know we don't want.
That's right. And while you're at it, you can drop that white-haired father business.
Drop?
Cassadell, you know why everyone back in your village was afraid to accompany us to the old fort. You also expect us to turn back when we learn the secret of the place.
We want to know what you know about that fort.
Oh, Cassadell, happy to tell you.
That's more like it.
Later.
I'm afraid that won't do, Cassadell. We want to know now.
So Cassadell tell. But this mean less pay and Cassadell very poor man, very poor.
Cassadell might be a very rich man if he tells us, and we still go on to the fort. The whole trip will take over a week.
No chance. Not even fiercest tribes of backcountry go near old fort. Spirits, keep them away.
Spirits?
This is story. Many year ago, long before Cassadell or any of oldest people Cassadell know, there lived white man from across sea in old fort. He very bad to my people. He make them work for him for no pay. He take everything they have. He beat them. He take much gold and things from them. Hide it away for himself in fort. One day, my people tire of serving, tire of beatings, tire of having nothing for selves. They kill all white men in fort and go back into forests. But white man very bad. His spirits still live in old fort. He still keep gold for self. He still beat and kill anyone who come near to fort. That's why everyone in village afraid to go to fort. And that's why Cassadell now turn boat around and go back to village.
Wait a minute, Cassadell. Don't turn back, not yet.
But now you know story.
That's right. Now we know the story. So far, I ain't heard any reason to stay away from the fort.
Neither have I.
But spirit guarding gold. Even bravest warrior of fiercest tribe not go to old fort.
That may be true, Cassadell. That's because they fear some old Portuguese ghosts. We don't fear such things because we know they don't exist.
You not be sure. Cassadell hear many strange things.
That may be true. But we know that there is only one true spirit. And there is nothing greater than the one true spirit.
Oh, you talk like teacher in my village. He say there only one spirit. And other times he say there no such things as spirits.
Teacher?
A white teacher. He come from your country. I learned language from him. He tell us of man named Jesus who die and send his good spirit to us. But old fort guarded by spirits of bad men. They not like anyone come near. They kill anyone who come near.
Cassadell, how do you know about these bad spirits?
Cassadell know from father and from father of father. All my people know from old fort.
I've been down here for almost 5 years. I've never heard of it before.
And that because no one talk of fort. No one go near fort. No one live near fort. No one talk of fort.
Well, it all sounds pretty fantastic to me, bad spirits and all.
Now, don't forget, Stumpy, we haven't been raised in the same way Cassadell has. To him, spirits are as commonplace as cars are to us.
You not believe in spirits?
Nope.
But you just say something of one spirit.
You see, Cassadell, we believe in the one spirit who has power over all other spirits. He is the spirit of the great God who made all the earth.
Oh, that what teacher tell us?
Well, your teacher has told you rightly, Cassadell. And God's spirit is not like an evil spirit. He comes to help us and to teach us of God and his Son, Jesus Christ.
Teacher tell us that Jesus killed for all world. But Cassadell not understand.
That oughtn't to be too hard to follow, Sonny. Look at her this way. Let's say we was all taken captive by a bunch of hungry cannibals down here.
Cassadell not think of that.
Just for the sake of showing you an idea what Jesus dying for us means. Now let's say that Bill here stepped out and said to the chief, "If you let all these other fellers go, I'll let you do whatever you want to me."
Oh, that brave thing.
Well, in a way, that's just what Jesus did for us, Cassadell. God wants us to be good people, loving and serving him. But we aren't, and he has to punish us.
That clear, but still hard to understand.
Maybe we'll be able to talk more about it while we explore the old fort.
Then you still go there?
Yes?
Yep.
Well, Cassadell offered to take you, so... Oh, Cassadell take you.
Good man, Cassadell.
That's the spirit. I mean...
We're glad you'll stay with us, Cassadell.
It long trip upriver, maybe 3-4 day.
Well, in that case, I think I'll get a little vacation in. I've got a feeling that when we reach the old fort, we ain't gonna have too much time to relax.
Okay, Cassadell, cut the motor.
Almost looks like this bank of the river was made to dock a boat on.
Probably was a long time ago. It's kept the same general contour.
Now, as near as I can figure, the old fort ought to be approximately 1 mile straight south from this point.
Well, if a map maker is sure, so am I. Let's set out.
Are you sure you want to go to fort? Cassadell, sure it not good idea.
No, take it easy, sonny. You just stick with us and everything will be all right.
But signs along bank, they tell of danger.
Signs?
See? There and over there.
Are you talking about them pretty red flowers along the bank?
Oh, they not flowers, white-haired father. They warnings. Red cotton ball mean death to anyone who go farther.
Who put those warnings there, Cassadell?
Nearby tribes. They come no near to 4th and River and put up cotton ball warnings all along bank.
You know, George, this little excursion gets more interesting by the hour. Legends, ghosts, even treasure. I'm really getting anxious to see that old fort.
I was thinking the same thing. Let's go. Shouldn't be too far ahead now.
How you making out, Cassadell?
Cassadell's legs very wobbly, but able to walk.
We'll be sitting down soon. I'm sure there are benches and things like that inside the fort.
Cassadell, not sure he want to sit down once we there. Might set in... Oh!
Well, what's the matter?
Look, under bush over there, a hand.
Great horny toads.
Looks like the whole skeleton is under there.
That's what it is, all right. And I'd say by the looks of it that it's been out here a long time.
We turn back now?
I don't see why. This might be one of those Portuguese soldiers who was massacred when the slaves rebelled.
You think that skeleton is that old, Bill?
I don't know for certain. I don't see any reason why we should turn back.
Neither do I. Let's keep going.
Say, We've been looking at the ground too much, fellers. Look up ahead.
What? It's the old fort.
Look at the size of it. I had no idea it was so large.
Big fort. Hold many evil spirits. Soon we all look like man of bones here.
Well, it looks like our time is about up for this week, boys and girls. I know you'll want to join us next time to see what happens when we actually explore the old fort. That'll all have to wait until next week when we join you for more adventure with
Ranger Bill!
Ranger Bill is produced in the radio studios of the Moody Bible Institute in Chicago.
Hello, you rockin' Rockyites. Guess what? Today is this year's autumnal equinox, which means it is officially fall. It's felt like fall for a little bit, but now it is official. And you can feel it. The aspens are turning gold like crazy at higher elevations, and even some lower elevations. The air is getting more crisp and cool, and is about to take a turn for the chilly. This weekend looks to be rainy and in the 50s in Estes Park, and potentially snowy. Did I say snowy? Yes, snowy. And significantly colder, above 9,000 feet. So if you are coming to visit us this weekend, plan accordingly. And of course, the clearest auditory sign of fall, and we love our auditory signs here in podcast land, elk bugles. In the spirit of bugle time, today we're bringing you an interview with Hannum Abules. Hannum is a landscape ecologist, don't worry, we will explain what the heck that means, and spends much of her time studying Rocky's elk and the complex ways they interact with and shape park ecosystems. So when we want to learn about elk, Hannum is the person to talk to. We hope you enjoy this deep dive on elk, on landscape ecology, on history of different areas in the park, especially Moraine Park, and so much more. Let's rock. All right, so we're here in Moraine Park, and we are here with, could you give us your name and your title?
My name's Hannum Abules.
Uh-huh.
Hannum with an M.
Hannum with an M.
Not Hannah spelled incorrectly. And my title is landscape ecologist.
Landscape ecologist.
I work on big things.
Big things. All right, I like that.
Lots of things that kind of transcend the boundary of the park, if you will.
Oh, nice. That's a good way to think about it. So I thought what we'd do today is we'll just kind of walk through different aspects of what you're doing here at your job, and then that'll probably flash us backwards or forwards in time into other stuff that might be going on here in the future, and also how you got into what you do here at the park and what you do for a living and all that kind of stuff. So, landscape ecologist, what's the broad overview of what that means at Rocky in terms of like your projects, day-to-day work?
So the idea, most of the time, if you're in a park, you're going to hear people say, I'm a botanist, or I'm a wildlife biologist, and what we've come to realize, which seems very intuitive now, but maybe wasn't so intuitive 50 or 80 years ago, is that everything is a lot more interconnected than one might at first think. So there's a lot of fields that have popped up in ecology over the last 50 years. One of them is landscape ecology, where we're looking at patterns over space and time and how do those things connect. a great example of that is kind of our regional elk management initiative. So we're working with Colorado Parks and Wildlife. We're working with the Forest Service. We're working with a variety of partners, academic, et cetera, to try and get a handle on reestablishing the natural balance on the landscape between elk and all the space that they like to use.
Yeah.
And that's been challenging
Oh, I
because we
bet.
have a pretty disrupted system here.
Yeah, why don't we get into that? Because one of the reasons why I wanted to do this interview with you this time of year is so that we could get something out there for folks coming up to the park to look at elk, among other things, and the rut. And so I think it would be cool to give people some of the background on elk and other wildlife, but we'll start with elk in the park. So you said that very disrupted system in the park. I would guess a lot of our visitors would have no idea of that because they come here and they don't normally see elk, and they see elk, and so they think, oh, it's a national park, it's normal, it's natural.
Right.
Yeah, so could you kind of just go into the history of that a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. So I use this kind of comparison a lot. Just because something looks beautiful does not mean it's healthy.
Great point.
I think that, so we're sitting here in Moraine Park, and it's absolutely stunning, right? We're looking up the Fern Lake drainage. And if you've never been here before, or you don't know what a Western riparian river system should look like, you would look at this and say, it's absolutely incredible. And it is, but I would say it's also a little ill. It's got a touch of the flu. And so what has happened on this landscape over the last 120 years are a lot of things that are incredibly unnatural. And I always ask myself the question, and I think folks that are aficionados of nature and like to visit parks and should be thinking about, are we managing for a picture, or are we managing for a process? So are we happy if we just have a picture that looks healthy, even though the underlying foundation of that is falling apart? Or are we really trying to manage for healthy, sustainable processes that are going to give us these beautiful landscapes for a lot longer time frame than just right now for our one visit or our one experience at that place?
That's a great way to put it. Do we want to manage for pictures or process? That's nice. I like that.
So I think that's an important thing to think about, you know, because if we go the instant gratification route, well, it looks great. So, hey.
Sure.
So what we're trying to do is to reestablish the functionality of the ecosystem.
Right.
And that's hard to do. But there are a lot of things we can do to make it a lot better than it is. And so that's really was the impetus for our elk and vegetation management plan. You know, elk at the turn of the last century were completely extirpated from the park. There weren't any left, so they'd market hunted them out of here.
Right. Yeah, so I think that will surprise people. So extirpated means locally extinct. Is that right? Yeah. So, so we had a healthy, functioning elk population. Then people showed up with firearms, with market hunting, with all this kind of stuff. And it didn't take very long before there were no elk in Rocky Mountain National Park area, right? At all. And that was by, like you said, the early 1900s or even late 1800s.
Yeah, and I don't remember the exact date of that, but
somewhere in there.
And around the same time, humans also got rid of all the things with teeth and claws.
Right.
Yeah. We like to do that as well.
So wolves,
and
grizzly bears, which again, our listeners might not know were here, just like they are in some other parks that you might go, like Yellowstone or something like that, where people think of those animals. They were here too. So those had all been gotten rid of. The elk had been gotten rid of. Moose.
So moose weren't here.
Oh, moose weren't here. That's right. We're going to get into that.
Moose are a whole different story.
We're going to get into that later because I think that is also going to be fascinating to people, and that's something I want to educate people on.
We can clarify.
Yeah, that'll be great.
Weren't here.
We'll clarify
here
for me
parts.
too. Yeah, what was here and wasn't here. So what was here at that time? We had elk, grizzly bears, black bears, wolves, coyotes, probably, or bison.
Most people don't know.
That's a big one.
Also, were quite prevalent. So you had a complete system, right? You had a system that functioned somewhat in balance with itself.
Sure.
And you have peaks and troughs in that system, but it's what we would call self-regulating, right? Where the human doesn't need to come in and manage actively because it's managing itself. And
Right.
we are just a part of that system.
And there had been hunting,
Right.
of course, before that, but it was just on such a different scale in terms of what was being killed and taken and things, right? That it fit with, it was resilient enough to put up with the hunting that was done before Anglos showed up, basically.
Right.
Yeah.
And so, when you start to get into this model of we're going to harvest all the animals in one area and use them to feed humans in places far away, like Denver.
Right.
And that's pretty much what happened.
Gotcha.
So you totally utilized all of the hoof stock here, basically, to feed folks
Amazing.
far away, which is an unnatural thing in
Sure.
itself, right? All these things we think of as normal are not normal at all. And they have pretty wide-ranging impacts. And that's
sure.
actually where our the North American model of wildlife conservation comes from, is that wildlife is a public trust. Folks who hunt that visit the park are probably quite aware that when you do harvest animals, not in the park, but that you're not allowed to sell those animals. And that's where this all came from, is that when you use wildlife as a commodity, it typically doesn't go very well.
So wildlife was being used as a commodity, hunted to local extinction, extirpated. So we have elk now. When were elk reintroduced? How did that work in the park?
So they brought elk down from Yellowstone.
From Yellowstone, okay.
In the 2 years before the park was created, actually.
Okay,
So in 13 and 14.
Okay.
And they reestablished a population here.
But didn't reestablish predatory population, right?
Exactly.
So they just brought the elk back.
Right.
No grizzlies, no wolves.
Which has been most of the story of the 20th century.
Exactly.
Is we hunted many, many things to local extinction.
Yep.
In many areas of the country. And then we restocked some of those species and not others.
The ones that we liked.
The ones we like.
The ones
we like
wanted.
hoofed things.
Yeah.
We don't like things with teeth
Right.
and claws. And when I say we, I mean human beings.
Right, sure.
As a culture, not
Yeah.
the National Park Service or anything like that.
So from those, the 1913-14 reintroduction, 1915 Rocky Mountain National Park is created. What happened? I mean, of course, there's ups and downs, but the general story over that next many decades where we didn't have hunting and we didn't have any predators in the park who could actually take down an elk. What was the kind of consequence of that? Play through that for us.
So anytime you have an animal that has evolved with predation, right? The reproductive rate of that animal is going to be such that is designed to replace itself with predation.
Right.
So you remove what we call the top-down control. And what you have now is a reproductive rate far exceeding what is needed to maintain that population, right? So that happens, what happens there? Population goes through the roof.
Sure.
In the early days, elk were culled in Rocky.
In the park?
Because even at that time, people started to note habitat impacts.
Interesting.
And it wasn't done the way we would go about management today, where we have extensive base of science upon which we make decisions. They just said, hey, there's a lot of hoofed animals out there. We're seeing things are getting eaten down. We're going to do something about that.
We're just going to remove a certain amount.
We're going to remove some animals.
We're going to remove some. Just
right.
However many we feel like is about right. Maybe let's say.
Right, and that's certainly not ideal either, right? Because we'd like to make our
But that's interesting that even at that time,
information.
it's interesting that even at that time, they were seeing like, oh, this is having negative impact. We need to control this.
And a lot of folks were ranchers and farmers at that time, and they're used to looking at a site maybe that they had cattle on, and they'd be able to evaluate, is this suitable, sustainable range, et cetera.
Yeah.
Some of those things certainly have overlap between, understanding habitat health and range condition for livestock. These are hoofed animals. They're ruminants. They consume forage.
Sure.
You need a certain replacement of that feed out there in order to
So when did that culling
function.
stop?
So,
or was it
that's
just kind of
of
scattershot?
fuzzy.
Okay.
I don't know the full history of exactly how many times they
Sure.
did it or when they stopped doing it. But what I do know is that as we moved into the 1960s, and this was a nationwide movement through the National Park Service,
Right.
we entered this period of what we called natural regulation.
Mhm.
And if you read Park Service policy, you'll see it all throughout there through the 60s, 70s, 80s, even early 90s. And I think that's a noble goal.
And so what is natural regulation? How would you define that?
So the idea there is that these populations would self-regulate.
So we
right?
just leave them alone and it'll all come out in the end. They'll
Right.
take care of themselves.
Humans have mucked with nature so much. If
Mhm.
we just leave her alone, she's going to bounce right back. Mother
Mhm.
Nature's going to do what
Mhm.
Mother Nature does.
And it makes sense that management policy would come in because that's the same time that we're getting things like the Wilderness Act and that kind of idea that let's just leave it
Hands
alone,
off.
hands off, it'll take care of itself. Okay.
Right. We've
So that was the
caused
idea.
enough damage.
Gotcha.
And there's a lot of validity to that comment. There's also issues with it in
Mhm.
practice.
Mhm.
And the issues, I always like to tell the story, if I came to your house and I totally wrecked your car sitting out in your driveway.
Mhm.
I've dismantled it. I've done bizarre things to the engine. I've taken away some tires, etc. And then I say, hey, Miles, why don't you fix that car? But I also took your toolbox and I took all of the most important tools out of your toolbox and I have thrown them around the town of Estes Park. Good luck.
Right.
You're going to self-regulate now, right? You're going to fix. That car's going to come back to life.
Uh-huh.
Well, you need the tools, right? You need
Yeah.
the parts. You need the equipment. With Mother Nature, when you take away predation, which
Mhm.
is a critical tool in a system, when you take away habitat availability, right? These animals now are pushed into a much smaller area than they would have had access to, right? If we look at the larger landscape of how disturbed the area is around Rocky Mountain National Park,
Mhm.
you don't have habitat connectivity. It's
Mhm.
harder for animals to move around. You don't have the habitat quality that you had.
Mhm.
So you don't have your predators. And then another big thing is that we don't have beaver on the landscape. So at one point there were hundreds and hundreds of beaver here in Moraine Park alone.
Just here in Moraine Park.
In Moraine Park.
Wow. That's amazing.
Engineering the system,
Mhm.
repairing it,
Mhm.
packing every little hole in their dam with mud.
Yep.
What's the aggregate of all that effort? It's a wetland,
Right.
a complete functioning, regenerating wetland system
Mhm.
on this river.
Yeah.
And when you take that keystone species away, so you
Yeah.
took away all Mother Nature's critical tools, and then you said, hey, fix it. And what
Right.
we found was that didn't work very well.
That's really interesting. Yeah, the beaver thing. I remember when not too long after I came to this park, and I don't know why I hadn't thought of it, but I hadn't. And someone mentioned that, like just in Moraine Park alone, probably hundreds of beaver. And then I thought about like when I was working up in Alaska and Denali and tons of beaver. I don't know, impacted isn't the right word, but they're there, and they're doing their work.
Right.
And it's so different looking. Just the amount of, like you said. Hopefully our speakers caught that. That was a little bugle in the background. So different, just from the shape of the stream to, there I noticed it a lot because there's really no trails. And so you're bushwhacking through everything.
Yeah.
And, the vegetation that you're bushwhacking through is so different and difficult to bushwhack through.
Yeah.
And the kind of game and wildlife trails and things that you see is so different. Okay, so that's really interesting. So we have all these tools removed. We thought, even without these tools, we're just going to let it sit and recover. So what did that do in terms of the elk population in the park and the effect that it had on the landscape? We can talk about in general or Moraine Park in specific, however we want to do it to help kind of
Sure.
paint the picture for people.
So, with this concurrent decline in beaver,
Mhm.
you also had a dramatic increase in the elk population,
Mhm.
a completely unnatural increase. And so by saying we're going to let nature take its course and we're going to let it be natural.
Yeah.
And I still hear that a lot today, let it be natural. And I say, well, what is that? In my mind, that's the proper functioning of a system,
Mhm.
not an elk roaming around without a GPS color on it necessarily.
Mhm.
So if we think on a macro scale, what is natural? And so we ended up on a very unnatural trajectory, and we ended up with the most concentrated, highest density of elk ever recorded in a free-ranging population.
Whoa.
Right here in Moraine Park.
Wow.
And
What
so
were-
it looked
what
like a
were
feedlot out there.
population numbers, do we know at that
There were,
time?
at different points, there were over 3,000 elk between the Winter Range in Rocky Mountain National Park and the town of Estes Park.
Wow. That's a lot.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
And the habitat could not sustain that. So the combination of not having beaver on the landscape, constantly planting willow, constantly digging side channels and maintaining dams and ponds. When that landscape dries out, and we did things to help that along. When I say we, I mean humans.
Yeah.
Right. We ditched and drained Moraine Park. It was a golf course at one point. Most people don't know its history.
And do we think that that's what contributed to that rapid decline in beaver population, or was it because they were actually being trapped and specifically removed from Moraine Park?
So they were being trapped and specifically removed both prior to the creation of the park and after.
Okay.
And that was prior, the fur trade, and then after just a lot of folks thought of them as a nuisance species, and they can be, certainly.
Oh, sure. Yeah, depending. Yeah, exactly.
When they're doing their industrious things where we want them to be doing them, they're fabulous. When they're doing them and flooding your roads and your house,
yeah, exactly.
not so great.
Yeah.
So, and that's our job too as wildlife ecologists, to understand that balance.
Sure.
Right. Humans are in the landscape, and we need to work with that. But so we ended up with these incredible densities of elk. And the way that Moraine Park looked at that time, I mean, it was transitioning to a dry upland grassland. And you can make that decision. You can say, hey, we're going to let this go. But what are the costs of that? And the costs of that are dramatically decreased biodiversity. When I talk about biodiversity, I'm talking about all the other plants, animals, fish, things that contribute not only to the function of the ecosystem, but to your experience when you come here to Rocky Mountain National Park. Do you only want to see one charismatic megafauna, or would you like to see that charismatic megafauna in its natural environment with all the other plants and animals that would normally accompany it? I hope the latter potentially is what we're going for.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's what we were seeing out there, and that's what triggered.
So between the human
process.
specific hands-on human impacts and then the secondary impacts of reduced beaver and then this exploding elk population, basically it was getting dried out, and also vegetation was getting eaten at a rate that just couldn't sustain, and so we end up with, like you said, a dry kind of grassland that's just way less biodiverse. Okay.
And much more susceptible to weeds, to invasive exotic plants.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Wetlands are great at preventing those plants from coming in. So wetlands, they make up only 4% of Rocky Mountain National Park's total area, but they provide a disproportionate amount of what we'd call ecosystem services, like drought mitigation, water filtration, and they provide a lot of other services. So they're weed mitigation, right? A lot of people, they think about weeds as you go and pull weeds. Yeah, you can do that. And you can also create environmental conditions that are not conducive to weeds in the first place.
They
exactly.
just can't take root. Yeah.
So we're trying to really manage these systems holistically and say, where do we get great bang for our buck? And we get that through riparian restoration. And I think that's why we've put, some might say, disproportionate amount of effort, into Moraine Park, Horseshoe Park, Upper Beaver Meadows.
Okay, so just summarizing really quickly. So we've talked about all these impacts, talked about kind of how things are looking, that we've really dramatically changed Moraine Park over time. And like we were saying earlier, it might make for pretty pictures. You have this nice open field and there's elk out in it, but from a more complete understanding of the history and how it could be, maybe should be, it's not as pretty and healthy as it might appear.
Right.
So that's where we were. So when it comes, so now we're talking about, you were just talking about the amount of effort that we've put into managing some of these parks. So just kind of walk us through what that effort has been over the last, 10, 20 years, I guess? Yeah. What are the things that we're doing, have done and are doing that maybe wouldn't be super obvious to visitors, but that they can learn more about, or there actually are signs of if they just start looking around for? Yeah.
Yeah. So, we went through a couple decade research process.
Couple decades of research. Nice.
To figure out truly what is the carrying capacity of elk on the winter range, because that's where a lot of the damage was occurring. And when I say winter range, I mean Moraine Park, Horseshoe Park, Upper Beaver Meadows, which also happen to be really popular places for visitors, but they were getting hammered. So what is that carrying capacity, and how many elk could we really sustain? And if you had an environment where you had natural predators, how many elk would you anticipate to see out there? Because that might be your sustainable level. That might be your carrying capacity. And so we've partnered with a variety of universities, partnered very heavily with Colorado State University and USGS and other organizations to figure out all this stuff to the best of our ability, using the best science available. And I think what some folks don't know, or even some folks here who work for the park, is that this is really an incredible example of science-based adaptive management in the National Park Service. And what we have done here and are doing here is a template for a lot of other places. Not that it's without its flaws, certainly.
Sure.
Everything has its flaws, but the process leading up to what we now have and call the Elk and Vegetation Management Plan was pretty extensive. And so we determined at that time, how many elk do we think we can have on the winter range? And we survey that using both ground-based and aerial survey methodology.
Okay. How do those work?
We estimate the population every winter.
Oh, every winter. Okay. How is the ground-based, and then how do those two work? What's the process that you go through to do that?
So initially what had been happening is multiple times a winter, we would conduct just aerial survey.
Okay, so you would go out in a helicopter?
In a helicopter,
okay.
Yep.
And count, would you do like a grid type
right,
system?
You're going to fly transects. You're going to look for groups of animals. And what you're going to do is try and count and classify those animals. And when I say classify, I mean cows, calves, bulls, spikes. When we look at something like the cow-calf ratio, how many cows per calf, or how many calves per cow, that's going to tell us information on the population growth rate, right? How quickly is this population doubling, tripling, et cetera? It can tell us what the future might look like. Or are they declining? In which case we should be concerned, because we certainly want to maintain a robust and healthy elk population. So that's what we do from the air. And then what we've been able to do, because we got to know our elk so well through these many decades of research and research that is ongoing still.
It's interesting when you talk to people who've been observing animal populations for a long time, how intimate how well they get to know them, like you're saying. Yeah.
You'll know exactly which group is going to be where and how they might behave versus another group.
Yeah.
And so because we know that so well, we were able to design a ground-based survey methodology, which we're now leaning on a lot more heavily than the aerial work. And that's nice because we try to minimize the number of times we put planes in the sky.
Sure.
That certainly can impact someone's visitor experience if they're happen to be in the park that day.
Yeah.
It's also a lot safer and a lot cheaper to survey from the ground.
How do those ground surveys work?
So we have a predetermined number of routes, and we survey those every morning for 3 days, the second week of every month.
Okay.
October through April.
Okay.
And we're able to get some very robust, pretty solid population estimates for the winter range. And
nice.
we look at both the winter range in the park as well as the town of Estes Park. And if folks are interested, a lot of that ground survey work is volunteer-based, so they can get in touch with our volunteer office.
Yeah, another volunteer thing. Yeah, we had Lindsay on the podcast a few episodes back and talked about, we tried to cover all the things volunteers do, and I don't even know if we touched on that one. So yet another thing that volunteers do and that you could do if you wanted to get involved.
It's massive. I mean, just the quality data that we're able to produce, and we would have to fly a lot more if not for the effort of our volunteers. And It's just been incredible. I think it's a great citizen science based project that's being used for, again, like some pretty advanced modeling. So this isn't just go out and look at animals.
Yeah.
These guys are really producing some of the cornerstone data for our management objectives.
So that's how you're getting data on elk population over time and dynamics of, like you said, different classifications and all that. So how does that fit in then with the rest of the plan?
So the rest of the plan, anytime you're talking about a hoofed critter, you've got to talk about plants, right?
Yep.
So again, coupled with this pretty extensive elk monitoring and census, we're also monitoring our vegetation. And how is that vegetation coming back? Is it coming back? And how is it responding to our management actions? We talked about elk. What we didn't talk about were the habitat fences that you see behind me.
Right. Yeah, we're sitting right in front of one. Yeah, you can definitely talk about that if you'd like.
Yeah, so they're
good opportunity.
They are certainly were controversial at one point, and I can understand why. It's not something you're really excited to come to a national park and see a fence.
Sure.
But what we can say now with confidence is that these things are working. So the idea was that we would protect some of the most vulnerable areas and eliminate elk browse from those areas entirely, because our models showed that if we didn't do that, we would lose our aspen and we would lose our willow and they would not come back.
Wow.
So aspen are a part of this as well.
So these fences that people see out and about, we call them exclosures. And that's because unlike, well, I guess a lot of fences keep things in and out, but these are meant to keep out elk and any other large...
Moose.
Yeah, elk and moose. To keep them out, but to allow space, depending on the fence, you'll see different techniques, but between the size of the fencing or space under the fencing to allow other animals to move in and out. But it's basically protecting the vegetation inside of the fence from being browsed by elk and moose.
Yep.
Okay.
And
makes sense.
So every year we collect data on that to make sure that the decisions we've made are actually working, which sounds very intuitive, but monitoring programs are very expensive.
Sure.
And they take a lot of effort to implement. So what you'll see a lot nationwide, globally, people will implement a conservation project, but they don't have the resources to try and monitor that afterwards to see, is that really working what we did? And we're hitting that side of things hard. And what we can say is, with the aspen fences, it's working really well. We're getting great recruitment, meaning little youngin trees are popping up all over the place in there.
Willow,
and
you can see that
for
yourself. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, when you, if you haven't yet, listeners, when you go around the park, look for some of these fences and look inside of some of them. And I mean, the difference is, you don't have to be a scientist to see the difference in a lot of the fences at this point. Of course, you're monitoring it, like you said, from the very beginnings of these things all the way up and doing it much more detailed. But it is cool that you can even just see it with your naked eye.
Yeah, I think, if you go up above Horseshoe Park and look down at Horseshoe Park, I mean, it's just incredible.
Yeah.
The different meadows are in different states we're in different states of decay and decline when we went in and put some of these exclosures in. So in Moraine Park, we've had a little more struggled response. And so one of the things you'll see out there if you walk around in Moraine Park, and we've certainly had a response in the fences, but you'll see that if you look at the Big Thompson, it's extremely incised.
So cut into one narrow channel.
Right, cut down into one narrow channel.
Whereas before with beaver and everything, it would have been just all over Moraine Park, just meandering side streams, wet areas, almost standing ponds, all sorts of stuff. Okay, so cut down into one channel.
Yep, and so you've got maybe 3-4 foot of bank that river needs to overflow. I mean, again, a very unnatural situation that was created, over 100 years of decay. And I've heard one of the frequently asked questions I get is, when are the fences coming down? And I say, when the habitat can sustain itself. Well, when's that? I think us as humans, we naturally want to operate on these very concrete, very short timelines.
Yep.
But I say, we didn't create this problem in 10 years or 20 years. We're not going to fix it in 10 years or 20 years. What we're trying to do is reset the trajectory, right? Go from a negative to a positive. And we're absolutely doing that. But one of the things that in a place like Moraine Park is challenging is the water. It's channeling, it's running right through the system. It's not spreading out across the landscape the way we'd like to see. So excluding browse through fencing is one tool. But that doesn't necessarily spread water back on the landscape quickly. And so those are some things we're talking about now. Is really how do we get beaver back in these sites to do the engineering that we need them to do. And that's kind of
TBD?
a hot topic at the moment.
TBD? Okay. I won't press you on the details, but we'll have another podcast in the future when we talk about the Beaver Repatriation Act of something. Figure out how we can affect that stream channelization. That's a great point. And again, I think something that if you didn't know it, you never think about it. You look out and you're just like, oh yeah, there's this nice river and I see it and everything, but you don't realize if you had been here 150 years ago, how completely different.
You'd be able to have lunch in the shade. So try and do that now in Moraine Park.
Yeah, exactly.
It's great for your fisheries as well. Trout like cold, cool streams. They like stream bank vegetation. So I've heard great comments from a lot of our fishermen who are, I think, some of the first folks to notice the positive impact of our exposures.
Interesting, yeah.
They were like, wow, the fish are back in there. I'm like, yeah, because the plants are growing and it's shading the stream.
Right. Oh, that's very cool.
And we saw in 2015, I was actually giving a talk to some of our new law enforcement folks by the Exclosure, talking about all this. And up comes a sandhill crane. And it was the first time we had seen one of those in here in a very, very long time. So animals will respond, and if we help it along a little bit, the hope is that, again, we can get that trajectory going and it gains enough momentum where it does start to self-sustain. And we can take the fences down.
Right. Okay.
But it's going to take some time.
Sure.
It's hurting.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, like you said,
humans did a job.
It took a long time to get it where it is, and it'll take a while for it to recover back and be healthy.
Right.
At least on the human time scale. That's the other thing that's hard to remember in terms of landscape ecology and just anything to do with the natural world is that it makes sense. We're humans. We think on the scale of human lifetimes, but human lifetimes are very, very short compared to these ecosystems and these processes at these scales. So, yeah, that makes total sense. That it's kind of like, well, we'll see when it gets healthy. It gets healthy. So, yeah, that's pretty amazing. I hope that helps people understand a little bit more with the fences and what they're seeing. And I also have heard, from people who have been coming to Rocky for decades, they have lived long enough to see some of the changes in elk population and the effects, and definitely have questions about that. So, what else about the elk and vegetation management plan do you think would be good to cover for listeners to know?
So we've got a couple projects that are ongoing right now. One of them is long-term chronic wasting disease.
Yeah, could you tell? Yeah, what
monitoring,
chronic wasting
surveillance,
disease?
looking at the health of our elk population, which is different from the habitat side. And so we've historically had a fairly high prevalence of chronic wasting disease in Rocky Mountain National Park.
And what is, for folks who don't know about chronic wasting disease, what are some of the, what effect does that have on the animals?
So it's a prion disease that affects the nervous system.
Okay.
And it leads to death in
so another
affected
prion
animals.
disease that people have probably heard of would be mad cow. That's another type of prion disease.
Or
prions are
Creutzfeldt-Jakob in
really
humans.
weird. We can't really go into that, but
that's a whole other talk.
Very, very weird, but it is a prion based. Okay.
Yeah. Yep. So it's nothing like anything we had really seen before.
Yeah.
Either in wildlife disease or any other disease areas. And it's not a virus, it's not a bacteria, it's a protein. And so that's bizarre. But what it does is it chews through the brain, essentially. And so if you see an animal with chronic wasting disease, or CWD, as you'll hear us call it most often, that animal's going to get thin. They might be drooling. Their head's going to be low. Their cognition is not very good. They're having nervous system impacts. And so those animals aren't going to last too much longer if you see an animal in that condition. And we've been an epicenter for research on this because we are the first place that we had this disease occur in a wild population.
Really?
And it's
interesting.
And we've had fairly high rates of it compared to the surrounding area. And there's been a lot of discussion over why that might be. At this point, we don't have great data to back up the whys. But some of the things that we think about are because we had such a highly concentrated population, they're unnaturally stacked on top of each other for so long. This disease can persist in the environment almost for unlimited time frames. We don't know how long because we haven't been able to look at it for that long, but for decades, certainly. So if you put a whole bunch of animals in a contaminated space, what might happen? You know, so that's another typical issue when you have overpopulations of species is you end up having disease issues, right? Because
the rates of transmission are just much higher.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
And so we don't know that that's why. But these are just some things we talk about.
This is great. I'm glad we're talking about this stuff because this is another thing that I love in general. I mean, just for my own personal edification, but I think it's great for visitors to realize with parks or with any kind of science is like there are some things that we're pretty confident about and we're, you know, and then there's things where we don't know. And that's why we're doing science because we're trying to figure it out. And so I always think it's cool to remind people that like it's not a done deal. We can't tell you all the answers to everything in the park. There's plenty of stuff that we're trying to figure out too as it goes along. So it's really interesting.
Absolutely.
So chronic wasting disease is a component of this and is something that is being studied.
Right, and we look at how might that affect our population levels over time. Is there a time in the future where you get to a space where you're worried about elk populations?
Right, yeah.
That conversation has been had in other places. Right now, our populations of elk, both on the east and the west sides of the park, and I'm talking regionally, right? Because we're one little 25,000 acre nugget, right?
Which might sound big to people, but for animals like elk, it's not that big of an amount of space.
Yeah, if I can walk across Rocky in 2 days, what does that mean for an elk? So I think folks miss that sometimes as well, you know, because scale in nature is very different than the scale you and I might be used to.
Absolutely.
Where a 4,000 square foot house sounds enormous.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Yep.
So that's important because we are looking at elk on a regional basis. We're looking at these herds where they move, and they all only use the park during portions of the year.
So on that regional basis, those populations look good, right? We think they're within a good range. Right now.
And another common question I get is, where'd all the elk go? You know, I've heard people say that the Park Service culled thousands of them. That's not true. The big story here is really that the wintering animals redistributed, and they're utilizing the Front Range a lot more during the winter, which is actually a very natural pattern of elk behavior.
Right.
Why would you stay at 8,000 feet in the winter when you can go down to 4,500 or 5,500 and eat grass all day? So again, suspicions about that. Well, they brought elk into the Estes Valley in 1913 and 1914, and those animals had no roadmap in their head. So did they just stay up here? Maybe.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe.
So,
or maybe they were, confined because of all sorts of things. In terms of regulations.
You know, you had a lot more agricultural production on the Front Range back then. Now you've got lawns and gardens, and so the elk are living high on the hog down there in the winter.
That's super interesting. Yeah,
so they're fine.
That to
they
me
just
is
moved.
a great example again of how things that we take for granted as being natural. It's like, well, like with elk, I've heard that as we think of them, and a lot of times now we'll think of them as mountain species, but it's like. No,
they're
not.
prairie animals.
They're prairie,
yeah.
Exactly.
They're grass eaters. Elk are actually primarily grass eaters. Even when they have willow to munch on, they'll only eat 10 to 15% of their diet.
They want grass.
They are grass eaters, so it's totally natural for them.
So we didn't call
to
thousands
utilize
of
the
elk.
Prairie.
A lot of the elk on their own. They were like, "Hey, there's nicer weather and more stuff to eat down here in the winter, we're going to come down here. So they redistribute it on their own. Makes total sense.
And that's another, exactly what caused them to figure that out again. Colorado Parks and Wildlife did have a couple of high harvest seasons in areas around the park in the early mid-2000s. We did put up the habitat fencing. We did do a very, very limited amount of culling back when there were still a lot of animals wintering in the park. And we have done a lot of chronic wasting disease research. Folks can speculate all day long. Why did that lead cow finally decide to go down Route 34?
Right.
We'll never know.
You don't even know why your best friend does stuff that they do.
Right.
You can't read someone else's mind.
Explain my family. So
yeah.
But at the end of the day, what they've done is what's healthy. So great.
Yeah.
They're moving around more. They're migrating more. They're doing what large migratory species should do, is engage in seasonal migration.
Yeah.
So that's exciting.
Yeah.
It's certainly causing, on a human-altered landscape, there is no action that is without issue, right? So there are elk kind of human conflicts occurring in some of our foothill communities that were not occurring that much before. So the saga continues.
Sure. Well, it's a relationship, we got to both put in our own effort to make it work.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
So, while we're in Moraine Park, while we're talking about elk, while it's the rut, while we have the busiest weekends of the entire year, in large part because people want to come watch the rut, I thought we could just touch on some of those issues and questions really quickly, because I feel like through no fault of anyone's, they're just not used to being around these animals. There's a lot of, I just hear people ask questions or just things that people think that are really surprising to me.
Right.
So maybe we can quickly dispel some of those. So I think the biggest thing that I see, and I'll see if you concur, I think a lot of people experience wildlife, animals in zoos and in animal parks. And they come here, and I think a lot of the questions that I hear relate to that experience. So it's like, well, why did you let the moose leave this area? Or the moose, elk, moose. Why am I not seeing these animals? Why are you, this one looks sick. Why aren't you taking care of it? So,
right.
I guess the first thing would be, could we just talk about what it is that, the interactions that we have with elk? Like, obviously we are doing stuff to monitor them and to try to keep the population healthy, but how far does that go in terms of how much are they just doing their thing and living their own life?
They are very largely doing their thing.
Yeah.
So the only time we handle animals is for research purposes. And I always try to figure out what's the least number of animals that I need to handle in order to get at the study objective, in order to answer the question.
Yeah.
Because if you can't get enough to answer the question, then you shouldn't be doing it at all. But we do try to take that into consideration when we're collaring, when we're handling. We have a lot of that down really well. We've been doing this for a long time. So typically our animals are doing fantastic post those adventures that we put them through.
So even when we're specifically doing studies and trying to learn stuff, we're still trying to interact with and impact the animals as little as possible.
Absolutely.
And so that should key people in that these animals are not pets or trained in any way.
Right.
In fact, they're quite the opposite. And one thing I like to remind people is that when you're here watching them, it is awesome when you can watch them. It is beautiful. It can be inspiring. It can be entertaining. But that is not why they're here. They're actually trying to live life outdoors 24/7.
Yep.
No matter how hard the weather is, no matter how good or bad the food, the browses in that year, the grazing, no matter what, they're just out there trying to live. And like the rut is a very serious thing for them.
Oh, yeah.
That, it's not an entertainment spectacle. And I think the reason that we try to emphasize that to people is not to spoil their fun or anything, but to keep the elk healthy and safe and let them do what they're going to do, and to keep people healthy and safe, because these are like big animals.
They're extremely big animals. And when you think that, you know, a big bull can have 40 puncture wounds in his hide after the rut, I mean, I don't want to be one of those puncture wounds.
Yeah.
We actually, you know, a lot of times I try to avoid, if there's any reason for handling bulls, we try to avoid doing that during the rut. It's a stressful time for these guys. They're expending an incredible amount of energy.
Yeah.
And then they've got to get through the winter.
See, that's the other
So
thing
it's
that
not
I
a fun deal.
I remember years ago someone mentioned that to me. They were like, a lot of times the biggest, strongest, healthiest, most bad to the bone looking elk that you see out there in the fall are going to have the hardest winter because they've been fighting and they put so much energy into growing that rack. They've put so much energy into looking strong and splendid, and then they're getting puncture wounds and they're getting maybe broken bone and they're just getting worn out and they're not eating, and so yeah, they have to go into a winter of, if anyone's been to, like, of course we're saying they're moving down a lot, some of them in the winter, but if anyone's been up here in the winter, if you haven't, come up, hang out in Moraine Park when it's you know, howling wind, and I mean, just getting out of your car for 2 minutes to take a picture, like, oh man.
Yeah.
And they're out in that all day. So
we actually
good thing
have
to remember.
A group that winters up on the tundra.
Oh, what? I didn't realize that. That's crazy.
About 40 animals or so. What? So again, as much as you can try to explain behavior and what they're going to do, and there's always anomalies. There's always somebody who's saying, I'm doing my thing. They found some niche that's working for them, you know, for that group of animals. But I think people really need to be respectful of these animals, respect their space.
Yeah.
We don't manage them in the sense of zoo animals or perhaps, you know, your livestock that you have at home.
They don't go in a corral.
Right.
They don't get fed.
We don't supplementally feed them.
Right. If they get sick,
they are sick.
They're sick.
Yep.
If they get injured and they're going to die, they're going to die.
They are wild animals.
Yes.
And so a lot of folks, I hear comments kind of like, we want to have it both ways, you know, and we need to keep our wildlife wild. If we do have a really, really rough-looking chronic wasting disease animal, sometimes we may make the decision to euthanize that animal.
Just to put it out.
They might only have a couple days to live. Yeah. But that's rare. I've had incidents with vehicle collisions where people, we should euthanize it. You know, you'll be amazed at how tough these guys are. We want to give them every chance to live their life the way they would have. So typically, unless they're having a really hard time eating, getting up, performing basic life functions, we're going to let that animal have a shot at doing what he or she was going to be doing.
So what are the other things? So I mean, the biggest thing that we tell people is to keep a safe distance. It's hard to give an exact number. We actually do have a legal minimum number now in the compendium just this year, which is 25 yards. But of course, that, like we were talking about earlier, they're wild animals. That varies. So in terms of people keeping a safe distance, how would you like them to think about it?
And a hoofed critter, and I'll talk about moose too, and I'll just lump them in here because they're going to be rutting after the elk.
And they're even bigger.
And typically even less tolerant.
Yeah.
They can cover 25 yards awful quick. I have a lot of experience conducting ground capture of these animals. And that's not a lot of space. It's not a lot of space at all. So I think keeping note of the animal's behavior and their demeanor. If they start to pay attention to you, you're too close.
Yep.
And that could be 40 yards, especially with moose. But with these bulls that are in the rut, whether they're elk or moose, and they vary behavior just like we do. Absolutely.
Yep.
So you can have one person with an incredible amount of tolerance, right? They're from New York City and they're used to being on the subway with 8,000 of their closest friends. Or, you know, you could have someone that has pretty wide buffer around them where they feel comfortable. And these animals are the same way.
They're all individuals.
They're individuals. They're going to make different decisions. And folks are used to their dog, you know, very expressive, right? Hoofed animals are not so expressive. If you're used to being around horses, maybe you might be able to pick up on some of these things. They do similar things. They might just lay back an ear. They might just kind of clench up their jaw a little bit, and they might stop chewing. If those things are going on, they're noticing you.
Mm-hmm.
And it's probably not for a good reason.
Mm-hmm.
So it's wise, just be cautious, have
Yep.
a good time, don't
Yep.
get hurt.
Yep. Unless people think that people don't get hurt, they do.
We had people get hurt in the town of Estes Park yesterday.
2 different people.
2 different
So-
people were hurt. I don't know all the details, but
Yeah.
it didn't sound good.
Yeah, I think that they were treated and released, but I think they weren't feeling too great. So people can get hurt. People do get hurt. We don't want you to get hurt, and we don't want to negatively affect and mess up this incredibly important time. Like, this is the time when breeding happens for the year.
Right.
So extremely crucial, and it's right before heading into winter. So that to me, yeah, that's the greatest thing for people to remember, is that we have these numbers that we set and try to use just literally as like a bare minimum, but really it's exactly what you said. If you're affecting the animal's behavior, you're too close.
Yep.
So just back off. And we know, and I'm a photographer, so I get it. We know everyone wants great wildlife shots. If you want great wildlife shots, you need to get a camera with a nice big zoom lens.
Exactly.
It's the only way to do it. Even the professional shots that you're seeing, people aren't getting super close. They're having huge lenses. So unfortunately that's the way it is. You're not going to get great close-ups of wildlife with the smartphone camera. So if you really want those close-ups, it just takes some investment in technique, and we actually have a page now on our website. So if you go to our website and you look under Plan Your Visit, under Safety, there's a page now about wildlife safety, and then that links to a page that gives you tips for photography, wildlife photography, including how you can get shots that aren't close-ups, that are from a safe distance, but that still look good. So
yeah,
go on there for that. Anything else we want to cover there? I mean, we have other specific rules. We have meadow closures every evening. And that is, I assume, to give them some space to live life. And,
Yep. They're very active, what we call crepuscular, right? At dawn and dusk. And then often overnight during the rut. So you certainly don't want to be walking through Moraine Park in the dark and come across a big 6x7 bull who's pretty supercharged.
Yeah. And those closures are in the newspaper and they're on the website, and we have signs out too. So if you're ever wondering or trying to remember, there's things around to remind you.
Right.
Yep.
Right. And there's plenty of amazing viewing areas, right, where you can watch these animals at a safe distance and have your experience and let them do what they're going to do. The other thing folks don't realize, is sometimes animals have to be euthanized because folks got too close and provoked an attack, and now that needs to be dealt with accordingly. So let's keep them safe, keep ourselves safe, and we can all enjoy the rut and have a great time.
Nice. All right. So hopefully that will, I hope that gives all our listeners a way better understanding of elk in the park, a little bit of the history of it and how we're actively monitoring and trying to just create a healthier ecosystem overall. And then also how they can enjoy the rut more safely. So earlier I mistakenly mentioned moose being around 100 years ago, and they were not, as you informed me, which you'd informed me before, but it takes a few times. So I wanted to talk about that really quickly. So 100 years ago, no moose in this area that we know of. Is that right?
So 100 years ago, maybe the casual passerby moose.
Okay. But no established population?
Yeah, so folks will, argue back and forth the point of what does were they here mean? Right? So what I would offer
over
is
what
that,
time scale maybe?
We didn't have, as far as every piece of information we've been able to review, everything from historical accounts to the fossil record, we did not have established breeding populations of moose. And as anyone knows today, that's very, very different. We have very established populations of moose. Most of the female moose I've seen have calves, if not twin calves.
Yeah.
So definitely established, definitely breeding.
Yeah.
And they're a beautiful, fantastic, charismatic animal. But they were introduced to the west side of the park, west of the park in the North Park area by Colorado Parks and Wildlife in the late 70s.
Okay, I didn't realize that.
Mhm.
So they were introduced from
Wyoming and Utah.
Okay.
And so then there were several other introductions at different points in the state. And but what we've got now is, a very robust, rapidly expanding moose population.
Yeah.
And again, kind of regardless of if they were here or not, because folks can get really hung up on that conversation.
Sure.
We still don't have predators on the landscape.
Yep.
And we have a very damaged wetland system.
And that's what moose love.
And moose are what we'd call wetland obligates for much of the year,
Mhm.
where they exclusively they are browsers, right?
Yes.
Not grazers.
Yes.
And if you look at their face, you can kind of see some of the unique adaptations there. So they're experts at stripping aspen and willow. And those are, of course, the two species we've focused on for restoration.
Yep.
That are kind of cornerstone species of wetland systems.
Yeah.
Riparian systems. So we don't know much right now, but in order to know more, we're kicking off a 5-year research study.
Cool.
That's going to look at
Yeah.
not only estimating the population, it's going to look at what are the home range of these animals, what does their seasonal movements look like, what's their baseline health condition. So we'll be testing for chronic wasting disease, which is very rare in moose but can occur. We're looking at body condition score. We're doing some blood work. So we're starting a pretty big study on what is the status of our moose in the park.
And that just started this fall, is that
In
right?
August.
In August. Nice.
So we have a few animals collared on the west side of the park and an animal collared on the east side of the park. And we're going to get kind of a lot of that seasonal movement information.
Very cool.
from
So in
this
5
technology.
years, we're going to know a heck of a lot more about moose in
Yeah.
Rocky than we do now.
Yeah.
And we actually talked before the podcast. We're thinking about ideas for future seasons of the podcast. And so we think one really cool thing might be to do a kind of a mini series inside of the series about the moose study next year, where we can really get into detail and even go out in the field and get a lot more info for that. So if people will bear with us, we're going to not go into super detail on that now, but we just wanted to let you know that obviously whether or not they were here in the past, they're certainly here now.
Right.
And
exactly.
we have tons of questions about the moose population in Rocky that are unanswered.
Mhm.
And Hannum is leading up the effort to try to answer those questions, and it's going to be super interesting. So we will check back in on that as we go along. Another thing that I think we'll wait on for that is some of your background, because it is very interesting, I think, in terms of other jobs that you've had and how you got into this field. So I think that we'll be able to cover that then, if you're okay with that.
Sure. Sounds like a plan.
So we'll keep this one elk specific for the most part, but I want to wrap up with bigger picture stuff. That's what we usually like to do. We go big picture at the end for at least a couple questions. So this is probably a tough one to answer, maybe, but as a landscape ecologist, what is maybe the 1 or 2 biggest things that you wish you could go around and tell visitors all the time, but you're busy doing research and work and in the office and can't tell them? Like, what's the kind of big one or more big ideas from your field that you think would really inform people's visit when they're here in the park and they're seeing all the amazing things that they're seeing?
I think we have to constantly remind ourselves how interconnected everything is, because we don't operate that way. Humans do not operate that way. We have a really hard time thinking on a 50-year, 100-year, 200-year time frame. We have a really hard time thinking on a multi-state spatial scale, a continental spatial scale. But that's how nature works. So we can either start to try and think that way a little bit more, because these efforts, I can spend 14 hours a day working on this stuff, but I can't do this by myself.
Sure.
Maintaining healthy landscapes, restoring unhealthy ecosystems, maintaining healthy wildlife populations, which are really a very rich heritage in this country, that requires all of us, and it requires cultural shifts, and it requires people working together across state boundaries, across land ownership lines. And if we're willing to do that, we can do some incredible things. And if we're not willing to do that, we risk losing a lot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a great point, and I feel like that's something that has started to emerge in terms of communication with the public to national parks, but I think it's great to emphasize more and more, which is if you come to Rocky, if you love Rocky, it's not a contained thing. Like
right.
Everything that happens around it matters. If you live near here, it matters. If we want to keep it as healthy and beautiful as it can be, we have to think way outside the boundaries, and we have to partner with everyone down to the individual level. So awesome point.
Yeah.
And then the last big picture thing that we like to wrap up with is, how long have you been at Rocky Mountain National Park now?
Almost 2.5 years now.
Okay, so similar to me. So it's interesting. We've had some people who've been here for 30 years we've asked this question, and some people have been here for a year and asked this question. But so far, your time at Rocky, what has your time at Rocky, or what does Rocky mean to you? What has it been like in terms of, it can be your professional life, personal life, both, whatever. What has Rocky meant to you so far in your 2.5 years?
So Rocky was actually the first big Western park that I'd ever seen.
Oh, when was that?
And that was in 2005.
Okay.
And I was driving out to go work on a ranch north of Steamboat Springs from the East Coast. So I'd traveled all over the world, but I'd never come to the Western United States. And it just blew my mind, right?
Sure,
I always say I was a young kid with an old truck and a new pair of boots, and it really stuck in my mind, and I never envisioned that this many years later I would be kind of heading up, some of our pretty keystone adaptive management projects.
Yeah.
And I think that's really what drew me back here, out of a myriad of different opportunities, is that again, something I think even folks who work here don't realize, some of the stuff that we're working on in terms of ecosystems management and long-term recovery is really a template for a lot of other places. And we have a really strong science base for what we do, which, as we talked about earlier, that wasn't always the case, right? Folks would say, there's too many elk, we'll shoot some elk. We don't do that sort of thing. And there are a lot of places around the country and around the world that are trying to engage in this adaptive management model where we feed science into our decision-making process, and we're actually making decisions based on data as opposed to what we think might be happening. And so for me, that was really a big draw to come back here. So both the sentimental piece and the great professional opportunity.
Yeah.
And I work with just some incredible people who are highly motivated both here and at our partnership organizations. So that's really energizing.
That's awesome. Well, that's pretty amazing that it was able to come full circle like that that you're, the first place that kind of blew your mind, introduced to the West, is where you find yourself doing your professional work. That's pretty awesome.
Right.
So we will check back in with you soon. Listeners will get to learn a lot more about these innovative studies that we're doing, and about various staff that you work with, and about the whole program in the future. So look forward to that. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you, Miles.
Yeah. All right. Our next episode will be released on Friday, October 6th. For show notes, transcriptions, and to learn more about our show, visit our homepage at go.nps.gov/RMNpod. That's go.nps.gov/RMNpod. The Rocky Mountain National Podcast is a product of Rocky Mountain National Park, one of 417 units of the National Park Service that preserve America's heritage for all, forever. Stay classy, Rocky Rangers. From Yellowstone National Park, this is What We Do. I'm Miles Barger.
And I'm Jake Frank.
Hey, Jake, how's it going?
Miles, mustache is looking super good today.
Yeah, our podcast listeners can't see my new magnificent mustache, but
guys, it is spectacular.
Got to use mustache wax. That's the tip.
Yeah.
Today we're going to be talking to Heather Basak. She's an administrative support assistant for Yellowstone's Division of Resource Education and Youth Programs. We call it REYP for short. Before we get started, though, a little trivia question for you, Jake.
Bring it.
I don't know how you would know this, but you can make a good guess. How many seasonal employees does REYP employ in the busy summer season, rounded to the nearest 10? What do you think?
100.
Pretty close, a little lower.
90.
One more.
70.
80.
I did that on purpose.
Nice. I think the full positions would be 83, but somewhere around 80.
That's a lot.
It is a lot. There's a lot that goes into that, including hiring all those people and doing paperwork and doing budgeting and all sorts of fun things. So
gotta pay the people.
We got to pay them. We like to. And then one note, if you notice a difference in sound quality for this episode, there's a good reason for that we're going to get into during this episode. Heather is a fully remote employee, so we're doing our interview via video chat. So the sound might be a little bit different, and that's on purpose. So, you ready, Heather? You ready as you'll ever be?
Yep.
Good to see you, Heather.
Yeah, it is good to see you. As always. So, first question to kick it off. When and where did you get your start in the National Park Service? Or if you got started in something that led into the Park Service, you could even start with that.
Sure. So I never thought I would actually be working for the National Park Service. When I grew up, my family, we didn't really visit national parks. We didn't really do that type of thing. We did other types of vacations, but never the parks. So that was never on my radar. And it wasn't until I was in college that I visited my first national park, Big Bend National Park in Texas. And it was a wonderful trip. I had a blast. It was beautiful. But again, didn't put two and two together. Never thought that I would work for them. And it was getting towards the end of college, and I didn't have a job lined up. I wasn't exactly sure what I wanted to do. I was thinking about going the museum studies route because I was an anthropology major. But I just didn't have anything lined up. And so I actually saw a poster on one of the buildings in my college, and it was for the Student Conservation Association, or SCA. And it talked about internships on public lands. And I thought, that could be something to look into. I don't really have anything lined up. I'll look into it. So I went on their website, and it was a ton of internships. It was with like U.S. Forest Service, Bureau of Land Management, National Park Service, doing a lot of the park servicey, park ranger type jobs. But then there were other internships like archaeologist or curatorial intern that was really interested. I was really interested in, because that's the route that I thought I was going to take. So I did my first internship with a National Park Service site in Kansas called Fort Scott National Historic Site as a curatorial intern. And I was working a lot with their museum collections, taking care of that. And I really enjoyed it. But other part of that internship was doing guided walks around this old military fort. And I got to do a little bit of living history. And I thought, this is pretty cool. This is pretty fun. Maybe this is something I want to look into more. So then I decided to do a second internship after that through the SCA, this time with Denali National Park and Preserve in Alaska, actually where I met Jake. We worked together, and it was really there that I thought, okay, this is something I might want to do for the rest of my life. There were amazing people to work with. There were just beautiful things to see and do. It was, I never would have experienced that. I never would have probably visited Denali without first going to Fort Scott and doing some other internships. And I thought, this is something I really, really want to do. And so then, just to be sure, I did one more internship with SCA, this time at Big Bend National Park.
Nice. Back to where you started.
Yeah, exactly. So it kind of feels like I came full circle. Like it was the first national park I visited. And then it was the national park that kind of really was like, yep, this is definitely what I want to do. It was such a unique experience. I got to do it visit as a visitor and then also be an employee or an intern there. And so I thought, this is it. This is what I want to do. And then from there, I made the jump to actually Fish and Wildlife Service and then National Park Service. Worked a couple seasonal positions at different national parks and then eventually made the slide into a permanent position in Yellowstone and now as an administrative support assistant.
So I have a few, that was a varied background. So a couple things. You mentioned living history. Did you get to wear like period appropriate? Like, I don't know, is it costumes is the right word or clothes?
Yeah, it was a while ago, so I'm trying to remember everything that happened, but it was this very special service. It was called Fort Scott by Candlelight, and it was close to Christmas time. And they had like different vignettes in all these different military buildings where we would act out scenes of what would have happened in these different buildings. And I got to be a military laundress. And so I got to wear kind of more or 19th century garb and pretend to be doing the soldiers' laundry. So that was pretty fun and unique. It was really great.
Yeah. And then the other thing, she mentioned that the people she worked with in Denali were really great. I just want to concur that I am very great to work with.
That is true.
Get that on the record.
I think, when were you guys there? I was there 2008, 9, 10.
2012 was when you were there, right, Heather?
Yes,
it was my
2012.
second summer there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, so I missed you. I was a little earlier than.
Yeah, there is like
all the best people
for our
in Denali.
listeners. There is like a legit. If you've worked in Alaska, you have like a camaraderie with the people in Alaska because it gets into your bone. Like such a cool place. Like, yeah, you can tell from Heather. She's like, I went to Alaska and then I realized this is what I wanted to do. Like, it's really cool.
Yeah.
Yep. So, I resemble that remark.
So out of all those jobs that you did to get you to Yellowstone, all the seasonal jobs, did you have any repeat jobs or did you move like every season? Was it a different job?
So good question. I worked for Fish and Wildlife, had a very similar job. I was a park ranger, interpretive park ranger for them. And I worked with preschool kids and did a preschool program for them and then kind of translated that into the National Park Service. I did interpretive park ranger jobs. So a lot of the guided hikes, the guided, talks and walks, that type of thing, working in the visitor center, helping plan people's programs. But then I worked also as a campground ranger in Great Smoky Mountains National Park. Got to help people check into their campsites, go over campground rules, walk around, talk to them, educate them about the park. And then I went to Yellowstone and worked as a remitter. So I worked in what's called the cash room and counted all the money that comes in from the entrance stations and the visitor centers, reconciled all that money, and then got it ready for deposit. And then also worked in the visitor services office in Yellowstone, helping people plan their trips and then work on some special use permits. So I did move around a little bit, but I might have been in a little bit different boat seasonally because I was with my husband who had a permanent job at some of these places. Yeah. So I stuck around in some of these parks probably a little bit longer than other seasonals do. They might tend to move around a little bit and follow their job while I was more in one area for a longer period of time.
Yeah. I was asking because until I got my first permanent job, I moved 12 times in 6 years. So it was every 6 months I was on to something else. So like that is part of the lifestyle until you're permanent.
Okay. So where are you joining us from right now?
So I work fully remotely from Boise, Idaho.
Mm-hmm. And how long have you been working fully remote? Has it been 2 years?
Oh, that's a great question. It's been probably about 1.5 years.
Okay. So what do you have a typical day? What does your typical day look like? You have a typical day.
So I don't think there ever really is a typical day for an administrative support assistant because so many things get thrown at us and there's so many things that pop up last minute that we have to take care of that I don't think any one day is completely the same. But we do have a lot of like reoccurring tasks that happen every 2 weeks. And so we'll do a lot of the same stuff. They may every 2 weeks, but it may not just be every day. Like we have to get payroll done. That's kind of the big one. Everybody wants to get paid. It's pretty important. So that's kind of one of our,
Thank you.
You're welcome. One of the biggest tasks that we have, but we also arrange travel for a lot of our NPS employees. If they have to go to meeting that's outside of the park, any trainings, go to other parks to assist with anything, we help arrange that travel. You can think of us kind of like a travel agent in that regard. We deal a lot with HR. So we're kind of an HR liaison. So anytime there's personnel actions for hiring somebody, all those 83 seasonals, we put in hiring actions for them. If anybody resigns or moves to a different position, that kind of all starts with administrative support assistance. And then depending on the park or even the division, you might even help with some budget work, reconciling accounts or tracking expenses and expenditures.
Mm-hmm. Do you also have a credit card?
I do. Not all do, but I do have a.
So what would you say is the most important skill for your job? Or if there's more than one, you can say more.
Yeah, I think administrative support assistants really need to be flexible because there are so many things that will pop up last minute. So occasionally you'll be working on something and then have to put that task away and work on something else because it's time sensitive. So you need to be able to jump from one task to another pretty easily and change your priorities on the fly. And then I think you need to have a really good customer service mentality. I mean, administrative support assistants, we don't work with the public, but we can think of our customers like our fellow employees. We want to make sure we give them as much support and as many tools as we can so they can be successful in their jobs. And so they can protect the park. They can also, share it with visitors. So we really need to be focused on our fellow employees.
Mm-hmm. What's your favorite part of your job?
I think the variety. There's a lot of stuff that you get to do as an administrative support assistant. You're not really necessarily pigeonholed into one thing. You get exposure to a lot of different routes, parks, career routes, like budget, HR. You get exposure to different divisions. Every division needs an administrative support assistant. And what they do for each division is a little different. So you just get exposure to a lot of different things, a lot of different processes. And I really, really enjoy that. And I mean, you get to work with people, which is pretty great too.
Mm-hmm. And what about the flip side? Do you have a least favorite part of your job or hardest part?
All the emails.
Yeah, nonstop
the
emails.
Nonstop emails is just be a little overwhelming at times. But but in all seriousness, I think having to juggle so many different things at once and balancing all the different pieces and being able, like I said, to switch from one task to another can be a little difficult at times. So it's really important, if you do get one of these jobs, to take meticulous notes, be really organized. I'm still figuring out really great organization methods for some of this stuff, but but that's kind of the hard thing.
And I think sometimes you all have to deal with really long-term deadlines or what seem like long-term deadlines to me. And that, I think that's always hard for me, where it's like, oh, we need to have this thing in like 6 months ahead of time, or, and they're deadlines that you can't miss, really.
Yes, those are, especially when it comes to HR, we've got deadlines pretty far in advance for some of our things. And if you miss those deadlines, then it pushes back, maybe when somebody can start. And so there are some definite repercussions when that happens.
Yeah, a lot of people relying on
Yeah.
You guys they're like the grease of this machine. They make sure that everything keeps chugging along, and without all the little actions and paperwork and everything, it seems like we're constantly in contact with admin.
Yeah, and you all know all the little things and the tricks and the say, wait, what do we do? How do we do that? Let's ask Heather. Oh, she knows.
Well, a lot of research. You do have to be a researcher,
Yeah.
I feel like, in this job to look at some of this stuff and know who to ask when you've got some of those questions. Because there are a lot of rules. There are a lot of things and I'm still constantly learning. And that's also why I really like this job too, is like, I feel like you never really stay static. You're constantly in motion. You're constantly learning.
Mm-hmm. So you mind if I ask you about when you were talking about moving with your husband and everything?
Mm-hmm.
Just because I think that would be interesting for people who are thinking about NPS as a career. It can be challenging, I think, for, long-term partners to work in the service. Like, I've known people who are married and live apart for a long time, sometimes like a really long time, or they date and are long distance for years before finally and things like that. So I don't know, just like, how did that play into your career and your husband's career, and how life has gone for you guys so far? I mean, it seems like that's probably part of the remote position or some of the flexibility, but I don't know, just anything you would want people to know about your experience with that who might be thinking about the Park Service.
Yeah, that is a great question, because there are different routes that people can take, because I have also known couples who have had to be apart for a little while, each working separate parks, and then making their way to each other. We've been fortunate enough that where my husband has gone, I've been able to pick up seasonal work. I know that's not necessarily in the cards for everybody, but thankfully I was able to. And that's kind of also the reason why, I didn't just stay in one career path. Like, I've done a couple different things, and that was to really, I kind of took a job where I could, but I really liked that. I think that's made me a little bit more well-rounded. Really appreciated that. And then thankfully, when my husband moved to a different position away from Yellowstone, I was able to go remote, especially with some administrative work kind of leans more towards that. You can't do that with every job in the Park Service. There's so many that have to be in park. But thankfully, this job allowed me to have that flexibility, and my supervisor was very, very supportive. And I was able to get a remote job that way. So that's really helped with us. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's I mean, not that we need to dive too deeply into it in this episode, but it is interesting. I think a lot of people would be surprised to learn that, number one, if you work for a national park, it doesn't mean you're going to get like housing in the national park. In fact, it generally means you're not going to. And that it's not just Yellowstone, but like a lot of parks, it's becoming harder and harder and harder to find places to live right by the park, just because of how the real estate and things have gone as well. And then sometimes with some of these parks that are really remote, there's situations with like school for kids or extracurricular or all sorts of things. So, that's part of why one of many reasons why we wanted to talk to you, is just to let people know that is something that remote positions are something that parks are utilizing for the right positions and the right people. Like, you had already been at Yellowstone, so the park, people here. I just think it's cool that that's been able to work out well for you, and it has worked out well for us as well.
Well,
kind of
I'm not a very big fan that Heather is remote, but other than my personal opinion that we don't get to see her in person.
Yes, I agree with that.
Tease her in person.
So, even with the, I'll say, difficulties or challenges of, managing relationship and career and all different parks and the tough things about jobs and the good things about jobs, what has kept you working for the National Park Service? Like, what has kept you knowing that your decision, this is what you're going to do, is the right one for you?
I think that's a good question. I think, it really goes back to when I did that internship, or a couple of internships, and I just, you just see it and you just feel it. And it's just, I just believe in what the Park Service stands for. And I've just met so many great people along the way, both, fellow employees, peers, as well as visitors, that it just makes it, it just makes it worthwhile. I actually have in my office here, I worked with a school group when I was in Yellowstone from Lowell, Massachusetts. They came all the way out to Yellowstone, and I actually have a picture of those kids. The teacher gave it to me. I have this picture of those kids on my desk, and that kind of just reminds me, like, I'm part of something bigger, and it's really awesome to feel like I make a difference. And so I just believe in the Park Service mission quite a bit.
Yeah. Same. I think I kind of had a similar experience. I think a lot of us do, where it's like, I think my first summer in a park was here in Yellowstone making beds at Canyon. But then, I did a couple SDA internships, and at some point you're like, can I go back to a normal lifestyle? I don't know if I can. And then the mission, and just to remind everybody, the mission of the Park Service is to preserve unimpaired the natural and cultural resources and values of the national park system for the enjoyment, education, and inspiration of this and future generations. So, like you said, even if sometimes a day might be filled with like a checklist of what might seem like mundane tasks or something, I think for me, and it sounds like for you, having that bigger mission that you're working for really does make a difference.
So a question that I have, like, with that mission, I think a lot of us, when we have the rough days that like physically work here, you have the rough days, but then you go outside and you hear the wolf howl, or you see Old Faithful erupt. Like, how's that transition been for you going remote? Like, and, keeping yourself, like, how do you remind yourself that, when it's not in your face, like it was when you were physically working in the park?
Yeah, so it has been a little bit of a transition to remote. I very much enjoy it, and the flexibility it has given me to be, still continue to work for the Park Service and be with my family. I think it becomes more about the people, and then necessarily, I do feel a connection to the place, but I feel a connection to the people even more. And so to me, Yellowstone has not just become like the first national park, an amazing place to experience geysers and hot springs and wildlife. It's really become like a community. And it's about a people connection now for me as well. And so that's kind of helped.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hashtag Team Yellowstone.
Yeah.
Well, and I think that's a good point too, because I know I've talked to people in my family or friends about working for the Park Service. And I think as people will get the impression pretty quickly while they're listening to this podcast over all the different episodes and all the different people that we talk to, you just get to be surrounded by interesting, brilliant people in like every job, basically doing all these things for the park. And it's such a cool community to be a part of. So I think, that over time, I've appreciated that more and more and more as to like what makes it such a cool place to work. So getting into the details of if someone were interested in this type of work that you do. So your official title is Administrative Support Assistant.
Yes.
Do you know the job series on USA Jobs?
Yes. It's a 0303. And sometimes that it comes up as like a miscellaneous clerk, but it's Administrative Support Assistant, and the GS level can range, I've seen, from like 5 to 7.
Okay. Do you need formal training to get started in this job series, or like what are the minimum requirements that people would need if they were thinking about applying for this type of job?
Sure. So there's a lot of on-the-job training. Like I said, I'm still learning about so many things. But if you have like a background in budget or HR or travel, those are all applicable to the administrative support assistant. A lot of times how I, came up through it is I just worked my way as a GS5 and seasonal interpretive park ranger, and then switched over to a visitor services assistant as well. So, I mean, if you work seasonally in the Park Service, getting your time and grade in, I think just even that experience can help you along too. But if you could take any, even if it's like informal trainings on budget, purchasing, HR, anything like that, put that on your resume as well. Because a lot of things you may not think apply do, because administrative support assistants are in every single division. And I think if you work your way up kind of through the division as well. So if you're a seasonal maintenance worker, like, what seasonal maintenance workers need, and the support that they need. So you may not think it applies, but it probably does.
It also seems like a lot of the systems that we use in the government are like proprietary. They've were built for the government. So if you haven't worked in the government, you could have, say you're an accountant, you have budget experience, but you still have to learn new things in a job. So
right.
To your point, it's if you're in an entry level position, it just seems like having a base level, being organized, and, it's like, you're not necessarily going to know how to do FBMS or insert any other acronym right here, because, there's so many of them.
Right. And different federal agencies too, some will use different systems as well. Like, I learned from an HR specialist who moved over from the Forest Service that they have they don't use FPPS for their HR actions. So there's different things that you'll learn on the job in the park that are even different from other agencies.
And then just being in government in general,
Yeah.
having almost over 200 years of laws and things that have developed for different reasons, and special ways that we do things, and not just scrutiny, but we have a high responsibility to everybody in the United States, basically.
Yeah, it's like taxpayer dollars. We need to make sure that we're not, there's no waste, and there's a good accountability. There's all those checks and balances.
Exactly. All right. So last question. Do you have a favorite story or memory in Yellowstone or any other national park that you would want to share?
This is a hard one. Yeah, because they're all, it's like asking to choose your favorite child, because they're all unique and they're all special. But I think my favorite one that sticks out the most happened in Yellowstone. And I was driving down into the interior. It was late in the season. There was snow on the road. I was the only one on the roadway, in between Norris and Canyon. I think that's where we were. My son, who's 1, was in the back seat. And we went around, I think, a curve, and all of a sudden there were wolves all over the road. I had never seen so many wolves in my life. And I've got a video, because I slowed down, pulled over, and I whipped out my phone and I took a video, because I was like, this will never, ever happen to me again. And the wolves, I remember it was a black wolf walked within 3 feet of my car door, and it looked at me, and I could see its eyes, and it just kind of continued walking off. And I was like, oh my God, I get to experience this with my son in the backseat. Of course, he's 1. He's not going to remember this. He has no idea what's going on. But I was like, oh my God, we got to do that together. And I know he won't remember it. I mean, of course he won't remember it. He was 1. But to think that he got to be there, and I got to share this special moment with him that will never, ever happen to me again in my life. And to be able to experience Yellowstone in that type of way and feeling that wild with him was really neat. And it's something I'll be able to show him the video of and tell him about when he's older. And then hopefully, when we go back to visit Yellowstone, he could have a similar experience. So I still can't believe it actually happened. It was just absolutely
awesome.
incredible.
Very cool. Okay, well, I think that's it for this week's episode.
Yeah, thanks for joining us, Heather.
Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
When are you coming back for a visit? When are we going to see you in person again?
Not soon enough. I don't know when, but hopefully soon.
Righty. Well, we'll keep in touch virtually until then.
Sounds good. Thank you.
The St. Mary Visitor Center is the eastern gateway to Glacier National Park and is a main orientation point for many visitors, with rangers on duty throughout the summer providing trip planning and other information about the park. If you find yourself on the east side of the park and you have a question about something you've seen or heard while you were here, this is the place to stop and find the answer. This is also the place for backpackers to obtain their backcountry permits for exploring into the depths of the wilds of Glacier National Park. Exhibits in the building explain the park's cultural and natural history, and a 15-minute film plays every half hour. Rangers present evening programs throughout the summer in the auditorium. The building itself has an interesting story to tell. In the 1950s, the National Park Service embarked on an ambitious 10-year program called Mission 66 to upgrade facilities throughout the country's parks. The St. Mary Visitor Center remains a classic example of the architectural style prevalent during this program. If you look closely, you'll notice that the building's lines reflect the mountains in the background. In the years since Mission 66, many buildings and parks around the country have changed or been remodeled or in some cases torn down. That makes preservation of buildings like the St. Mary Visitor Center all the more important. These buildings help to tell the story of one of the most significant initiatives in the history of the National Park Service. One thing you'll notice right away about St. Mary, it's almost always windy here. So the building needs repainting often to keep up its appearance. And over the years, the original colors were painted over in shades of tan and brown. Recently, it became time to repaint the building again, and historians researched the original records and rediscovered the original colors used during the Mission 66 construction of the building. Its exterior has now been returned to its original appearance, allowing the building to once again showcase one of the most important building projects in National Park Service history.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is what we do. I'm Jake Frank.
And I'm Miles Barger.
Miles, how's it going?
Going great.
Yeah?
How are you?
Good. How's your drive to work today?
Very short.
Yeah. How are the roads?
Very clear and in excellent condition.
That's good to hear.
Honestly, yeah.
So, speaking of roads, to start, I have a trivia question. I'm curious if I would say this is on the easier of some of the questions that we've been hearing, but
okay.
Do you know how many miles of road are in Yellowstone National Park?
475?
That is very close. 452, I think, is the number that I've been given from facilities in some of the reports that I've read. But yeah, 450 plus. And that's roughly the distance between like DC and South Carolina, Charleston, as the crow flies. So it's like multiple states. So it's a lot of roads that are in the park that we maintain
in harsh conditions.
In harsh conditions,
on a volcano, no big deal.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, it's either burning the road away or it's frozen and under snow,
or both.
Or both. Yeah, for many. And so to talk a little bit about that, I think when people come to the park, they just drive on the roads. You kind of take that for granted. But there's a lot of work that goes into keeping those up to date. So today we're joined by Brian Batzloff. He's the engineering equipment operator supervisor for the special projects crew. Did I get that correct?
You got that correct.
All right. Well, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Yeah. How are you
Thanks
doing
for
today?
having me. Good.
Yeah. How was your drive to work today?
It was wonderful.
Yeah. And when the roads are in bad shape, and you're like, man, that pothole, like what happens in your mind when you're driving and you hit a pothole?
I try to figure out why it's there.
Who do I need to call to get this fixed?
Exactly.
Yeah. So, we'll go ahead and get started. When and where did you get your start in the National Park Service?
Here in Yellowstone, actually. I started, got my first job here in 1998. I was a carpenter's helper in the carpenter shop here in Mammoth. And then that was my last year of college. And then I went back to school, tried out some telecom work for a little bit in Atlanta, Georgia, and then decided I wasn't a city person. So I came back here. My family's from the area here right outside the north entrance. So I'm actually a third generation to work here in Yellowstone.
Oh, that's awesome.
My dad and my grandfather both worked up here in the park. Actually, my grandfather's on both sides.
What? Whoa. Wow. So what jobs did they do?
So my grandfather, ironically, he at one time held my position for a short time, which is, I didn't know that until recently when I was going through some of my dad's stuff, and I actually found his old nameplate from his door on there. So I have it in my office now.
Oh, that's
actually
super cool.
too. But no, he came, I believe in the 50s, shortly after World War II, after he got out of there, and he came with his uncle to Yellowstone and started his career out in Grant Village, and then kind of worked his way into Mammoth here. And then I think when he retired, he was the foreman for the carpenter shop.
Awesome. And you mentioned him working at Grant Village. You are on special projects that's based out of Mammoth.
Yep.
Have you worked at other areas in the
did.
park?
My first full-time position at Yellowstone was out at Old Faithful. And I was a heavy equipment operator out there for about a year. And then an opening came back with special projects. And they actually approached me for a lateral transfer for that position.
So between the job that you currently have and that first job, you mentioned that you had some movement in there to get where you currently are. Can you walk us through all the variety of jobs that you've had?
So like I said, my first year I was in the carpenter shop as a carpenter's helper, and then had that year where I was down trying to do the telecom stuff in Georgia.
You're Rumspringer.
Yeah. And then when I came back, I actually applied for a labor position with special projects. And when I got that job, I enjoyed the work. And so I just tried to take in as much as I could with the job and everything, and saw what I could do. And then my next position with them was a seasonal truck driver, motor vehicle operator for them. And then eventually when I was able to get on at Old Faithful as a heavy equipment operator, and then transferred into Mammoth, then worked my way up to be the work lead for special projects. And then here probably 3 years ago, I was hired as a supervisor for special projects.
Awesome. Yeah, it's really cool. Like a lot of the jobs in the Park Service, this is like a theme that we've noticed, I think, is that people need to move around a lot to kind of, have to find advancement. But Yellowstone, because it's big enough, that there is also that opportunity for a lot of people, that there's more linear ladder opportunities here than other parks. Like a lot of times it's just, you might be the only heavy equipment operator and it's at a certain level. And if you want to promote, you got to go somewhere else.
That's correct.
So yeah, that's cool to hear. Do you have a typical day? And like, I know that there's seasons, like,
sure,
but like,
for us, there's really not a typical day. I mean, we have our big projects, our large projects in the summer, which consist of paving projects and chip sealing projects, which are road maintenance that we have to do every year, certain sections of the road. But, there's always the stuff that comes up, and that seems to be a daily occurrence, especially with the higher visitation and use and everything. We see more and more stuff that actually wouldn't normally, be there as far as that goes. But a typical day, I try to get into work probably about an hour before our team shows up, and then get everybody rolling, as my group likes to be out the door and working. So I try to have them out the door by 7:00 on the dot there, so they can get after it. And then kind of whatever the day takes us is where it kind of goes there.
So if not a typical day, do you have typical seasons of the, you mentioned a summer season. So like what sort of projects do you guys do in different times of the year?
So like for the summer season, like I just mentioned, basically the chip seal and the paving projects. And unfortunately, it's the time where we hinder the most with the public and the visitors. But with the way our work is, it's depends on the weather. You know, I mean, we can't work in the real cold temperatures. We can't do this work if there's a lot of moisture, you know. So unfortunately, July, August is when we're the busiest, and you know, we do create a lot of traffic problems out there in the park, but it is for the betterment so that they can have nice surfaces to see the park on, you know. And then in the fall, we start winding down a little bit, and we actually start gearing up for spring opening, for opening the park in the spring, because that is it takes us about 3 months to do all of our plowing. We start to open the park after snowmobiles in March, the first week of March. And we typically don't get done until about, usually it's Memorial Day weekend is what we shoot for, but the first week of June, a lot of years.
Wow.
And that's because we have to cover also the Beartooth Highway, which is outside the park, but it's 11,000, about 11,000 feet, I think, is the elevation up there. So there'll be snow 30, 40 feet deep up there in early June.
So for somebody who's interested in, you know, getting into this line of work, is there a skill set or something that that is the most important to have for like
a lot of it's just you got to be willing to work hard, you know, and put in the time, because our groups put in a lot of time. We use a lot of project money. So in the summertime, we have the ability to have overtime, and it takes the overtime to get these jobs done. But it'll be typical when we're on our projects. We'll work 12, 13, sometimes 14-hour days, 5 to 6 days a week if we need to, you know, for 2 or 3 weeks at a time. And then, you know, as we jump to the next project. So you've got to be willing to, you know, put the time in and everything, but it pays off in the long run.
So speaking of overtime, I know that your crew was responsible for when we had the flood in June 13th, 2022, you guys were basically the first responders, you know, more or less to the road that is now paved. Like It was an old dirt road. What, your crews did that? Like, how much time and effort did you guys,
oh man, that
seems like you worked around the clock.
Just about,
is my memory.
Just about. We were,
we started. For people who don't remember, for people who don't remember the flood, the one developed road between headquarters and the rest of the world basically just got wiped out. So I remember you guys were on it. Seemed like instantly.
Yeah, they gave us the okay. I can't remember the exact date. I believe it was 2 days after. And we needed to get the old wagon road from Mammoth to the north entrance in Gardner shaped up to where we could get access, because basically Mammoth was cut off, you know, to everything. And at one point, both Gardner and Mammoth were cut off to everywhere because Highway 89 was also flooded out at Yankee Jim Canyon. And so, we started on and, you know, talking with Cam and everything. It's like, do what you got to do to get it done. So we started on 14 hours a day, 7 days a week. And we just hammered it out until they kind of got things in place to have a contractor come in and kind of take it the rest of the way to final completion. But
yeah, you guys crushed that. Thank you again for all of that.
No problem.
Us that live in Mammoth, I think we can't thank you guys and your team enough. That was really awesome.
I couldn't believe how fast it was.
Yeah.
I mean, just if anyone had been on the OGR before that, it was basically like,
if it rained a little bit, you couldn't ride a bike.
It's ice.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't ice, but it was just the way the dirt is around here is just so slippery. And so to see it go from that to passable in a passenger car,
you definitely wouldn't recognize it now. If, you know, you wouldn't realize what was under there before.
It's amazing.
For sure.
Yeah. So, what's your favorite part of the job?
You know, that's kind of a tough question. I mean, there's a lot of things. Of course, when you've worked here as long as I have, there's so many different things you could jump into. But I just like, more of the challenge, you know, of everything. And like I mentioned before, with the higher visitation, so that creates its own challenges, and to try to not ruin the visitor experience for everybody. So the challenges that go into planning the projects and making sure that everything's up and running, I think is probably what I enjoy the most of it. And it creates a lot of stress as well. But
so like on the flip side, you have things that we all love about working in a national park. Are there any, what's your biggest challenge or the hardest part of your job?
Again, I think it would be the planning phase, because there's so many variables. I mean, between weather, between traffic, between just anything that, I mean, just for instance, the OGR, just all of a sudden that threw our whole summer into chaos because we still had to get our normal work done too that summer. And it just, and that's kind of the way we run a little bit is get our stuff done, and then whatever else pops up, we'll try to fit that into and go from there.
Were you guys able to take a break that winter once it snowed and the road was there? Like
somewhat. We ended up having a fairly decent winter that winter also. So this winter has actually been kind of a blessing for us.
Yeah. So, with the challenges, like, obviously if everything's great all the time, then there's no, reason to leave. But with challenges, like even with those, what keeps you here? What keeps you in the green and gray?
It goes back to the challenges. I mean, I like the challenge. I like to be able to push myself and push my team, and they like to be pushed, and me to be able to say that I went out and look at what we did for that project and be happy with what we did, and have people to come back and even tell us and compliment. I mean, just like you guys' compliments with us, here, that the pride that we have in our work is really.
Do you have is there a moment in your Park Service career that kind of stands out as like a defining moment, or something that you did, or like something that you look back on and you're like, man, we did that? Like,
if you put it that way, there could be so many, just because of what we do with what we have and what we have to do. I could probably say that for a lot of things, and everything. I can't say that there's one specific thing. I mean, I just look back, there's a lot of years, and I look back and say, wow, we accomplished that much. I mean, I guess the OGR would be a great example though, for that, because that's not just us either. The whole team, the whole park came together for that.
Yeah.
We had a major role in it, but there was a lot more involved than just us.
Yeah. So, we've had a lot of people talk about, how they feel like, the mission of the National Park Service and, keeping this place in great shape for visitors and for future generations. When we think of, national parks, a lot of people think about the resource itself. You guys are working on roads. How do you see yourself fitting into this mission? Like, what is the, how do you feel that you personally and your team contributes to that larger mission?
Well, the infrastructure is major. I mean, that's the major of what the visitors, that's their main travel ways, and that makes the experience of their trip to the park. If the infrastructure is poor, they might have the most beautiful scenery, but if they have to drive over terrible roads and, to get there and are miserable doing it, then, they're not going to have a good time and enjoy themselves. So it's important what we do and what we have to do here.
Do you have a lot of employees that come into the Park Service from like private industry, contractors, things like that?
We get a few.
Because I'm just curious what the experience is like. Like it's different. I'm sure. Like you said, planning around the visitors and.
Yep, and it's so with what we do, we're so varied in the different tasks that we perform. So we'll get a few private, people that come from private professional settings and everything. But a lot of people, for us, for a lot of years, it's been a lot of development. We've had to develop a lot of people and everything, because a lot of private sector stuff is more centralized on, I do this. They don't have maybe as wide a range of what their skill sets and what they're needed to be. And it doesn't seem like we get as many applicants from the private sector. And I don't know if that is pay gap difference or where that comes from, but we do a lot of interdevelopment for us.
And so is there like a formal training, or, for somebody who is wanting to get into this, like how does one get into your line of work?
So there is formal trainings out there. There's a lot of like tech schools and things like that will do the trainings, heavy equipment trainings, truck driving trainings for commercial driver's license and things like that. We don't require necessarily any formal training. We do have obviously the trainings that we do through the Park Service and that we do through our department, and everything to keep everything up. And the in-house trainings we do to develop our people is kind of the direction we go. But in order to get these jobs, obviously you do have to have some experience, with the heavy equipment.
You probably need a driver's license.
And a driver's license, yes, obviously. And so we require all of our heavy equipment operators have to have a commercial driver's license, Class A Type 1. And so they have to be able to maintain one of those licenses to perform the duties. But other than that, for the most part, no formal training is necessarily required for it.
Gotcha. So this is, for the people that are listening that are interested in this type of career, and if they were to go on USA Jobs and look for this, what is the series of your job like? And the people that work for you, do you have that?
I believe you actually.
Yeah.
I wrote it down because I don't remember it off the top of my head.
Well, and we're laughing with ourselves because it's like this. It's so in the weeds. You apply for it and then you're like, I forget what my job was. Yeah.
So the series is actually for the equipment operators is 5716. We actually do have a couple of other series that are for our seasonals, and I think 3502 is one, and that would be kind of our entry level positions there, and those are seasonal positions. And then I think 5703 is for our seasonal motor vehicle operators that drive our dump trucks and things like that.
And what grade are those entry level positions?
So the entry level for the labor positions are WG5s, and then our seasonal truck drivers would be WG8s.
Gotcha. Cool. So, do you have any advice for somebody other than, obviously have your grandfather work in a park and you're born into it is, not everybody can do that. But now that you've been in it, you've been doing it for a while, for somebody who is, looking at, transitioning, getting out of the city and wanting to come drive a truck in Yellowstone, what sort of advice?
I would say, first of all, get your license.
Yeah.
Obviously, your commercial driver's license, and apply. Just apply. Get out there and apply for multiple jobs. See what you can get, because there's different things. What we do might not be best suited for what you want to do, but you don't know till you get there.
Mm-hmm. I think I've heard that Yellowstone has one of the largest fleets of vehicles out of like every park. We have like 1,200 or something like that. How many heavy equipment machines do we have that you guys run?
That's actually a really good question. We have probably just of heavy equipment. This isn't counting our dump trucks, our tractor trailers, our pickups, and our utility trailers and things like that. We have over 70 pieces of equipment just for special projects.
Wow.
Different piece of equipment.
So for our, for all the 5-year-old boys that are listening that want to know all the different pieces of equipment, can you rattle off some of the ones that you guys have that you use?
Yeah, I can. So we use road graders. We actually have 5 of those just on special projects. We have front end loaders, bulldozers, rotary snow plows. That's usually everyone's favorite.
I got to ride in one with you.
Yep,
yeah, that was awesome. Yeah.
Yep. And those are pretty amazing machines. The ones we have right now will move, I think, 3,500 tons of snow an hour. Oof. And we have 7 of those.
Wow.
Because like you were saying before, we have over 400 miles of road in the park, and as what we plow in the spring, we have to plow over 300 miles of that in the springtime over packed snow that's been groomed all winter and packed down like concrete, basically. So, and we have basically 2 months to get that done.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, that's crazy. Have you seen the operation before, Miles? Like, have you ever seen like in person?
I haven't seen the full operation. I was just wondering I've seen pictures, but I was wondering what the full cadre of vehicles is.
It's pretty, if you get a chance, I think if you can look on YouTube and look up Minute Out in It.
Yep.
I think is what it's called. And that gives a pretty good show. It's a pretty good video of most of the equipment working. And that's our park plowing here, which that operation is a little different than when we're up on the Beartooth Pass, because snow conditions are a little bit different. But in that operation, we have one grader that has a V plow on the front of it, and we hook 2 bulldozers to the front of it, and we have to pull it through the snow, break up the snow.
Yeah, it's crazy to
wild.
see. Yeah. And then you got the cleanup crew that comes in behind and
widens everything out with
do you have a mechanic with you?
We run 2 mechanics with us the whole time out there. And then we have 2 actually separate rotary plows that run in the areas when they get out in the park. So they'll split off from the main crew and they'll work in the areas, and they'll have a mechanic with them so that we can open up the areas while we're still opening the roads.
Yeah. It's so I've had amazing. When my first year here, I came after winter and it was the spring plowing and I had the opportunity to go out. I think we were at Lake, right?
Yep,
It's
we
like
were
in that
between Lake and Grant. Yep.
Yeah, and Brian was running the rotary plow and just like it like hucks snow forever. It's really cool to see that. And then I think 2 winters ago I went up to the Beartooths. Yep. And it was like a lower snow year, but it still was like a 35-foot wall of snow. What's the name of that big famous curve?
They call it the bar drift there. Yeah, and I don't know the full history on it, but it has to do with years ago, back when the state of Montana and the state of Wyoming would meet, because the state of Montana plows the Montana side, and then we take care of the Wyoming side. They would meet up there, and then they would cut a bar into the snow out there in June or whatever, and then the town of Red Lodge would come up and they'd have a big party. And I believe, I'd have to look this up to get verification, but I believe there's some pictures out there. At one time, they even had an elephant up there, which is so random. You know?
Yeah, it's really like just unbelievable to see that operation. And again, that happens in closed areas. Like it's just another thing that happens behind the scenes. You know, you drive through construction in the summer, but you're not driving through the plow operations. Right. And so, yeah, that's like a huge thing and the schedule that you keep. I used to work in Glacier, and they also have a road that requires crazy plowing, the Going to the Sun road, but they don't really put a time limit on it. It's kind of like it's open when it's open. When we're done, you guys are like cutthroat, like we got to hit these dates. These are when the things open.
And we're pretty proud of that. We haven't missed for the park. We haven't missed an opening date since I've been plowing out here. And I think I've been plowing since 2007 or 2008. Yeah.
Yeah. Knock on wood. Yeah. There we go. So, yeah.
Another thing I was wondering about is like, I assume you kind of get to know different areas of the park when it, being on a volcano is so weird. Sure. It's just like, has it been interesting over all these years to get to like, there's probably going to be a pothole there this year.
Oh, sure.
And like, because the weirdest things pop up on the road, I'll just, one day I'm driving, it's fine. I'd come the next day and there's just like a 3-foot tall, 3-foot wide bubble in the road.
And some of it's so unpredictable because the geothermal stuff moves so much. I mean, there could be an area that you've never had problems with before, and all of a sudden an issue pops up, and I think Jake was kind of saying before, we built roads on a volcano. What's not a volcano, we're on high mountain slopes or over swamps. So we don't have the most ideal areas that our roads corridors are built on.
Yeah. And I hadn't thought too about the increased visitation, and also like vehicles just keep getting bigger.
Right.
Yeah. Like RVs are bigger.
And then a lot of electric vehicles are really heavy.
Yeah.
Like it's amazing sometimes when I read the weights on these things. I'm like, whoa, 7,000 pounds for a normal size pickup or something. I hadn't thought about that, but
yeah. So before we go, one of the last things that we like to ask everybody is, it doesn't have to be work related. I mean, if it was, then that's great. But do you have a favorite story of, in a national park, whether vacation or on work time, just like something where you're like, man, this is such a cool thing that I'm a part of that I get,
probably, and it's not really a story because it encompasses a few years of time, but I was able to actually, when my dad's last few years here, I was able to work beside him a little bit. He worked in a separate crew. He worked for the North District maintenance crew at the time, but I was able to work alongside him on a lot of projects and stuff his last few years before he retired. So that's pretty amazing when you look at the scope of what the Park Service entails and everything.
Yeah, that is pretty cool. Did you guys have a father-son friendly competition going on whose work was the best?
Oh, there's always that,
Yeah.
Whether it's even now.
Yeah. So, that was awesome. Thanks for joining us today. I don't know, Miles, do you have any other things you'd like to ask?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Well, thank you guys for having me.
Yeah, thank you so much. And we appreciate, again, all the work that you guys do, and especially all the work that, hopefully you guys can relax this winter a little bit from the winter 2 winters ago and all that OGR stuff. So.
Yeah. Well, thanks again. I appreciate the time and getting the word out there on what we do.
Yep.
Because we are kind of one of the behind the scenes type of people. They might see us out there and everything, but a lot of people don't know actually what we really do. So,
yeah. Well, that's it for this week's episode of What We Do. Thanks again to our guest, Brian Batzloff. If you like what we do, rate and review the show wherever you listen, because every positive review helps new listeners find the show. If you have questions or you want to learn more about a particular job, contact us using the form at go.nps.gov/whatwedopodcast. Thanks for listening.
From this spot, visitors often confuse the series of cascades on Haystack Creek directly in front of them for Birdwoman Falls. But Birdwoman Falls is actually the 492-foot drop across the valley between Mount Oberlin on the left and Mount Cannon on the right. Notice the broad U-shaped bowl above the waterfall, and then look down to the valley to the right and notice the same broad U shape. Both features are the results of glaciers. Ice Age glaciers that flowed down the valleys here ground and carved the landscape. The Lake McDonald Valley shows the familiar rounded bottom of a valley that was created by a glacier. Ice up to 3,000 feet thick filled this area as recently as 12,000 years ago. Smaller glaciers tucked high into the mountains ground away and created bowl-like depressions called cirques and hanging valleys like you see immediately above Birdwoman Falls. A hanging valley is created when one of the smaller glaciers meets one of the larger valley glaciers. It can't carve as quickly as its massive cousin and so creates a smaller hanging valley up on the mountain. Look for these features throughout the park. Often, since they generally end in a cliff, hanging valleys have impressive waterfalls pouring out of them. Birdwoman Falls was once fed by an active glacier in the cirque above, but today there is merely a snowfield to feed the waterfall. In especially dry years, Birdwoman Falls dries up by fall.
For Yellowstone National Park and the Acoustic Atlas at Montana State University, this is telemetry. You know, every season in Yellowstone is pretty fantastic, but if you're into listening to the sounds of animals, spring and summer, well, there's just nothing like it. And while most creatures in Yellowstone are busily singing their hearts out this time of year, there's one animal that actually gets a little quieter in the spring and summer. And that's the wolf. You see, there's a seasonal cycle to wolf howling. Howling ramps up through the fall and it peaks in late winter. Then comes springtime.
Howling abruptly drops off, and this is caused by the female choosing a place to den that they really want to keep secret, if at all possible.
That's Kira Cassidy, research associate with the Yellowstone Wolf Project.
Choosing a den site is extremely important for a wolf pack. It's going to be their hub for the entire summer. It's the house of the entire next generation. And it has to be protected, of course, because the tiny, helpless pups are going to be there for several months. We've had cases where a pack has attacked another wolf's den and even killed the pups in some cases. They don't really want to let other packs know where they are and what they're doing. And in order to avoid that, they keep quiet.
Now, it's not only the frequency of howling that changes throughout the year, but the type of howling shifts too.
Wolves howl for a couple of different reasons. Some of that would be within the pack, so to keep track of each other, say if they've been separated.
And even though they're doing a lot less of it, this is the kind of howling that tends to dominate in the spring and summer, wolves communicating with their own pack mates.
They also howl to let other packs know where they are and to kind of establish a territory.
Wolves will often have these howling bouts with other packs. The two packs will howl back and forth as if to say, this is our turf, our territory. And it's that howling for territoriality that grows in the months leading up to the winter breeding season.
Howling really tracks the hormones. As the wolves are getting ready for the breeding season, testosterone will start to spike. Howling starts to increase. It's kind of a stressful time in some ways. They do a lot of howling during the breeding season. They They also probably use howling as a way to advertise the number of wolves they have in the pack, the type of wolves they have in the pack. If they have a lot of big male fighters, that's going to come across in a howling bout with another pack. And in some ways, wolves may be able to use it to avoid a fight with another pack too. They can kind of create that space between each other, let each other know where they are, but also let them know who they are.
Kira's specialty is looking at territoriality in wolves and interpack aggression, basically when two packs come into contact with each other and fight. Sometimes wolves will fight until one pack or one animal displaces the other, and sometimes they'll fight to the death.
This running into other packs is so vastly important to a wolf pack. It's, of all the wolves that live in Yellowstone that we've radio collared, some of them disperse outside of Yellowstone, of course. But if they live their whole life in Yellowstone, 2/3 of them end up being killed by other wolves.
At Sunrift Gorge Shuttle Stop, a short 200-foot trail leads to an overlook where Bering Creek makes a sharp 90-degree turn after exiting a magnificent 800-foot-long, 80-foot-deep, narrow gorge. This shady, moist gorge creates a microclimate that supports a variety of different plants and animals than those found in the drier forests surrounding Sunrift Gorge. Watch for the dipper, or water ouzel, in the stream below. This stocky gray bird is the largest member of the sparrow family and gets its name from the unusual bobbing and dipping motion it makes as it hunts for insects in the stream. Watch for a while and you will eventually see it plunge right into the swift-moving water and literally fly underwater using its wings to maneuver through the rapid currents. When it comes back up, look closely and you might notice a large insect in its beak that it plucked from the rocks in the streambed. Sunrift Gorge is also the trailhead for the Sayee Pass area. Hikers can explore the high country of Glacier National Park on this spectacular high-elevation trail. The preferred route for this 10.3-mile hike is to start at the Sayee Bend shuttle stop and end here at Sunrift Gorge, since starting the trail here involves much more elevation gain. Hikers may also wish to venture up this portion of the trail for views of Bering Creek, abundant wildflowers, and later in summer, some great huckleberry patches. Just remember that grizzly bears love huckleberries too, so be cautious and always make plenty of noise on the trails. An impressive architectural feature of the Going to the Sun Road, the Bering Creek Bridge, spans Bering Creek here. The bridge was constructed in 1931, and many people consider this the most beautiful of all the structures built on the Going to the Sun Road. It was designed to blend into the landscape using the same red and green argillite that adds color to the mountains and color to the streams throughout the park. The bridge was also designed at a time when horses were the dominant mode of travel in the park. It is high enough and long enough to allow riders on horseback to travel comfortably underneath on their way from Sayee Pass to the chalets that were located at Sun Point. Part of the old horse trail is now the Sun Point Nature Trail, and a short quarter-mile walk down the trail leads to Bering Falls.
Yellowstone is famous for huge explosive volcanic eruptions. There's really nothing brewing right now. The magma chamber is mostly solid, but there have been quite a few hydrothermal eruptions and small explosions in both Biscuit Basin and Norris Geyser Basin as water in the hydrothermal system flashes to steam. Curious new blue water pool formed in Norris Geyser Basin in late 2024 to early 2025 via a series of small explosions that threw out rock and excavated a small crater. This sort of activity is nothing new, as thermal features are commonly activating and going quiet across Yellowstone National Park. But it's a great reminder about how dynamic the system is, and also how important it is to have monitoring instruments in place. During the month of February 2026, the University of Utah seismograph stations, which monitors and operates the Yellowstone seismic network, located 74 earthquakes. The largest was a magnitude 2.4. Deformation measurements indicate a pause in uplift along the North Caldera Rim. Steamboat Geyser had one water eruption on February 27th, and nearby Aquinas Geyser, quiet since 2020, erupted about 40 times during the month. Yellowstone volcanoes remains at normal background levels of activity.
Headwaters is supported by the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
This summer, I came across the story of a bear nicknamed Growly. Growly was a grizzly bear who lived in Glacier National Park in the 1970s. And when he was young, he lived a normal bear life. His mom taught him how to pick huckleberries and dig up glacier lily bulbs. He swam across his first creek, caught his first animal, and after a couple years, struck out on his own, ready to take on the world. We also know that by age 7, Growly got into some trouble. You see, when you're a bear trying to pack on the pounds before winter, you've got to eat a lot. And if you want to eat, say, 150 calories, you could find and pick 150 huckleberries, or you could eat one Twinkie. Bear management records from 50 years ago are light on the details, so we don't know exactly what Growly did, but we do know he was labeled a, quote, problem bear, a term often used to describe bears who associate people with food. More often than not, problem bears aren't malicious or uniquely ill-tempered. They're smart. They know that they need a lot of calories to survive the winter and happen to live around humans who leave a lot of food lying around. One account stated that Growly wandered through a busy campground searching for food. Another claimed that he followed his nose to an empty cabin, quote, vandalizing it to get food inside. He hadn't hurt anyone, but this habit suggested it was only a matter of time, and park managers decided to remove him. The next time Growly followed his nose, he followed it into a trap. For some bears, this is where the story ends. But for Growly, this was just the beginning. Growly would soon leave Glacier and would go on to change how all of us recreate in bear country and play a part in the creation of bear spray.
So this is what helped save our lives.
I'm gonna spray you.
Yeah, she took 2 steps into the cloud and made a 90-degree turn and ran out of there.
You're listening to Headwaters, a podcast about how Glacier National Park connects to everything else. And in this episode, we're talking about bear spray. I'm Michael.
I'm Daniel.
For people who might not be familiar, Daniel, what is bear spray?
Bear spray it's basically a self-defense spray, like a pepper spray, a really strong pepper spray that you spray at a bear if you're being charged or attacked.
Right, and it's become a central part of the visitor experience here in Glacier because we have one of the highest densities of grizzly bears anywhere in the lower 48 states.
Yeah, so most people who come to the park, they're picking up bear spray at the airport on their way here or at basically any store around in the whole area.
Gift shop, grocery store, all over.
It's an essential item around here.
And if you see a park ranger out and about, they will have a can with them. And if you go on a hike with one, they'll likely sing its praises, sometimes literally. I went on a hike with a ranger this year who wrote a whole song to let wildlife know we were in the area.
Grizzly bears, grizzlies in the way. Get off the trail, because if you charge pepper, you'll get sprayed.
Thanks, Ranger Frank.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was very good.
I love it.
But while bear spray is ubiquitous now, it hasn't been around forever. So in this episode, we're diving into the origins of bear spray and meeting some of the people behind the hottest life-saving accessory in bear country. I think it's this red-roofed building.
My first question for you then, Michael, is what actually is bear spray? What is it made of, and how do they make it?
Right, how do they make this stuff? And that was my first question too, and it turns out we don't have to go far to find the answer because a lot of bear spray is made locally, right outside of Glacier.
Where are we at?
We are at the Counter Assault Bear Spray Factory in Kalispell in the Flathead Valley. Hello. I'm Michael. I'm looking for Randy.
It's me.
Nice to meet you, Randy. Thanks for having us.
Come on in.
Luckily for us, Randy Hunt, head of operations with the brand Counter Assault, invited us for a tour. And you manufacture everything right
Yes.
here in-house?
Yeah, everything. So we bring our pepper oil in from, it's brought from the other side of the United States, actually grown in India, and is brought here, and we mix the pepper oil here into different solvents so that it's
If you're wondering how to use bear spray, you should check out our St. Mary episode from our first season. There will be a link in the show notes for this episode. But with Randy, I got to learn what goes in the can. And the central ingredient, unsurprisingly, is pepper oil. And you said the pepper oil, you get it from the East Coast or other side of the country, and it's grown in India. That's one thing I didn't really grasp, was like, you're getting it from actual, is it like cayenne peppers? Or
They're a heat chili. So if you think of your jalapenos, they've got heat content in them, Scoville heat units. They're about 3,000 to 4,000 Scoville heat units in a jalapeno. Your habaneros run 150 to 350,000. We're running 3.2 million.
They get the oil from peppers or chilies in the genus capsicum, which includes everything from pepperoncinis to cayenne peppers.
So it's like, they're like real peppers that go in food.
And because it's all from real peppers, it's a food-grade oil, which on its own would be safe for consumption, technically.
And our pepper oil. So you can use it. It's safe to eat. You could actually fry chicken wings in it or French fries. You probably won't want to eat them because it will clear everything out of you. But yeah.
And this oil is in more than just pepper sprays. It's found in everything from hot sauces to pharmaceuticals, like arthritis cream.
Okay, but that's not all that's in the can. There's something else besides peppers mushed up in there.
Yeah, the pepper oil is actually only 2% of the ingredients, because if it was just pepper oil, it would harden in the can and be useless.
When you spray it, if you cook bacon, it will solidify when it cools down and turns white. Well, we got to keep the oil in a liquid form, so we put a solvent in there instead of shooting hard pieces of like bacon grease out of the bear. It keeps it in a liquid form in the air.
So even though pepper oil is only 2% of the ingredients, bear spray is 3 times more potent than pepper spray for humans. And so the ingredients are the pepper oil, a solvent to keep that oil liquid, and a propellant to launch the spray. That's the pepper oil.
Yep.
Oleoresin capsicum, 3.2 MOS, 40 pounds. What would you say it looked like, Daniel?
It looked just like hot sauce.
Yeah.
Like it looked like hot sauce.
Like a dark, thick hot sauce. It was, and it smelled hot too. And so how much of this goes into each bottle of can, like the pepper oil?
These 2 containers, 10 gallons, will make about 1,000.
They were actively filling these cans when we were there. Randy was saying, like, these 2 10-gallon buckets of the pepper oil concoction will make over 1,500 cans of bear spray. So a little bit goes a long way.
Goes a long ways, but it's still not as far as we would like it to go, because that's some spendy food grade oil.
I bet.
So,
while there are many brands of bear spray today, Counter Assault holds the distinction of being the first. Opening back in 1986, they helped pioneer this formula of pepper, propellant, and solvent that reputable brands widely use today.
Across the board, all the bear sprays are using a really hot pepper oil. All of them are going to work, and the biggest thing is people are safe and the bears are safe. And that's what it's been refined down to, is using a product that's not going to hurt people, it's not going to hurt bears. Keeps everybody safe.
Bear spray's non-lethality, the fact that bears that get sprayed with this will turn around but ultimately be unharmed, is not only a huge selling point, but it helps explain why bear spray exists at all. Ever since Glacier was established in 1910, grizzly bears were on the decline. When the U.S. was founded, there were an estimated 50,000 grizzlies in the lower 48 states, living everywhere from Canada to Mexico, between Iowa and California. But by the mid-1900s, Euro-Americans had all but exterminated them. There were less than 1,000 grizzly bears left in the lower 48, largely isolated within large public lands in the West, like Glacier and Yellowstone, something that's still true today. But while national parks are often seen as safe havens for wildlife, the relationship between Glacier and grizzly bears was fraught in the mid-1900s. Grizzlies, or bears in general, were a huge attraction for park tourism, but not in the way they are now.
Right. This was an era where a very typical part of the visitor experience was to feed the bears, like out of their car, throwing out pieces of bread alongside the road, feeding bears.
Yeah, like this animals as a spectacle approach. The second director of the Park Service, Horace Albright, was actually a huge fan of feeding wildlife in parks. He encouraged the creation of bear feeding platforms in Yellowstone, and Yellowstone even opened a zoo at one point for people to come look at captive animals.
Wow.
So it really was a different relationship than the one we have with wildlife today. And predictably, it had some consequences. Like encouraging bears to seek out humans when they're hungry seems like a disaster waiting to happen. And it eventually led to tragedy. In 1967, 2 visitors camping in separate areas of the park were killed by grizzly bears who'd come to their campsites in search of food. These shocking deaths later came to be known as Night of the Grizzlies, and were the first grizzly fatalities in Glacier's 50-year history. In response, Glacier completely overhauled all of its bear policies. They closed some campgrounds, outlawed giving food to wildlife, and installed bear-proof trash cans. They also found and killed the bears responsible, and faced a lot of pressure from the public and even some policymakers to kill more. The park superintendent at one point issued a memo. Here, Daniel, can you read it?
Okay. When a grizzly bear appears in any area of visitor use, it will be immediately destroyed by a park ranger. Wow, that is a pretty aggressive stance for a park to take against bears.
Yeah, it was pretty intense.
The park is taking a very aggressive stance to kill bears in order to keep people safe.
Mm-hmm.
But as a species, at this time, they're actually becoming very threatened in the 1960s and 70s.
Right. As Glacier's dealing with these events, grizzlies are identified as an endangered species by the federal government, which demands a broad recovery effort. Scientists started studying how many bears were left, what their habitat needs were, insight that would help them recover and hopefully help our 2 species coexist.
So they need to know more. Park managers are looking for more data about bears in general. But if we zoom in on the story we're looking at here, that is the history of bear spray, you can see this emerging need for a tool that allows people and bears to de-escalate conflicts in a non-lethal way at like an individual scale.
Yeah. Which brings us back to Growly, the bear who apparently didn't like grapefruit.
I've told the story that the main thing Growly hated was grapefruit, but he liked oranges fine. He figured out how to slice an orange open. He had really long claws.
After being captured in Glacier National Park in 1976, Growly was sent to Churchill, Manitoba, a town in northern Canada known for its polar bears.
I was a research assistant.
That voice is Janet Ellis.
And I spent 4 months on the bear study with the bears in 1978.
Janet is currently a Montana state senator, but she spent a few months helping zoology grad student Gary Miller conduct a study on bear behavior.
The University of Montana had a bear lab up there, way far from town.
There were 4 bears in this study. 2 grizzlies, Growly and Snarly, and 2 polar bears, nicknamed Magdalene and Gwen. Janet helped take care of them. So what does it look like to take care of a grizzly bear in a lab?
So it was cleaning the area. It was feeding them every day and making sure they had water. The Hudson Bay store was the local grocery store in Churchill. And so we would get meat scraps and vegetable, whatever food that they were willing to give away. And that's what the bears lived on.
Each bear was monitored dawn to dusk. Body temperature, heart rate, posture. Reading through the paper, I really liked these little drawings that showed bear body language. And it turns out Janet drew those.
I did illustrate Gary Miller's master's thesis.
Oh, you drew the bear outlines of their different postures?
Yeah, I did all that
stuff. Oh, those are so cute. Finally, one by one, they'd bring the bears into a 13-foot by 20-foot cell with a drinking well for water and a barred metal door. From outside the cell, an assistant would provoke the bear into charging, approaching the door and stomping if necessary.
Wow. So that's all it took to get them to charge at the gate of the cage.
Yeah, most of the time. Yeah, I mean, Janet said that every bear was different. The polar bears were pretty docile, and one of the grizzly bears, Snarly, was actually really easily provoked. She said that he'd charge whenever somebody just approached the door.
So they approached the cage door and the bear could see them and would just charge at the door.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And when a bear charged, they would deploy a deterrent to hopefully stop them in their tracks. They tried different sounds, like a handheld boat horn, a referee whistle. They played a recording of a bear growling. It was actually a recording of Growly, the bear, growling, which might be how he got his name. And they tested a popular item marketed to alert bears to your presence. Bear bells. Here's an excerpt from their research, read for us by a voice actor.
Twice, when small bells were tested on Growly, he slept through the test. The bells were of the type that are sold to hikers in Glacier and Yellowstone national parks to warn bears of their approach. In these tests, the assistant stood at the door of the cell and rang the bells. Growly was not more than 6 meters away and never woke up. The idea that small bells will warn grizzlies before approaching clearly needs reevaluation.
I've definitely heard a lot of bear bells on the trail here in Glacier, but the problem is I don't hear them until the person's like right next to me on the trail. So yeah, they're just not loud enough to really alert a bear.
Yeah, I've heard that, the thing you're bothering the most by wearing bear bells is yourself. And it wasn't just sounds. They tried strobe lights, they waved a giant piece of plywood, and they sprayed bears with chemicals or irritants like onion juice and Windex.
Oh, wow.
And they also deployed a product called Halt, which was a pepper spray developed for postal workers who were getting bitten by a lot of dogs in the 50s.
Wow, they were throwing everything at these bears. But before this, there really weren't that many choices.
Yeah, I mean, it seems a little strange now that they'd be trying things like Windex, but there weren't non-lethal deterrents available at the time. So they were just seeing whatever would work.
So after they try all this, what were the results?
Well, sounds like the handheld boat horn worked pretty well, but only if they were extremely loud. And the boat horn also apparently didn't work in low temperatures. The bells and whistles didn't do much. The giant piece of plywood could stop a bear, but the effect didn't last very long. However, Halt, the postal worker pepper spray, worked really well.
Each time it was tested, the bear charged until it was sprayed. The bear then turned and ran to the farthest corner of the cell, where it rubbed its eyes and blinked vigorously. In one case, Snarly went to the water well and washed his face with his paws.
That's the only thing that would stop a charging bear. And that was true with grizzly bears and polar bears. I mean, they couldn't see, even if it was for a couple minutes, and they would just stop and it would freak them out. And so, yes, it was the only thing, because we had, like I mentioned, boat horns and the bells and all kinds of things. So it was a precursor.
Thanks to Growly, Snarly, Magdalene, and Gwen, who endured around 20 tests each, the paper that came out of this study concluded with this line.
The results of Halt dog repellent in the laboratory indicate that effective repellents can be developed.
So the study up in Churchill, it showed that this dog pepper spray works pretty well. I mean, was that it? Did they just then package it up and sell it as bear spray?
There were a few steps in between. So the University of Montana was funding the study Janet was a part of. And with this conclusion that a deterrent could be developed, they started funding a follow-up study.
I'm guessing that at University of Montana, they were using different bears?
Yeah, this second study had a new set of bears, including one problem bear from Glacier that was labeled in the study as a roadside panhandler.
Oh, wow.
And these new bears were sent down to Fort Missoula.
Who led this follow-up study?
So the student that was working on this study was named Carrie Hunt. And it's funny, newspaper articles that you read about Carrie go out of their way to highlight that she is 5'1", 115 pounds. And just like the first study in Churchill, is provoking these 500-pound grizzlies into charging in order to test these deterrents.
So this had the same premise as the first study?
Yeah, very similar. A magazine actually interviewed Carrie about the experience.
Hunt stepped to the barred door of the bear's cell. By stomping her feet, she provoked almost all the bears into charging. More than once, concrete dust flew from the hinges as a huge bear rammed the cell door.
Even though the situation was controlled and there was no way I could get hurt, it was still frightening. The power and aggression of an angry, charging grizzly is overwhelming.
If the bear charged, it received an application of the repellent being tested.
A lot of the things they were testing were very similar to that first study. They did sounds, like in this case, rock music. They did halt, that same dog spray.
Everything from tear gas to rock music was tested, but only a commercial dog repellent spray had any significant effect. The spray's active ingredient was capsaicin, a derivative of red peppers.
Ironically, the study was actually funded by a competitor to what we now know as bear spray, called Skunker. Guess what Skunker is?
I'm guessing it smelled really bad.
Yeah, it was a synthetic skunk spray. And turned out Skunker didn't work, and it just kind of made the bears sad. But
I'm not surprised.
They didn't leave the area. But halt, once again, did work. The only problem was that's not how people have bear encounters in the wild.
Sure.
And this tiny can of pepper spray designed for a dog that's biting a postal worker, like, it doesn't shoot far enough. It's not strong enough. And so Carrie highlighted that, this is a really promising thing to follow up on, but it would need some refining. It needs some iterating to turn it into an effective bear deterrent for public use.
So now there's two studies that are both showing that some kind of pepper spray is probably going to work pretty well to stop a charging bear.
Yeah.
But to work in the real world, it needs some modifications.
Right. And this result started to trickle out into like local Montanans that either were connected to the university in some way and found its way to a guy named Bill Pounds. After hearing Carrie's results, he reached out and offered to help refine it. And eventually that collaboration turned into Counter-Assault.
Over the years, it's been refined. It's got different propellants. It's got different concentrations of the pepper. The IGB.
One of the big things that they worked on was the delivery method, how the spray would leave the can.
Yeah, you mentioned the spray. That was one thing I realized I hadn't mentioned, because like some of the earlier brands were shooting 6 feet in like a pencil-thin stream, like wasp killer.
Right. So that stream, you're not going to hit a bear from 30 feet away in the eyes, especially when you're in a panic yourself. I mean, I don't care who you are. You're going to be in a panic when a bear is charging that shit. They wanted that shotgun pattern, as it's called, a fog pattern. That fog is going
Okay, so this is part of the process we saw. They're taking a canister full of the ingredients and they're putting like a spray nozzle on the top of it that shoots the bear spray out into a fog or a cone.
Yeah, exactly. And through testing and conversations with bear biologists, they refined that fog into a spray that would last 7 seconds and shoot 30 feet.
That fog is going to get in the sinuses. It's going to get in the eyes. They're going to inhale. It's going to get in all the mucous membranes, the lungs. That's what changes their senses, and they just stop. It's a shock to their system like it is ours. So you don't have that.
There were some obstacles along the way before bear spray was widely adopted. There were fraudsters making weak knockoffs and some serious misunderstandings, like thinking you used it like bug spray, or that it was a spice rub you could buy at the grocery store.
When I first heard about bear pepper spray, I rushed right down to Albertsons to see if that store stocked it. But alas, though I looked among the spices, the cooking oils, and even in the meat department, I found no bear pepper spray.
That was from a newspaper article back in 1999. So it took a lot of education and messaging to get people to understand and carry bear spray. But what really got people on board was its track record. It was working.
He and his family were in the sights of 3 bears recently, managed to get away.
This is a newscast from Larry King where he's interviewing a guy who had to use bear spray here in Glacier.
Sounds like Jack was lucky. What happened, Jack? What happened to you and the bears?
Well, Saturday night, Larry, just Saturday night, my wife and I went to Grinnell Glacier in Glacier National Park. We lived here 20-something years. It's a favorite place to hike.
So the story is about this group hiking the Grinnell Glacier Trail when a bear started following them. And after following them for a little while, started running at them.
I waited to go about 30 feet and unloaded one blast. He kept coming. My wife stood about 10 feet right in my face. I just went bam, right in his face and ran away again.
Bear spray stopped it in its tracks.
So this is what helped save our lives.
A lot of stories like this come up when you Google bear spray, including this line.
Thanks to God, a friend, and pepper spray, I'm still here.
That quote comes from a bear attack survivor who would go on to found his own bear spray company called UDAP, which is based in Butte, Montana. Testimonials like these have slowly won people over, and even folks who doubted a pepper spray could work as well as a firearm.
You know, like I said, I was retired military. I'm a gun guy. It's fine. But these guys are like, well, I need my gun. Okay, well, you're still trying to hit something if it's a charge that you've got a kill zone that's, you know, maybe grapefruit sized that you have to try to get a bullet through. Well, you may not be able to do that. And I don't care. I carry weapons, but I carry bear spray when I go in the woods.
And because of this effective track record, Glacier suggests all visitors to the park carry bear spray. Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks recommends all hunters carry it too. So how many cans do you put out from here in a year or a month, you know?
Now, in 2021, we did 375,000 cans of bear spray. And it's just education. That's what's helped. Back in the day, a few years ago, like I was talking with Pride here, he says, I remember when we did 30,000 cans in a year. I said, I'm doing that in a month. So that's how much it's picked up from those first days back in the 80s and where the word has gotten out.
Even still, bear spray is no substitute for common sense. Being safe in bear country involves storing food properly, making noise on trail, hiking in groups, not just grabbing a can of bear spray and calling it a day.
Yeah, I've actually heard some bear experts talk about the downside of bear spray is that people think they just strap it on their back and then they're safe, and that it actually discourages the kind of awareness and mindfulness of bear safety that you need to have in mind.
You don't want to get complacent.
No, you can't just put it in the bottom of your backpack and think it's going to help with a bear attack. I mean, you can't put on your seatbelt and then drive off a cliff.
Right. And it is also worth pointing out, like, I've carried bear spray on all the hikes I've done here in the last 10 years. I've never had to use it. Have you?
No. My whole life I've been in bear country and I've never used bear spray.
Right. I mean, I've taken it out a few times, but I've never had to spray it. The only times I've actually been around it going off was when people set it off on accident. The adoption of bear spray coincides with a shift in our relationship with bears. A shift from managing bears to managing people. That change, which we're all a part of, makes a huge difference for our wildlife. Compared to the 1960s, there are a lot more bears and humans in Glacier. Around 100 more grizzlies and literally millions more annual visitors. But that hasn't led to an equivalent rise in bear-human conflicts, or problem bears like Growly needing to be removed. Thanks to these tools that help us coexist, more bears get to live out their normal bear lives, even as more and more people like you and me come to visit.
I think I just have one question left for you, Michael.
Yeah?
Whatever happened to Growly?
Growly, you could say, was actually the first life that bear spray saved. Here's Janet Ellis again, talking about the end of that first study in Churchill.
They were shutting down the bear lab after we left. And so we had 2 grizzly bears. The polar bears were released back into the wild, but the grizzly bears were going to be destroyed.
It's not easy to release a food-conditioned bear back into the wild. So it's standard practice in cases like this for the bear to be euthanized. But after taking care of Growly for months, Janet had taken a liking to him.
We could play tug-of-war with him where his forearms were gigantic and so couldn't fit through the bars really very far, just a little bit. But he put his hand out of the cage, and you could grab his claws. And he'd pull and you'd pull and you'd give up because he was going to win. And then
She fed Growly, gave him water, got him exercise. Apparently, he really liked playing with these giant tires they had lying around.
Just pounced on him, and he could pick him up in his mouth and shake him like a rag. I mean, he was so strong. And
So when it seemed like Growly was going to be euthanized, she started writing letters to friends and family.
Well, I wrote various relatives to see if they had any ideas. And it was my dad, it was an attorney in Columbus, Ohio, that talked. There was a city councilman, I think, that was in his law firm. And then he knew somebody else who was head of Parks and Recreation. And they knew Jack Hanna. You know, it was that sort of thing.
Through her dad's network, Janet reached Jack Hanna, the director of the Columbus Zoo, and coincidentally, the guy you heard Larry King interviewing earlier, because years later, he used bear spray on the Grinnell Glacier Trail. Anyway, they asked Jack, if we can raise enough money to feed Growly for a year, would you take him? And he said yes.
So they raised enough money, I know, for him to be fed for a year and then also to pay for the transport down.
The only problem was Janet had to take him there herself. Growly wouldn't fit on a plane, and there wasn't even a road out of Churchill.
So you have to get on a train. We had a big culvert trap. Have you seen? Well, you know it.
Yeah, the giant metal cylinders.
But this was for polar bears, so it was really big. And then we rented a 3/4 ton pickup and drove from there.
After a 30-hour train ride, Janet loaded Growly's culvert trap, this big metal cylinder, into the bed of a pickup truck and drove another 25 hours to the Columbus Zoo. Apparently, Growly was pretty cooperative.
He was in a culvert trap in the back. I could see him when I was driving. He was looking forward, and, that's where the grate was, so he could watch. And he hadn't been outside in 2 years at least. So he was really interested in what was going on. But he didn't really rock the truck.
Like anyone on a road trip, Growly needed food and water along the way. Janet could slip him food through the grate, but she had to get help with water.
But when you stopped at a gas station, you did need to water him. When I had to water my bear, in the pickup to explain why you needed a hose at a gas station. That's the thing that's most entertaining. But
ultimately, Growly was a great road trip companion, and the drive went off without a hitch. So after a few days of travel, Growly was introduced to his new home at the zoo.
They had trees and, boulders, and he wanted a day bed. He just rearranged the whole thing, and they had to put wire around the trees so he wouldn't destroy them. Yeah, he had his own opinion on redecorating his new home.
I grew up in Columbus and spent a lot of time as a kid at the Columbus Zoo. So there's a real chance Growly was the first bear I ever met. And I might have run into Janet there too.
My son, he's 28 now, but he remembers Growly because we would go to every time we went to Columbus, we would go to the Columbus Zoo.
Grizzly bears are formidable neighbors, not to be taken lightly. And in the 20th century, their future was uncertain. Some Americans argued they should be destroyed entirely, that our two species could not coexist. But tools like bear spray have proven that wrong. Today, we have access to an easy and effective tool to diffuse bear encounters that doesn't harm the bear. And while no deterrent is a guarantee, Growly showed us that bear spray works. Seeing him at the zoo, I didn't know about the cabins he vandalized, or the summer he spent in Canada enduring boat horns, onion juice, and pepper spray. I doubt anyone there, other than Janet, knew the whole story. But I did know that it was special to see a grizzly bear. And thanks, in part, to Growly, you don't have to go to a zoo to do that.
That's our show. Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park and is supported by the Glacier National Park Conservancy. We could not make this show without them. You can learn more about what they do at glacier.org. Headwaters is made possible with help from Lacey Kowalski, Melissa Slottick, and so many people throughout the Glacier community, especially the natural and cultural resource teams. We're grateful for all of you. Our music this season is by the brilliant Frank Waln. The show's cover art is by our sweet friend Stella Nall. Check out Frank and Stella's work at the links in our show notes. Special thanks this episode to Randy Hunt and everyone at Counterassault, Janet Ellis, Carrie Hunt, and Chuck Bartlebaugh for discussing this project with us, as well as Growly, Snarly, and all the other bears who contributed to the creation of Bear Spray. Besides sharing this episode with a friend who might appreciate it, you can help us out by leaving us a rating and review in your podcast app. Thanks for listening.
Switchbacks are a common design feature of many mountain roads. Generally, the only way to get up and over a pass is to switch back and forth several times to gain the elevation needed. If the Going to the Sun Road had been built following one design plan, it would have had 15 switchbacks climbing up the head of Logan Creek directly below Logan Pass. Imagine trying to plow that road every spring. Snowplows would continually be pushing snow onto already plowed areas over and over again. Well, in 1924, Frank Kitteridge of the Bureau of Public Roads directed a survey of potential routes over Logan Pass. His team started in September and was able to map out 21 miles before winter closed in. The work was difficult, and men often had to climb 3,000 feet each morning to get to the survey sites. The crews walked along narrow ledges and hung over cliffs by rope to make many of the measurements. The work was extremely challenging and resulted in a 300% turnover in labor in just 3 months. But the survey work did pay off, and in late 1924, National Park Service Director Stephen Mather approved Kitteridge's alternate route. It contained only one switchback and followed McDonald Creek where it turned north before looping back on itself and continuing up the Garden Wall in one long, continuous path. The current route allows for greater views of the park and blends well into the landscape. The work of Kitteridge and the Bureau of Public Roads resulted in a partnership with the National Park Service to construct roads throughout the national park system. The Bureau of Public Roads became the Federal Highway Administration, and today that partnership still continues.
Headwaters is supported by the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
Have you ever met somebody for the first time, introduced yourself, and had a nice conversation, only to walk away and immediately forget their name? I have. It feels like one of the great shared human experiences to have that guilty conversation with yourself. Was it John? Jim? Shoot. Which makes it all the more surprising when you meet someone who seems to be immune to that phenomenon. Someone like Chuck Cameron.
My name is Chuck Cameron.
There's a squirrel.
There's a little squirrel.
All right, one more time without the squirrel.
Without the squirrel. My name is Chuck Cameron, and I'm a wilderness ranger here in Glacier.
Chuck has been a ranger at Glacier longer than I've been alive, and he's a bit of a local legend. Even so, after meeting me once for 30 seconds at a party during my first season here, he remembered my name months later, shook my hand, and was happy to see me. Which felt nice, because I'd heard Chuck's name a lot. He's the sort of person that everyone you meet knows and loves, and the incredible stories you hear about them don't seem to line up with the calm and mild-mannered person you've met. But while Chuck has led a long and storied career here in Glacier, the most surprising part of that career is that the park terminates him every fall. Well, kind of. A common question we get from visitors is, what does it take to be a park ranger? And while there is no one answer to that question, as there's no one type of park ranger, a good answer is, you've got to be willing to move every 6 months. 95% of Glacier's visitors come between May and October, so it makes sense that the park doesn't really need most of its staff in the wintertime. So to find a career in the NPS, a lot of people move across the country every 6 months, bouncing between summer and winter jobs. My friend just told me last week he's moved 48 times. And for most, the ultimate goal is to land one of the few competitive, permanent positions in the Park Service. I've always seen that as the path to an NPS career. But it wasn't Chuck's.
And how long have you worked here in Glacier?
This is my 42nd season.
42nd?
Yeah.
Whoa. It's a lot of seasons.
That's what
I'm on season 2.
Well, you only have 40 to go and we'll be the same.
Chuck's been a seasonal his whole career. One of the few people I've met in Glacier who can say that. I wanted to sit down with him because I think his unusual path says a lot about the unusual job that is working for the National Park Service. Equal parts delightful and stressful, noble, yet often bizarre. But I also think that few people could have had the career that Chuck has. And I want to know how he did it. You're listening to Headwaters, a show about how Glacier National Park connects with everything else. I'm Michael, and today I invited lifelong Glacier Ranger Chuck Cameron over for dinner.
Yeah, let's go to the porch. Yeah.
Chuck's a laid-back guy, very tall, with a warm smile, and he's easy to get along with. You can tell just by looking at him. He showed up to dinner wearing an Aloha shirt, cooler in hand.
Serve yourself. We've got pulled pork and coleslaw sandwiches.
The plan my fellow producer Gabby and I came up with was to sit around the campfire with Chuck and share stories. But unfortunately, a much larger fire had just started. A wildfire 7 miles away. So we were under a strict burn ban. No campfires. So instead, I made pulled pork sandwiches and we settled down on a porch with a view.
Thank you. That was delicious.
You're a wilderness ranger now. What was the first job you had here in the park?
I worked on the trail crew as a laborer in Many Glacier in 1982.
Was that the first time you ever came to the park?
It's the first time I'd ever been to Montana.
Whoa.
Really? Yeah. From where?
Well, I worked actually at Rocky Mountain National Park in 1980 and 81, right out of college. But I was looking at the map and I saw Glacier National Park. And I liked the sound of the name. It just sounded cool. And it was in Montana. And I've never been here. So I threw in an application and they called me up and offered me a trail crew job.
There are 745.9 miles of trail in Glacier. And each year, the park hires 50 to 60 people across 12 different crews to maintain all that mileage. They clear dead-and downed trees, brush the trails to minimize how much thimbleberry and thistle you have to walk through, dig drains to move water off, and make steps. Honestly, they do a lot of work that often goes unnoticed.
I liked being out for 10 days at a time with the same people, and you build this sort of bond with this crew you're on, because you're working, cooking, eating, sleeping in all kinds of weather for 10 straight days. And you learn to rely on each other a bunch. It's just a really unique work situation, I think. You know, I never really thought like everybody working at JCPenney like hung out after work and went home and cooked dinner together.
Shared the same room.
Shared the same room or slept in the same tent. Or
During his time on Trail Crew, Chuck worked on a lot of trails. But he highlighted one especially odd project.
I think the most craziest season I had on Trail Crew, we cut the international boundary swath in 1987. And I was a crew leader on the east side, and it hadn't been dealt with in 20 years.
Glacier's northern boundary is the U.S.-Canada border. And since the 1860s, there has been a swath, a gap through the trees to mark where it is.
It marks the international boundary, and has monuments, steel obelisk monuments spaced out the entire 5,000-mile international boundary.
To keep trees and brush from filling in the swath, it's needed periodic maintenance in the 150 years it's been here.
And it's a 20-foot wide swath cleared of all vegetation. So you can see from monument to monument, basically. Yeah, we spent 80 days, 10-day hitches at a time, doing nothing but clearing the boundary.
Jeez. Wow.
Chuck and his crew were cutting it out by hand in the late 80s. But I'd heard a rumor that in the 60s, someone decided to use Agent orange to clear the swath, the infamous ingredient used in napalm.
That at one point, they used Agent Orange to clear the boundary swath.
They did. That's what they had done the time before we cut it by hand. They had defoliated it from the air, which wasn't very accurate. And so the boundary swath was this like snaking thing and so our job was to straighten it out. And so we surveyed it as we went from monument to monument.
You're redrawing the line.
Redrawing the line, yeah.
That's a lot of responsibility.
Wow.
Well, it was, and it was kind of nutty because sometimes the swath was just going through the forest. There was no, cut. It was just point A to point B. We just up the side of one mountain and down the side of the other, when we went around beaver ponds, we handed tools up cliff bands, 5-gallon cans of gas up through these cliffs, to get to the next bench and keep going.
Because normally trail crew working on trails requires a lot more thought and care into where the trail is placed than many people realize. And so the boundary swath is kind of atypical. It's like, yep, straight ahead.
Across.
Yep.
Yeah.
Our slogan, and we made a t-shirt, was total destruction is the only solution. Which is, it's a line from a Bob Marley song about nuclear war, and that's kind of how we felt about it.
But like all seasonal jobs, Chuck's season on trail crew came to an end. Every fall, you've got to find something else to do. This is when a lot of folks crisscross the country to work in warmer southern parks. But those jobs are few and far between and pretty competitive. It's not really a sustainable solution for most people.
But what do you spend your winters doing? How did you string together the other 6 months of the year?
That worked out. I was really lucky in that regard because I got a job on Big Mountain and I worked on the ski patrol there for 26 years.
Big Mountain is home to Whitefish Ski Resort, less than an hour from Glacier.
Ski season and this season fit together extremely well. And about the time I'd get sick of ski patrol, and in April they'd lay me off and I'd get to come here and do something completely different. And then about late September, I get sick of working here and they'd lay me off here and I'd have a couple months off in the fall to go do whatever, and then I'd go back skiing again.
Ski patrol in the winter, trail crew in the summer. And Chuck's season cutting the border swath highlights that a lot of work in Glacier is extremely physical.
So was this your hardest hitch?
Yeah, that was I felt invincible at the end of that summer. I thought if I can do this, I can do anything.
Yeah.
So then I quit trails and got a ranger job. Basically.
That's a cool way to go out from trail crew.
Yeah.
Yeah.
After his summer on the border swath, Chuck got a job as a law enforcement ranger. He went to Law Enforcement Academy with one of his trail crew friends, and after that got a job in the Belly River, a remote part of the northeast corner of Glacier.
And I worked for a guy named Dave Shea, who was an incredible wealth of knowledge, a scientist, just, knows everything about everything. And yeah, great guy to work for. My first year in there, so that was awesome. He started here in '67, I think, or something.
Was that intimidating to have your first ranger job kind of?
No, it was great. He's so humble and just so knowledgeable and not afraid to share knowledge, he would just take me out and show me all these things in Belly River, the old wagon roads, the old cabin sites, the tracking and birds, and just, yeah, he's amazing. He just took me under his wing, and I spent the whole summer with him.
This is the sort of job I feel like most people picture when they imagine being a park ranger.
We patrolled every day because that's why you're there. We were up one valley or the other, into the campgrounds, talking to all the visitors, checking permits, digging out fire rings, cleaning pit toilets, just making sure everything's still working.
If you want to learn more about life as the Belly River Ranger, we interviewed Laura Funk, who has that job now, in our last episode. We'll have a link in the show notes. Laura learned from Chuck, and Chuck picked up the tools of the trade from his mentor that first summer.
It was great. And then, unfortunately, at the end of that summer in 1988, we're sitting around behind the ranger station having dinner, and he said, I just want to tell everybody this is Vivi and my last summer here. I was like, what? I just got here. You can't leave. This is my first year. I want to keep working. I was going to plan on working with him for a long time. It was good for me. I got the lead ranger job in there, and spent the next 9 years in there. But it was hard for me to adjust from being trail crew, the kind of the renegades of the Park Service, right? You're kind of out there out of uniform doing whatever, digging in the dirt and then to a law enforcement ranger.
Yeah.
Wearing a uniform.
In the uniform, in the campgrounds.
People come to the ranger station when they're in trouble or need something. And so the typical day can be very atypical very quickly if somebody shows up at 8 o'clock at night.
To hear Chuck tell it, there was a bit of a learning curve to becoming this new type of ranger.
I was hiking back down from Helen Lake, I think, and I got to the foot of Elizabeth, and there was a beargrass flower in the trail, the whole stalk and the flower. Right. And I thought, that's kind of weird. And I just walked by it, and then there was another one, and then another one, and another one, and I'm like, this is not natural. So I started picking them up, and I had this huge bouquet of beargrass flower stalks in my arms. I don't know that I could have carried 150 of them, but I had 100 of them, I'll bet, in my arms.
Following the trail of beargrass flowers, Chuck found a Boy Scout troop at the nearby campground.
You've had the entire trail time to just get angrier.
Everyone I picked up.
A lot of work on trail crew is physical, but working with the public, keeping people in the park safe, can require a lot of empathy and patience. Chuck's known for his people skills today, but all skills take practice.
So I walked in there, and I'm holding these things, and I didn't handle it very well because I was taking it personally, which is a huge mistake when you're a law enforcement ranger. You cannot, I learned that. This was a good lesson for me then. Don't take it personally. It's not about you. It's about, education, and, I've learned that. But then I'm like, does anybody know what these are? And this kid looks at me and he goes, yeah, that's beargrass. I said, yeah, and it used to be alive till all you guys killed it all. And I look over, and this kid has got his jackknife out, and he's carving his initials in the bench he was sitting on in the campground. And I'm like, can you knock it off? Can you quit doing that? And he looks at his buddy, and he goes, I don't think he likes us. Very astute.
For ripping up 150 beargrass flowers, the troop leader got a $50 fine. Chuck's the first to say that he took that incident personally because he cares about the park and the Belly River. He was essentially its caretaker, after all.
We saw some great northern lights over the years, the stars, the full moon. It's magical sometimes. It really is. Yeah. Never got tired of it.
It feels kind of like romantic. Do you remember it that way? Did it feel that way, or was it sort of tougher and rougher than what we imagined?
No, I think the anticipation was always really great. It's just like, wow, first trip up to Elizabeth Lake or up to Helen or wherever you were going, and knowing nobody'd been in there maybe since October. Stuff like that just made it really adventurous.
Yeah.
What I liked about it.
Yeah.
But despite all the things that kept Chuck there for 9 summers, he couldn't stay in the belly forever.
All this to say, what pulled you out of the belly?
Life. So I was in there, I left there in 96, but I got married in 94. I had bought land in 89, and by that time in the mid-90s, I was starting to try to build a house, and my wife got pregnant. And so I was in Belly River with a pregnant wife, trying to build a house outside of Whitefish, and it just wasn't working out that well.
For context, the Belly River Ranger Station is a 3-hour drive and 6-mile hike from Whitefish.
It was too hard to do that, and so I decided to leave after the summer of 96 and work on the house, and our son was born in January of 97. But my wife and I climbed Mount Merritt while she was pregnant with our son, so that was pretty cool.
That is unbelievable.
Yeah, I have a really good picture of us sitting on the summit of Mount Merritt.
Now that he was closer to home, Chuck moved on to another position, bear crew.
What was the bear team?
Our job was to default to wildlife calls in the McDonald district.
And there are no shortage of these types of calls. Each year, there are hundreds, some years nearly 1,000 bear-related incidents in the park. That's everything from bears causing traffic jams on roads to more serious incidents, like getting into improperly stored food.
The bears get all the press, but we did all kinds of wildlife stuff, goats and sheep and marmots and skunks and bats and, anything that anybody was having an issue with wildlife, the bear team would get to go deal with it.
Do you have any memorable, specific wildlife encounters from that time?
Yeah, lots. Well, one of the funniest ones, if you want to hear a funny one, was the auto shop called one day and said, we have a marmot in our auto shop over here.
If you don't know, marmots are big squirrels, Montana's version of the groundhog.
And this marmot had crawled up into the engine well of one of the road crew trucks and ridden all the way down from Logan Pass and ended up in the auto shop.
Oh, wow.
And I'm like, okay, I'm on the bear team. We'll go get this marmot. So it was in their break room over there. They had it trapped in the break room and it was behind the refrigerator. Well, so I had a live trap. And I thought, okay, we'll pull the fridge out and put the trap down. The marmot will step in it like they should, and it'll all be done. Well, the marmot had no interest in leaving the back of the refrigerator. So we pulled the refrigerator out, and I was on kind of leaning up on top of it, sort of poking down there with a stick, trying to get this marmot out of there. But he had gone in under the compressor of the refrigerator, like there was no back on it down by the floor, and he'd gone way up in there, he or she. Gave the trap to this guy, and I put on leather gloves, and I reached in there, and I grabbed this marmot by the hind legs, and I started to pull him out from under the refrigerator, but this marmot grabbed the refrigerator with his front feet, and he would not let go. And he's squealing like crazy, making some god-awful noise. And so I'm yanking this marmot out, and finally he lets go, and I just stuffed him in this live trap and slammed the door. And oh my God.
Did you drive it back to Logan Pass?
We let him go at Packer's Roost. It's like, I'm not going all the way up there. You're just going to climb in another engine. Unbelievable. Marmots are strong. I don't know if you know that, but marmots are really strong.
So far, Chuck's career has focused on, among other things, physical work and people skills. Bear Crew required getting to know the park's wildlife up close and personal.
So was it in college or in law enforcement academy when you learned how to wrestle a skunk or talk down an aggressive bear? How do you learn how to do this?
Trial and error. Never going to do that again. I don't know. You get thrust into it and you just sort of do it, figure it out. I wasn't afraid to ask questions. If we had something that I needed to talk to the biologist about, I would certainly go talk to the biologist about what do you think we should be doing here. But I didn't go to school for wildlife biology or anything. I have a liberal arts degree, so I wasn't college training by any means. It was on-the-job training, basically my entire career here.
Finally, I wanted to ask Chuck about climbing. He has a shout out in the Climber's Guide to Glacier National Park, which is essentially the local mountaineering Bible.
When did you climb everything? Because it seems like you've climbed a lot.
I tried to climb every peak in the Belly, and I didn't quite get there. But yeah, when you're in there 9 years, you have a lot of time to climb, right? Actually, my boss in there told me that if you don't climb Mount Cleveland this summer, you're fired.
Mount Cleveland is the tallest peak in Glacier, and it's been the site of some infamous accidents.
He said that visitors are climbing these mountains. They're going to get hurt or disappear. You need to know the routes. You need to know where they're going. So you need to get out there and start climbing all these peaks. I said, great, I'll do that.
Chuck has a lot of funny stories from his time in the park, but there were a lot of serious days too. Thanks to his knowledge of climbing routes and the park landscape, Chuck started helping with search and rescues, and he was good at it. Good enough that the park asked him to get certified as a helicopter manager. And he's been helping with search and rescues on the ground and in the air ever since.
Had you had interest in going into search and rescue, or was it sort of just like a function of being law enforcement in a national park?
No, I like it. It's a really interesting part of my job. I enjoy it. And so I was more than willing.
Unfortunately, search and rescues happen every year here in Glacier. In the last 3 years, there have been over 200. And they're not just climbing accidents. Folks get lost on trail and are reported missing by friends and family. Others wind up in trouble from exposure to heat or the cold.
When you worked search and rescue, what were the outcomes that you expected? especially when there's like those low percentages of finding.
It's based
people
on
in certain areas.
time, right? How long has this person been out there? And what was their plan, if we even knew what their plan was?
Searches often include huge teams of people covering all the places that person might have been.
People can survive for pretty extended periods of time based on the weather, what kind of shape they're in, if they have any food with them. But if they fall 500 feet off a cliff, they're not going to survive. And so if you can search an area really thoroughly, day one, everybody's like, we're going to get this person. Day two, we're going to get this person. Day three, they're still viable. We know this person can still be alive. Once you get 6, 7, 8, 10, 9, 15 days down the road, and it's like, this person's probably not alive anymore. You never want to feel that way. You always want to know that they're still alive. You can find them. It drives you crazy when you can't. It's like, where are they? They still could be alive. Now, where are they?
I came across an incident that the guy, he was trying to get to Longbow Lake in the North Fork.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you knew who it was?
I found him.
Yeah.
He was a baker at the Pole Bridge Mercantile, and he went on a hike to Longbow Lake and never came back. And so we started looking for him. And we had ground teams, and Longbow is above Akakola. It's off trail. We had a helicopter in the air.
Chuck was actually assigned to a ground team with the subject's nephew.
And they sent us up on the ground, up this creek drainage. Oh my God, it was horrendous bushwhacking. And we're just beating the bush, going up this creek and yelling this guy's name, and we're out there yelling, thinking, he's not out here. This is stupid. And then we hear, all of a sudden, hear a voice up in the woods. I'm like, I looked at this guy, I don't remember the kid's name. I'm like, did you hear that? He goes, yeah. So we start yelling. The guy's, Dan, we hear this voice, yeah. Holy crap. And so we bushwhacked our way up to where we heard this voice, and there he is. And he has this huge gash in his head. He'd been out 48 hours maybe at that point. Had no recollection of what happened to him. It appeared to me he fell off a cliff or something from his head trauma. Once we found him, I think everything that was keeping him going left. He was just like, I'm rescued now. I'm just like done. And anyway, we're in the middle of this lodgepole thicket, basically, an alder thicket. It was like, okay, now what are we going to do?
The trees were so dense, they couldn't lower a litter for the guy down through the trees, let alone land. So instead, Chuck asked for chainsaws.
So anyway, they flew us in a couple chainsaws, and we spent like 2 hours cutting a landing zone out of the woods right in the middle of wherever, 40, 50 foot diameter hole out of the woods maybe in a couple of hours, and we brushed it all down. And
this allowed the helicopter to land and take the guy to the nearest hospital.
And he ended up in the hospital for like 11 days. He had a brain bleed. Yeah, he had a major issue going on. He wasn't going to make it maybe another day, but
he made it.
He made it. He's alive and well.
Chuck's colleagues are quick to say that he's the kind of person you want involved in a search and rescue because he cares so much, even if the result is ultimately to give a family closure. And thanks to folks like Chuck, most search and rescues in Glacier end like this. Maybe someone's a little banged up, but they're alive. Out of the over 200 that have happened here in the last 3 years, 96% of the people have survived.
Must have felt pretty good.
Felt great. Found one alive. Saved him. Yeah, it was awesome. But I did miss the Willie Nelson concert on Big Mountain that night, though. Which I had tickets to.
You saved a life, but you also missed a Willie Nelson concert.
Missed Willie Nelson on Big Mountain.
Through all of the search and rescues, the bear jams, and stubborn marmots, Chuck stayed seasonal.
Made it easy for me. I didn't have to move. I built a house. I had a family going. I didn't have to find a job. I didn't have to think about what I was going to do at the end of the season, which is really stressful. And I lived that life for a while on trail crew. And it gets old, you got to pack, you got to go find a place to live, you got to find a job, and it's stressful, and it drives people out of being seasonal in the Park Service, I think. But for me, it was easy because I never had to move. I just drive east in the summer and north in the winter, from my house, and it was no big deal.
And while he dodged the difficulty of moving every 6 months by settling down in Whitefish, moving isn't the only hard part about these jobs. Seasonal positions usually don't provide full benefits. They don't come with a retirement plan. Each year you come back, more of your friends move on, off to another park. And there's a limit to how high you can climb the career ladder as a seasonal.
We talk about seasonal turnover and like how hard seasonal life can actually be. And so why stay through it all?
I don't know, I've never really been, I'm content a lot. I'm not necessarily the grass is greener over there kind of person. I've never even applied to another park, ever, since I started working here.
It's worth noting, Chuck has support and stability at home. His wife has a year-round job in fire communication. But at work, Chuck points out that as you move up the ladder, you can lose a lot of the duties that drew you to the job in the first place.
Yeah, I like being in the field. You get a permanent job here, and not all of them, but in the Ranger Division, if you go permanent, you're going to be pushing paper a lot more than you are when you're not permanent.
Of the Rangers I've known who are longtime seasonals, all of them had a permanent career on the side. Teachers and professors who have the summer off, or even a lawyer who can choose their own caseload. All of them found some way to squeeze in being a seasonal ranger. All of them except Chuck.
I tell people I made a career out of not having a career. Basically. I wouldn't trade it for anything, though. No regrets. There's some great permanent jobs here, don't get me wrong, but there's just the way overloaded people working here, and it's just, you see it, and I just never wanted to try that.
Yeah. But I'd say if Chuck has a secret to how he stayed seasonal so long, it's how much he loves this place. And all of it, too. The scenery, the wildlife, the plants, and the people.
I just like it here. I just like the whole persona of what Glacier is. Always have, from the minute I got here. And don't get me wrong, I've had some bad days here. There's been some days where I'm just like, oh man, I got to get out of here, but that just doesn't last long, Yeah. We owe it to the park to take good care of it and do the best we can. I really firmly believe that. And so whether it's small world stuff or big world stuff, and there's big world stuff going on like climate change and all that, my world's very small world. I pull weeds, I clean out fire rings, I pick up trash, I educate visitors. That's a huge part of it, super important part, building advocates for the Park Service. If I can get somebody to buy into the idea of the Park Service and advocating for it, success.
Well, I think that is a nice segue into the rumors I've been hearing about this maybe being your last season. Is that true?
It is true. It's not a rumor. I'm wrapping it up.
It's not called retiring when you're seasonal. What is it called?
Quitting. They're going to try and hire me back, and I get to say no.
Chuck loves Glacier, and it's clear Glacier loves him right back. He invited us to his retirement party, which happened a couple months after our interview, and we arrived to find every parking spot full, cars lining the road to the venue, and people from every stage of his career who'd shown up to celebrate. Here are just a few of the nice things they had to say about him. He's humble. He hates leading, but everybody looks up to him. He's trusted. He spends more nights out camping in the park than his colleagues half his age. He's a mentor, a moral compass, and he never forgets a name. And over again, we're going to miss him. Chuck's career captures what it's like to work for the Park Service, and he's been a role model for a lot of the people who work here today. Our last question for him, what comes next?
I've been stuck in the glacier rut for so long, I've never even been to the Cabinet Mountains, There are all kinds of little mountain ranges around Montana. We got 54 state parks. I've only been to 3 of them. I just want to go look around and see what else is out there, and maybe just have the time to do it and feel like doing it.
I guess on the same question of reflection, Was your career everything that you expected, or?
I don't know that I had any expectations. I think it was just this new adventure to Montana. You know, we'll just go check it out, see what happens.
Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park and is supported by the Glacier National Park Conservancy. We could not make this show without them. You can learn more about what they do at glacier.org. Headwaters is made possible with help from Lacey Kowalski, Melissa Slottick, and so many people throughout the Glacier community, especially the natural and cultural resource teams. We're grateful for all of you. Our music this season is by the brilliant Frank Waln. The show's cover art is by our sweet friend Stella Null. Check out Frank and Stella's work at the links in our show notes. Special thanks to Chuck Cameron and everyone who shared memories or stories of Chuck at his very fun retirement party. Besides sharing this episode with a friend who might appreciate it, you can help us out by leaving us a rating and review in your podcast app. Thanks for listening.
Headwaters is supported by the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
How many animals have you walked by and never noticed? How many species live around you that you've never even heard of?
Most people are kind of excited that they had no idea another thing existed. And I think it's like yet one more mystery.
One of these unknown species is a rarely seen creature that most people here have never heard of. They live behind waterfalls and can travel up to 90 miles an hour.
Yeah, it's fun because they're really dark and you just think it's a bat or something. So we started calling them black lightning.
To have a chance at seeing them, most of the time you'll need to leave the trail, bushwhack for hours with alders swatting you in the face and mosquitoes trying to bite you as sweat drips down your face. Then those same alders lend a hand as the terrain turns steep, and you use them to pull yourself up precipitous slopes. Then the shrubs fade away, and you're clambering up a steep field of loose rock, feeling them shifting as you step and hoping they stay put. Oh, and by the way, it's 4 o'clock in the morning, so it's pitch black. Finally, you reach the base of a waterfall, where the rocks are slick underfoot and it's loud from the pounding water and cold and damp from the ever-present mist. And this is where you find them. Black swifts. I'm Perry, and you're listening to Headwaters, a show about how Glacier National Park is connected to everything else. I love birds. Seeing them, hearing them, and also counting them. This year so far, I've found 242 species, and counting. But I've never seen a black swift. For a lot of birders, seeing a brand new species can be a highlight of your month, or even of your year. It's called a life bird. I've looked for black swifts every summer I've lived here, but I strike out every time. They're basically big black cigars that fly thousands of feet in the air, and they're incredibly hard to see. But today, I'm going out with Amy Seaman from Montana Audubon and her team to survey for these elusive birds, and hopefully, I'll be in luck. But this isn't just a story about me going birdwatching. It's a story about learning to feel comfortable in the dark, and how to cherish the mysteries we may never solve.
Once it shoots out, your eye might not pick it up till like out here, where it's out further from the waterfall. I think part of that's just the speed they come out. Which is how fast? So fast.
That's Amy. She's an all-around bird expert, but has spent a lot of the last 10 summers looking for black swifts in a collaborative effort between Montana Audubon and the park, with support from the Glacier Conservancy. With her help, I thought it'd be a lot easier to find them, but it is definitely not easy.
So the birds are basically too fast to see in your binoculars.
They really are.
And if you want a glimpse of them, you're going to have to do an alpine start.
I rolled out of bed at 3:05, got dressed and brushed my teeth and tumbled down the stairs and had just enough time to zoom out the door into the car to then drive an hour to get here.
So I'm tired, there's rain in the forecast, and it's also fully dark outside. Black swifts are early risers, much earlier than me. They're not quite nocturnal, but they aren't just active during the day either. Amy and other researchers have had the most luck looking for them around their nests at dawn or dusk.
We're on the side of the Going to the Sun Road where a creek flows below the road through a culvert. And we're starting to hear the first bird songs. And we're staring at a waterfall, trying to see these little black specks moving at 90 miles an hour.
Black swifts are aerial insectivores, meaning they catch and eat bugs as they fly, especially flying ants. One study found swifts regularly flying at altitudes over 13,000 feet. And they're almost always flying. When they're not nesting, they spend 99% of their time in the air, day and night. That's something like 8 months of flying. How do you study a bird that basically never stops?
So how long have you been doing swift surveys?
This is actually year 10, the beginning of the 10th year.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Which is so fun to think that it's fun. Yeah, we have just as many questions, but we have learned a lot more.
So when you started, you didn't know how many birds there were, didn't know how to look for them, didn't know what their nest sites really looked like.
Exactly.
But despite the things that Amy and others have been able to learn, there's plenty of mystery left. And Amy loves it.
I've always wanted to know what's around me. That was a lifetime goal of like, when I'm a kid and I want to grow up, I want to say, hey, I'm on a hike and what is this thing that I'm walking near or pretty flower that I'm looking at? Then you're like, wait, there is stuff we don't know. So it was this whole full circle of like,
you're a black swift explorer.
I can't believe there's a bird that we found the 6th nest of in the state.
That's incredible.
It's a wild sentence and it's so fun. And you're like, wait, we didn't know where they wintered till 2012.
Scientists have learned about many birds' migrations through banding programs that started in the early 1900s. But it wasn't until 2012 that we started to learn where swifts migrate. Using tiny geolocators, researchers in Colorado discovered that they were wintering in the lowland forests of Brazil. But where exactly our swifts from Montana go is still a question. But we do know that they're declining. A 2016 report compiled by Partners in Flight estimated dramatic declines since 1970. Climate change, pesticides, and habitat disturbance are all pressuring these birds. So much about them, especially Glacier's population, is unknown.
And I'll never forget my first year at Sperry Chalet meeting a person who had hiked here for decades and had never heard of this bird, and he could name every plant on the side of the trail.
Wow.
So he's like, well, what are you guys here for? And we're like, oh, actually these birds right up in this waterfall that you can look at from the chalet and we've seen for years. And then he was just floored.
And Amy's been working to study swifts and spread the word about them for the last 10 years.
There's enough sites now to start monitoring to a number of birds. Because, of course, at some point, funders want to know, conservationists want to know, like, well, what's the number? Are we running out? Are they declining? Are they not?
Personally, I'll just be happy if I get a little glimpse of just one.
Okay, have I missed anything?
Not yet. Just staring.
I'm standing with Amy and her team, all of us staring intently at the waterfall coming out from under Going to the Sun Road. I'm bundled up, but the cold, damp air is still somehow seeping in.
It's 5:25 now. I've still seen no swifts, although it's seeming less absurd that I might be able to see that now that it's a little lighter, but it hasn't happened yet.
We do call them the swifting hour. There's like a certain light that starts to settle in the morning or night, and you're like, okay, I can feel the activity now. So
Maybe Amy could feel it, but I was not at her level.
So I'm just looking at the waterfall in my binoculars, and we talked for like 2 hours yesterday about how you can find the nests and what to look for, and this kind of nook or crevice or the whitewash from their poops out of the nest, and they made it all seem very straightforward. And I am befuddled.
Needless to say, seeing a swift, even with Amy's help, was not going to be as simple as I'd hoped. But compared to most of their sites, which involve not just a drive, but hiking miles off trail to get to, this is a breeze.
So is this like the cruisiest survey spot you guys have?
Yes. I was saying I've never rolled up and I was like, I'm going to wear Crocs just because I can this morning.
It was enough of a challenge for me to get up at 3 a.m, and I'm grateful we did not have to backpack here or bushwhack for hours up a mountain.
So I like to say swifting's not for the faint of heart.
You would be right.
Also, because you get so excited sometimes, I'm like, oh, I'm going to have a heart attack because of my excitement level.
I can't say that I was at heart attack levels of excitement, but some booms of thunder did start to get my heart going.
Okay, status update. It's 5:59 a.m. It's thundering quite a bit. Seeing some lightning off to the north. Still have seen no swifts. Don't know if this is looking promising.
Shoot. I might just put my rain jacket on. If it's pouring, we won't survey, but we have done some like half rainy ones.
It's honestly hard to tell if it's past dawn yet because the storm clouds have made it so dark. We take refuge in the car and the storm lets loose. Rain is coming down in sheets and pouring off the cliffs above the road. In a way, the wet weather is appropriate. Black swifts nest behind waterfalls, peeking out through the mist with their big dark eyes. As the clouds empty around me and my nose fogs the car window, I suppose I'm getting a glimpse of what their habitat might feel like. One question I had was, why did they so often nest behind or around waterfalls in the first place? There isn't conclusive evidence, but experts think it serves a few purposes. The first is to avoid predators, and another possibility is climate control.
But then apparently the water is good for the temperature to be cool because they're not fluctuating, like they're not getting so hot either.
It's just steady.
Yeah, I think it stays basically like 45 degrees all the time behind.
Glacier has plenty of waterfalls in the spring, fed by melting winter snow. But by late summer, most of them run dry. Black swifts are smart enough to only pick waterfalls that will protect and cool their chicks all the way until the end of summer. And those can only be fed by glaciers and persistent snowfields, which this park has a lot of.
We have realized that they love Glacier National Park. There are more nests here than in the rest of the state combined that we know of.
But as temperatures warm with climate change, the sources of these waterfalls, those glaciers and snowfields, are declining. Because I guess you could see the swifts as a bit of a canary in the coal mine. And as you say, like, the waterfalls are where they are. They can't move up in elevation. But also they feed on insects. And so as insects decline, like, that's even more invisible.
Yeah, and I think you totally nailed it, because part of the interest in studying black swifts isn't just that they do have a unique place that we just didn't know about them, but they totally share a decline with other aerial insectivores. And the jury's kind of out on exactly what issues are happening.
This is one of the biggest motivations for their studies in Glacier, trying to figure out what the population is like and how worried they need to be.
And it also helps us know, like, oh, maybe we don't need to hit the panic button either right away. Like, there is a lot of great habitat in Montana, and it could be that we have a lot more of these birds than we thought.
But all of Amy's work can still only go so far.
We can also learn only what we can learn in Montana.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know anything that these birds are encountering on their migration or on their wintering grounds.
And even with 10 years of data from Glacier and efforts in Colorado and Idaho, we still know remarkably little about these birds compared with almost every other species I might see on a morning walk. It makes me wonder what else I'm missing.
If a tree falls in the forest and you don't hear it, right? Like, what happens? And then so it's like if a black swift disappears from a waterfall, but we never know they were ever at the waterfall, to me, there's something really interesting that's lost in that.
Still hiding out from the rain, talking with Amy in the car, I've pretty much lost all hope of seeing a swift today. Maybe of ever seeing one. I feel like the thunderstorm is an embodiment of climate change and all the threats these little birds are facing, looming over all of us. As the park's glaciers retreat and disappear, people notice and they care. But does it matter if a bird that I might never see disappears? Can you love something you've never seen?
All right, it's 6:38 now. The storm has abated. There are a lot more cars now. I'm still seeing no swifts, but so you would normally survey until 7:15. So we have another like half hour.
Mm-hmm.
So do you think you see any swifts?
I mean, there's like a smudge back there that could be something, but it's not moving. And
Right, I see a smudge, but I don't see
Put that in the
anything.
data sheet. Smudge on nest.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure this is a bird. It's a bird. There's a bird.
Really?
It's
There's
on
a
that
bird.
other little grassy.
But I'll take a look in the scope and see if I can see anything of what I just thought was a blob.
Was it a smudge or a blob?
A mob. And it's tucked away back in this little nook. And I can see a white blob above the smudge. See, I thought I saw it move, but now I'm second guessing myself. Maybe I'm just moving. Oh! Oh, I see the tail. Oh my God, it's huge. Okay, I thought it was going to be a tiny little bird,
No, that's
but
the
it's
thing.
huge.
Yeah, it's big.
Oh!
That's why they're kind of crazy, because you're like, this isn't.
I was looking for like a tiny little swallow-sized bird. Oh, it moved its head. This is very exciting.
I didn't notice that before.
Thousands of people drive on the road past this nest site every day and would never know these birds are living their lives here. I've driven past this site dozens and dozens of times. But now I'll look for them every time I drive past.
You can see it so well now. You can see its eyeball. You can see its little wings crossed over its tail. It's looking at me.
It's in a really small space.
Yeah. It's like it's wrapped up in its little sleeping bag of moss and rock.
That black swift, perched underneath a waterfall, peering back at me from its damp ledge, felt like a glimpse into a whole part of Glacier that usually hides out of sight.
It has black, shiny wings and black feathers. And I can see a little tiny bit of white on kind of the front of its face and a big black eyeball kind of looking at me. So it's like a little bit of light, but mostly dark, which was also our experience in this survey. They do a lot of things in the dark, and mostly we can't really see them during the day. And most of their lives are in the dark, but we're learning a little bit more each year and each survey.
In all these years, what do you think you've learned from black swifts?
I think the biggest personal change that I've seen has been sort of a minor one, but I've realized that it actually does run quite deeply into life, and it's that I really am more comfortable at night being a nocturnal person, walking around in the dark, even in my own house or in the creepy basements or in other people's creepy basements. I think it's really impacted my comfort level with, trusting yourself and all your intuitions and when fear is real and when it's not real. And I think people really do have so much more than we let on to stuff, because I've gone to things like in the night and then gone back to the place and like noticed that I'm walking right by the same exact rock or something. And I'm like, I tried to go the same direction, but my body has some kind of memory. Like, I'm like, how did myself take myself to this exact place? Honestly, just operating more comfortably with less light has been a very liberating feeling. I don't know if we learn it is fear is from movies or what it is when you're little and you do have that fear of the dark thing. And
well, it's very primal. I mean, we spend so much time trying to light up the darkness, whether it's our car headlights or our, turning the lights on in our houses or even leaving our porch lights on all night.
It's just oddly satisfying. And you're like, this just makes life easier when you take off a layer of worrying.
I like that, though. It's not like you go out there and try to make the dark more light. You can just become more comfortable in the dark.
Yeah, absolutely.
One thing you said earlier was like, these birds love Glacier so much. And I don't know, it kind of got me thinking, like, does Glacier love these birds back? And it was like, I think that there's so much effort going into studying them. It kind of makes me maybe say yes now.
I think so. I think Glacier and the Conservancy has supported the effort seriously over the years. And to me, that's just really cool because it means these birds are impacting a greater landscape, but they need Glacier to nest and survive and reproduce to keep having black swifts. And then I think the community of people loves it because when people are here, they are totally enjoying nature and then hopefully passing that down. I mean, as Montana Audubon, too, we are advocates for conservation, and it really does take knowing and caring about something to advocate for, especially if it's a policy decision that will impact climate change or something like that. You do have to know the birds.
I guess I'm still not sure if you can truly love something you don't know. But now I've seen a black swift, and I think we bonded. And I know I don't want to lose them.
How does it feel? They're still there, and that really makes me happy. Actually, to your question of how does it make you feel when you see them again after 10 years, I don't know why, but I still get so excited, and I do love them. When we were lucky enough to see that nest today, you get that small little bit of just ultra excitement that they're still there, and just knowing that they're there, even though you don't see them all the time. It's just like, gosh, this whole life's happening, and we have no idea, and that brought a lot of joy,
We've learned a lot about these birds, but can we ever know very much, or will they always kind of be a mystery to us?
That type of thing is so interesting to me, and I think just because we can't exist in their habitat comfortably for much longer than a few hours, I think there is definitely going to always be the part that is just too dark for us to see.
Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park and is supported by the Glacier National Park Conservancy. We could not make this show without them. You can learn more about what they do at glacier.org. Headwaters is made possible with help from Lacey Kowalski, Melissa Slottick, and so many people throughout the Glacier community, especially the natural and cultural resource teams. We're grateful for all of you. Our music this season is by the brilliant Frank Waln. The show's cover art is by our sweet friend Stella Nall. Check out Frank and Stella's work at the links in our show notes. Special thanks this episode to Amy Seaman and the whole Black Swift team, Montana Audubon, Lisa Bate, and Kaylee Kimball for all the pickles. Besides sharing this episode with a friend who might appreciate it, you can help us out by leaving us a rating and review in your podcast app. Thanks for listening.
Ranger Bill, warrior of the woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, fighting the many enemies of nature. This is the job of the guardian of the forest, Ranger Bill. Pouring rain, freezing cold, blistering heat, snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
When spring comes, it means lots of work for the rangers. Yes, it's all day from sun up to sundown, and then sometimes far into the night, as the rangers work to guard the public lands. Each spring I'm especially concerned because the river rises high with water from melting snow coming down from the mountains, And come spring each year, the river's a threat to the town of River's Bend. But one year there was a new threat, a new danger. It was the time the Rangers and I fought the river monster.
How high's the Shady River now, Bill?
It's climbed our gauge just 3 inches.
That's plenty water.
Tain't nothing yet, sonny. Wait till old Shady really gets her dander up. Then you'll see more water than you ever seen before. When all that snow begins to pour out of the mountains, you'll think somebody opened up the gates of Hoover Dam and let her all come rolling down on us.
Yeah, I remember last spring. The folks at River's Bend thought the levees were going to break open for sure.
How well I remember, pal. I never filled so many sandbags in all my life. But they held the river back.
Maybe they not have same trouble this year. They build dikes stronger and bigger than before.
Well, personally, I'm not worried about the town at all this spring because of those improvements. But we'll have to keep watching the old gal anyhow. You never know when she's liable to get angry and pull a new caper on us.
Well, at least we won't have to fill sandbags. All the river can do now is flood the rangeland, and, well, that'll go down after a few weeks.
Yep. Guess we can scratch old Shady River off our worry list.
Where did you come from?
Bill, there's big trouble.
Trouble?
Shady River.
The Shady River? What's it doing now?
No, it's not the river she behave. It's Zach Stevens. He got a big log raft on river. Too big to handle with more and more water coming into river from mountains.
Oh, man. How big is this log raft, Frenchie?
Frenchie, not know for sure. Only she look like big river monster.
This old fireplace sure feels good after being out cutting logs all day.
You said it, Zach. Oh, guess I'm getting old. Look forward to coming inside the cabin every evening and soaking up the heat.
Yeah, me too, Clarence.
Zach, what are we going to do about that oversized log raft we've got in the river?
Yeah, what do you mean, what are we going to do about it?
Well, some of the boys saw Frenchie DuSalle looking at it early today.
I don't mean anything. Besides, Frenchie's quit being a troublemaker since he's got religion.
Yeah, but Frenchie's a good friend of Bill Jefferson.
So? What am I supposed to do? Like I said, Frenchie's quit being a troublemaker.
You mean he doesn't pick fights anymore? But that oversized raft we've got is a menace with the water rising in the big Shady River. Frenchie might get the Rangers about it.
Hey, who you working for? Me or that Frenchman?
Okay, forget it, Zach. I just got a feeling we might get a visit from the Rangers, that's all.
So the Rangers visit us. So the raft is extra big. So the raft is a menace. So I'm as good a raftman as I am a lumberjack. You let me worry about the raft, Clarence. Your job is to see that the boys cut down the trees and make logs. That should keep you busy enough.
Okay. But if you get into trouble, don't say I didn't warn you.
Warn me all you want to. I'm not breaking the law. I'll move that raft when I'm good and ready, and not before.
What are you going to do about that big raft, Bill?
I don't know yet, pal.
That'd be plenty dangerous if it get loose on river with floodwater coming fast.
She be very dangerous. He take everything with it that gets in way.
How much do you think that there monster weighs, Frenchie?
Oh, the raft have maybe 200 log. They weigh 1,000 each. Maybe the raft, she weigh 100 ton.
Wow.
Say, fellas, what do you say we go out and take a look at this monster, huh? Look at the size of that thing, would you? Look like an overgrown whale come up to see what's going on.
Too big.
I'll say it's too big, Grey Wolf. Personally, I think Stephen ought to be ashamed of himself to put a thing like that together.
It's only held together with heavy chains and cables.
Oh, heavy chain and cable only fasten logs together. But cable not hold to river bank if water get higher, run faster. Then break loose.
If you ask me, them mooring cables don't look like they could hold back 100 tons once the river got mad. That's what's worrying me, old-timer. The river is higher every day. Yep. Pretty soon old Shady will be hopping. Then bingo. When do they figure the peak will be reached, Grey Wolf?
Maybe a few more days.
Uh-oh. Here comes Zach and his foreman.
Oh, don't worry. If Zach get tough, Frenchie fix him.
You're forgetting, Frenchie. No rough stuff.
Where do you rangers? What are you doing on private property? Get out.
Perhaps you haven't read the rule book lately, Zach. The law says that 10 feet beyond the edge of the river is public property. Public property is our field of operation.
You keep soft tongue and head, you get along better.
Oui, Zach Stevens, maybe you like to try and throw Frenchie out.
Hold it, fellas. Zach, we didn't come here to start a quarrel or a fight. We're here on business. You're not afraid we might see something that we shouldn't see, are you?
Oh, me? Don't be silly. I haven't got a thing to hide.
You're right there, Zach. You couldn't hide that thing we're looking at even if you wanted to.
Hey, you mean the long raft?
You hit the nail right on the head. You know a raft that size could do a lot of damage if it ever got loose.
Who says it's gonna get loose?
You don't think them shoestrings you got it tied to the shore with are gonna hold it, do you, young feller?
That's my business, Ranger. And I'll thank you to mind your own.
Listen, Zach. And listen hard. This is our business. That oversized log raft is a menace to all property, public and private. And it's also a threat to the town of River's Bend. If that thing ever got loose and went careening around the bend of the river, what do you think would happen to the levee the town spent thousands of dollars to build up?
Now, you listen to me, Jefferson. You're not telling me what to do or how to do anything. I'm the best raft man on this river, and when I'm ready to move that raft, I'll move it. Move it safely. But that's when I'm ready to move it, and not before.
Zach, I'll be back in 1 week. You'd better have that raft floating carefully down the river to the mill, or else reduced to half its size.
Is that a threat, Ranger?
No, it's an order. And I can assure you of one thing, I never was more serious in my life.
Will you men please come to order?
Quiet down, everybody. So we can get on with this meeting. Quiet down.
The meeting will please come to order.
Come on, fellas. Hey, knock it off, will ya? We got important business to do. We don't want to waste all night.
Thank you. Now, gentlemen, there's no use me going over the problem that caused this meeting. The question is what we're going to do about that monstrous raft that threatens the safety of our town.
That's right, yeah.
The chair will listen for any motion from the floor.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Sykes?
as mayor of Rivers Bend, I move that the chair appoint a committee of 2 men to pay a visit to Zach Stevens and warn him to either get that raft moved or make 2 rafts out of it.
I second the motion, Mr. Chairman.
You've heard the motion. Is there any discussion, or are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion's carried. As chairman, I appoint Mr. Sykes, our mayor, and Mr. Close, our treasurer, to pay Zach Stevens a visit. You 2 men will ask Mr. Stevens to break the raft apart before it gets loose and smashes the levee that keeps the Shady River from flooding our town.
And if he won't comply, then what do we do?
Well, I'd suggest that you take the whole matter to the Rangers, Mr. Close. Bill Jefferson will know what to do.
Sure is beautiful up here at the headwaters, Bill.
Yes, pal. We're several thousand feet above sea level here. Now, there's Knotty Pine way over to our left.
Yeah. Looks like it's just a couple of miles. Yet it's 25 miles away.
Mm-hmm.
Well, did you find out what you came up here for?
I think so. I wanted to see how much snow is melting and running down the mountains into these tributaries of the Shady River.
Yeah, believe me. This old sun's getting mighty powerful.
You see those 5 creeks all running down the mountains? Every one of them swollen with water.
I'll say. How many creeks feed into the river, Bill?
No, I think they estimate 106 tributaries into the Shady. The 5 we see here give us a good idea what the sum total of volume is. I'd say all we need are some warm southerly winds, and that river will rise 10 feet overnight.
How long do you think it'll be until the river's at its peak?
About a week or 10 days.
Boy, 106 creeks can empty a lot of water in a few days' time.
Sure could. You see, some of these high mountain passes have 15 feet of snow in them, and where the temperature's above freezing, that means millions of gallons of water flowing off.
And meanwhile, Zach Stevens lets his river monster sleep at its moorings. Why, it's criminal, that's what it is.
Well, he's only got 4 days left to let it sleep. I gave him a week to move it, to destroy it. 4 more days, he's going to get into real trouble if that raft isn't moving or split up.
Zach, in the name of common sense and decency, why won't you listen to reason? You're threatening the whole town of River's Bend with that raft.
Well, that's too bad. What am I supposed to do? Break down and cry because you're worried?
Well, I'm surprised, Zach. I always thought you were a gentleman with a sense of honor. And I'd sure hate to think I was mistaken.
Now you listen to me. I'll give you 2 fellas just 5 minutes to get off my place, and if you don't, I'll call the boys and have you thrown off. You forget one thing. That raft is my private property, and it's nobody's business what I do with it. I'm the best raftman in this whole country, and I know what I'm doing.
I doubt that very much. If you had an ounce of brains, you wouldn't take the chance of having a tragedy occur at your expense. You'd better listen, Zach Stevens. There are 400 people in River's Bend, and if you...
So what'll happen if I don't listen, huh?
Come on, Close. No use talking to this guy. Let's take the matter up with the Rangers. Bill Jefferson will show this smarty where to head in.
Yeah? Yeah, well, you go ahead and get the Rangers. See if it'll do you any good. I'm not going to move that raft, and there's not a thing you can do about it.
And that's the answer he gave us, Bill. Just a lot of mean, smart-aleck answers.
Well, the whole trouble is, Mr. Sykes, I'm afraid he's right.
You mean you can't stop him with the law? You mean that Zach Stevens can't be forced by a court order to break up that oversized log pile he's got floating on the river?
Mr. Close, there are times when the law seems inadequate to fulfill its purpose. As in this case. We've got to remember that in America, we respect the private property of others. Sometimes, even if that property is dangerous or undesirable.
But what are we going to do? You know as well as I do that nobody can get that raft safely down the river, no matter how experienced he is.
I agree. The river's too high now to handle that raft safely. It's got to be broken up. But how to do it?
Mr. Sykes, give me until this evening to figure out a solution. I'll come to River's Bend with some kind of an answer, and that's a promise.
Do you think it'll do any good to talk to Zach again, Bill?
Well, frankly speaking, pal, no. I don't think it'll do a bit of good. I want to try just once more anyhow. And nobody can say I haven't given Zach fair warning.
We'll be there soon. This road's just around the next bend. He's only got 2 more days until his week is up, hasn't he?
That's right. Just 2 more days.
Ah, there's the road into Zach's main camp now. Hey, there's a barricade across the road.
So there is. Just pull to the side of the road, Henry. We'll find out what this is all about.
Right. Hey, there's a sign on the barricade, Bill.
Yeah. Let's see what it says, huh?
No trespassing. Private property.
Looks like Zach's getting a little erratic, huh?
Bill, wait. I just saw a reflection off something shiny between those rocks over there. You see it?
Yes, pal. You know what it is? It's a rifle barrel.
What? Has Zach gone out of his mind? What do we do now? Do you think they'd shoot if we walked past the barrier?
I don't know, but I'm going to find out.
No, Bill, no. What if they shoot?
Well, there comes a time when you don't back out. This is one of those times. If Zach thinks he can call my bluff by using guns, then the time's come for me to change his mind. Now, you get back to the car and stay there. That's an order.
But, Bill, what if
Get
they...
back to the car. Now, Bill Jefferson, let's see what kind of an eye you've got. If you'll only stick that rifle barrel out again. You there, behind those rocks. I want to talk to your boss.
Can't you read that sign, Ranger? My boss ain't talking to anybody. You come past the barricade, you get a hole in your head.
I'm coming past the barricade right now. You better make that first shot count. Yeah, there's the rifle barrel out again. Now, a slug against that rifle should do the trick.
Don't come past the barricade. I'm warning you.
Attaboy. Now I can see it. The sunlight reflects off of it just like a mirror. Now.
Well, and oh boy, Bill! You knocked the rifle right out of his hand!
Come on out from behind those rocks with your hands up, or I'll come and get you.
I'm coming, don't shoot.
Henry, knock that barricade down and bring the car. We're going in and talk with this man's boss. Zach Stevens, I gave you credit for more brains than this.
Yeah, Bill, if my man wouldn't have actually shot you, his orders were only to scare anybody who tried to come past the barricade, not to shoot. And that's the honest truth.
You think people will believe that? You listen to me. I was going to go to Judge Gordon to get a court order against you because you're possessing a hazard of public and private property and human life. But now I don't have to. I could arrest you right now for assault with a deadly weapon.
But we didn't do any shooting.
Is that so? You're this man's boss, and you probably threatened to beat his ears off if he didn't do what you told him to do.
That's right, Ranger. He did.
Well, Zach, what'll it be? Jail or destroy the river monster?
Yeah, Bill, I'm sorry about the gun incident. I really mean that. As far as the raft goes, can't we work out some sort of a compromise on that?
Well, now you're talking. Zach, I believe you about the gun incident. I don't think you've got it in you to shoot anybody. As long as nobody got hurt, I'll forget about the whole thing. We'll charge it off to, well, misjudgment.
Thanks, Bill. I really appreciate it.
Now, what kind of compromise are you thinking about on the raft?
Well, Bill, I've got a confession to make.
Oh?
Main reason I haven't moved that raft is because, well, I've just been plain scared to death.
Well, Zach, why didn't you ask for help? My rangers would be glad to help you.
You mean that, Bill?
Sure, absolutely.
Well, I'm relieved. You see, I've got an awful lot of money tied up in the raft, and I was figuring I could cut my shipping cost by having only one crew handle a big raft instead of making smaller rafts. But I built a log monster that scares me to death.
Okay, Zach, we'll help you. I've got to leave now for a council meeting in River's Bend, so let's move it downriver first thing in the morning. Henry, you stay here for the rest of the day. I'll be late to the meeting as it is, so I've got to leave now.
Okay, Bill.
Believe me, I'll sure be glad to get rid of that monster. It was getting so I couldn't sleep at night.
Gentlemen, come to order now. Lie down. Thank you. Mr. Sykes, your report of Zach Stevens' answer is most disturbing. In fact, my reaction is to go over there and punch Stevens right in the nose.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I agree with your remark, but Mr. Close and I were promised by Bill Jefferson that he'd have an answer for us at this meeting tonight.
Where is the ranger? What are we supposed to do? Wait all night for him?
I'm sure he'll be here soon.
He's probably afraid to show his face. He couldn't do anything with Zach Stevens either.
That's not true. Bill's helped us before, He'll help us now.
Yeah, well, he'd be here by now. I say we should get some dynamite and go and blow that raft up ourselves before it gets loose and bashes at our dike. Let's go. Come on,
This meeting will come to order and we'll adjourn. Come to order now. Either we'll keep order, the meeting will be over, and we'll have accomplished nothing.
I ain't doing anything anyhow, Mr. Chairman. I make a motion we adjourn and go blow up the raft ourselves. That ranger ain't gonna show up tonight. He's scared to. 'Cause he ain't got an answer ready.
I wouldn't say that if I were you. You men will not take the law into your own hands. Constable, guard the doors. Don't let any of these men out.
You have the answer you promised, Bill?
Yes, Mr. Sykes. I have an answer, and it's a good one. Zach Stevens is going to move the raft in the morning.
Well, thank you for what you've done, Bill.
And my thanks too, Bill. You've done our community a great service again.
Oh, forget it. Glad I could help. Well, I better get back to Knotty Pine, get some rest. My rangers and I are going to help Zach at the raft.
What's wrong over there? What's the commotion?
Why, it's Zach Stevens trying to get through the crowd.
Something's wrong. Look at his face.
Yeah, he looks half scared to death. He's coming this way.
Bill, I gotta see you. The raft has broken loose, and Henry's on it.
Quiet! You men, quiet down and listen to me. You're not going to take the law into your own hands, do you hear?
Throw that Stevens in jail. He's a murderer.
Bring him up. That's what he deserves.
Quiet, I tell ya! You men are wasting your time talking when you should be doing something to stop the raft from coming down the river.
Bill's right, fellas. Come on, let's quiet down. You got a plan?
Yes. You men see that your families are evacuated. If the raft does ram the levees, there's nothing you can do. The thing weighs 100 tons. Meanwhile, Zach and I and the Rangers will be responsible for stopping it. Now get going.
Come on. Let's get out here. Come on, guys.
Now, Zach, what about Henry? How'd he get on that raft?
I got no time to tell you now. But another thing is, there's a load of dynamite on the raft that I'd planned to use to blow it up.
Dynamite? Great Scott. Come on, my car's outside. You drive it, I'll work the radio. Let's go and step on the gas.
But where are we going, Bill?
To the helicopter base on the sand flats. We'll take Henry off with the copter first, then blow the monster apart with dynamite. Ranger Bill Jefferson to Sand Flats. Jefferson calling Sand Flats copter base. Come in, over.
Sand Flats copter base to Ranger Bill Jefferson. Come in, Ranger. Over.
I need a copter right away. Emergency. Matter of life and death, and I'm coming to the flats as fast as I can.
We've got a copter on runway now, warming up for a routine flight. You can use it. The pilot will wait for you. It's Copter 26. Drive on strip 4 and jump aboard. Over.
Thanks, Sand Flats. We'll be there in 4 minutes. Over and out. All right, step on it, Zach, and don't spare the horsepower. Coming, Zach?
Right behind you. All right, here we go. First, that's good. That's it.
Okay, pilot. Head for the Shady River. There's the raft. Still got about 3 miles to go before it hits the town. How's the dynamite set on the raft, Zach?
I've got it stuffed between the logs. Big boxes of it. That's how Henry got on the raft. I went back for more dynamite. He was stuffing it between the logs when the raft broke loose. I figured I'd blow the thing up if it got out of hand.
Well, we got 2 jobs then. Get Henry off, then stop the raft before it gets to the town. Meanwhile, that raft could blow up at any time. All it needs is to hit a snag big enough to make the logs crush the dynamite.
Yeah, there's the raft. And there's Henry.
Good. Pilot, Bring the copter down over the raft as close as you can. Now lower the cable.
Bill! Can you hear me?
Yes, Henry!
Bill! The current's taking the raft toward the shore all the time. You gotta blow her up before she hits the bend, or she'll bust that levee to smithereens. Flood the whole town.
That's right. Now listen to me, Henry. See what we're lowering on the end of the cable?
Wait a minute. It's a stick of dynamite, isn't it?
Yes. Some matches to light the fuse. Now be very, very careful. Our lives depend on it. Put the stick of dynamite under the box of it and light that fuse. It's long enough to give us time to lift you on the cable and get away before the dynamite explodes. You understand?
Yeah. I got it.
Remember, pal, be careful.
It's late, Bill. Pull me off.
Grab on, Henry. It's yours.
Okay. Ice away.
You all right, Henry?
Yeah. I'm coming in now. There. I'm in. Boy, I was just about to swim for it when you came along.
Yeah, that wouldn't have been too good in that current.
Oh, hello there, Zach.
Oh, Henry, am I glad you're safe. Why, I'd have never forgiven myself if anything had happened.
Boy, look at the logs scattered along the river. That dynamite sure broke the raft up.
You said it. At last the river monster is dead. Well, see you next week for more adventure with
Ranger Bill!
Howdy, this is Stumpy Jenkins, Ranger Bill's old sidekick, as I guess you all know. Just adding a little extra word of thanks for getting yourself in on the program today. Always glad to have you along. And I hope you invite your friends, too, for we sure got lots of adventures to tell you about. And we don't want you to miss any of them. So you make sure to be there by your radio every week. Don't lose out on our next story.
Nearly 2 million visitors will come to Logan Pass during the short 2 to 3 month summer season. This shuttle stop is literally the high point of the Going to the Sun Road, as well as the high point of many visits to the park. The pass sits along the Continental Divide at 6,646 feet and treats visitors to sweeping vistas of mountains and subalpine meadows full of colorful wildflowers. The rangers at the Logan Pass Visitor Center can assist with answers to questions about the area and information on plants, wildlife, and hikes. A bookstore is also located in the Visitor Center. From the back of the Visitor Center, a boardwalk crossing flowering meadows leads to Hidden Lake Overlook. Snow often remains on the trail well into summer. This 1.5-mile walk provides visitors with dramatic views of Mount Reynolds, Clements Mountain, and sparkling Hidden Lake. Hikers can continue another 1.5 miles down a steep trail to the lake where Bear Hat Mountain rises high above on the far side. Please remain on the boardwalk and trail. A careless human step will leave a huge impact to plants in this fragile environment. Some may only grow 1/2 inch in 5 years. Across from the Visitor Center on the other side of the Going to the Sun Road, visitors can experience one of Glacier's most popular hikes in the park on the Highline Trail. Hikers often share this trail with mountain goats, so please yield the right-of-way to these alpine residents. Although there are a few precipitous spots on the trail, don't let that discourage you from enjoying some of the most spectacular views in the park. Wildlife, including bighorn sheep, mountain goats, and an occasional bear may be seen, as well as smaller animals such as Columbian ground squirrels and hoary marmots. Feeding any wildlife, large or small, is strictly prohibited. While wildlife may seem tolerant of humans, respect their need for space and do not approach. For both your safety and the safety of the animals, if an animal moves towards you, please move away.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is What We Do. I'm Brett Rayburn.
And I'm Ashton Hooker.
All right, Ashton, first of all, it's great to see you. How's it going?
Good to see you too, Brett. I'm good. How are you?
Good. I'm awesome. So I have a question for you.
Okay.
Have you ever hitchhiked before?
You know what? I don't think I have, honestly.
The way your face went, I thought you were about to tell me an epic hitchhiking story.
No, I'm actually surprised I haven't done that though.
Well, I did some research in the superintendent's compendium, and hitchhiking is legal within Yellowstone National Park as long as you follow some certain rules. So one of those rules, which is in Section 5, Part 4.31, which I'm sure you read
by heart,
all the time, says that you can hitchhike as long as a sign isn't bigger than certain dimensions.
Oh, wow.
Do you know what the max dimensions for your hitchhiking sign would be?
Wow, this is a very niche question. I honestly have no idea, but I'm just going to take a random guess. I'm going to say it can't be bigger than like 5 by 5 feet.
So 5 feet. That's a really big sign.
I was trying to,
that's
go
like
a little
spinner.
bigger than I thought.
That's huge. It's 2 feet by 2 feet. So you're going to have to trim.
That's a more like usual size of sign.
Yeah. So next time you're recruiting someone to pick you up for hitchhiking, it just needs to be under that 2 feet by 2 feet.
Okay,
and you should
interesting.
Be good. If you want to hold a 5-foot sign, those sign spinners, that might be your go-to. So our next guest probably knows or is a lot more likely than we are to know Section 5, Part 4.3 of the Superintendent's Compendium by heart, because she's a law enforcement specialist here at Yellowstone National Park. So, Katie Anderson, have you ever cited someone for hitchhiking with a sign? Like if Ashton gave them their 5-foot by 5-foot sign, have you ever cited someone for that?
No, but I would have definitely stopped and taled to her if she had a 5 by 5 sign. I would want her life story.
That catch your attention.
Her.
Yeah, I feel like you don't even need to know the compendium to know that, like, that's probably someone you want to talk to.
Exactly.
Well, there's always a first time for everything. So I'm guessing you see a lot of things, something different every day as a law enforcement specialist. But I want to backtrack a little bit first before we get to your current position and talk about where and when you got your start in the National Park Service.
Yeah. So thanks so much for having me. My where and when. So my career with the National Park Service began in 2001 as a GS3 park guide at Assateague Island National Seashore in Maryland, living with those wild ponies, which was pretty much a childhood dream being fulfilled right out of the gate.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. So was it the wild ponies that got you to that job, or how did you hear about the Park Service?
Well, so the Park Service goes way back for me. I'll have to go many decades back from that. It pretty much goes back to about the late 1950s when my grandparents jumped on the Ranger 3, which is a vessel that takes visitors from the mainland of Michigan and takes them out to an archipelago of islands in Lake Superior called Isle Royale. And the island, as it's sort of lovingly called by all of us who sort of grew up there or grew up going there, along with my family, were super instrumental in my formative years in instilling a strong conservation ethic, and just in turn, inherently me knowing that my life work was going to end up being working on preserving wild and public lands like Isle Royale.
So did you grow up near Isle Royale then, or just vacation there?
Yeah, I grew up in northern Minnesota. And so that was, we always kind of came from that Grand Portage side out to the island. But the island has always been a huge part of my life.
That's a big bucket list park for me. I've never been there.
It's incredible.
Have you been there, Ashton?
No, actually, I just visited northern Minnesota last fall, but we were there just after the boat, like the ferries went out to Isle Royale. So we have to make another trip next time. Yeah. Definitely bucket list.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you kind of started out with that background of the conservation ethics kind of being instilled in you from a young age. And then you got that job at Assateague. How did you, as soon as you got that job, were you like, this is what I want to do? This is where I belong.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I knew it, like growing up, there was no question that this is what I was going to do. The National Park Service. It was just really refining what part of the Park Service I was going to be part of.
And so how did you get from playing with wild ponies to where you are now? What are the steps and iterations of jobs and units that you've worked at?
Yeah, so that is, there are such interesting journeys for us in the National Park Service, for a lot of us. What's neat about the National Park Service is that you can really experience the entire country on a deep level by working in the national parks, really from coast to coast. And that's pretty much what I did for those first 15 years with the Park Service. Right after I finished my season at Assateague, I made my way into the heart of DC to work for the Wilderness Society. And I was interning for them and really just getting amazing exposure to the Hill and really understanding how important the work of the nonprofit world was, but also how it coincided with the federal government agencies and, decisions being made on the Capitol. And so spent a good chunk of time there, really kind of digging into how do I get on permanently with the National Park Service. After I finished up my DC work, I ended up going up to Acadia National Park in Maine and spent a fall up there counting raptors. That was another big part of my life growing up in northern Minnesota. We had big flight migration routes. And so was an intern up there, a volunteer up there as well, just really kind of starting to build my resume and figure out how I could get my foot in the door full time. As I learned about the different types of rangering, sort of the longer I got in, I made my way to the Apostle Islands National Lakeshore, another archipelago of islands in northern Wisconsin.
I used to live in Bayfield.
Yes, in exactly. So the Apostles well. And I dipped my toes in interpretation and lived out on Stockton Island. And it was an amazing experience. And from there, I put myself through a seasonal academy, which was kind of the norm in how to get permanent in the law enforcement ranks. And so put myself through that academy because I really wanted to be running more of like the adrenaline junkie calls that were kind of coming with rangering. And I really wanted to get in on some of the craziness. And so then I spent the next 5 years of my career seasonally at Rocky Mountain National Park as a seasonal law enforcement ranger, doing the front country side of things and then also the backcountry work. I was able to jump in on the search and rescue operations, really got my first experience working fatalities and working the family liaison roles. And then also starting and really integrating the other side of my life that had always been so strong for me. And that was having a horse component in my career, and started my mounted patrols at Rocky Mountain National Park.
Oh, cool.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you've done like a lot of things.
I have, and that was the seasonal days. And I'll make it brief on the permanents, but the permanents were really neat because that Rocky experience, in my off season, I had been doing ski patrol work full time and had some avalanche background. And so Yellowstone picked me up permanently to be working on Sylvan Pass. And and be doing avalanche control up there as well. So I sort of could bring a skill set of the rangering skills as well as sort of my other life loves into one job. And then ran down to Grand Canyon for 5 years and got some crazy experience down there. And that experience on the South Rim, being a South Rim ranger for about 5 years, really built the core of who I am as a person and ranger and supervisor at this point in time. And then returned to Yellowstone to the justice operation and the law enforcement office as the court liaison, and which I can say is now definitely one of the best jobs I've ever had. And into the role that I have now full time as a law enforcement specialist for Yellowstone National Park.
That's awesome. And I guess we should mention to folks that you're joining us remotely from Glacier National Park. So you're on a detail currently at Glacier as well, right?
I am. Yeah. Within the National Park Service and just federal agencies in general, we're able to do either temporary promotions or details, kind of where a park unit will borrow you for a period of time and let you get some really good experience. So right now I'm the acting chief ranger in Glacier and filling in a period from when the old chief ranger retired and when they get their new chief ranger in.
Yeah, that's an awesome opportunity to have some of those.
Mm-hmm.
So do you have a typical day in your position at Yellowstone? I'm guessing not, but what is a normal, if you had to, I'm doing air quotes for people listening, what's a normal day for you look like?
Completely not normal. So, it's really interesting. The Yellowstone Law Enforcement Office is super unique in the National Park Service. We've got a full-time federal magistrate, so a judge right there. We've got a United States attorney right in the building. We've got a United States marshal who works on all of our arrests with us and our warrants. And Yellowstone cases are all prosecuted in-house, and our sole purpose in my operation is in support of the field staff, so the field rangers who are doing all the patrols and the response to emergency stuff, and really our office provides subject matter expertise. We assist with, search warrants and blood draw warrants on DUIs and filling out criminal complaints, and really just supporting our partnerships in and out of the house.
Yeah, that's a lot of different things going on. And I'm guessing it's that like variety that you're seeking. I mean, you talked about being an adrenaline junkie. Obviously, you don't seem like you're the type of person that just sits down often.
Yeah.
You're always out doing stuff is the vibe I'm getting from you.
Yeah, the operation is a dream for me because it's super dynamic. There's a ton going on. It's slightly out of control. There's a lot of stuff happening. And there's always just like kind of big balls or big issues floating up in the air that need to be tackled. And I like that. That's definitely the energy that I like dealing with stuff at.
Yeah, for sure.
And that's something, not every person is going to thrive in that type of environment. Like, what are some things that you do that helps you, juggle all those things that you say is up in the air? Like, what qualities do you need to have to enjoy a job like that?
I think there has to be sort of a natural comfort level with multitasking things. And I'm not sure if that's an ADD portion of my universe or something else, but being able to ride the waves of chaos a little bit and be okay with that. And take a left-hand turn when you were supposed to take a right-hand turn that day. Like, that is absolutely critical. I think it's also super cliche, but communication, like literally being able to communicate with everyone from defendants who are sitting in your jail, prisoners, to the chief magistrate judge and beyond is it's completely mission critical in our operation. I'm sure 90+% of my day and my job as a law enforcement specialist is just building trust and bridges with the field and all of our partners through just so much. Like, you cannot over communicate in this job.
Sure.
Yeah.
That makes a lot. I mean, and like communication can make the difference between like de-escalating somebody and escalating somebody. I mean, that can make a huge difference in what your day ends up being like.
Absolutely.
So is that your favorite part of the job, that variety, that you just never know what's going to happen doing a lot of different things, or is there something else?
That is a huge part of what makes me love my job. I think if I was really going to be pinned down on having to say what my favorite part of my job is sort of in the last decade of my career here, I would say whether we like it or not, the National Park Service is like a giant family and it needs tending to very similarly. My favorite part of the job, I think, is probably having really meaningful connections with my team and my peers, and those many levels above me. And being at a point in my career right now that I'm given some creative liberty to create the type of work environment that fosters those connections. I think it's so interesting because I think that adrenaline junkie is like your younger years, and the older you get, it's just life is short, and the relationships that you have at work, which is where we spend most of our time, and at home are just so critically important. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's been that's come up a few times in our conversations with people, especially those that have like lived in the interior of the park or like remote areas. It's like that community is so important because that's who you have.
Yes.
And so you do a lot with those people. You work with them and you have them over to dinner and all those things. And I think that's part of what is so special about the National Park Service experience that you just don't get in other jobs.
Yeah, it's not a lot of work environments where you work with your coworkers and then you also go live in the same neighborhood as them.
Yeah.
Like they're literally your neighbors.
Yeah.
So that's a big difference.
I know when Jake takes his recycling.
Right.
I can see what he's been eating for lunch if I wanted to.
Perfect. That is a perfect example of how this works.
Yeah.
So on the flip side of that, what's the toughest part of the job?
Similarly, I think I went the first 2/3 of my career here, I have gone full-blown energy. Like I've done things at 1,000% and really kind of gone full send on everything. But it takes a toll. Like this career is not for the faint of heart. We see a lot of the underbelly and the darker sides of society. And to have to deal, and we have to deal with the aftermath of all of that. It is us. We are exclusive jurisdiction here. We don't have other agencies coming in to sort of take the case from us. It lays in our hands. Yellowstone sees up, 2 to 3 million people in a really condensed portion of the year in the summer there annually. And all of those visitors and those of us living in the park bring our issues and problems and addictions with them and with us. And so it's really critical at this stage in my career, and we've seen the aftermath of not sort of dealing with some of that stuff and talking about it, that we actively process the cumulative work stress and the trauma. And thankfully, Yellowstone National Park is at the forefront of supporting their team with the Yellowstone Resiliency Project. And the National Park Service is building out some exceptional peer support, mind-body wellness type programs to support us proactively for a fulfilling career, but more importantly, for our well-being the day we retire and beyond. And so we're still coming out whole. And that has been a huge culture shift that has accelerated, I would say, in the last 3 years. And so the toughest part of my job is like the loss that we see through trauma and, undealt with issues. But also just the light in that is that I've got the opportunity right now with my own career to, hyper focus on those things and be part of shifting a culture nationwide, really.
Yeah, that's awesome to hear. I mean, especially, we all take our jobs home with us somewhat, but in your position, especially, I'd imagine that that's like one of those things that's really hard to not take home. And I mean, that could really eat away at you if you don't take care of yourself when you're home with your family.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and you mentioned the Yellowstone Resiliency Project. I'm not sure, a lot of people might not know what that is. Do you mind just telling people a little bit about what that entails?
Yeah, so the project came about in cooperation with the Yellowstone. I believe with Yellowstone Forever was where that partnership really came about after the Yellowstone flood and after the loss of some coworkers to suicide. And there was just some forward thinkers and support from the superintendent's office and the chiefs to move forward in that partnership to fund mental health resources in Yellowstone. I mean, one of the most amazing parts about living in Yellowstone is its remoteness and its disconnect from the rest of the chaos of the world that's happening around us. But the downside to that is we have a hard time with resources and getting them. And so the Yellowstone Resiliency Project has funded bringing in healthcare providers for counseling and touch bases and just connections. So we're not kind of going through these big life events and sort of suffering on our own. And there's, bigger conversations that are sort of happening on like where next, what next for these programs. But absolutely critical for every division in the park to have this resource to be tapping into and just normalizing the conversations around it. I mean, this is the human experience that we have right now, and nobody is alone in their suffering. We all go through it. And just the pressures of life, create environments that we need to take care of ourselves and one another. I mean, that's just the reality in the Park Service is we have to take care of one another. So this Yellowstone Resiliency Project is brilliant. The folks that are working on it have just done an incredible job implementing it. And we are so lucky to have that team working for us.
Yeah, definitely forward thinking. That was the key point I think you brought up there. It's like one of those things that plays dividends. It's you're playing the long game when you're investing in people's mental well-being. And so that's awesome. I guess cycling back to kind of your career, it sounds like you've had a lot of moments that you could probably choose as a defining moment. Do you have one defining moment that you would say, kind of defined your NPS career or set you on a trajectory or that you can look back on?
I think about it often because I get asked that a lot. Like, what's the best park you've lived in? What's the best position you've ever had? And I can honestly say that I am so, like, at the core of my being, I am so incredibly proud of every single job that I've had with the National Park Service over the past 23 years. I'm so proud of myself as a GS3 at Assateague Island, that I ever even like stepped into it and got that job. I would say it all builds on itself. It builds character. It builds who you are to the core of your being in each of these positions that you're in. And I would say just sort of sitting here in this window now, like watching the snow dump, on Glacier Park, the acting chief ranger in Glacier National Park right now is one of those highlights. And I feel so honored to have the support from my Yellowstone team, which is like my core team, to take on this role and to have this connection now with yet another incredible gem of a park and the amazing people that call this place home.
Yeah, you have all these connections to places where people they're on people's bucket list. Like they're happy to just make it to one of those in a lifetime. And you've got all these special memories that so many, and we all do. I mean, that's kind of why we all do what we do, I guess, in a way.
So lucky.
That's awesome. Yeah. Since it was such a good answer, I'll let you get away with, I technically said you had to have one defining moment. But I'll let you get away with it because it was a really good answer.
But if you know me, there's never one. I always juggle at least 3 things. So
I'm the same way. Yeah. So and this is a pretty, probably a more straight connection than some of the other people that we've interviewed. But how does your job contribute to the Park Service mission? So the Park Service mission is kind of drives everything that we do, and it's at the forefront of our minds every day. But so how does your job contribute to that? I
would say it takes it takes a massive village of committed public servants to come anywhere near fulfilling the mission of the National Park Service. I am just a cog in the wheel, but at the core, I truly believe that my work is super meaningful and impactful. And I feel that every single day, whether it's helping the field rangers with a complex victim case as we run the victim witness program in my office, or supporting the prosecution on a significant poaching case. I love my job. And, I've heard people say that like, you shouldn't love your job because it'll never love you back. And I just am unconvinced of that. And I think you need to find deep joy in the work that you're doing and believe truly that it's making an impact. It's for the greater good. And I never question that, no matter how hard my days are. I know that like I'm giving back way bigger than I'm getting, and I'm totally okay with that.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, and someone has to keep Ashton with her 5 foot by 5 foot hitchhiking sign.
You got to keep me in check.
On the right side of the law.
Unreasonable, Ashton.
Hey, I went big.
Yeah,
Can't
keep
blame
these
me for
people
that.
in check over here. So for those of people who are listening to this and are just like, wow, that sounds like an awesome job. Like me, like I'm like, wow, that sounds like, so what series do I look at in USA Jobs to do what you're doing?
Yeah. So the series that post on USA Jobs, which is where all of our federal jobs are posted, is 0025. So right now that's the Ranger series. And at some point there may be a shift in that, but right now 0025 Park Ranger Law Enforcement is what folks would be looking at in USA Jobs.
And is that the same series for like all the positions kind of working their way up the ladder?
Yeah, it is.
So
Everything from your field level law enforcement, GS 5, all the way up into your chief ranger positions.
Awesome. That makes it easy. I feel like a lot of times it jumps around and gets complicated and it's hard to keep track of all those numbers. So 0025 is the one to remember. And do you need formal training to get that like GS5 position?
You do. There's a couple routes now. Kind of the old ways where we would put ourselves through a seasonal academy, a law enforcement academy that's sort of connected with the National Park Service, and then you would apply to seasonal positions like summer positions. This last year, a new system, a direct hire initiative was sort of started, and we're hiring things a little bit differently. So in that case, a couple times a year, there's announcements that are flown nationwide for the National Park Service law enforcement positions. Either way, you'll spend a significant amount of time at the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center in Glencoe, Georgia. And then in a field training park as you build the foundation to your law enforcement career.
How long are you in that field training park for?
The field training park is, I got to think about how many weeks this is. 13. I think it's 13 weeks. I'm kind of talking off the cuff here, but, and sometimes that's your home park. Yellowstone we're really lucky. We're one of those parks to have a field training park and staff in place that can field train folks in person.
Awesome.
And what's the kind of stuff that people are exposed to in that training? Like if somebody's interested in going through that, like what would they expect to be exposed to?
Yeah, I think this kind of ties into to another portion of some of the questions. At the core of these jobs, we are federal law enforcement officers. Like that is the core of what we're doing. And so, for example, FLETC, the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center, they do foundational, like basic law enforcement training. So everything from some people's first day on the firearms range with your pistol and your shotgun and your rifle, to patrol tactics, like how do I literally drive my police car? How do I do high speed pursuits, kind of chases? How do I care for victims in cases? How do I physically maintain my fitness and show that I can ground fight with somebody that I'm going to need to go hands-on with in my career? How do I handcuff somebody? What are my arrest procedures? So it really takes you through all of the basics of how to be a cop.
Wow. Yeah. So it's like a good crash course then
Yeah, you
Right.
make it or
Yeah.
you don't. It is a crash course. You have to have the mental space and be really there to want to do it, because it's not all fun and games at all.
Sure, sure,
Yeah.
for sure. I bet you build some really strong connections with the people that you go through that with, kind of like, boot camp or something. in a way.
Absolutely.
Well, before we let you go, Katie, do you have, we like to ask this of everybody because it's just fun for us, and I come up with more things that I want to do in my summer vacations, but do you have a favorite story or memory? It doesn't have to be from Yellowstone, any national park service unit that you visited or worked at. Do you have a favorite story?
It's going to come from Yellowstone. And I don't know if it's a specific story. I think what I would say is this kind of speaks to the specialness of living in these places. Living in Yellowstone is like being a National Geographic episode every day. And I would say it's amplified when you live in the interior, which I've lived in several times, and I don't now. But what I would say is you can almost gauge the rhythms of the year, like the seasons of the year, by the flow of the wildlife and the thoroughfares and the tracks that they are walking. And, just this season right now, as I'm not in Yellowstone, I'm in Glacier and I don't have the bison out my window. I'm starting to wonder if the cow bison right now with their big swollen bellies, if they're starting to make their way towards Mammoth Hot Springs and down to their calving grounds. And that always is like my sure sign that spring is coming. And I just think that's just one of the most incredible parts about living in Yellowstone, is that you can just, it feels very prehistoric to be living there with them and just watching these old rhythms just float by. Like we are truly just there in somebody else's world. And we're just guests. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's pretty special.
Yeah. I love being in a place where it's like you said, those connections to like the natural world. Like the bluebirds are like, I heard a bluebird, spring is coming, and everyone's just as excited as you are.
Yeah.
Whereas some places people will be like, what? The what? So that's awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining us and taking the time. I know I speak for all of us, but we thank you all for your service, and thank you for keeping us safe. I know I live, like, literally all of my neighbors are law enforcement rangers, so I just feel like the safest person whenever I'm out and about my home. So thank you all for what you and your team do day in and day out.
Yeah. Thanks so much for having me. Thank you.
All right, that's it for this week's episode of What We Do. Thanks again to our guest, Katie Anderson. If you like what we do, rate and review the show wherever you listen. Every positive review really helps new listeners find the show, so thanks for doing that. If you have a question or want to learn more about a particular job, contact us using the form at go.nps.gov/whatwedopodcast.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is What We Do. I'm Ashton Hooker.
And I'm Miles Barger.
Hey, Miles.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, good. How are you?
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
Well, thanks for joining. We are joined today by Brett DeYoung.
Hello.
Thanks, Brett. Who is the Park Supervisory Telecommunications Specialist here in Yellowstone. So to kind of kick us off with this conversation about telecommunications, cell towers, computers, all the like techie stuff that can be a little polarizing here in a park like Yellowstone. People like, remote places without any connectivity. We're going to get into all that, but I have a little trivia for you first. So let's see. We're talking about data. This is a big park, a lot of employees, a lot of computers, a lot of storage. How much storage do you think is supported on Yellowstone's network? You have to take a wild guess.
I'll take a wild guess. 100 terabytes.
You are actually spot on. Oh. That's amazing.
I remember Mark's emails.
Good job. So to put that into perspective, I was like, what does 100 terabytes actually mean? So correct me if I'm wrong. This was just some brief Googling. So 300,000 digital photos require 1 terabyte. So if you multiply that by 100, that is 30 million photos. That's a ton.
It's a lot of
That's a ton
photos.
of data and
Or
storage.
1
that you
hour
need.
of 8K footage. Just kidding.
Yeah. That's probably not too
8K3D.
far off. Yeah. But anyway, to get into this topic more, we have Brett DeYoung. Thanks for joining us, Brett. How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
Good. So starting us off, where did you get your start in the National Park Service?
I started volunteering with the National Park Service. I came to Yellowstone right after graduating from Purdue, and I worked for the concessioner, and I worked with the rangers at Old Faithful doing search and rescue and a number of other different things. Other jobs that I did for the concessioner and risk management and fire safety. I worked with a fire marshal, and I worked with the safety office, and an engineering office. I worked with the facility maintenance division. So I knew most everybody pretty well after the 16 years that I'd worked for the concessioner. And then one day I got a call from someone, and I applied for a job, and I walked across the street. And I asked them where the cafeteria was, because at the concessioner, they fed us every day. And they told me I had to bring my own lunch.
Oh,
Oh,
bummer.
man.
So I'm still working through that.
Yeah, you're still learning how to,
But
feed yourself
2006
every
is when I
day.
came over.
Did you, why did you first come out and start volunteering? Were you just an outdoors person before that, or?
Yeah, I came out here like most people do because they want to experience the outdoors and they want to live in it, and they want to, rather than taking a vacation, they want to walk out the door and do it on their time off. And so, I was just drawn to that. And it was a really close-knit community down at Old Faithful.
Mm-hmm.
And we ended up working winters and summers seasonally. And, we all worked closely with the rangers. So it was just nice to spend time and broaden our sphere. So.
Mm-hmm. And what was it? Was there something about Yellowstone that drew you here, or was it just kind of, you just happened to
Not
come out
much,
here?
really.
Yeah.
No. It was, I was graduating from college in 1989 at Purdue, and it was during a recession at the time, and I was gung-ho to start paying off student loans, and I had a friend that kept saying, I love, I've been working summers in Yellowstone, and you should come out. And I said, okay, let's come out for a summer. And I think you hear that story a lot.
Yep.
People get hooked.
Got hooked.
So, yep. And my wife came out eventually, not long after that, and we just made a home of it.
Cool.
It's such a big park, and there's so many opportunities. You can move all over the place laterally, and there's a lot to do here. That's a benefit of a great big park.
Mm-hmm. So as a supervisory telecommunications specialist, do you have a typical day on the job? Is there even such a thing? Does it vary by season? What does that look like for you?
Most days are typical. When you get into a supervisory position, you don't get out in the park as much. So there's a lot of office time, which is, can be the downside. The upside is that you work with you have a staff and they become your team, and that's fun too. And you kind of live through them in a lot of ways. But a typical day, we support Yellowstone's dispatch center, which is an 8-position dispatch center. It's FCC licensed. And it's an alarm monitoring center. It's a very busy center, as you all know. And it also supports the communities of Gardner and Corwin Springs and Silvergate and Cook City. And but we support all their technology, all their systems, their 911 systems, their CAD systems. That's their dispatch system. And it's very complex. So if I didn't get a call in the middle of the night from a dispatcher, then the first thing I do is when I get up at 4:45 in the morning is I look at my phone to see if there's any emails from any dispatchers, and maybe a radio system wasn't working correctly, or they weren't getting, when a 911 call came in, it didn't give the phone number or the address, or it was a, misroute or something like that. So I look for those first thing just to see what the day is going to be like. And if there's none of those, then I, like many employees, live outside, in outside communities. I live in Immigrant up in Paradise Valley. If anybody's watched the Yellowstone TV show, it's not like that, but it's very pretty. But I live, so it's an hour commute for me. And we have a rideshare program that we've been doing since 1991, where employees all ride together, and it's a great thing. So, and I've been the program manager of that since 2016, but So sometimes I'll drive the van and drive a bunch of my employees to work. And anyway, so typical day. Then we get here at 7. A lot of us work 10-hour shifts and get in at 7. And I go around, I work with all my staff. I see what the telephone people are up to, what the IT people are up to, what kind of challenges they have, what's on the agenda for the day, what the alarm shop's doing, what the radio shop's doing. And after I've caught up with all of them, then it's like a lot of other jobs. It's emails and contracts and phone calls and meetings.
Gotcha. And so that day that you said you walked across the street to start working for the Park Service, obviously you didn't start out as like a supervisory telecommunications specialist. So can you tell us kind of your path from there to where you are now? Like, did you have other jobs in the meantime, or?
Yeah, that was pretty linear. I came across the Duo Fire Alarm Systems project. I was working in the engineering department with Xanterra, and we had tackled some big fire alarm system deficits. We took care of big buildings with Xanterra, the concessionaire. We did the Old Faithful Inn, the Lake Hotel. Really important overnight occupancies where you can't have, you can't empty the building in the middle of the night because of a nuisance alarm. We did that sometimes. So we got things kind of under wraps over there, and then there were some deficits over here, and they wanted me to tackle that. So that's the job I got hired for. But then I became the alarm shop supervisor, and then my supervisor at the time that hired me, he went on to be the superintendent of American Samoa National Park. So then I detailed in his position, and eventually I got the position. So,
nice.
And he's now the superintendent of Death Valley. So he never liked the cold.
Yeah, I was about to say, he's not the place to be if you don't like cold here in Yellowstone.
But an interesting thing about him is he hiked every single trail in Yellowstone.
Wow.
And he was here 5 years. His name was Mike Reynolds, and he's still the superintendent of Death Valley. And then when he completed that project, he started hiking them backwards.
Oh, wow.
And then he left for American Samoa.
Wow.
So, yeah, I haven't
That is an accomplishment.
I'd like to do that, but it hasn't happened yet.
So you kind of ran through all of them, but I'm just curious if you could restate all of the different systems that fall under telecommunications in the park, because I think people, sometimes I forget, I'm like, I think I'm covering all of them, and I forget fire alarms or something like that.
I forget sometimes too.
Yeah, there's a lot.
There's a lot.
And then we're reminded. So the radio systems is a really important one, the land mobile radio system. We've got a big complex system, and that's what the rangers use to talk. And we send out pages. We still do pages for our advanced life support crews and EMTs. Law enforcement. There's resource protection people that are doing bear jams and animal jams and things like that. And it's just safety too for people working in the backcountry so they can communicate. So radio is a really important thing. We have telephones. We've got about 500 landlines and 180, 190 cell phone lines. So we manage all those contracts and all that hardware for that and the network that it takes to push it out there. The IT department, we've got a very complex network to get it out there. As the chief information officer came out here one time from the Department of the Interior. He said the last mile is Mammoth. So everything we do to get that from Mammoth to the rest of the park is magic. It takes a lot of effort and a lot of different methods. So, then we do internet services. We do all the right-of-way permits for the cell companies. There's a few of those in the park, 5 towers that we try to hide. There's what else? Telephone systems.
Alarm systems, you were saying.
Alarm systems, fire alarm systems, security alarm systems, video security.
And then all the dispatch, which is, like you said,
dispatch support,
very complex and very important.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I hope I didn't leave anything off so any of my staff is disappointed. But we do all that, and we try to keep it behind the scenes. So the visitors come and they see the resource and the animals and everything, and this goes unseen, but it's critical to keep them safe. And
right.
So,
very important stuff behind the scenes that a lot of people, like you said, they visit and they would never know
hopefully
what's going on. Yeah, hopefully that's the goal.
Well, and I think a lot of parks in different settings have a lot of these things. They don't have to manage them themselves. We're such a big place. It's like
Yeah.
There's cell phone towers outside of smaller units, or telecommunication stuff kind of comes right up to the edge. Not that they don't have things that they need to do, but I always tell people Yellowstone, it's like a mini state in a lot of ways.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You're exactly right. Yeah. If you can have a cell tower at a gateway community that covers where you need it to cover, that's great. We don't have to put it on federal land, but that just doesn't work here. It just doesn't reach far enough.
Right.
Yeah. So what would you say is the most important skill for your job?
Most important skill, prioritizing. Technical aptitude is the obvious one. A broad array of technical experience.
Yeah.
You have to be kind of a generalist in a lot of ways and, a specialist in others. But yeah, prioritization is really important. Essentialism is really important, which is kind of like prioritization, but doing what's most important all the time. And finding focus is really important because multitasking is kind of a defeatist sort of a skill. I think you do a better job for your customers when you're more focused and less multitasking.
Yeah. And so what would you say is your favorite part of your job?
Well, it's probably a boring answer, but it's true. I really like coming in and working with all my staff, seeing them face to face. We do have some remote workers, especially in IT, and they're great. And it's really fun to interact with people at different parks and different parts of the country. But, interacting with the staff, they're enthusiastic. A lot of them have been around for a long time. And you bounce ideas off each other, and they resource and network. And so that's great. The other best part about the job is probably going to like remote repeater sites up on mountaintops, and we'll hike to some of those. Sometimes we fly, we try not to. But skiing to them is pretty cool. It takes a lot of planning and you got to be safe, but that's a great way to stay connected.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's been some good trips up to Mount Holmes the past few years, I feel like.
Yeah.
Among others.
Yeah.
But I know I've seen some pictures from that in challenging conditions. Things always like to go down in the middle of the winter, it seems like.
Yeah. And we do everything we can to make sure that they're going to hold up for the winter, do all that work in the summer. But occasionally they quit. So you have to travel.
Yeah, we get some less than ideal weather in Yellowstone sometimes.
We do.
Sometimes.
We certainly do. Sometimes you can't fly, so you have to take other methods to get there.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes you just have to wait.
And where are those located?
We have 8 mountaintop repeaters. We have one on Druid Peak in the Lamar that you can't see. We have one on Henderson Mountain just outside of the park. We have one on Top Notch, which is in the park. We have one on Mount Washburn, which you can drive to for about 4 months of the year. That's quite a luxury. We have one just outside of the park on Survey Peak, in right on the edge of Grand Teton National Park in the Jebediah Smith Wilderness area, which is funny. You have to land the helicopter right on the park side because that's recommended wilderness, and Jebediah is actual wilderness, so no helicopters. So it's like an invisible line right on the peak. And then there's also Sheridan has one with a 1926 New Deal era fire lookout up there.
Wow.
That's really cool. And Mount Holmes, there's one on there. There's one on Purple Mountain. And the Mount Holmes one was inside a 1926 fire lookout, but it got struck by lightning and went down in a blaze. So let's see, did I miss any? Oh, Bunsen Peak also, which is just outside of Mammoth.
Which people can hike up to if they want.
They can?
Yeah. And see that one.
The Holmes one made me sad. That was the first one I'd ever hiked up to of the fire lookouts. I was sad when that burned down.
Yeah.
Such a cool location.
Sure was.
And so you mentioned your favorite parts of the job. On the other side of that, what are some of the toughest things that you encounter in your position?
The toughest things is when things crash. That's a real challenge. Those middle of the night calls, you have to wake up and be lucid and understand what the problem is and who your resources are and get to the root of the problem pretty quickly. It always amazes me how quickly we can restore something that seems catastrophic. So, that's really challenging. Other things like we may have links go down for days and there's been 2 times in my career that we lost Mount Washburn, which is kind of a hub, and we didn't have any cell service at all. And there's a lot of medicals in Yellowstone. There's a lot of, heart attacks and life flights and things like that. And when someone can't call 911 from an interior location, that burden just falls on us really hard. And if you're in the middle of something else and that call comes in, you're just, there's really no backup for you. So you just have to be fully engaged. Last fall that happened, and there's only been a handful of times that it happened, but last fall it happened the night before I direct a running race north of Yellowstone. And so as the director, I was very busy and probably going to be up all night, but this happened in the middle of the night. So managing those 2 things was hard. So
yeah, I can imagine emergencies like that can be very stressful.
Yeah.
But
exciting.
Yeah, exciting and thankful that you're there to assist.
But then it's good there's always an upside to a challenge, an opportunity with a challenge, but just having a phone full of resources and knowing that I can get a hold of, a power company representative in the middle of the night, a cell tower company representative in the middle of the night, and I can get these things back up with their help. Everywhere in America, the linemen are always out in the worst times, and they're kind of heroes when it comes to that sort of stuff. So that's the role we have to fill.
Yeah. So even with those types of difficulties or challenges that you might encounter, what keeps you here? What keeps you working for the National Park Service? Why do you stick around?
Oh, gosh, all kinds of things. I mean, just the whole mission of it. Oh, one of the biggest things is just that this is just still an intact ecosystem. And, all the predator-prey relationship, all the predators that are restored, and that's amazing. And I've been here 30 years and you don't get over that. So that's a thing. And then the people and, I don't know, I could go on and on. Yeah. Skiing's pretty good.
Yeah. Maybe not this winter.
I try not to talk about skiing too much because you guys only have so much time.
We'll have to hear some ski stories another time. But do you have in all your years being here in Yellowstone, working for the National Park Service, do you have a defining moment? Is there a moment that sticks out to you that you're like, yes, like that's why I work here, and it was super rewarding?
Okay, here comes a ski story.
Okay, perfect.
We had Mount Holmes, and Miles, you reference this, but in 2011, Mount Holmes, the repeater antenna went down in December, and there was a big storm coming in. And the Mount Holmes repeater is also used by Montana State Patrol for Highway 191 outside of the park, where there's a lot of accidents. It's a dangerous road. It's a pretty important one. So, but we couldn't get a helicopter in because the storm front was coming in fast. So we decided we were going to ski it. So it was a team of 3. It was another guy, Dustin Seen. He was a radio tech with us. Now he's the superintendent of Bighorn National Monument and Bighorn Recreational Area and some other stuff. And Doug Krause, who's our health tech foreman. We put together that trip in December, which there isn't much daylight. And we thought we'd stay in the winter cabin on the way in. We opened up the door, and it was about a half-inch deep in mouse poop. Ooh. So we said, nope. We're not going to do that. We thought we can push to the summit. So it was a real big effort. We got to the summit, and I got the cabin opened, and the storm was starting to pick up. And this is a 10,300 foot peak. It's a big effort. It took hours, and
it's a long ski in too, right? I mean, it
is a long ski. Yeah, it's a
10 miles.
Yeah,
one way,
it's
right?
eight hard
Okay.
miles. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we got the cabin opened up. We got a temporary antenna installed, testing it out, and then we got that door closed. And the storm came in and just blew so hard all night. It just rattled that fire lookout all night. And but that was pretty neat. We were testing the radio from inside, and we were talking to Montana Highway Patrol on this really remote site. And Next morning, we ski out was nice.
Oh, that's super cool.
So that was good.
Yeah.
Good trip.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was a defining moment. But that's one of the good ones.
Yeah. Definitely memorable. It sounds like.
Yeah.
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 So I'm just, you said about 30 years you've been doing telecommunications stuff in Yellowstone, right?
Yeah.
I feel like, of course, all fields change over time, but I feel like telecoms may be the fastest changing field in the past 30 years, I would venture. So what's it been like to see? I mean, even I'm trying to think, my first summer here was 2006. And I think there was like a payphone in our dorm. I mean, there was no internet that we could even use, or my cell phone didn't work unless I drove a long way. I would think I was at Canyon. And you were here well before that. So what's it been like to see the change? Because now I'm at home and I can stream 4K movies from a satellite. It's so different.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So my first summer was 89 and we had a payphone and we couldn't get radio stations and we couldn't get TV stations. We watched VHS movies at the pub. That was fun. But it has changed a lot, and that's always a topic of discussion. And whenever there's some sort of new proposal, we get a lot of comments.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've noticed that people are very invested in the connectivity in Yellowstone.
Yeah, so there's two different aspects to your question. There's the expectation of a wilderness experience or a historic experience as well. But then there's also keeping up with what the needs are. And then, we're also a government agency, so we're on a government network and we have cybersecurity issues and we have to protect those perimeters like vigilantly as much as any other government agency.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So we're always protecting ourselves from threats, So that's the biggest agent of change these days, is keeping up with that and all the training and what we have to do for that. But everything in the middle between then and now, we've gone from, like you said, you had a cell phone, there was very few towers.
Mm-hmm.
We've added a few. We've definitely put a stop to more towers. But there was a point when Suzanne Lewis was the superintendent and she said, I'm the only one who's going to have a cell phone. And then, then that expanded a little bit, and now we've got 150 of them out there because it's kind of a tool that everybody has to use, and the cost has gone down. But so, yeah, that's a big question. It's changed. A lot has changed. And we're fortunate to have some people that have been working in IT for 35 years, which is pretty neat because it's fun to hear their stories.
Mm-hmm.
But we also do have a wireless communications plan that the park put together in 2009, and that limits a lot of our wireless technology.
Mm.
So the intent of that is to not have cellular service on the roadways and in the backcountry and limit it to the developed areas and only specific developed areas, which is a bit of a compromise. This is still one of those places in the lower 48, you can drive from Mammoth to Old Faithful and not have a cell signal for, 52, 53 miles?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so interesting to see, especially with how ubiquitous internet connectivity has become everywhere. I think sometimes visitors come and they're just like, some people come specifically for that and other people are just shocked. They're like, what?
Yeah.
What do you mean my Google Maps doesn't tell me where to go? Or like, where can I get Wi-Fi here?
Yep.
And there's one place, it's 3 hours away.
Yeah. I get the visitor comments in both perspectives.
Yeah, exactly. In both directions.
Sometimes in the middle, but usually strongly one way or the other. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we're getting into the nitty gritty here. If somebody were to go on USA Jobs and want to apply, to work in telecommunications, what series would they be looking for?
Well, the telecommunication series is the 0391. Electronics technician, which is our radio technicians and alarm technicians, are 0856. And the IT specialists are 2210 or 2210. And that's a really fast growing series because everything is connected by networks now. So radio's connected, telephone's connected by networks. So So that's a good one to look for. And there's a lot of recruiting going on in the IT world. So you could, in my branch, you could be any one of those threes.
Okay.
Three.
And so are the opportunities available from like entry level all the way up? What does that look like?
Yeah, 7, 9, 11,
Okay.
13.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And so what types of training or anything like that would people need to get into that type of work?
You just fake it till you make it.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm kidding. A variety of stuff. Radio technicians, we hire a lot from the military because they get really good training.
Oh, yeah.
Setting up antennas and repeaters and base stations and microwave network extenders and things like that. But anyone who's worked with radio frequency technology, IT, there's all kinds of, you can be Cisco certifications, you can be, graduate in computer science. We've hired those. A lot of people just gain a lot of knowledge and experience from jobs. And so as a hiring official myself, I look for all of those things. Myself, I have a bachelor's in the School of Technology with a specialty in organizational leadership. So I'm a lot of, leading a group as much as the technical. So it varies. There's no straight track.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you'll kind of find that in the Park Service as well. People kind of come from all kinds of backgrounds as well. So
yeah.
I
think knowledge and experience counts for more on a resume for this line of work than a degree does. But yeah, I don't know. We've hired some recent graduates too. So
do you have any advice if people were interested in applying or, getting that experience? What advice would you give for them?
Yellowstone, we feel like we're really specialists. A lot of small parks have one technology person and everything's thrown at them. But we're really, as far as the industry goes, we're generalists.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're in IT, if you're doing like system administration, also learn about networking and also learn about cybersecurity and learn about maybe coding, so branch out a little bit. And if you're, if you're into radios, also learn about networking so you can do radio over IP. So I would say that those are important things to do. If you want to work for us doing fire alarm systems, get like a NICET certification, National Institute for Certification in Engineering Technologies. And that tells me that you really know the codes, the fire codes in and out, and you're not going to build a system that's not going to work. So
cool.
Those are a few tips.
Yeah, that's great. And so finally, the last question we like to ask everybody is just about your personal experience, any memorable experience you've had. It could be either in Yellowstone or any other national park, work or personal time. Do you have a moment that sticks out to you?
Yeah, the 5 years I worked in the Bear Den ski shop at Snow Lodge.
Yeah.
That was the peak of my career, not of my pay, but
it's often how it works.
Yeah.
But it's been going up and down ever since. So yeah, that was great. We worked there the last year that it was open. It was the Snow Lodge then was nothing more than really, it looked like a roadside motel. It was cheap. Anybody could afford to stay there. The people that came to visit, they were all interesting. And the Bear Den ski shop was a log cabin with a wood stove right next to it. And that was great. They built a new hotel, the Snow Lodge Hotel, and the ski shop's in the gift shop now, and it's all still good. But those are good days back then. There was quite a community back then too. They were really strong skiers and outdoors people, and just a lot of fun.
That sounds awesome.
And many rangers worked in that ski shop too over the years before they moved over to the Park Service.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, I think that wraps it up.
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah. Thank you so much for joining us, Brett.
Thanks for having me. Yeah. It was fun.
Well, that's it for this week's episode of What We Do. Thanks again to our guest, Brett DeYoung. If you like what we do, rate and review the show wherever you listen. Every positive review helps new listeners find the show. If you have questions or want to learn more about a particular job, contact us using the form at go.nps.gov/whatwedopodcast. Thanks for listening.
One of the truly significant features of Glacier National Park is the incredible biological diversity found here. In Glacier National Park, more plant species are found than either the cluster of Rocky Mountain National Parks to the north, around Banff and Jasper, or in the Yellowstone ecosystem to the south. At Two Dog Flats, where the prairies meet the mountains, two of those major communities overlap, creating an edge effect where many species of wildlife find important food and shelter. Often where the edge of one habitat type overlaps the edge of another, there is an increase in the number and diversity of species present, resulting in associations and combinations of animal communities not generally found together. Here at the Two Dog Flats area, shortgrass prairie species from the east mingle with dry east slope Rocky Mountain forests, creating a rich environment. It's not uncommon to see coyotes and badgers hunting ground squirrels in the meadows while hawks soar overhead seeking voles and mice. Deer hidden in the forest during the day frequent the meadows in the morning and evening hours. Songbirds from the prairies and the forests alike can be heard singing their mating calls and territorial warnings. Predators find a rich source of food in areas like Two Dog Flats because of the abundance of food for prey species to take advantage of. These meadows are also important winter range for elk. Throughout the winter, a small band of several hundred elk can be found grazing in the flats and on the meadows down near St. Mary. These areas are usually blown free of snow by the near-constant winds in the St. Mary Valley, making it an easier wintering ground for them. In the spring, however, the elk move to higher ground and generally spend the summer in the mountains, seen towering in the background. If you're here in the spring or in the fall, expect to see elk in the evenings and the mornings. Two Dog Flats is beautiful any season of the year. Winter is stark and harsh, and few visitors see the park during this quiet time of the year. But in the summer, a profusion of wildflowers carpets the meadows and offer a treat for both botanists and wildlife enthusiasts. Spend a while at Two Dog Flats, and you will see that this meadow is alive with activity.
Hi, I'm Gabby. You're listening to Headwaters, a podcast from Glacier National Park.
Hey, Gabby. I'm Daniel.
Hi, Daniel.
And this is the mailbag or Q&A episode. We're answering questions.
Yeah, so listeners have provided questions for us over the last week or so. And I'll be asking you what the people want to know.
Oh, you're asking me?
I'll be asking you.
I'm not ready for this.
We're releasing bonus episodes this spring and summer to help visitors plan their trips to the park or to just generally get a feel for what's going on.
What do you got for me?
What do you think was our most asked question?
I think the question that rangers get asked the most is, where is the bathroom? But I bet you people want to know, when is Going to the Sun Road going to open for the summer?
Ding, ding, ding.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everyone wants to know, when is Going to the Sun Road going to open for the summer, because it feels like it's not summer till the Sun Road opens. Well, sorry, we don't have an answer.
We really don't know. We don't have any more information than what you know.
I could say that it seems to usually open in June. The roads crew are actively plowing it right now. Sometimes early July, but generally it's sometime in June. If it's like a low snow year and we don't have a whole lot of snow in the winter, then it opens in the earlier side of June. If it is a big snowy winter, then it's probably going to be later in June, if not early July.
Or a rainy spring.
Yeah, spring weather matters a lot too.
Yeah, yeah.
Bad weather, avalanches, all that slows the work down.
Yeah. Hopefully it'll be open soon. I'm excited. It will definitely mark the arrival of summer. Angela says, can you just talk about beargrass?
I will try. Beargrass is not a grass. It is a member of the corn lily family. It is a flower, basically. It has grass on the bottom, and what people love then is that every few years each plant will shoot up a big asparagus, Dr. Seuss type flower that looks like a giant Q-tip, sometimes like 3 or 4 feet tall.
They don't pop up yearly, right?
Right. As spring comes along like this, we're always like, is this going to be a big flower year? When was the last time we had a big beargrass year? But there's always some beargrass, and
yeah,
I love it.
I guess we'll see what this year looks like. Shritavi asks, what are the places to visit without a vehicle reservation? That's a big one.
Yeah. So in 2024, you do need a vehicle reservation, but that's only to get into the busiest parts of the park during the busiest hours of the day and the peak summer season. So if you're visiting in the fall, you don't need to worry about it. If you like to get up early or drive into the park late, again, you don't need to worry about it. It's just for those peak hours. Now, also, it's not for every area of the park. In summer 2024, entering into Two Medicine or the east side of Going to the Sun Road at St. Mary, you don't need a vehicle reservation for those areas either. And I promise they are spectacular areas of the park.
Truly amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, awesome. Hopefully that's helpful. And as always, check nps.gov/GLAC for more information and all of the details about vehicle reservation. Claire wants to know, what's it like working for the park? You've been working for the park for 7 years, right?
This park, yeah. I've made a career out of working for the Park Service, and I love it. The best part about working for the Park Service is that you are working in and getting to, be a part of these amazing places. I love being a part of something that is like iconic of our country and our landscape and a thing that we all share together. Working for the parks is amazing. I highly recommend it. Go to usajobs.gov and watch for ranger postings. Give me another one. Give me a hard one.
Yeah, okay. Olive asks, what are people most surprised about after visiting?
Maybe a big surprise is how cold and how wet the weather can be, especially in the first half of summer.
Totally. Like in West Glacier or East Glacier, it'll be beautiful and sunny, and then you go up to Logan Pass and it's snowing.
Like literally snowing.
Yeah.
The other thing I think that can surprise people about the weather is how in the second half of summer, how hot it can be. They'll be like, oh, it's Glacier National Park, it's the mountains, it'll be cool. But then they start going on a hike with one little water bottle and they're like, oh.
It's hot.
It's over 90 degrees and
yes.
kind of humid. And yeah, it can get really hot.
Yeah. Last summer it hit 100.
Wow.
So Jack has a question about construction.
Okay, Jack, here's the situation. In Montana, we have 2 seasons, winter and construction.
Haha.
Yeah. And here we are entering construction season. There's all kinds of jokes about this. The traffic cones that they put out around construction sites.
The bright neon orange.
I've heard people joke that that's, Montana's state flower. I think other states make these jokes too.
Definitely, yeah.
But it's true, the window for construction in Glacier National Park is pretty small because we have such a long winter season. So you have to squeeze all the repair and update, projects into a pretty narrow window. So you can hear the construction going on outside right now. There is construction going on in the park, a whole bunch of different areas. They're working on bridges. They're putting in new sewer lines.
They're doing a lot of work. So it will most likely be a part of your visit.
Yeah, but if you're just flexible, it shouldn't be a big deal.
Yeah, not a big deal at all. Check nps.gov/GLAC for all of those construction updates and all of those details as to where those projects are going to be.
Yeah, that's basically the answer to everything. Go on our website, check it out.
Yeah.
Plan ahead.
Okay, this is maybe one of my favorite questions that we got. Miss Curly Girly asks, is the damage reversible?
This question is sort of silly and also kind of deep, and
right.
Which is fun. Having no idea what Curly Girly is actually asking about, I would say, let's be optimistic. Let's envision a better future than the one we're living in.
Totally.
The damage is reversible. We can fix things that are broken, and we can
imagine better futures.
Absolutely.
This is a little bit of a history question. Are you ready for this?
I'll give it a shot.
Zach wants to know, how did the whole Glacier-Waterton connection come to be?
Well, that is a good question. Basically, there was a Rotary clubs. These are like community social clubs, and they started talking about how these 2 national parks that share an international border could be and should be an example to the world about international peaceful cooperation.
Mm-hmm.
And they sort of developed the concept, and everyone liked it, got behind it, and in the 1930s, the world's first international peace park was born.
Glacier-Waterton.
Well, technically, it's Waterton Glacier International Peace Park.
And Zach, if you want to learn more, I would recommend going back to season 1 and listening to the Goat Hunt episode, where Michael and Andrew dive deeper into Waterton Glacier International Peace Park.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I thought you were going to say go to the website. I'm like, oh, people are going to be tired of hearing that.
Oh, no. Yeah.
But it's also true, though.
I have 3 from Elizabeth.
I didn't know 3 questions was allowed, but okay, let's hear them.
What do we do when we see fellow tourists not following leave no trace principles? Ooh.
Yeah, that's hard. I mean, it's not your job to police other people. That said, I feel like if you have the social skills and the situation allows for it, find a way to be friendly and encourage.
Be curious.
Yeah.
I would say ask some questions before we make assumptions as to what people are doing or if they're doing something quote unquote wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if you see something dangerous or blatantly illegal happening, you definitely tell a ranger. But trust that everyone's doing their best and that
Totally.
Being friendly goes a long way.
Absolutely. How do we convince people that nature is worth protecting as much as people?
That's a good question. I like that one. You know, people are nature.
Mm-hmm.
The national parks operate with the belief that a really important part about getting people to care about the world around them and to care about this country's history and making the world a better place is learning and experiencing and making connections firsthand. So that is a really central part of the mission of the National Park Service, is to give people an opportunity to come visit natural places like Glacier National Park and make those connections and realize why that's so important to protect and cherish
and preserve and
as well.
honor. Yeah, totally. Okay, Elizabeth has one more question.
Oh, is it what's my favorite beetle? I knew it.
That's exactly right.
Mountain pine beetles, a natural insect that eats away at pine trees in the park. It's not good for those pine trees, but it's good for the ecosystem as a whole, and they're cool little beetles.
Are these the beetles on whitebark pines?
Pretty much every species of tree in the park has an associated species of beetle. So yeah, whitebark pine included.
That's so cool.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want to know more about beetles or whitebark pine, you can go listen to season 2 of the podcast.
Of course.
Thanks, Elizabeth, for those questions. Okay, so the next question is from Lane, who wants to know, how has climate change impacted the way the park is managed?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, it would actually probably be simpler to say, how has climate change not impacted the way the park is managed? Because it infiltrates every decision made in the National Park Service at this point. There are broadly 4 big categories in how the National Park Service is responding to climate change. One is through communication, so just doing things like podcast episodes about, educating on the topic. Then there's science. There are scientists actively studying how a shifting climate is directly impacting the resources or the plants, animals, history, culture, and all of that, how that's being impacted. But then on top of communication and science, there is also a whole lot of adaptation work. Basically, people studying and thinking about how, okay, we have more wildfire now because of climate change. How do we need to shift our response to wildfire in the face of that?
Right.
And then the 4th big area of the National Park Service's response to climate change is mitigation. And that means that we're trying to actively reduce the amount of greenhouse gases that are emitted inside the national park, reducing the amount of fossil fuels burned, stuff like that.
How are we doing that?
Putting solar panels on roofs, switching to more fuel efficient or zero emission vehicles, recycling, composting, basically anywhere we can find ways to reduce the park's emissions, we're trying to do that.
And that's not just here, right? That's across the National Park Service.
Yeah, it's across the federal government in general.
That's great. How might visitors see and or experience everything that you talked about?
Well, if you come to Glacier National Park in your electric vehicle, you can plug it in and charge it with a pretty much renewable energy resources that we have here with hydropower. You're going to see solar panels on the roofs of some buildings, but you're also going to experience the impacts of climate change almost inevitably. It gets a lot hotter here in the summers than it used to. We have a lot more wildfire smoke than we used to.
And of course, the namesake of this park.
Everyone wants to come and hike to a glacier or take a look at the glaciers as they melt. And so that's a big part of the visitor experience these days.
Okay, Daniel, I'm going to close it out with one more question.
Okay.
What snakes are in the park?
We have 2 kinds of snakes. They're both garter snakes. We have 2 species of garter snakes. and neither of them are venomous or dangerous. Snakes are cool. A lot of people don't come here for the snakes, but they really should.
It's always, where can I see a grizzly bear?
Never where can I see a garter snake. Yeah, all right. Well, if people have more questions, they can, hit us up on social media or email us here at the podcast.
GLAC_media_lab@nps.gov.
We'll put it in the show notes too. Our music's by Frank Wall, and our art is by Stella Nall.
They're both great. Check out their work.
Their info's in the show notes.
Headwaters is made possible with support from our nonprofit partner, the Glacier National Park Conservancy. We absolutely could not be doing this without them. Check them out at glacier.org. If you have a moment to leave us a review in your podcast app, that helps so much.
Thanks for listening.
The observation platform at McDonald Creek Overlook allows visitors to get an up-close look at this beautiful and powerful force of nature. In summer, the blue-green waters run clear and inviting, but in early spring, melting snows send a torrent of water cascading down the valley as it funnels through these narrow rock walls, where it literally vibrates the viewing platform. It's easy to see the erosional power of streams from a vantage point this close. Streams also hide a more sinister side as well. In Glacier, the leading cause of fatalities is from drownings in creeks and streams. Even though the streams present a cool and refreshing appearance, please remember to use extra caution around water anywhere in the park. Stay on the paths and don't step over railings and barriers. As powerful as McDonald Creek can seem during spring runoff, it's nothing compared to the flood that came through this valley in November of 2006. Fed by huge amounts of warm rain, early mountain snows melted quickly and soon overwhelmed riverbanks throughout the park. This viewing platform survived, but just barely. Water pounded the railings and washed out the damaged bridges and roads in several areas of the park. Across the creek, huge trees left stranded as driftwood high above the creek provide vivid clues to the force of water. Glacier is a land of contrasts. Throughout the park, you will discover awesome examples of the power of nature, all set against the backdrop of some of the most beautiful scenery in the Rockies. McDonald Creek is an excellent example of massive power and delicate beauty combined.
Yellowstone is the world's first national park, and everybody in America is very proud of that. But there's been a struggle to figure out what a national park should be like. And probably one of our founding philosophies is it should be natural. It should be a natural system that functions the way the Earth did before humans altered it. And so it was written into our policy that we're going to restore and protect natural systems. And the early managers of Yellowstone didn't really know what natural looked like. So we've been struggling towards natural our entire history, and that definition has evolved. And that definition, the modern one, now includes you need to have natural predators. And so we tried to eradicate them: wolves, cougars, coyotes, bobcat, lynx. We did that in the early part of the 20th century because we thought that was the ideal. We didn't have a complex mindset about policy in terms of natural. And so we restored wolves because the Park Service policy changed towards what is a natural system that includes large carnivores like wolves. We also had the Endangered Species Act come about as law in 1973 that says we cannot wipe some species off the face of the planet. And wolves are very much under that umbrella too. So the best answer as to why wolves were restored to Yellowstone is it makes it a natural system. It was the law, but finally people wanted it. The public's view of nature has changed and evolved. So creatures that were previously considered bad scapegoats have now had image alteration, and a lot of the public demanded that we bring some of these animals back. Well, most ecosystems are best when they're balanced. And I think it's safe to say that Yellowstone, without wolves and other carnivores, now keep in mind, cougars were also eliminated and they came back on their own, and bear numbers declined, and that affected the balance of the ecosystem. And so ecologists refer to this as biodiversity, but emphasize the word diverse. Having a lot of different kinds of things at moderate numbers is better than having a lot of any one thing. And prior to wolf recovery, we had a lot of elk, we had a lot of coyotes, and we had very little things like willow and aspen and songbirds and beavers. And so the entry of wolves and other carnivores, because bears have increased and cougars have come back too. So now we're a carnivore-rich system, and we've restored that top layer of the system. So really the simplest way to look at it is all the parts of the system now are in place, and they're interacting differently. And I hesitate to use a value judgment-laden word, but it's healthier this way than we had certain parts of the system before that were absent. So all those things functioning together has made nature look like it used to before we started managing it. And those management intentions were good. We just didn't know enough about it. And so we have this makeover in Yellowstone now. We've brought carnivores back, wolves being the most high profile, and it's changed the way Yellowstone looks. Elk are perhaps the most controversial and talked about aspect of wolf recovery. And that's odd because elk are a species unto themselves, but many people equate Yellowstone with elk. That's arguably our most famous species. They've been debated and studied since the late 1800s. Elk are iconic in the West as a huntable species. And so elk are very important, and wolves eat elk. So do cougars, so do bears, so do coyotes. A lot of things eat elk. People eat elk. And so the system in many ways hinges on elk. So what wolves and other carnivores do to elk is very important. And very simply, prior to wolf recovery, predation pressure by natural carnivores was very low. No wolves, no cougars, few bears. Bears are here, but their numbers were lower. And that caused the elk population to grow to very large numbers. In fact, a lot of ecologists and scientists criticize Yellowstone for having too many elk. The effect of elk was so dominant on the ecosystem that they suppressed other things. To the point where managers outside the park were hunting elk at high rates to try and depress this burgeoning elk herd. With our wolf recovery in the mid-90s, with natural cougar recolonization, with growth in the bear population after decades at low numbers, predation pressure has increased, accompanied by the management practices outside the park where people were hunting elk. All of these things together have caused the elk population to decline. And the Park Service considers that a success story. Now that's hard to describe to a lot of people, especially some people who can't understand how less is more. We live in a culture where more is always better, but fewer elk brings about that ecosystem balance, that biodiversity that the Park Service seeks as natural. And that's a very important goal for the Park Service. And so having these large carnivores, and Yellowstone may be the place in the world that's got, in North America, that's got the best mix of diversity and density of large carnivores, that will affect the elk population to lower. But we're arguing as a Park Service that that's more natural or healthier, which is defined as better for the system. And this is a very hard thing to convey because a lot of people liked a lot more elk. It's better hunting. And so this is a complex relationship. But wolves have contributed, not solely, to a decline in elk. Perhaps the most commonly asked question about wolf recovery is that, did we reintroduce the wrong wolf? And this is a long answer, so I'll try and make it as short as possible. Our naming of nature is an artificial system developed by Carl Linnaeus, a Swedish monk in the 1700s. And I don't want to criticize Linnaeus, and he did a great job. But essentially, it's an artificial system putting names in parts of nature that might not be actually different things. But there are different things in nature. You have plants and animals, and they're different, and we can call them that, and it works. And his system really works very well until you get down to the very finest levels of naming, of distinction. That's the subspecies level. You have species, and then below species you have subspecies. And wolves are the worst example of the subspecies concept. The leading wolf biologist in the world does not believe that subspecies even apply to wolves. And why is that? You get different subspecies, and originally there were 24 different subspecies of wolves. Now there are 5. It's constantly being reduced. And of course, this prominent wolf biologist thinks there should be none. But how do you get different kinds of things in nature? Different populations become isolated so they no longer interbreed. When they don't interbreed anymore, the genetics become different. When the genetics become different enough, they become different things. First subspecies and then species. Wolves always get around, and it's very hard to isolate 2 populations of wolves. Very hard. Nothing stops a wolf. Not a mountain range, not a river, sometimes not even oceans. The wolves here immigrated to Asia and back. They're very good at getting around, so you don't get much isolation. The best genetics show that wolves in Mexico to wolves in the Arctic are on a continuum of change from south to north. So there's no place we can go in and say, this group of wolves is different from that group. That's a genetic analysis. And the Mexican wolf can interbreed with the Arctic wolf very capably. So did we reintroduce the wrong thing? No. Were the wolves that we put here slightly different from the wolves that existed here 100 years ago? Probably. Nature's always changing. We looked at the weights of the handful of wolves, 31 from Canada, which is a very small number, and they were slightly larger than the wolves that existed here 100 years previously, 6 to 8% larger. That is well within the natural variation of wolf size across the continent. So despite this frequently asked question, these Canadian wolves are unnaturally large, and they're therefore at a very big advantage to killing these elk because these elk aren't used to such a large predator. Of all the arguments not to have wolves, and there are some good ones, they're tougher to live with. That's an absolutely good argument. The idea that we put something in here that's exotic or different is perhaps one of the weakest. Wolves do not kill for sport. That is a fact. Why? The average wolf weight, if we threw all the wolves together, males, females, subadults, adults, pups, is about 100 pounds. The average cow elk's 500 pounds, the average bull elk's 750. They risk injury or death. When you attack something 5 to 7 times as large as you, that ain't a fair fight. So they risk tremendous injury or death trying to take something on bigger than them. So they prey on things in a risk-averse fashion. They only kill what they need to exist, and we've got great data on this. Will they kill more than they can eat? If the risk equation balances out in their favor, they will. What does that mean? Late winter, belly deep snow, elk are weak, they'll kill more than they can immediately eat, but underline the word immediately. We had a situation in March 1996 where one pack of wolves killed 5 elk in one day. And they cycled back and ate everything on those 5 elk in over a 2-week period. Now they were competing with ravens and coyotes and magpies and eagles because they were trying to consume it too. Because as everybody knows, the bounty of nature is shared and competed for. So they went back and they tried to eat it all. But that is common predatory behavior. When you can get an edge, when you can get more food. Humans do this too. When oil is cheap, we burn more oil. When wolves can kill more elk, they kill more elk. Because why? That equals more pups. But they only do it when they can. So on average, wolves do not kill healthy elk. It's too hard. If all you can eat are healthy elk, the wolf population goes down. Wolves make their living on vulnerable elk. And so their population waxes and wanes based on vulnerabilities. And hard winter is a vulnerability. But so are things like age and health status and condition, bone marrow, all these different things affect elk vulnerability. And that's what's important to wolves, and that's what they're shooting to take advantage for. Remember, there's no creature in nature that doesn't look for advantages. So no, they do not kill for fun, but yes, they will kill for more what they can immediately eat, but if left alone by humans, and this is very important, I get sent emails all the time showing an elk killed by wolves and not eaten, but there's tire tracks, there's human tracks, there's horse tracks. The wolves were bumped off the kill. People found the kill to take a picture of it. Left alone, as we've demonstrated here in Yellowstone, and we've seen it more, killing a couple elk sometimes is fairly common. If they're not disturbed, they'll eat everything. They won't do it immediately because they have a capacity on their stomach. So very, very important point. Killing for fun or bloodthirsty reasons is not true. People should not be afraid of wolves. There are three primary reasons that people are against having wolves on a shared human landscape. One is they compete with us for wild prey. That's valid. That's true. Two, they occasionally kill livestock. It's rare, but it does happen, and then that's valid too. The third reason is there's a human safety threat, and that is largely overblown. During the entire 20th century in North America, there were about, and I'll be off by one or two, 20 attacks on humans. None of them were fatal. All of them dealt with habituated animals, usually fed food. And we're very concerned about that in the park. When you feed an animal food, it loses its natural fear of people and it become dangerous. But very different for wolves compared to bears or cougars. They never attack a person on their first encounter with a human. So the first time a bear encounters a person, a sow with a cub, or a cougar encounters a person, they might attack. And bear fatalities and cougar fatalities are much greater than wolves. Wolves always have to overcome their natural fear. I don't know where it comes from, but they have a natural fear of humans. They've got to overcome that. That's usually through habituation. Typically food conditioning, but not always. Of those 20 attacks that were recorded, some were habituation just through exposure, from being around people in a non-threatening way. So wolves have to overcome this natural fear, and then they may attack. 6 of those attacks were bites from Alaskan pipeline workers feeding them part of their lunch. So 6 of those 20 attacks were from that. Since that paper was published, there have been 2 fatalities, and both of those wolves probably were food conditioned. Some were dump wolves, and others lived around a logging camp. And so those animals, those are examples of wolf fatalities. So it can happen, but it's extremely rare and less likely for other carnivores. A big question that's often asked about wolf recovery was, you said the wolves are just going to stay in the park. And I'm fine with wolves in the park. I just don't like them out, because when you leave the park, it's a very much a human-dominated landscape. That's another misconception of wolf recovery. The plan written to restore wolves to this region never said the wolves would stay in the park. And it's different outside the park because wolves are managed by the states, and so they have different policies and objectives than the park does. The park generally stated management philosophy is preservation, which means no use. That's not a pure definition, because we do manage other species. The state's objectives are largely conservation. That means wise use. Both of those objectives are fine, and they're determined by people, and neither one is better than the other. They're just different. And so naturally they clash a little bit, because there's no wolf hunting inside Yellowstone, and there is wolf hunting outside of it. Wolves have to live with people outside of Yellowstone. And that does create conflict. It is true to say that life is easier without wolves than with them, for the reasons I stated previously. They can compete with us for elk and deer, and they do occasionally kill dogs and livestock. And so they need to be managed outside the park, and that's okay. That's part of it. And there's some data, although other researchers are questioning this, that if species are hunted or if species that cause a problem can be immediately dealt with, social tolerance increases. So inside Yellowstone, we don't have to deal with those issues. We don't have to deal with issues of predation on pets or livestock, or taking elk inappropriately because I wanted to get that elk. So we have a different approach, but both approaches are okay and occur in different areas. So this is a very common situation for wildlife management across North America. Animals go over political boundaries and they're subjected to different management regimes, and that's the way it is, and that's okay for wolves too. Yes, wolves that live primarily in Yellowstone have been killed outside the park. This probably has not affected the population much numerically. One year we lost 12% of our population in 2012. This year we lost only 4 wolves. Last year we lost none. So the number of wolves taken is highly variable and generally below 3%, except that year 2012 where it reached 12%. And it probably didn't even at that level affect our population numerically. But what's important, and the reason my answer to that question was yes, is the Park Service mission is to manage for a natural population. Wolves are very social animals, so they have a social network that's important to how they function as a pack or a family. And we don't have as much information on that social functioning as we do about their population numbers. And we know that there is a harvestable surplus in terms of numbers, and that has not been exceeded so far for Yellowstone. But there are some questions if you remove a key wolf in the pack, a high-ranking individual, so to speak. What's the impact on that pack? Or a second-ranking individual. What does that do to pack dynamics? In one case, it caused the pack to split apart. Was that because that high-ranking individual was removed, or would that pack have split up naturally? Those are important questions for the Park Service to wrestle with, because even though that doesn't affect the numbers of wolves, it affects how wolves live on the landscape and function to themselves. And places like Yellowstone hold this dearly, because most wolves across North America are impacted by people. And most biologists would argue at a sustainable level. We still have lots of wolves across North America, but we really don't know certain aspects about wolf life. And this social aspect is the one we know the least about. So if we're going to be managers of Yellowstone that pursue these ideals of naturalness, I think it's important to include all aspects. And so which wolves get removed and how that impacts the pack and the population, and importantly, the pack's relationship to each other, because they're always competing against each other. And if one pack loses some key individuals, we know that the individual makeup of packs affects how they compete with each other. It also affects how they prey on elk. We know big males are important to helping take down elk. So those are questions we're wrestling with. So to say removing a wolf has no impact on the wolf population, you have to qualify what you mean. Are you talking numeric or are you talking social? And we're still looking for those issues, for those answers. Wolves are one of the most studied species in the world. Beginning in the late 1950s, they weren't. And because of the problems that are associated living with wolves, a lot of studies were kicked off in the 50s and 60s. And now they're one of the most studied animals on the planet. And so it's hard to advance your knowledge in that kind of arena. But Yellowstone has. There was a book published in 2003, which was a review of all the science done on wolves up to that point. And in the introduction of that book, the authors said, We've tried to include as much knowledge as Yellowstone has learned in the first few years, but Yellowstone holds the most promise to unlocking some of the wolves' secrets that are so far unknown. And I think Yellowstone has done that, and that's because, and this is somewhat controversial, we've had a good radio collaring record, so we're able to follow individuals and packs. The park is big, but it's more accessible than, say, northern Canada or Alaska. And about half our population is viewed daily from the road. And this is an odd feature of recovery that I didn't think would occur. I thought wolves would be more secretive and shy, but we're getting information about pack dynamics, about individuals, about predation, about interactions with other species on a daily basis. And there's no other study in the world that's doing that. And then we do the traditional things, radio tracking, airplanes, genetics, drawing blood, looking at disease exposure, that all the other studies do. So you combine the traditional scientific methods with citizen science and daily observation and a public that loves to come here and see wild nature. And again, I can't overemphasize how important wolf recovery has been just to public enjoyment. Yellowstone is the best place in the world to view wolves, and people come here to do it, and that's immeasurably important to the park's goals and policies, that people see intact nature. So yeah, Yellowstone has changed the world's view of wolves. And we're in the news all the time. And I think having positive news out there about wolves, because to be honest, there is a lot of negative, because they're hard to live with. But having Yellowstone there, providing this positive, good news, has been very important, not only for Yellowstone, but what we know about wolves and the image of wolves worldwide.
The Avalanche Creek area is one of the most popular and crowded spots in the park. The old-growth cedars and hemlocks are unlike anywhere else in the park and would look more at home on the coasts of Washington and Oregon than in the Rocky Mountains. However, rains from clouds trapped by the Continental Divide make this an inviting habitat for a wide array of plants and animals. A campground and a picnic area are located here, but the real draws are the two popular trails that allow exploration of this unique part of the park. The Trail of the Cedars is an easy 1/2 mile wheelchair-accessible loop trail into the cool and inviting old-growth forest. Huge western red cedars, western hemlocks, and cottonwoods line the banks of Avalanche Creek. Ferns and other shade-loving plants thrive in the filtered green light that penetrates the forest canopy. About halfway along the trail, a bridge crosses the creek and provides a stunning view of Avalanche Gorge. Centuries of water gushing through this narrow gap has rounded and smoothed the moss-laden walls. Hikers may continue back to the parking area at this point on the loop, or venture off to the Avalanche Lake Trail. This easy 2-mile walk climbs 500 feet to reach Avalanche Lake. The trail follows along Avalanche Creek as it climbs up and out of the cedar hemlock forest into a mixed spruce and fir forest just a few hundred feet above. Early morning visitors may also be treated to the sights of deer and other wildlife along the trail. Before long, the forest opens up and the dramatic cliffs at the head of Avalanche Lake loom on the horizon. Fed by melting snows and the Sperry Glacier, huge waterfalls cascade down the back wall of the Avalanche Cirque all summer long. It's easy to see why this is one of the most popular hikes in the park. It's not for those seeking solitude, but the rewards of this trip are worth every step. Parking is limited at Avalanche Creek, so consider leaving your car at your campground or at the Apgar Transit Center and taking the new free shuttle system to explore this area of the park. Please help prevent resource damage by remaining on the trails, and for your safety, please stay clear of the creek and the slippery rocks along the bank. Drownings have occurred here in the past. This site high above the lake was once the location of the Going to the Sun chalets. Built in 1915 by the Great Northern Railway as part of a network of hotels, chalets, and tent camps, the chalets sat high above the lake on the rocky promontory called Sun Point. Constructed in the Swiss chalet style, the beautiful rock and log buildings could accommodate up to 200 visitors a night. In the days before the construction of the Going to the Sun Road, transportation in the park was an adventure. Visitors arrived at the Going to the Sun chalets by boat or horse. In fact, the majority of the visitors to the network of hotels and chalets operated by the Great Northern rode horses, and these chalets served as a hub for horseback travel over Pegan Pass to get to Mini Glacier or over Gunsight Pass to the Lake McDonald Valley. The chalets were closed during World War II and sadly never reopened again. During the war, the buildings fell into disrepair and were finally razed in 1949 due to their dilapidated condition. You can still visit the site of the chalets, which is a short walk from the parking area. As you stand at the old location, imagine sitting on the balcony of this spectacular hotel, overlooking the amazing vista, sharing tales of the day's trail ride with new friends as you rest up for a hearty dinner in the dining room. Today, the Sun Point Nature Trail starts here and offers outstanding views of St. Mary Lake, the stunning mountains of St. Mary Valley, and into the high country towards Logan Pass. The trail winds through forests and meadows to Bering Falls, where the water cascades across a sheer cliff into a natural basin carved in the rock. Hikers can also connect this trail with the St. Mary Falls Trail, the Trail to Virginia Falls, or the Sunrift Gorge Trail, ending their hike at either the St. Mary Falls Trailhead shuttle stop or the Sunrift Gorge shuttle stop. Vehicles longer than 21 feet and wider than 8 feet are prohibited on the Going to the Sun Road beyond Sun Point. Oversized vehicle parking is available at Sun Point, and drivers can connect to the shuttle system at this shuttle stop. In addition, a picnic area is located here.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is What We Do. I'm Ashton Hooker.
And I'm Brett Rayburn.
Hey, Brett.
Hey, Ashton. How's it going?
I'm good. How are you doing today?
I'm doing awesome.
Good.
It's getting close to lunch, so my stomach might rumble a little bit here. But
mine is seriously rumbling as well. I hope you can't hear it.
Yeah, I have this big lunchbox behind me. I'll try not to rummage in it too much. So we'll see.
Well, today we have Addie Falgu, who is a park guide here in Yellowstone, and we're going to talk to her a little bit more about her job and what it's like. And so as a park guide, you know, if you're a visitor to Yellowstone, you might see them out and about either in the visitor center, roaming park trails, park guided walks and talks, things like that. And so along those same lines, we have the Junior Ranger program, and it's pretty popular.
Yes,
you
I've
can get
heard
it
of
in
it.
a bunch of different parks, Yellowstone as well. So my question for you, do you happen to know how many Junior Ranger badges are awarded here in Yellowstone every year?
Every year?
Every year.
Number of Junior Ranger badges. So not just people who like get the books and don't go through to graduate. I'm going to say, I'm trying to see if Miles will give me any hints here because he orders the badges. I think it's like, I'm going to say 160,000.
Ooh, wow. That's more than I thought you were going to guess.
Yeah,
but really, you're
off.
not too far off. So in the past couple years, you know, we've had a few weird years with COVID and the flood and stuff. So it's been a little lower the past few years, but it's been about 50,000.
Okay. I'm like, so come on, Junior Rangers, step up.
Yeah. But on
this year is going to be the year where we give out 160,000.
Like 50 to 100,000. So you're not too far off.
That is a lot of Junior Rangers being sworn in.
It's a lot more than I thought.
That's a lot of oath takers.
Yeah.
We're in good hands.
Yes, we are. All the Junior Rangers out there. So anyway, we're going to talk with Addie more about what she does in the park. So Addie, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, how are you doing?
I'm doing well.
Good. So ready to dive in?
Absolutely.
Okay. So how did you get your start with the National Park Service?
So I got my start in 2017 as an intern in Glacier Bay National Park.
And that's in Alaska.
That's correct. Yeah. Okay. It often gets mistaken for Glacier in Montana. So often I do specify Glacier Bay in Alaska.
I heard the emphasis on bay.
Yeah.
Cool. And so what drew you to that? Did you always know you wanted to be a park ranger?
So growing up, my family traveled to national parks. I think a lot of people in this career. And I kind of, was really interested. I fell in love with the Tetons, and I was like, well, I want to live there one day. And the way to live there is to become a park ranger. So simple enough. I'll just do that. And, it got a little bit more complicated than that. But in high school and college, I started to look more seriously into pursuing a career in that direction. I actually visited Yellowstone in college and spoke to some rangers on that trip and asked them, hey, how do I get into this field if I'm interested? And they gave me some good information on internship programs like the SCA and also how to find jobs on USA Jobs.
What is the SCA, just for those who don't know?
Yeah, so the SCA is the Student Conservation Association, and the internship that I did in Glacier Bay was through them.
Okay, and so what exactly did you do?
Yeah, so the position there was an education intern, and Glacier Bay has pretty little visitors that actually set foot on the land there, and the number of visitors in the winter is pretty much non-existent. And so most of the visitation is in the summer on cruise ships. So in the winter, they have a pretty robust distance learning program. So we were actually using Zoom before COVID and before Zoom really became a thing, and essentially taking students on virtual whale watching tours and field trips to the park.
Wow.
That sounds like a good gig.
Yeah.
So you're on a boat, like while you're doing this?
No. So we were in an office with a green screen
that
made it look like we were on a boat. I did get to go out.
Shake the camera and rock it.
I did get to go out with the oceanography team though, which was really fun one day, and we got to take water samples. So I did get to have that experience in the bay, but most of the time was spent in the office.
Okay. So did you go from Glacier Bay and then Yellowstone, or were there other stops in between?
There were a few steps in between. Yeah, so after Glacier Bay, I did a couple of seasonal positions as an interpretive park ranger and also an education position in Grand Teton National Park. And then I was pretty fortunate to get offered a permanent job pretty early on in my career, and that was in Hot Springs, Arkansas. That was also a park guide position. I was there for a few months and then took a lateral reassignment to a park guide position here, and I've been here since. It's been about 4.5 years, I think.
Okay, wow. And so tell us a little bit about being in Yellowstone. A lot of people don't know that there are actually park rangers that live on the interior of the park. So what that means is not at any of the park entrances. And so Yellowstone closes down in the winter. So you're at Lake Village,
down
by Yellowstone Lake. So tell us what that is like. Like, how did you even get here this morning? Talk us through what that is like.
Yeah, so essentially we kind of get snowed in the winter, and often things are complicated, but there's a lot of snowmobiling to your car and then transitioning to take your car to a location. Currently, we have less snow this year, which you think would make traveling easier, but it's actually made things more complicated because my car is at one location, but there's not enough snow for me to snowmobile from the roads that have enough snow on them to my car. So I have to take like an in-between car to get to my car. So to get to the studio this morning, I took a snowmobile and a couple of vehicles. Wow. And it took about 2 hours, whereas normally if I could just snowmobile straight here, it would have been probably 30 minutes faster than that. So
that is dedication to
complicated
the show.
steps.
We appreciate you.
Yeah, but those of us in the interior look for excuses to get out. So I was very happy to be out here today.
Wow. Well, we're glad you're joining us, and you took the long trek to come all the way up here.
What's your typical, how often do you get out to get groceries and things like that?
So it really varies depending on the year. Typically, I try to stockpile groceries in the fall so that I never need to go out specifically for a grocery trip. But if I happen to be out for another reason, then I always get groceries. But I'd say usually in a normal year, I'd probably leave twice a month each winter. So every 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I've seen some park rangers who live on the interior in winter. They do a lot of canning. Mm-hmm. Are you into that?
No, I am the unhealthy ranger that lives off of pasta
Ramen.
and frozen pizza. Yeah. So,
Yes.
Hey,
yeah,
it's delicious.
I don't do any canning, but if you just eat a lot of pasta, dried goods, that stays really well. So I can really stock up in the fall.
Wow. And so in a typical winter, so one that we're not having now with not as much snow, you would normally just snowmobile everywhere,
yes.
correct?
Yeah,
Okay.
I would just snowmobile to my vehicle at whatever entrance it's located at. And typically it's not a big deal. I actually really enjoy snowmobiling most of the time. And there's incredible opportunities to see wildlife along the way. Amazing scenery. The sunrises and sunsets in the winter are always really special. So although it has its challenges, overall, I really like living at Lake. There's incredible opportunities for skiing around the neighborhood. But it's not to say it doesn't come without its challenges.
For sure. So in your current position as park guide, do you have a typical day? Can you tell us a little bit what that's like? I know it probably varies from day to day, but
yeah, I'd say I have a typical summer day and a typical winter day.
Okay.
Would you like to know about both of those or just one of the seasons? Okay. So in the summer, a typical day, a third of it is usually spent working the visitor center front desk, answering questions, helping people plan their trips, answering questions about what birds they're seeing, animals they're seeing. Like the number of questions we get, you never know what's going to come out of someone's mouth. So it can be all over the place. Another third of the day is typically spent leading a ranger guided program. So that can be a talk, a campfire program, a walk. And the remaining third of the day is typically spent out in the field roving. And so talking to visitors on boardwalks in some of the thermal areas, interacting with people at wildlife jams, making sure no one's petting bison at wildlife jams.
Very important.
Yeah. So that's kind of a typical summer day. In the winter, my job is kind of unique in that I staff a building called a warming hut. And so, most people are kind of putting out figurative fires in their day-to-day work, and my job is literally to go and start a fire. So I go to the warming hut, start a fire, and the purpose of that is to serve as a place for snowmobile groups to stop in and warm up. That's the sole source of heat for the building. So depending on the day, if it's really cold out, it could be 10 degrees inside when I get there. It could take a few hours to get up to temperature, but we try to get it about 60 degrees in the building and interact with groups as they stop by throughout the day. The Fishing Bridge Warming Hut is a quieter location. So on average, we've got about 20 to 40 people that stop per day. And in between groups, surprisingly, cell service is actually really good at that location. So I'm able to plug into a mobile hotspot and respond to visitor trip planning emails. I've helped with social media at times as well. And so I can stay connected and do other work in between groups. So it's more kind of office and admin work mixed in with splitting firewood.
Wow.
That's a good combination.
Quite a variety of skills required. And so where do you live? Like, what are your living accommodations like? I'm sure a lot of people are wondering.
That's the number one question I get asked at the warming hut. And what I usually tell those visitors that are asking is that we have housing at each of the developed locations in the park. So my housing area is only a couple miles away. So it's just a couple miles snowmobile ride to the warming hut. Often groups get there and they're like, how did you get here? And I'm like, well, I snowmobiled here just like you. But like, I had the easy commute. Like they're snowmobiling 26 miles to get to me. I only did 2. So
you're like, I just crawled out of the lake.
Out of the lake. Which you probably could because it's not frozen.
Yeah, I did a training once in the park where I spent the night in a snow trench. And sometimes I do consider telling people that. I'm like, where do you live? Where do you sleep at night? I'm like, just in a trench in the snow over there.
I've been here a few years, so they moved me to the 3-bedroom snow trench. Yeah. They take care of us here.
So what's the most important skill you'd say for your job?
The most important skill in my position is probably communication. So as an interpretive position, it's really important to communicate these messages and try to foster a connection between the people that are visiting Yellowstone and the resources that we have here in the park. And so being able to tailor messages for specific audiences is really important in order to communicate that effectively and try to hopefully inspire the next generation of stewards for these lands.
Yeah.
What's one of the hardest or most memorable questions that you've had asked?
Ooh, that's a good one. So this is a funny one, but the most memorable question, there was a girl, she was probably about 12 years old and she was really shy. I was at Mud Volcano and I could tell she was kind of embarrassed to ask this question. And her mom was like, she has a question. And I was like, sure. And she's like, I don't know if I want to ask. And I was like, no, go for it. No judgment. And her question was, how do bison poop in such perfect circles? And I loved it because so often we get the same questions.
That's a scientist question,
over and over again. And so that I'd never gotten that one before and I've never gotten that one since. And so, I took a moment and I was like, well, it has to do with the consistency in which the poop comes out. So it's kind of like pancake batter. Like if you put pancake batter in a frying pan, it like spreads out into a circle. I'm like, it doesn't come out that shape. And I think that helped her out. So I wonder if she thinks about that.
I'm not eating any pancakes that you bring to the office, but that's a great way of explaining.
Yeah, I'm going to think about that every time I see some bison poop out there.
Yeah.
So what is your favorite part of the job?
My favorite part of the job is probably getting to re-experience the magic of Yellowstone through the eyes of first-time visitors. I've literally had kids jumping up and down for joy when they saw a grizzly bear for the first time.
Oh.
And I've seen adults like cower when they hear a bison grunt during the rut. And those moments just remind me of like how special this place is. They allow me to remember why I fell in love with this place and why it's worth protecting.
That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so on the other side of the coin of that, there's great parts of the job, maybe some that are not so great or just a little tough. What's like the toughest part of your job, you'd say?
I think the toughest part of my job is probably dealing with angry and frustrated visitors. People are coming here on vacation and everything's supposed to go right for them. And when it doesn't go right and they're on vacation, they really want someone to blame and someone to give them answers for that. And being a frontline staff member, we're kind of the face for the park. So we're often the person that receives the brunt of that anger and aggression. And especially in the middle of the summer, if you're receiving that day after day, multiple times a day, and often these complaints are about things that we have little to no control over. Sometimes they're because of natural disasters like floods. It can be really hard to deal with that.
Yeah. Yeah.
It takes lots of patience.
Yes. Yes. Lots of patience. So even with those kind of tougher parts of the job, why do you still want to, work as a park guide or work for the Park Service? What is it that keeps bringing you back?
Yeah. Although there can be tough days and those negative people, I think the good days and the good people really outweigh it. You might have someone who's mad at you one moment, and then you have a really special connection with a junior ranger the next. And it just reminds you kind of why we're doing this. Also, just having an opportunity to live here is something that I try not to take for granted. There's incredible recreational opportunities that I have right in my backyard. And I've also had incredible wildlife sightings literally from my couch. Like I've seen bears and coyotes. I think the only thing I haven't seen out of my back window is a wolf. But there's not a lot of places in the world where you have opportunities for recreation like you do in a national park and opportunities for these really incredible wildlife sightings. And so I think those moments remind me of why I'm here, why I'm doing this. They're incredibly rewarding personally, but they also remind me of the importance of protecting that so that other people can experience that too.
Well, and gosh, like being a lake in the winter when it's slower has got to be so quiet and peaceful. In those moments.
I mean, the other morning, actually, Sunday, I went to the warming hut and there were 4 wolves in the road. And that was I did my 2-mile snowmobile commute to work, got to my office, and I saw 4 wolves at my office. And I've seen foxes and coyotes passing in front of that building as well. And I was all alone. No one else was there. And so it's a really special moment when you have moments like that. And those moments always kind of take me back to why I'm here. And I find that some of my best moments in the park, best sunrises, sunsets, rainbows, wildlife sightings, have occurred on some of my most difficult days. And so it's like, even though there are those tough days, the park always finds a way to remind me of why I'm here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that reminds me of a time a few years ago. I was driving home. It was a Friday. It was the end of the workday. I was trying to get back to the office, and I got stuck in this bison jam for 2 hours. So I didn't get home till like 8 p.m.
Yeah.
But it's moments like that, like a lot of those people are experiencing that for the first time, and it's super cool. They get to be in a place like that. Where you get to have those types of experiences and sightings. So,
and when you're frustrated in that bison jam, but you look over at like a little kid who's just glued to the window, can't believe what's happening, kind of makes it a little easier. Yeah, at least you're not stuck on an interstate somewhere.
Yeah, for sure. So do you have a defining moment? You've talked about some cool sightings and things that you get to experience living in the interior in winter. Is there like one moment that really stands out to you as like a career defining moment?
Yeah. I don't know if this is a defining moment, but when I thought about this, a moment that made me feel like I was really in the right place and doing a good job and something that I was really proud of happened a couple of summers ago. I had a father and daughter asking questions, and the father was the main one asking the questions, and the daughter was really curious and she started chiming in. And so she'd ask a question, I'd give her an answer. She'd ask another question. And so this really natural flow of conversation began. I even went and got a bear skull and brought it out to show her. And so I was sitting on the porch with this bear skull talking to her about it. And I remember she looked up at me and said, "Ranger Addie, I love learning with you." And it really just melted my heart because it felt like all of this was worth it. And I really was having an impact and inspiring the next generation of stewards for these lands. And after that, her father pulled me aside and was like, "I just want to tell you, like, I really appreciate that you took the time to speak with her and answer all her questions." He was like, "I know she had a lot of questions." And he's like, "I don't know if you know that the impact that had on her." And I didn't even realize this at the time or tell him, but I don't think they realized the impact that they also had on me, because that was just reminded me of why I'm here and why I'm doing this.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of one of the like interesting things about your job is it's less like quantifiable the impacts that you have. And so like, who knows what that little girl is going to grow up to be or do.
I know we're talking about junior ranger badges in the intro. And after I answered all of those questions for her, I was like, "Well, you're working on a junior ranger book, right?" She said no, she'd never heard of the program. And so I got her a book, and she was like, "I want you to be the ranger to swear me in. Like, when are you working again?" And so I was
awesome.
like, "Tomorrow at 10 a.m. is the 1 hour that I'm here."
My personal park
I was
ranger.
like, "You got a deadline for this? Because then I'm going to be on my weekend. I'm going to be backpacking." And she was like, "I'm finishing it." And so she came back. I think she was only 6, but she did all of her work that day and came back the next morning, and I got to swear her in. So, maybe
cool.
she'll be in this position in the future, you know.
Yeah.
Maybe she'll be a real ranger one day.
That's awesome.
That's awesome. And that's a lasting impact too.
Yeah.
That's really cool. So we'll get into the nitty gritty of your job. The park guide position that you're in, do you know what the series is on USA Jobs? So if people want to go apply, what should they look for?
Yeah, the series is 0090.
And do you know, are those like entry level jobs? How far up the ladder can they go with those?
Yeah, so park guide positions are typically more entry level, and mine is a GS5 position.
And do you need any formal training or anything like that?
There's no formal training needed for this position. Just having experience in education and interpretation is helpful.
Okay. So if you were to give somebody advice on like what type of experience they should get, what would you tell them?
My recommendation would be just get experience where you can, whether that's like volunteering at your local environmental center, which is something that I did, or working at a nearby state park. If you can get experience in interpretation and environmental education, that's going to be a really good way to get your foot in the door.
And how did you, I mean, obviously you have to know a lot about the resource to answer all those questions about circular bison poop and stuff. So how, I mean, is that just stuff that you research kind of on the job or on your own just because you're curious? How do you get that knowledge?
I'd say a combination of both. I had visited here, I don't know how many times before working here, probably 5 times with my family. And so from that, I just had a lot of basic knowledge of what are the popular sites to see and how do you be a visitor here, because I had visited. So I kind of had some of that background knowledge. I had some knowledge on the ecosystem that I learned when working in Grand Teton National Park. Some of that was on the job learning. Some of that was reading before I did that position. And then since I've been here, I'd say more of the knowledge that I've acquired has been on the job, either reading different references, learning from fellow rangers is probably one of the biggest ways that I learn, and just answering questions. It's really scary as your first day being a ranger, working at the front desk, having to answer questions, but that's the only way that you're going to know what people are asking and know what information you need to know.
Yeah, I've worked the front desk a few times and I'm just like, I don't know. I don't know.
But and then you're one of the main people that like is contributing to the resources that we're using.
Well, in Yellowstone, there's so much information to possibly know too. So
that's another thing that's like really kept me in Yellowstone for so long, is that it's hard to get bored here, because one day I'm getting questions about circular bison poop. The next day I'm getting questions from a microbiologist who knows more about the thermophiles in these features than I do.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's just endless knowledge to know. And so, yeah, there's still questions that I get that I don't know the answer to. And I tell them I'll go look it up and get back to you. And sometimes it's hard to find an answer, but I try.
Well, that's really cool. And, so the last thing we like to ask people, what is your favorite memory that you've had? It could be here in Yellowstone or any other national park, since it sounds like you've worked and visited lots of different national parks. Do you have a favorite moment that you've had?
So something that stands out to me is a moment I had here in Yellowstone, and it doesn't involve wildlife or hiking or thermal features like you might expect it to. It actually involves the ice on Yellowstone Lake, which I know some of you here have heard me go on and on about the ice on Yellowstone Lake. But Yellowstone Lake freezes in the winter, and living at lake, this is something that is a pretty exciting event to us. Like, what day is the ice going to freeze, or the lake going to freeze? What day is it going to melt? Sometimes it sings as well. So we kind of really like live our lives by the seasons of the lake. And Ice Off Day is like my favorite day of the year. I just think it's so incredible, and it doesn't happen every year. But if conditions are right, as the ice breaks up, it gets pushed out of the lake at Yellowstone River, which is the only outlet to the lake, and it flows down underneath Fishing Bridge. And as that happens, those chunks of ice all kind of get compressed into each other, and you can stand on Fishing Bridge and look underneath your feet, and it's just mesmerizing watching this like icy slushy move. It sounds really cool too. It's like a bunch of shards of glass almost. And usually it occurs late May, like Memorial Day weekend. And a couple years ago, I was actually out of the park on a temporary work assignment, and I wasn't scheduled to get back until June. And I was like, there's no way I'm going to make it back in time for Ice Off. And I was pretty sad about it, because it only happens once a year. Like it's not like Old Faithful. It's not happening every 90 minutes. So I was really bummed that I was going to miss Ice Off Day. And I was moving back into the park on June 3rd. And as I'm driving along the lake, I see that the ice is still there and it's starting to break up. And I rushed to Fishing Bridge, got to Fishing Bridge in time. I'm standing there watching the ice, listening to the sounds, and I look up and there was a double rainbow. And as silly, and as silly as it sounds, it just felt like the lake had waited for me, and that was Yellowstone's way of welcoming me back home.
That's awesome.
That's really cool.
I would like Yellowstone to welcome me back home with a double rainbow next time I'm down there too. So if you could
I'll try.
Could make that happen, that would be so. And I have to go back to one other thing you said really fast before we go, because you said it sings.
Yeah. So as the ice cracks and forms, those sound waves are kind of sent through the ice, and you get these really unique sounds. It kind of sounds like lightsabers. It doesn't happen often. Conditions have to be just right, but it's really cool when it does occur.
Sorry, can you give us what does it sound like? Can you give us your best impression?
Yeah, it's like pew, pew, pew. But also there's other sounds too, but those are the coolest sounds.
That's cool.
I will be listening out for lightsabers next time I'm down there.
Yes.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, Addie.
Thanks for having me today. Yeah, this was really fun.
Well, that's it for this week's episode of What We Do. Thanks again to our guest, Addie Falgout. If you like what we do, rate and review the show wherever you listen. Every positive review helps new listeners find the show. If you have questions or want to learn more about a particular job, contact us using the form at go.nps.gov/whatwedopodcast. Thanks for listening.
Headwaters is brought to you by the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
Our purpose is to tell unexpected stories about how Glacier is connected to everything else. But today's bonus episode will be a little different. Instead of telling a story, I'm hosting a debate between Michael and Perry about the best activities to do in Glacier.
Ooh.
Hi, I'm Sophia. You're listening to Headwaters, a podcast from Glacier National Park.
I'm Perry.
I'm Michael.
Here in my hands, I have a ranger hat full of little pieces of paper with different activities you could do in Glacier National Park.
Okay.
I will pull one of these pieces of paper, and on it will be an activity, and whoever speaks first, that's their stance, and the other person has to argue the opposite.
Okay.
Here
Michael
we
and
go.
I can get in a fight about anything.
That's the easy part. It's winning the fight. That's the hard part.
I'm ready.
So let's pull the first topic and get started.
Okay. Camping. Well, I love camping. That's my stance. If you come to a national park, odds are you're here to kind of disconnect from normal life, unplug, so to speak. Sounds corny, but how often do you get to wake up with the sunrise, go to sleep with the sunset, show off your ability or lack thereof to build a campfire, have s'mores? It's just the perfect national park experience.
Well, I hate camping. There are way too many bugs. Glacier can be very mosquito-y at certain times of year. Also, you say, great, you get to see the sunsets and wake up with the sunrise. In Glacier in the summer, that is too late and too early. You're not getting enough sleep. And fundamentally, you're paying someone to sleep on the ground. Hard pass.
I would give that one to Michael. I feel like bug spray's a thing. If I'm in my tent, I'm relatively safe from the bugs. I'm going to enjoy the great outdoors occasionally. I don't have to do it all the time.
Okay.
All right, floating/tubing. Love it. Floating the stretch of Lower McDonald Creek from Apgar to West Glacier is right outside my house and really easy to do after work. And I love that I get to see a part of the park that's right by my house, but from a totally different perspective than I would see it otherwise. Also, great birds.
I hate floating and tubing because it requires you to have two different vehicles. You've got to put one in where you start, and you have to park one where you get out, and you have to spend all that time, waste all that time, I would say, shuttling back and forth. Whereas hiking, you can start and end at the same place. No problem. There are loop hikes. There are not loop rivers. Anti-floating. You're just baking in the sun the whole time.
Personally, I didn't grow up near rivers, so I am loving them here. So I'm sorry, Michael. I have to side with Perry. Floating and tubing. It's pretty fun.
Too bad. All right. What's next? Stargazing. Well, I love stargazing, and here's why. I don't know the names of almost any constellations, and that doesn't matter. I can pick out the Big Dipper, the Little Dipper. Beyond that, it's just like Earth's screensaver. You can stare at it. It's mesmerizing. It's special to look for comets. What's better than staring up at the night sky?
Okay, night skies, thumbs up. Stargazing, thumbs down. You have to stay up way too late. Here in Glacier in the summer, it's not even fully dark till well after midnight. There's too much to be doing during the day. We don't have time to be stargazing at night. It's my bedtime.
During the daytime that she's so excited about, it's been like 95 degrees. Nighttime, cool 70s. Beautiful skies. And also, coffee exists. So
I'm siding with Michael here.
Yes.
Yeah, love the stars here. You could see the Milky Way in Glacier National Park, which is pretty special. Yeah.
I'm glad I drew first on that one.
Okay, fishing. I don't have a lot to say about fishing. Those who've listened to season 2 will recall that the last time I went fishing, I was 6 and an alligator ate my bobber. So it's just adding work to another activity I'd rather be doing. Like I'm floating down the river on a boat. I just want to enjoy that. It feels like a lot of work to be standing there waving a fishing rod around. Or if I'm like fly fishing, standing in the shallows, like I could just be swimming or eating or picnicking, I don't need it.
Well, I love fishing. It is one of the most meditative ways to gain a deep understanding of an ecosystem in Glacier. The park only encourages you to catch or touch one type of animal in the park, and it's fish. You're allowed to catch them. There are some that you aren't, but it's just such a unique experience in the park to be able to get to know the aquatic wildlife, and have an excuse to just go stand in a river for 2 hours.
Michael, how many times have you been fishing in Glacier?
Twice.
Maybe I need to become a fish girl. I've never been fishing before, which is surprising for being from Texas. But your argument's pretty convincing, Michael. I know you can find out more information about fishing regulations on our website. So if anybody else is interested in hopping on the fish train, check it out.
Fish train.
No.
Driving, going to the Sun Road. Big fan. Love it. I mean, it's like the ultimate experience here. It's the experience that put Glacier on the map for people to come visit. It's where I would say 90% of the pictures of the park come from, is from driving, going to the Sun, maybe 75. And that is because you get to witness 3 different distinct ecosystems in 1 2-hour drive. You get to have incredible wildlife sightings from the safety of your vehicle. From bears to bighorn sheep, mountain goats, you get to drive to over 6,600 feet. What's not to love?
Here's what's not to love: driving. What if you take a shuttle so you don't have to drive going to the Sun Road? You can see all those things, but you can spend way more time actually looking at them instead of having to spend all that thought and energy looking at the road, avoiding other cars and said bighorn sheep and mountain goats. And if you just sit on a shuttle and let someone else do the driving, you can appreciate the scenery. It's type 1 fun. There you go.
Honestly, the shuttle sounds pretty nice to me. Or being a passenger, I would say. Yeah, I'm siding with Perry on this.
All right, one more. Birding.
Oh.
I love birding. I love trying to figure out who they are, what they look like, who's singing. And you may not get to see a grizzly bear when you come here. I'm sure you won't see a mountain lion. A few of you might, but I never have. But almost everywhere you go in Glacier, you'll find birds. You can come at any time of year and see birds. And especially if you come in the spring, they're constantly singing and calling and just making this place richer and more beautiful.
Well, here's my hot take on birding. I love birds. I mean, they are the soundtrack to our mental image of nature itself. But as you said, they are everywhere. I could see birds where I grew up in Ohio, and I can ID them and have a very similar experience. If I wanted to see a grizzly bear, I'd have to go to the zoo. So, birding in Glacier, it's fun to hear birds as you go out and hike, but it's not an activity in its own right. Birds are the background to experiences you could only have here and that people are coming from across the country to have because they can't have it at home. So that's my hot take on birding.
I'm never taking you birding again.
Honestly, Perry, your passion for birding speaks to me. There's hundreds of birds you could see here, and that's a very special experience. So I have to side with Perry here, Michael.
Okay. I disagree, but it has been decided.
It's okay. I won. You just accept it. I feel like we covered a lot, but there are so many other activities that we didn't talk about.
What's another activity?
I would say berry picking.
Yeah.
I love picking huckleberries.
Classic.
It's an iconic part of a Glacier summer. Just wouldn't be the same without it.
If you are trying to plan a trip to Glacier and interested in what sort of activities you can find here, check out our website at nps.gov/GLAC, and it can help you plan a great trip.
We're hard at work on the next season of Headwaters. Stay tuned for bonus content like this and more episodes about your favorite national park.
Headwaters is made possible with support from our nonprofit partner, the Glacier National Park Conservancy. We are so grateful for all that they do for us. Check them out at glacier.org. And if you have a moment to leave us a review in your podcast app, that helps us so much. Thanks for listening.
You know what activity we missed? Podcasting. I mean, there are more activities here than we could cut up and put in a ranger hat. I like them all.
Me too. Despite everything
Many visitors, when they come to Yellowstone National Park, don't realize that they're in one of the world's largest active volcanoes. All the hydrothermal, the hot water features in this park are the result of the Yellowstone volcano. The volcano gives us much of our elevation we have in this area because it heats the ground. That ground is less dense, so we have a high volcanic plateau here of 8,000 feet. It has supplied many of the rocks and the soils that are in this area, so the vegetation is responsive to the Yellowstone volcano, and of course the animals are responsive to the vegetation. The simplest, perhaps most eloquent way to describe it is the heart of Yellowstone. Yellowstone would not exist without the presence of the volcano. First, think of the ground surface, and then let's start having a mass of very hot molten rock, which we call magma, moving up towards the surface. As it moves up, it starts to break the overlying rock, and those breaks basically are earthquakes. So in the area on the ground surface above the molten rock which is moving up, there will be hundreds to thousands of earthquakes per day, and those earthquakes will probably be in the 4.5 magnitude range or larger. The other thing that occurs as this gets close to the surface, the ground starts to deform. It actually gets bent. So in the area of the earthquakes, you should also see significant ground deformation. Sometimes up to a yard a year may occur preceding an eruption. Also, we would expect to see changes in the hot water features, the geysers and hot springs, as this molten rock gets near the surface, and we would expect to see changes in the geothermal gases that come from the ground. Now, do we have earthquake swarms in the park? Definitely. Do we have ground deformation? Definitely. Does the hydrothermal system change? Every day. But are those signs of an impending eruption? No. All these things have to be coincident in the same area and very concentrated, a greater magnitude, and many more of them than we currently see. So having an earthquake swarm near Norris and ground deformation in the White Lake area and changes in the thermal system in Mammoth, they're all part of the normal vital signs of this volcano, and there has been nothing that has been indicated that there is an impending eruption. In the summer of 2014, there was a 3-mile section of road along the Firehole Lake Drive, which is a side road that is north of the Old Faithful area, that was closed because the pavement had become soft and road oil was seeping up through the pavement. Reports were that this was due to increased geothermal activity in the area, and also people then became concerned that this indicated increased volcanic activity in the area. And this wasn't the case. Yes, the road is in an active geothermal area. It's a side road that allows people to view Great Fountain geysers, White Dome geysers, other thermal features. As such, the road is on very hot ground. When we get a very hot day in the summer, with all the sun beating down on the black asphalt, and the road had recently been chip sealed, so all the cracks in the road were sealed with oil, which not only stopped the rain from getting into the road, but stopped the hot geothermal vapors from escaping the road. So the three things of very hot air temperatures, above 80 degrees Fahrenheit, the road being in a thermal area, and the asphalt basically being sealed by new road oil that was black, all coupled to deform the road. Within 2 days, our park maintenance crews had been out and worked on the road and fixed it. It's open for travel and has been ever since after the original 2 days closure. This also happened back in 2002 when a segment of the road near White Dome Geyser approached 196 degrees Fahrenheit. The asphalt became soft, and there what occurred was roughly a 60-foot area of the road. The asphalt was stripped off which allowed the road to breathe. Gravel was placed there, and that segment of road has been open ever since. First, let's describe what a super eruption is. It's just a very, very large eruption. An eruption of at least 240 cubic miles of molten material, and usually that molten material is forcefully vented into the atmosphere. It's not just one large explosion, but through time, there's a lot of molten material vented into the atmosphere. In Yellowstone's past, there have been two super eruptions. One at 2.1 million years ago that was about 600 cubic miles of molten material, and one 640,000 years ago that was 240 cubic miles. To put that in comparison, the eruption of Mount St. Helens was about 0.1 cubic miles. So the super eruptions are very large. They do change basically world climate, temperatures, everything else due to the volcanic ashes and gases that are expelled. Do we know if there will ever be another super eruption of Yellowstone? No, we don't. The volcano experts who study Yellowstone, the volcanologists, do not know if there will be another super eruption of Yellowstone. Is volcanic activity and volcanic eruptions, are they in Yellowstone's future? Definitely. But the most probable eruptions are much smaller than these super eruptions. Now, by smaller, we may mean they might be as large as a Mount St. Helens sort of eruption, or even much smaller than that. Maybe an individual vent that puts out a very nice Hawaiian-type basalt flow. A very robust monitoring network is in place in Yellowstone National Park that monitors earthquakes, monitors ground deformation, monitors stress and strain within the earth, and all these data are online real time through the Yellowstone Volcano Observatory. So none of those data, which are publicly available, have ever indicated to the experts that there's even a potentially small impending eruption. One of the important aspects of the monitoring equipment is to be able to give scientists the ability to predict in advance when an eruption is going to occur. And in its simplest form, the larger the potential eruption, the more molten rock that's coming up over a greater area, the more signals that will occur, the more earthquakes that will occur, the larger the area affected, the more the ground deformation will be occurring in that area, and the more there will be changes in the thermal system and gases. So the larger the eruption, the more advanced notice there'll be, and the smaller the eruption, the less advanced notice. But that's the way we would hope it would be, because the smaller the eruption, the less the effect of it to Yellowstone or even to smaller areas than just the park itself.
Hello again, Rocky Rangers. 2 quick announcements before we get started with this week's episode. They might sound familiar because they're the same as last episode. We still have a big pavement preservation project going on in the park. That's going to be creating delays and closures over the next week and change. The biggest impact? Alpine Visitor Center and Old Fall River Road will be completely closed on Thursday, August 17th. Other impacts are too complicated to cover in detail here, trust me on that, but you can get the full deets on our website. Point your browser to nps.gov/ROMO. Look for alerts at the top of the page. If you're on a mobile device, it'll be hidden in our little menu. Find the alert related to pavement preservation and click more. It's been rain lately with heavy thunderstorms and even continuous rain rolling in every afternoon. It's raining right now. Always check the weather before your visit. Plan any hikes so that you are well below tree line before storms are set to arrive, and never leave the safety of a building or your car if thunderstorms are present. Lightning is serious business, so play it safe. And now for our episode. This week, we join Design Outside, a class of undergraduate graphic and industrial design majors from the University of Kansas who spent a week camping at Moraine Park and expanding their creativity outside of the classroom and studio. As you'll hear, the class had a big impact on the students, and it was super fun to talk to them, to hear all the different types of projects that they'd come up with over the week, how the week impacted their design process now and potentially in the future, what it was like to camp for the first time for some of them, and to get to geek out about design stuff, because that's what I do all day usually. We hope this podcast inspires you also to camp, to explore Rocky, and to create beautiful things. Let's rock. How's it going?
Good.
How's your week been?
Very good out here. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome. So, how about you introduce yourself?
Okay. My name is Jeremy Shellhorn, and I'm Associate Professor of Design at the University of Kansas. And I teach a summer class called, it's the Do Studio, Designing Outside. And the purpose of that is to really get the students outside of the traditional classroom setting and get them outside where they have to be in a place that pushes them to think about design and make things differently than they would otherwise. And it's been a great week out here at Rocky. The weather's been great, but it's just a good time to get them out of their comfort zone and have to deal with things like climate and elevation and not being able to run into studio every 5 minutes to print stuff out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so great.
Yeah. This is year 2, right?
This is year 2, yeah, second annual.
Yeah.
So I was certainly a little bit better at preparation. And
yeah. How did this feel this year compared to last year?
It was very good. I think I had a good mix. These students got to do a couple hikes to kind of get acclimated.
Oh, nice.
We went to Emerald Lake the first day.
Yeah.
We had a lot of flatlanders, so they had to get used to the elevation.
Very smart for our listeners. Very smart move.
Yeah. Started easy.
So you went up to Emerald Lake, and did you do like sketching and stuff, or was it? What was kind of involved?
So we got up there and just got acclimated to hiking in the elevation, and then just kind of had a sketch time.
Yeah.
And it was hot out, so we did have a couple brave souls that did maybe get into the water.
Ooh.
And then very quickly got back out of the water and resumed sketching.
Never will you feel more alive.
Yeah. And
that's awesome.
So that was a great kind of first day to get acclimated. And then the next day we went to Mills Lake. Kind of the prototypical, gave them the story about, one of the proponents of getting, Rocky up as a park, Mills, and he was actually a Kansan.
That's right.
From Lynn County, Kansas.
Yeah.
And so I gave him a little bit of story about how he ended up here. And so we went and visited the lake of his namesake.
That's great.
And then a couple of us that were up to a little more adventure kept on going to Black Lake.
Okay, yeah, that's a good hike.
And there was a little bit of snow.
Yeah, you were saying that earlier this week. Like, how much snow?
There was quite a few spots where we were crawling up and then maybe sliding down.
Yeah, okay, so a lot of snow.
Yeah, a lot of snow.
And I guess that was like late June.
Yeah.
Late June. That's pretty. Yeah, that's pretty typical.
Yeah, it was gorgeous, and one of the nice things about
going
past, Mills Lake was, it's fantastic to see that site, but if you're able to go maybe just a little bit farther, you beat a little bit of the crowds.
That was Mills Lake was kind of like my first introduction. So I came here for the first time, I guess 3 years ago, to make their brochure map.
Mm-hmm.
So everybody who uses a map in the park. I came here to make that, and I stayed afterwards and did a backpacking trip. And like I went in Glacier Gorge, up to Mills Lake, up to Black Lake, and then I actually kept going up past that, like way up into Glacier Basin. And I tried to go over Stoneman Pass, and that's when I lost the prescription sunglasses that I was talking about earlier.
Oh, so got it.
There was still a lot of snow up in that pass.
Yeah.
And that was late. That was like in the 20s in July.
Wow.
Anyway, but it's beautiful up there. I love that. Like Longs and the Keyboard of the Winds coming
Yeah.
down and
Yeah. Yeah.
Pagoda Mountain, Chief's
Yeah.
Head.
Tried to point out
Black Lake,
as
too.
many places like that on our way, and certain times you head up that part of that particular trail and you get a good kind of side angle of the diamond on Longs Peak. And so we did have a couple climbers in our group. They did not venture to something that hard.
Yeah.
But a little bit of bouldering this week, and mostly hiking and sketching.
Oh, that's awesome.
And just getting out with the paints.
Yeah.
And stuff that sort of forced them to get off screens for the week. So I mean, as an educator, just a chance to get them to experience a place like this. Force them to have maybe some parameters they don't always have.
Yeah.
And force them to be a little bit more creative
Yeah.
about how they're going to create what we're looking at now is sort of a show. We're in Moraine Park Campground, and my students have put up a show, a little art and design show, and invited some of the camp guests here, and we're just hanging out and sort of looking at what they did this week.
Yeah, we're gonna walk around and play Pass the Mic.
Cool.
We're just gonna get to play like Duck Duck Goose,
Awesome.
kind of.
Awesome. Yeah.
We'll do that in a little bit.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's great. I think it's so awesome, and it's something that we do try to promote, but I think doesn't get associated a lot with national parks is art.
Mm-hmm.
And art has always been so essential. Like part of the reason why Yellowstone was even set aside is that Moran went into the wilderness and hauled all the stuff and painted it and interpreted it so other people could see it and be like, wow, that's incredible.
Yeah, and
it's inspired so much art too that isn't even about national parks necessarily. Like that's great that you made the connection with Enos Mills. Yeah.
Yeah, and Albert Bierstadt.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
The lake named
Incredibly
after him
famous here.
Same kind of deal. If you didn't have a photographer to send out, you had paints and drawing, and I think for these kids, they know how to use those tools, but this really sort of forces them to do it.
And camping all week too.
Yeah.
It kind of gets you in a different headspace.
Absolutely.
Especially after the first couple, like after the first 2 or 3 days when you're like really in it, you're really embracing the new shower routine.
Yes.
Or lack thereof.
Yes. A couple cold showers,
mornings and
a couple solar showers that maybe we didn't set out in the sun.
Long enough.
Yeah.
But you tried.
Yeah.
That's good. You're preparing for our solar future. It's smart.
Yeah.
But rather important in the sun.
Yeah.
Should we walk around and play tag?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Let's just walk around.
Okay.
We can just drag the mic cables. It doesn't matter.
Fantastic.
They're strong.
Let's talk to these. We have a couple of junior rangers that are.
Oh, new junior rangers.
Oh, all 3 of them right here?
Yeah, wow. All 3 of our junior rangers. What a treat.
Well, they said it was 9 and up for the activities, so.
Yeah.
There was no age limit.
It's actually, I think, a growing in popularity. We'll probably have to pass the mic around a little. They're pretty specific to where they're held. All right, we have our 3 junior rangers. Yeah.
Yep, we're here.
Whenever people want to talk, we can just pass the mic around. Tell us your name.
My name is Alex.
And Alex, where are you from?
I'm from the University of Kansas.
University of Kansas.
Everyone, yeah. But yeah, from Kansas.
From Kansas?
Yep.
Where in Kansas, in case we have Kansas listeners?
Just outside of Kansas City.
Okay.
In a suburb of Kansas City, so
nice. Yeah, why don't we go down the line?
I'm Gracie. I'm from Lawrence, Kansas. I also attend the University of Kansas.
And then my name's Dagny. I live in Denver, but I go to the University of Kansas.
Oh, nice. Interesting. Maybe I'll ask you more about that.
2 of us study industrial design, and then 1 of us graphics design. So
nice. How did you enjoy the Junior Ranger program?
It was amazing. I learned a lot actually from
it.
Yeah,
that's
some
great.
really great activities.
Yeah.
The ecosystems, I think, was the most interesting part.
Yeah.
We're also about to go get the Stargazer's badge.
Ooh, nice. You're going to go to the stargazing program? You will love that.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've been getting out at night here enough to be able to see,
We've
but
had some good night skies.
yeah.
It's been pretty cloudy, too.
Oh, that's true.
Hit and miss.
Yeah, I think tonight you're looking good.
Yeah.
It's looking extremely clear.
I'm excited.
Yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of people much above the age of 9 enjoy the junior ranger program. I almost think we should have an adult ranger program.
I think that'd be great.
Yeah.
I just doing the activities, I imagine parents involved with their kids learn a lot as well, like with the kids. Just
Yeah, that's what we hear. It's a great program.
Dagny and I have considered making. We thought it was one of our projects that would be fun to make our own patches. For being an adult ranger. Like
Oh,
adult,
nice.
We were thinking like all of the names, like super senior, junior, senior ranger. Like we were trying to think of like how to be inclusive.
Mister. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
I like that. I don't know. What do you guys thought about this week? You enjoyed camping all week?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's been a lot of fun. It's definitely not something I've done in a long time.
Yeah. Any of you guys been to Rocky before?
Yeah.
Yeah. Everybody?
Yeah, everyone. Yeah.
Wow. There's such a big Kansas, Rocky, Denver, of course.
Neighboring state, man.
It's true. Yeah.
It's not a far drive, and it's a lot better looking.
Yeah.
In some ways.
Oh, okay.
Well, okay,
yeah.
we have the
If you like
sunsets.
mountains,
We have sunsets.
that's true. Yeah, my fiance's from Wyoming, where it's in a little more open part of Wyoming and misses the sunsets.
Yeah.
Big open sky.
Baxter was chasing one. A
Yeah.
fellow classmate was chasing one, and he finally got a good one last night. So
Nice.
Yeah, while he was fishing.
So Jeremy gave a little bit of overview about the class, so people sort of get the overview. I think his intent was to shake things up, get you outside. How has it been different from your normal design life, if at all?
I mean, usually our design life is, tons of late night hours in a studio, dealing with the rest of college
Yep.
while trying to do design projects. This has just been completely different, being outside constantly,
Yeah.
having to adapt to the environment and what you just have available. I think there was a lot of creativity from using available supplies that you couldn't necessarily go to the store and pick up whatever you wanted. You kind of had to use what was available, and a lot of sharing of resources and stuff like that.
Oh, that's cool. That's interesting.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, for the most part, graphics, we live oftentimes in the basement, so there's
Yeah.
very few windows.
I know how that goes.
So there's the joke we had. It's like, well, the only windows are on the computer, but it was like really fun not being in a basement, not being on a computer.
Yeah.
Actually being outside in a temperature that was ideal instead of the humid Kansas weather, and so
Oh.
that was a lot of fun. And like, I did a lot more handmade stuff,
Mm-hmm.
and I usually feel like I fall heavily on, Illustrator program, like
Yeah,
Illustrator, and
I definitely do.
mostly Illustrator for me. Yeah.
I think we all do that with the computer.
Yeah.
It was nice getting away from it.
Oh yeah. Definitely.
Because during our normal design process, we usually jump into that technological aspect
Yeah.
really, really fast.
Yeah.
And staying away from that really, I know I got a lot more ideas than I normally would have
Really?
gone through.
Yeah.
Just by using the pencil and paper and
Huh.
some watercolor.
Yeah.
I think there's the Bauhaus philosophy of design, where like using a lot of materials to experiment, and it was fun. We do that in our first year of design school. It kind of gets lost when we go to the computer, and so it was nice kind of
Yeah.
returning to that and playing with physical materials. I was playing with some pine cones earlier today, and like put some googly eyes on them, and that was just a great time.
Like you tripped. Yeah. He just tripped over a pine cone, and then he just started collecting them, and we were just like, "What is?"
I just picked it up and I looked at it, and it looked like a face, and I was like, this would be a great character, and so I just put some eyes on it.
It's like cabin fever, but with a van in your case.
Yeah, just with a van. Yeah. We watched The Shining last night, so
Oh, man.
we're all thinking about
In
that.
that little ranger.
Yeah.
Little ranger section.
Have you been?
That was amazing being in the ranger station. My favorite thing was looking at how they store hats there.
Oh. Yeah, you saw the hat holders?
I geeked out about that a bit.
Yeah, I'm trying to think how to describe it for people. It's just like like two pieces of thick paper with kind of a circular cutout in it so that you can slide the brim of the flat hat down into it.
Yeah,
It's
so the hat
yeah.
sits flat against the wall.
Yeah, and it keeps it in a flat, it keeps the right shape and all that stuff.
Everyone had their name next
Yeah.
to their hat, which was just really cute.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
It's like, going to class, hanging up your hat.
Yeah.
I really want to make one now. Yeah. Just because I have so many floppy hats.
For kids and mini uniforms.
I was gonna say
yeah,
that was
exactly.
the cutest thing. We went to the Alpine Ridge Visitor Center, and they had all those like mini junior ranger or like just ranger outfits for like kids. And
Yeah.
I don't know. We've been enjoying a lot of the mini outdoor gear that is out there for children.
Oh yeah, and actually, I'm pretty sure the Junior Ranger badge is bigger than the actual badge.
Yeah, no,
so.
I actually have to agree with that.
Is yours made out of plastic though?
No, they are metal. That is different.
Dang.
Actually, I don't
I
have
feel
a badge right now.
I feel cheated.
Because I'm also often in the office and on Illustrator and in Photoshop and in InDesign, and I find the same thing. Even being here, sometimes it's hard to remember to get just like sketch stuff.
Yeah.
It's also can be so much more time saving, I think, too, to just get stuff out. You know what I mean? Like when you're really proficient in Illustrator, you can do some things. You can be fast, but I just think there's something cool to just.
I feel like sometimes you get to your result almost a little too fast and
Yeah,
miss out on the
exactly.
creative process.
Exactly.
Because I think a lot of the fun I had today, like this whole week, was just like playing in my sketchbook because I haven't really used like markers and ink or gouache all that much in like recent years. Like I love like those hand, like just illustrating by hand and stuff. And so that was a lot of fun, just like experimenting with layering and how those look and interact with each other. And so it's like kind of a fun, I really didn't do anything graphic design wise. I just was like illustrating all week and it was like really cathartic.
Yeah.
Really fun.
Sounds great.
Yeah.
Is your all's stuff, what's your all's stuff?
I did the I'm calling it the climbing universal route identifier. Yeah, so I feel like climbing routes could be increased safety-wise if they had a better like designation system. So I just started like talking to some climbers, and out of the climbers I pulled several of the crags, mainly at Lily Mountain. None of them knew the name of the route they were climbing or the difficulty,
nor
the amount of protection that was required. 0% of them. So I thought that was like kind of crazy.
Interesting.
And so I felt like if, some little like small designation tags could be made with the route information from the difficulty level and also the amount of protection needed.
Interesting.
And also when it was bolted. So that's on the back of the tag. So I made some little prototypes and put them on a route and photographed them, and then
that's great.
Tried to use I was hoping like all the climbing routes designations around the world are all kind of different, and so I was hoping to maybe use shapes and color and maybe a new system that they could all fit within, could kind of unify them. So I was trying to use almost like the skiing slope system of a green circle tag for low level routes. And then, all from the Yosemite system to like all the other worldwide ones, they could all put their numbers on it.
Right.
But,
somewhere on that scale.
Somewhere on that scale, but they could all have a unifying design language of, the lowest ones are green circle up to, blue square to all the way up to, like a black diamond.
Yeah,
so.
That's awesome. Yeah. Well, hopefully Jeremy will send me example, like everyone's stuff, but.
Yeah, I'm excited to work some more on it and maybe send it over to you. So.
Yeah. I mean, it'd be interesting to see what our climbing folks would think about it.
Yeah, because we definitely I remember just speaking with Alex real quick on his that one thing that was really cool too was the idea. Sorry, I was getting distracted.
That's okay. Yeah, we've got some campers or other visitors that have showed up to check it out.
Yeah, they're from the next campsite over.
Nice, making connections.
I'll get back to my thought. I just kind of escaped me. So I guess what I did was I just focused on a lot of illustration because I really wanted to make a children's book. But
nice.
We did so much outdoor activity that I really didn't have the time to sit down and illustrate. So I just made a little character, a little chipmunk. And I was just thinking of how he might interact with the mountains and the ecosystems because I really thought it'd be a cool way to educate on the ecosystems and introduce to other characters among ecosystems. And so I made a little bear too. So it's for you, that's the birds on top of my sketchbook, but then it's the mountains and then the little things at the bottom. With the
that's awesome.
Little red jacketed.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's kind of what I just did this week was thinking of more of a younger approach to the mountain.
Yeah, that is a fun feel. I'm trying to think of what era or something it reminds me of, but I like it.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I don't have a name for him yet, so
yeah.
If you have any suggestions.
For now, he's just Blank the bear.
He's Blank. Yep. So
I kind of like Blank the bear.
Blank the bear.
Actually.
Yeah, that's cute. No, I like the. Yeah, but that was kind of my approach. I work with preschoolers back in Kansas, so I kind of had them in mind when I was making it, the idea and
that's
the colors
great.
and stuff. So yeah, I was really thinking how could I teach the kids I teach in Lawrence about what I've experienced and how they can help save the Rocky Mountain National Park, or how they can make a difference, or even just be more educated in a very easy way.
Oh, that's super awesome. Yeah. That's great. What about you?
So I focus specifically on some hiking shoes for people hiking specifically within the Rocky Mountain National Park. Because as a child, I did a lot of hiking, but my footwear wasn't adequate enough, so it really made me really dislike hiking, dislike backpacking.
Yeah, sure.
Until I was able to find the shoes that actually worked for me and for my environment. And I notice a lot of people on the trails are wearing these athletic shoes, which don't really translate well into this environment, especially when you're encountering snow and rocks and water and dust and dirt and everything. So I thought about the specific trail conditions that we encountered on our different hikes, and then looked up a few on some hike rating websites and tried to combine a shoe where you're keeping that toe protected, you have a sole that can really handle those rocks and those sharp inclines, and then also more specifically finding a way so that way people can casually go through those areas with those snowbanks
Uh-huh.
and still be safe and not be sliding down.
Mm.
So I know that most snow protection is kind of goes over the whole shoe and you take it completely on and off. And thinking maybe of a thing where you can flip it so it starts out on the outside of your shoe and you can flip it down and goes on the bottom side of your
cool.
shoe. So it's
Yeah.
not necessarily in use all the time.
Yeah. Is that, do you do a lot of product kind of design like that in your normal
Yeah,
school
I
stuff?
would say shoes is my emphasis right
Yeah,
now.
you really like shoes?
Yeah, I really like them. I've been having a good time drawing them.
That's awesome.
And there's a lot of different variations.
Yeah. Yeah, I like lots of weird types of shoes.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. Right now I have on, what are these? Tiny, like super thin, barely there, barefoot sandals.
The
I like,
soles are really thin.
yeah, they're super thin. But
They're
yeah,
really nice.
yeah, shoes are fascinating. And like you said, especially if you end up hiking or backpacking a lot, you start to really care about shoes.
Yeah.
Because you
and-
hate when your feet are killing you. Yeah.
And I'm a person with a really weird foot. So if other people can not be feeling the same discomfort I have in the past,
Yeah.
that would be a great thing. And
That's
I'm sure
awesome.
a lot more people would come outside and
Yeah.
really enjoy it.
Yeah, that's really cool. What a diversity.
What do ranger boots like? What does a ranger usually wear? Because I feel like they, with as much as you guys are outdoors, like, is there a standard or standard issue boot?
Let's move out of the smoke. Yes. Yeah, we're right by the campfire. We said we were going to have podcasts that were like we were sitting around a campfire, and we actually are this time.
Very literally.
What's up? Too bad they can't see it. We'll get some sound of the crackling fire later. Ranger, there are standards. Yeah, there are uniform standards. So in terms of appearance and things like that, and then there's like specific ones that you can order. And then people who are out in the back country or, like climbing rangers or there's more choice about what works for you. So, I mean, nobody's going to want to let you go out with something like totally inadequate, but most people are just like, these are the type of boots that work for me, They tend to be brown leather. We try to keep it classy for the most part. Yeah, it's a good question. Yeah, the uniform standards are, I don't know them as well as I should because I don't usually, I don't get to wear a uniform as much as I'd like to, really. Yeah.
Actually, Alex and I recalled what you were going to say about the tags. And
Yeah.
It was just the fact that we thought, like, how is there a way national parks could be a part of that? Because you wouldn't, I think you actually, did you see how much that cost for rescue?
Well, I just tried to look up some data on rescue, and from what I could tell and some brief sources, it looked like climbing rescues were the most expensive rescue operation that the park can have. I was reading stories about helicopter rescues, and I found just one bill, like one cost, which was, I think, a little over $30,000 for one rescue for a climbing operation. So I thought, man, if there's anything we can do to make those routes safer, which I feel like knowledge is power. So if you can equip people with more knowledge about the climbing environment and the route, that possibly you could reduce the number of climbing rescues you need.
Yeah, because that's what we were thinking too. Is like yesterday was actually my first time rock climbing, and Alex was like looking for the specific route he had picked out for us because like I couldn't climb anything harder than I think it was a 5.2 that we might have found. But yeah, I couldn't have climbed anything probably harder than that. I mean, I'm
that was
already
your first time.
Exactly. And so like thinking about like, that kind of also like if maybe you don't know what to look for and you get misled. So like thinking about how like that icon like would really could save, because people then might also realize like, oh, I can't quite do this one yet, and like think about that.
It's very interesting. Yeah.
I don't think we found the right route because we were using a guidebook, which I thought I had the most updated guidebook, but I guess we were trying to, climbing routes are designated by, it's the third bolted route from the left side of this rock feature. And I think more bolted routes had gotten added since that guidebook had been published. So it was kind of interesting.
It's a very popular climbing place up here. That's interesting. It's cool that you were thinking about that. I just met with one of the climbing rangers today, Everett, and we're going to work with him on a new preventative search and rescue video. PSAR is what we call it in the Park Service for Longs Peak. For exactly what you're saying. Like, number one, we don't want anyone to get hurt ever, obviously. And then number two, whenever someone needs a rescue, you're putting people's lives at risk. I mean, that's what they do for a living, but still. And then, the cost is incredibly high. So
I think something that everybody forgets, whether you're new to it or old to it, that usually looks a little easier from the ground.
Yeah. And I think, and this is what we're going to try to convey in the video for people with Long's Peak, is that it kind of has a reputation as a climb or as a hike, and it's not a hike.
Yeah, we went up to the visitors center.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Up there, and we're like, oh yeah,
Isn't
this
that
is
cool?
very intense.
Yeah.
We had some cool shoes up there.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, they give you.
We met some llama rangers.
Nice. Yeah, I'm going to go out with them soon, sometime this summer. We're going to do a podcast with them. Yeah, I'm glad. The Long's Peak Ranger Station is really cool. It really apparently gives you a feel for it. I haven't climbed yet, but I'm going to a week from next Thursday, because we're going to go up there to start getting some shots, and for me to scope out places where we can get shots, and just getting that message out there to people of like, take it seriously, because it's a type of thing once you get past the keyhole where if you fall, you'll probably die. You'll at least be very badly injured and need intense rescue. So I think people go not realizing that. Anyway.
We had a lot of fun. We went out as a group, and also this is a different segment, but you through Jeremy encouraged us to look at the wayside signage.
Yeah.
We had a lot of fun looking at that and kind of seeing
I bet.
The design of those and how they designated or showed information to visitors. It was really interesting looking at those. We tried to do. We kind of talked about one as a group as like a see-through wayside sign, so that you could maybe etch the outline of the mountain with the peak information.
Get to the right level.
You could get to the right level and look through it and see the
that's interesting.
The kind of mountain range.
Here,
right.
It's like it's a perspective point.
Yeah.
Because the one thing that we noticed was like you had to look, and compare before you really kind of saw what parts of the mountain were where. But I could, and it was kind of evolved from the idea of like maybe an app, but then we realized service is so non-existent up on those mountains. But that idea that you could use GPS and like hold it up and kind of like those constellation apps that show you where constellations are, it could show you the peaks, and you could just tap these little hot spots and it would give you that information. So something.
Yeah, as we talked about earlier this week, that's something that I would love to see happen is an app for a park.
That'd be amazing. I think.
And I've seen some prototypes for a couple parks, and basically the way they work is that when you're at home, when you download it, they say, do you want to download all the content for offline use? So that way you can, when you're at your hotel or visitor center, before you get there, you can have it all. And then, there's one like that for the National Mall in DC.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so you can hold it up and just move around, and it'll show you like where all the museums and monuments and things like that are. Yeah.
I like that interactive aspect, because it's almost like virtual reality.
Yeah.
Augmented reality, where it kind of like transposes something computer generated on top of something real, and I think that's like a really cool interactive way to like learn more information.
Yeah, to learn more. Yeah, I think that's we're all any way that we can let people learn more stuff.
Oh yeah, I think that's why I like the Junior Ranger program so much, is because it was so informative, and I was kind of like. It was funny going into the station, like, oh, yeah, we're here for our Junior Ranger badge. And they're like, how old are you? You know what I mean? But I think that, like, having something like that, just like...
We're over 9.
Yeah.
That's all you need to know.
Yeah.
It says up, sir. Up. We just happen to be up.
Exactly.
The Junior Ranger program actually ended up leading us around the park a lot.
Yeah.
And I feel like I got a more fulfilling visit from this time, even though I've been here a lot in the past, being someone from Denver.
Yeah.
Than I ever had before, just because it's a lot more information and you feel like you have more of a mission.
Yeah, because like we were like, oh my gosh, is that a bird in our handbook? And we were like, what bird is this? And we were really into it. And then like Dagny and I we had to run back to our campsite because we needed to grab something before dinner. But on our way back, we were lucky enough to run into some bears. So it was like, while we were a little bit late for dinner, we also had this crazy experience where we got to see a mom and her cubs. And so like that was like, and we were just like, we get to put this in our ranger book.
I think
so
that's
excited about it.
I think like what you were saying earlier about like being more creative, having more ideas come to you, that kind of thing. It's just, that's exactly like when you're outside all day, basically. More stuff happens that is unusual.
Oh, yeah.
Your life is much less planned. And so, it's like, oh, we were a little late, and then we saw bears.
Yeah.
And if you'd been a little earlier, you wouldn't have seen them.
No, not at all. Because, like, Dagny saw it first, but, like, last time I was in Estes was August, and I actually stayed at a cabin here. And I feel like I spent so much time, like, at the cabin, not really thinking about, like, how much I wasn't experiencing the outside, whereas, like, I've been outside all week, and, like, counting down the days for a shower and stuff, like you just like, and we've been able to witness like deer walking through our campsite and like, just like, and we had the bear spook that spooked a couple campers and stuff like that. So, I mean, it's just been like a fun experience that I couldn't have had if I was in the safety of four walls.
There's one right now. Right next to that other. Is that mule deer?
Oh, yeah. Yep, mule deer just a little ways out from the campsite. Man, it's such a nice evening. It's too bad we can't transmit temperature.
Would you really want to,
and-
though? We want you to come here.
That's true. We do want you to come
I
here.
hope VR doesn't get that good.
Yeah, me neither.
No, I don't think so. I don't think it'll ever become like 4D. But I was gonna say that like I think what's craziest about being here is like I'm used to like 90-degree, 60% plus humidity, and like coming here has been like a dream. And I was like, I had to go buy a hat. Like I was like, I'm gonna go back to Kansas, and I am not gonna be able to use this hat. Like,
Yeah. I remember the first time I grew up in the South and kind of the Midwest, so humid for sure. And yeah, they don't get to choose who talks on mic next. We choose them. Oh, it's like duck, duck, goose. They just have to accept it. Those are the rules. Yeah, so I lived in Mississippi, Iowa, Kentucky, you know, places that are hot and humid in the summer. And then I went to Yellowstone for the first time, and I worked there for a whole summer. And I lived about this elevation, like 8,000, almost 8,000 feet. I was at Canyon. And then I came home, and I was just like, oh my God, I can't handle that. Like, it's almost like I never noticed it before, and then it ruined it for me. I think that's why a lot of people, we get a lot of people, just for it's so refreshing and cool.
Love that dry air.
Yeah, exactly.
Gives me life.
I've never been more chapped. I already have gone through my chapstick.
It takes, actually, that's something that we try to tell people in our visitor information. So we're telling you now in visitor information that
Apply chapstick before you arrive.
As you drive
Vigorously.
towards Colorado, the closer you get, the more chapped it looks.
Yeah.
That's how I can tell when I'm going to get home.
Yeah, it takes you a while to get used to it. Who are we going to pick next on mic? Thanks so much for talking to us. Who's next? I'm stepping on my cords. Does anyone want to? Because if not, then you're going to be assigned. Yeah, hop on mic. We'll pass it around. Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't come prepared.
Yeah, lay down.
I thought I did, but
let's get like 16 bars. I'm just kidding.
Yo, my name's Blake.
We'll give him 16 bars. Now I just have 16 ain't enough in my head. Have you heard that?
No, I have not.
Oh man, Andre 3000 just destroys on it for like 3 minutes straight. Anyway, what's your name?
My name is Blake.
Blake, where are you from, Blake?
St. Louis, Missouri.
St. Louis.
Yeah.
I have family in St. Louis.
Really? Where?
I think Webster Grove.
Oh, yeah.
Webster Grove. Yeah?
I'm also from St. Louis.
Yeah? Yeah, one of my uncles and 3 cousins and my aunt. St. Louis.
His whole family.
Yeah,
basically.
and then my uncle's still there, and Kansas City, I've got my cousins in Kansas City.
all right.
So, yeah.
Yeah, it was hard making the switch from St. Louis to Kansas.
Yeah?
Yeah, I was a Mizzou fan. I don't know if you've heard, but we're all KU students. And, for my whole life, basically, I was a Tiger fan, and I was like,
that was hard, huh?
Everyone else likes Mizzou out here. I'm gonna like something else.
Nice. So, have you been to Rocky Mountain National Park before?
I have not.
This is your first time.
Yep. I've been to Yellowstone though. I've been all over the country. So, yeah.
What'd you think about this park compared
honestly,
to some others that you've been to?
Some of the most beautiful sights I've ever seen.
Really?
I mean, I've been, like I said, all over the country, and the mountains are my favorite part.
Yeah.
Of that,
me too.
I guess.
Yeah.
Any natural setting.
Yeah.
So.
It's kind of my thing as
and
well.
And plus, I took a geology class earlier this semester. So.
Oh yeah, it must be really cool to be here with all this exposed rock and think about how different things formed.
Yeah.
Did you go up on Trail Ridge Road at all?
Yes, I did.
Did you see Lava Cliff there?
I don't.
It's a pullout there. It's a thick layer of rock that was from a big volcanic explosion from the Never Summer Mountains, which are to the west. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
I didn't see that.
It's easy to miss. There's a lot to look at when you're on Trail Ridge Road.
Yeah, I mean, my eyes.
Yeah, what'd you think about that, Trail Ridge Road? That's one of the things that I think.
had trouble breathing on my way up there. I was short of breath.
Yeah.
And like there was this one point where there was a parking spot before the visitor center, there was like a parking area and a walkout, and you could see like a whole bunch of different peaks.
Oh yeah.
I'm not sure what that area was called, but as I was walking downhill and out of breath, getting to the scenic.
It surprises people.
Yeah, I know.
There's a lot less oxygen in every breath up there. Yeah,
you're right. And I mean, I saw someone smoking a cigarette up there. I was like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, their lung capacity must be incredible.
Yeah, exactly.
I want some
They're
of that.
superhumans.
Sometimes I've been up there at Alpine Visitor Center, and did you go to Alpine Visitor Center?
Yes, I did. Yeah,
that's a cool visitor center.
Yeah. I got to see both Gish shops.
That's the highest elevation visitor center in the National Park Service.
Really?
The entire National Park Service.
12,000, like 13,000?
It's just under 12.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just a little bit under 12. Actually, I should know the exact number because it's on our podcast that we just put out today. It's like 11,796 or something like that. It's close to 12.
Yeah.
It's the highest one.
Right above the tree line.
It
was really cool just coming up from an area where there's heavy forest and then it just cuts off and there's nothing. It's like a completely different environment, but at the same time it's just it goes together. I can't explain how many things are running through my mind. Like, how is this?
Yeah, it's pretty mind blowing.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, for me, it always has a really surreal feel. You're just like, how is this real life?
Right. Yeah,
it's just everything's a little weird.
Yeah, I feel like humanity is not supposed to be on the top of mountains, but somehow
biologically we are not. But, it's hard to survive up there.
Definitely.
And that road's only open a little bit of the year.
Right. I saw those giant sticks on the side of the road. Mm-hmm. Well, those are for the plows, right?
Exactly.
How big is the plow that goes up on that road?
They're huge. They're actually not plows. They're rotaries. So they're like a giant snowblower. So on the front
of
them,
like a fan, like a blade.
Yeah, they're like a spiral blade on the front. That's like 4 feet tall or maybe more, and then it basically eats the snow in, and then spits it really high out the back. Because if you plowed it, there wouldn't even be anywhere to.
But it doesn't shoot it back onto the road, right?
No, yeah, it shoots it at an angle, like over the side of the road.
All right.
Yeah, the snow is so deep that they have to take multiple passes with that thing.
Yeah, I figured.
It's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
And this year, they had it all clear. We were like almost ready to go, maybe open the road a little earlier than expected. And then we had, like here where we're standing, 3.5 feet of snow. This was like
right here in this camp.
This is like mid-May.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
I was gonna ask. Like, I guess snow stays up there until like a couple weeks from today.
Yeah,
right?
If you'd been here a few weeks ago, there would have been a ton of snow up there.
Oh my gosh!
It's just that once the sun starts getting really intense and the days get long and it gets clear, the snow melts incredibly fast. But like I went up there. You should go on our Facebook and look. I went up there and took some 360 photos, and it was like May 22nd, and it's I have on a huge
coat. Up on top of Trail Ridge Road.
Yeah, I have on a huge coat, and the snow is like incredibly deep.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
I still can't imagine the snow in the summer. That blows my mind.
Yeah, that's the other thing is the snow sticks around here a really long time.
Coming up from St. Louis, it was probably 70 to 80 degrees a day. And then I've been wearing a sweatshirt, doubling up on the sweatpants every night. It's crazy. And it's like it's July.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
So
this is about as warm as it gets.
Yeah,
just about.
It's crazy thinking about. I got a chance to go to San Francisco. It was the same thing.
Yeah, in the summer it's chilly, quite chilly.
But
as Mark Twain said. So what kind of design do you do?
I'm an industrial designer.
Okay.
It's my senior year. I'm getting ready to enter the real world.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm very prepared.
Well, you are and you aren't.
Right.
I'm 32. There's definitely a learning curve.
Right.
It's good though.
I mean,
because it's a lot of it's the kind of stuff that you can't learn until you do it. You just have to
exactly.
do it.
It all comes with experience.
You'll figure it out. Like I never would have thought I would have ended up here in this job.
Right.
When I was a senior in college, never could I have imagined.
So. I know my passions are going to lead me where I want to go. I've been drawing since first grade.
Yeah. So what's it been like being here? So I mean, normally when you're probably designing on the computer.
Yeah.
Constantly.
Yeah.
Like like all of us do that do design.
Coming out into this environment having no studio, it's a totally different game.
Yeah.
I mean, granted, I did cheat a little bit. I went to Kind Coffee, and I had an opportunity to sit down and work on my computer for the necessities. But for the most part, I was doing a lot of drawing, sitting right outside of my tent.
Yeah.
And the environment is just so peaceful, and I mean, you really get an opportunity to hone in on what's going on in your head and what you want to put on the paper. And for me, it's like a new kind of piece and an upgrade in my creativity.
That's awesome.
So I really love it. And I mean,
hopefully there's ways you can find to bring that in the future.
Right. Yeah. I mean,
it can be challenging, but
you're right. But it's testing new things and experiencing things that you otherwise would not have that help you grow.
Is your stuff up here?
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's walk over.
Sure.
Check it out.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
This is me.
Oh, that's super cool. I was wondering who did that.
I made a raincoat, and
that's awesome.
It doubles as inside of the sleeves come off. They button to the chest portion, and inside of the sleeves you can store rain chaps.
Oh, yeah.
But it also doubles as insulation.
That's pretty awesome, actually.
So, yeah, it was just a quick idea I thought of. Usually it takes me longer than a week to create a product, but
why do you think it went faster here?
Well, actually, good question. It's because I got to experience the environment myself. And I recognized what would be easy, light, and efficient to bring with you on a hiking trail or rock climbing. Because you never... Out here, I've learned that the weather is pretty unpredictable.
It's extreme. Yeah, it's crazy.
So you want to be prepared for hot, cold, rain, sunshine.
Like all in a day.
Yeah. So,
especially if you go up to Trail Ridge.
Right. And you want to also pack lightly, too.
Oh, sure.
So I thought, I'm going to make a coat that can keep you warm, protect you from rain. There's a ranger-style cap that actually...
Yeah, I see that big wide-brimmed cap. That's actually that's a really cool idea.
And it like slides into the hoodie, so it...
Oh, whoa.
So if you see here, it's like a drawstring.
That is super cool.
If you've ever seen like one of those wire frisbees that just folds...
Yeah,
It's kind of like
that.
So it protects...
Yeah.
It's like a sunlight,
Sure. Yeah, I mean, you need sun protection here as much as rain.
Right, exactly.
And it goes back and forth.
Because I've gotten sunburnt, and I've also been shivering. So it's all part of the experience for me, and
it's invigorating.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, it is interesting. When I'm a big hiker and backpacker, and like, I think you just tend to get interested in gear stuff. Like,
I mean,
you
definitely
to the point where people who aren't into it almost think you're a weirdo. But it's like when you're freezing cold and not thinking very straight and it's you can't see and whatever, like you care about how nice a zipper is, how nice a zipper pull is, things like that.
If there's a need for it, there's a market for it. And if there's not a market for it, that's an opportunity to make one.
So what kind of stuff do you normally do in terms of design? Is it all over the place, or do you focus on particular types of products?
My specialty is computer-aided design, CAD. So this last semester I created a computer mouse. And it was more of a task mouse. It vibrated, and it like had an LED light on the bottom that would pop up, say blue if it was social media, green if it was a work-related email, or red if it was a text.
So when you're designing that in CAD, are you going into like the tiniest detail? Like, to what level do you have to go?
Basically, from start to finish, I'll decide who I'm going to be designing for. I decided in this case I was going to make something for a person in an office-related environment. So I researched what that person does on a daily basis, what they need, what can make their job easier. So once I figured that out, I did 100 to 200 sketches of just quick product, quick mouses, getting the form right. Then I took those sketches and I brought them into CAD and I made a model, and I made probably 6 or 7 different models until I got my form right. And from there, I moved it into KeyShot, which is a rendering program. It's what a lot of car companies do to put their car in an environment like this without bringing the car actually out
they
here.
just render it into the environment.
Yeah,
Put
so
your light sources and a few things.
Yeah, exactly. They choose the
Perspective,
angle of the light. It makes it look real, as if you just took a photograph of
Uh-huh.
it. So after that, then I'll put it all together, wrap it up, and put it in Photoshop and whatnot.
Yeah.
And label my process and clarify my steps along the way.
That's super cool.
So yeah.
So do you think that this trip or anything that you learned or experienced here is going to translate over into your design? And
Definitely. What this trip has taught me is how important it is to understand what the user needs and experiencing on a personal level what it means to research your audience, I guess. And I actually did it backwards. Well, I guess the right way. I researched my audience by hiking and doing things outside in the national park, which gave me the idea to create a coat.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's a natural step I learned that I really think will be valuable for me in the future.
That's
when
awesome.
I'm testing out products for other people, and I want to
great.
understand what it's like in their shoes.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I love it.
That's great. I'm glad you had a good first visit.
Yeah. I mean,
we're always here.
I'll be back for sure.
We're supposed to be here forever. So as long as the United States is a country, which we also hope is forever, we're supposed to be here. So, we'll be here.
Yeah. Well, I'm excited to come back and have my next experience here. It was a wonderful time, and thank you for having us.
Oh yeah, my pleasure. When Jeremy approached me last year about it the first time, he was kind of like, "Do you think we get a campsite?" And because housing is really tight here.
Yeah.
Like we don't even have enough houses for our own employees, and so it's hard. But he was like, "Oh, we'll camp. It'll be great." That's exactly what I want.
Right.
Because it's going to put people in a different
in that environment,
in a different headspace, where they're forced to use different tools, where they're forced to like make art despite physical discomfort or whatever.
Experience it from a different from a process.
Just shake things up.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think, I mean, maybe this doesn't happen for everybody, but I definitely relate to what you said and what other people is just like being outside day after day, all day. It takes a few days, but after a few days in, you start to kind of get in a different
right.
space.
Getting used to the altitude, definitely.
Yeah, and that
was
definitely
probably
takes
the
time.
hardest.
Did you have
part.
headaches or anything?
I didn't have headaches. I had breathing problems on the first day.
Yeah.
So I had to call
That's
it
not
short.
uncommon.
But after the second and third day, I was 100% ready to go. Yeah. I went climbing yesterday, and I didn't actually get to climb because it started drizzling. But I went up the hill to the climbing spot, and I just felt 100% better than I did Monday.
Yeah.
So
that's good that you recognize that. Some people don't even realize necessarily, and they keep pushing it, and then they feel real bad.
Right.
Yeah, I get headaches. I don't. I mean, I live here, but when I was first adjusting, it usually takes me a couple weeks to feel like pretty
like you're in a natural environment.
And the actual to become some people never become 100% acclimatized, which is interesting. Yeah, quite a few
Is
people.
it like smokers or
No, it's not really understood why, number one, different people adapt to altitude differently, and number two, this is what makes it confusing, is the same person on different instances will react very differently. So you can have someone who's acclimatized a bunch and never had a problem, and they're in great shape and blah, blah, all the things. And then just one trip, they'll just have huge problems.
Wow.
Or I had a friend.
Part of that might be because they're used to the extreme.
It could be. One of my friends, I've had multiple friends who are backpackers who are just like in incredible shape, and they even went early and took the time to acclimatize. And they'd had other trips where they were fine, and it just like shut them down.
Yeah.
Like almost to a dangerous level.
I mean,
so it's pretty interesting.
The crazy thing is I think I hiked 7 miles my first day, and it didn't feel like 7 miles. It was just the fact that I was going uphill the whole time.
Yeah.
That I think it was almost a mental thing for me. Like, like you need to chill out, breathe a little bit more.
And
it's
like a challenge.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I just wasn't expecting it until Jeremy said it, and I was like, wow, I guess I really do have to let nature figure itself out.
For sure. Yeah,
So-
I think that's one of the things that's kept me loving national parks. I think, and just what we facilitate, the experience that we're trying to let people have, like the experience that you had, which is to have that opportunity to like experience nature as it is without control, with as little control as possible.
Right.
And just to see that and like you said, learn how to like embrace it, be ready for it,
Right.
be safe, be smart,
and be creative.
Be creative. Exactly. Yeah. I think that's a huge part of it for sure. That's
Yeah.
awesome.
This is a great experience, and I really appreciate you having us out here again.
Glad to
Rock
hear it.
Chalk Jayhawks.
Nice.
And I'll hand the mic off.
Who else should we give the mic to? We should do what? We should hand it off to something.
All right.
Somebody. One more.
Ryan?
Yeah, we're going to get a group picture.
Oh, okay. Group picture. Oh, the smoke.
Anyone up on
We can get Miles with his stuff.
Anybody?
Yeah, where should we stand?
Oh, man.
Oh, you've been chosen. You can pass it.
You can't call camera shy because it's a microphone.
That's true. We thought that would help.
All right.
I don't know. We're going to get a group picture first, though.
Saved by the bell. Can we continue the interview during the picture?
Yeah, we can do the interview during the picture.
Everybody say
I mean,
cheese.
the worst thing that'll happen is I just have to spend a half a second editing it out. So I would never edit you out.
I hope you do edit. That's the thing.
Just be really boring.
We're going to have all the tall...
Just be really boring.
Yeah, exactly. We'll cut you right out.
Yeah, sorority squad.
Sorority squad!
Yeah. We'll oh, yeah. I'm just casually holding up mine.
Work it, use it.
Work it.
Say cheese.
Work.
Oh!
Oh. That's a Leica too, isn't it? You better be. That's a precious, precious child.
No, I can't.
I just nodded it.
Why didn't we stay right here?
Wow. Memory card full. It was meant to be. Oh, phone picture.
All right, here we go. Am I not spotting this? Thank you.
Nice.
I think the memory on the recorder is full too.
No, it's not.
No? You
Sorry.
sure?
Yeah. We can only record 21 hours, 48 minutes, and 36 more seconds.
Are we
So
planning on being out here this long?
Yeah. Turns out audio doesn't take up that much.
What about the batteries? Battery low or something?
I've got an extra set of batteries.
Oh.
So, nice
Came
try, though.
prepared.
What's your name again?
I'm Luke.
Luke. Where are you from, Luke?
Madison, Wisconsin.
Most
Most beautiful place other than the Rocky Mountain National Park.
Madison's pretty cool.
It is.
Yeah.
You been there?
I have. Two of my best friends from college both went to University of Wisconsin-Madison.
I wish I could have gone there.
They liked it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they liked it there a lot. I think the winter's not as much.
No, once you're used to it, it's not too bad.
Right.
And it makes everywhere else feel.
If you're from there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just cold.
I actually, a lot of the times, wish the winter here were colder, but less windy.
Yeah.
So the
No,
winters
that's the thing.
here, it's surprising here. A lot of times in the winter, it's above freezing.
Yeah.
But the wind is like
That's-
brutal.
That's what makes like Kansas winters almost worse than Wisconsin. Like Wisconsin would be 10, 15 degrees
Yeah,
colder,
exactly.
but like not wind.
Yeah,
so,
I would gladly take like 0 degrees and calm over like
Oh, for sure.
35 and windy.
Yeah.
Yeah. They get
like-
that more on the west side of the park. They get the colder, stiller,
Yeah.
deeper snow. 'Cause then you can cross country ski.
Yeah, I bet. About 2 years ago, Wisconsin was colder than Mars. Parts of Wisconsin. It's like negative 130 degrees wind chill in like the eastern part of the state.
Damn, that hurts.
Like you go outside, like your eyelashes and
Yeah.
your nose just like all freeze up. People are like, you get like boiling water and you throw it outside and it just turns
Yeah.
to snow right away.
Yep, I've done that.
That's insane.
I lived in Alaska for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, it gets It's pretty cold.
Yeah, you gotta find some ways to have fun out there.
Yeah.
You can't.
I like deep cold, but
Yeah.
some people hate it.
Yeah, I can do it.
I dig it.
Yeah, Taylor doesn't like it.
No?
Taylor was complaining all day today, and it was sunny and maybe 70 degrees. She's bundled up.
Where's Taylor from? Oh, okay. You're from
Clearwater.
Yeah.
She says Wichita 'cause she likes to be a city girl.
Dang. We're getting real. Getting real. Nice. Have you been to Rocky Mountain National Park before?
I have not.
No.
No.
Okay.
My mom lives in Golden though, so
Oh, okay.
I'm in the area.
So you've been around.
I've been in Colorado before.
You
but
go to the mountains much when you're in
Mhm.
Colorado?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
you've been up in the mountains, just
Yeah.
not in Rocky.
Skiing.
Yeah. How does what do you think?
I love it. It's like I didn't know what to expect on this class, but
Yeah.
I have already like planned a trip to come back like with
Really?
my friends. Yeah, we went to Door County up in Wisconsin last year. We were camping like on Lake Michigan.
Uh-huh.
And I was just thinking about like road tripping out here with them. Like
That's awesome.
there's just endless things to do out here.
Oh yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Do you guys want to be on mic? We'll pass it around.
They're just waiting for it.
Oh, and what kind of design do you do?
I'm in industrial design.
Industrial, another industrial
Yes.
designer. We
Yep,
gotta-
and so are these two.
Awesome. This is cool.
Yeah, handing off the Tay-Tay.
We'll just pass it around. Tay-Tay. Is that your legal name? I'm just kidding. What's your name?
Taylor.
Taylor.
Yep.
And you're from Kansas.
Mhm.
Where in Kansas?
Clearwater, Kansas.
Clearwater, Kansas. Just, we probably have a lot of podcast listeners, we hope, from Kansas.
Yeah.
So they want to know. They're curious. You do industrial design as well?
Yes, I do.
And have you been to Rocky Mountain National Park before?
I actually went on the trip last year.
Oh,
and I
really?
liked it so much I'm taking
Oh my
it again.
gosh.
Yep.
I'm sorry that I didn't recognize you. How's it been different this year versus last year?
I feel like this year the projects are a lot better.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. I knew I had more like expectations last year. I didn't really know what to do, but I came into it this time
Yeah.
wanting to do outdoor gear, which is why I came.
Nice.
And so sleeping in the hammock, I have
Uh-huh.
lots of ideas
Oh,
of how
cool.
to improve that for camping.
bet.
So
Yeah,
it's
you
been
should.
helpful.
I don't know how many companies you researched, but there's some interesting. There's a big world of hammock campers.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Which-
like people get really into it.
Yeah.
They do some stuff like they design them
Oh,
with,
yeah.
with foot pockets so that you sleep off the bias so that you can lay flat. That's a
Oh,
big thing with
yeah.
camping hammocks. And then the other problem, as I'm sure you found out, was staying warm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's a neat. Actually, someone I went to college with owns his own hammock camping gear company.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I actually got inspired polar stuff out of Portland.
Uh-huh.
They have a lot of like casual camping stuff,
Mhm.
which I kind of want to get into more
Yeah.
because a lot of the stuff that I found for like camping with hammocks, it's super expensive and like
Yes.
really specialized. So
Yes, that goes for a lot of backpacking and camping gear.
yeah, so I'm trying to do like simpler stuff that you can like add into a hammock you already have and like turn it into a tent.
That's
So,
really cool, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's something that I'm not an industrial designer, but just kind of tangentially interested in. Because with backpacking, it can cost so much money
Yeah.
to get into. And so
Yeah.
I feel like it can prohibit a lot of people just based on that, and it shouldn't.
Yeah.
So that's really cool.
Yeah, because last year I was like, I've never really been like
Yeah.
camping, and I was like, I'm nervous. Like, what if everyone else is like has all this high tech stuff, and I've no idea what I'm doing. So
Yeah.
it's been pretty interesting. Like,
Yeah. So do you feel that your camping skills have improved since last year?
yeah, I think they have.
I mean, you came back, so you must have
Yeah,
liked it.
yeah.
Yeah.
I tried to sleep in my hammock last year, and I got way too cold and slept in the car. So this year I only slept in the car once
Wow,
instead
that's
of like
cool.
3 times. So
That's cool that you're taking that and making it like your focus.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I've noticed quite a few people with doing kind of different gear, like footwear, clothing,
Yeah.
stuff like that. And
Yeah.
it makes sense because it's your direct experience, right?
Yeah. And so for this trip, I want to do that for my senior thesis. So I just kind of focus on patterns,
Uh-huh.
and I would like take pictures and then create like color palettes from those,
Mhm.
and then make patterns to use like for the camping gear.
Nice.
So that's what I focused on this week.
We got embers in the
Yeah.
air. Yeah, we'll look at it in a second. What about pass the mic? Getting everybody on the mic. What's up?
Hi, how are you?
Good. What's your name?
My name's Baxter.
Baxter?
I'm from St. Joe, Missouri.
St. Joe.
Mhm.
Okay, nice. That's where is it?
It's about an hour north of Kansas City.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I lived in Red Oak, Iowa for quite a while, so we would always drive down through. Sort of through that area. So you're industrial design as well?
Yes, I am.
Nice. Have you been to Rocky before?
No, this is my first time, actually.
Really? Have you been in the mountains a lot?
I was in the Bitterroot Valley in Montana
yeah.
a couple weeks ago.
Bitterroot is beautiful.
It's
That's
very
awesome.
cool.
So that was your kind of first
big
mountain
first trip. Yeah,
Yeah.
drove up with a couple friends and enjoyed it so much I thought I'd sign up for another class. And,
Yeah. How's this been?
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think about the park?
I've never been, but I've just been blown away by the views.
Yeah. Yeah.
Incredible. And
Yeah.
I've been just awestruck about all the lakes here.
Yeah. The
They're
lakes
just
are amazing.
beautiful. And I just didn't imagine how great this place would be.
Yeah.
So,
That's awesome.
I mean, it's been a great experience.
Took me by surprise the first time I came here too.
Yeah.
And I've been to a lot of parks, but still, it's just there's something about it. Just like every park, there's something about it. Yeah. What have you been working on this week?
I kind of been taking a step back and doing a little bit of photography, but
Nice.
I kind of focused on an app a
Mhm.
little bit, a hiking app based on just looking at the types of people. There's all different types of people come from all over the world here, and it seems like they've been maybe unprepared. I've noticed. I saw a couple people walking up in just like sandals and without water.
Yep,
And
for sure.
for safety reasons for park rangers, I thought it'd be nice for people to be educated about their trail that they're
Yeah.
going on. So the app I've been kind of designing is based on a little bit of an app that's already been out there. It's
Mhm.
called All Trails, but I took a little spin off of it, and I've kind of created just something that's easy to use and shows all the trails around you.
Yeah. Do you have?
Yeah, it's actually right here.
Oh, nice.
Just shows a quick picture of the your hike that you're supposed to go on and the rating and all that kind of stuff. With most of the park not having service, I thought it'd be nice to download a map so that you know what direction to take and that kind of stuff.
Yeah. I mean, if it's not super data heavy, then
yeah,
you could pre-download a bunch of stuff.
And then another quick thing I wanted to do was like have a check-in, so that if you like maybe go on a serious hike, you're gone for maybe a day or two, you could check in and then check back out, make sure people know where you are if you're just by yourself.
That's cool.
And
So if you checked in and if you had like a profile page or something, somehow people could see if you had checked back in or not.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome because that's something that we try to impress upon people, and I mean it's easy to forget, but
just
you should
letting
always let somebody know where you
especially
are.
if you're out there by yourself.
Yeah, even here, I think like our trails are so nice. Like our trail crew does an amazing job, and they're just beautiful. And there's so many nice bridges, and there's paved roads, that it kind of gives people the impression that whatever. But yeah, when you're 5+ miles away, and we have people get hurt not even that far from the trail, just
sprain an ankle maybe.
Yeah, or like you said, they just don't bring water or just things that are preventable. I think people just don't know. So that's cool that you're trying to
just
integrate the
get people
education part into it.
I also thought I'd maybe integrate like a medical part aspect of it, maybe that just the park rangers could see. Whereas it could have your medical information on it if there was a rescue mission or something like that.
Yeah, like it could be built in that you would give consent or something to have that information shared.
Maybe you're diabetic or something like
Yeah,
that. And
that's cool. Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah.
So how has being out here been different for you in terms of, well, I mean everything, but design? What kind of influence do you think that's had?
It's been different because you're not in a studio. You don't have, other people. It's been kind of just on your own this week in terms of designing things, which has been nice.
Yeah.
You don't have a lot of, people telling you what to do or that kind of stuff. And so you kind of go on your own. We've been, as a class, just all over the page with projects, and it looks fantastic.
Yeah, it does. I wish we'll get some photos from you guys after, so we can post it maybe with the with this podcast episode. We'll put it in the blog post. But yeah, it's really, really cool stuff, and like very high production value for working out of a campground too.
I mean, we're working with no Wi-Fi, just little to no supplies, and I mean, it turned
nice,
out
right?
great. Yeah, it actually is.
One thing that always amazes me is how much more time you seem to have when you don't have Wi-Fi.
Yeah,
you don't have internet access and movies and stuff. You know,
it's been nice.
And you're waking up early because it's, I don't know, maybe there's people here who still sleeping, but I usually am a sleeper inner, but when I'm camping, I get up.
Sun wakes you up in the tent.
I'm just like, and you tend to fall asleep really early.
You're so cold, you're ready to get
like
up in the morning.
Yeah, like backpackers midnight.
Yeah.
When I would be backpacking, would be like, oh man, it's late. What time is it? 8. You know, like in the spring when it's not quite as light as it is now. It's really light. What time is it right now? 8:34, and plenty of light in the sky. It's interesting. What is your fiance's cousin's husband? Anyway, he's my cousin. He's my cousin now. He's from Hawaii, like born and raised, and hadn't traveled a ton until he started doing travel baseball. Anyway, he was here visiting in the summer, and he was just like, "Whoa, like the sun stays up so late." And I never thought about. I've never lived anywhere like near the equator at all, so that's pretty interesting. It is. I worked up in Alaska for a while. There, it's real interesting. I was in Denali.
Oh, okay.
And so, like, on the summer solstice, we just stayed up all night. I mean, you could read a book in, like, the darkest it got.
Really?
Yeah. Which was, like the sun sets at 12:40 in the morning. And it comes back up at a little after 3, I think. Or maybe, no, earlier than that. Anyway. Yeah, it's super nice out. Yeah, that's cool. It's been interesting to hear from everybody how it's influenced their design. What kind of things do you normally design? Do you normally do app development?
No, it was not really. We've been kind of all over with our industrial design class back at KU, but you know, we've been doing electronics. What else? Tiny homes. I mean, pull toys. I mean, a lot of different
really
stuff.
cool.
Shoes. But we haven't really been doing apps or anything like that software-wise.
Yeah.
So it was kind of nice to explore that.
Yeah.
And see what ideas I could bring.
Yeah. Yeah, industrial design is something that I know like nothing about, but it sounds pretty cool.
Yeah.
I've always done flat stuff. 2D.
Yeah. I wish I could be graphically, but I'm not really.
Really?
Yeah.
That's interesting. It's interesting, how like I feel like there's such a huge range of different types of people in design, and you can be effective in such different ways.
Yeah.
Like one of my best friends that I worked in Alaska with him, he can just draw like anything. Like he can kind of, he's just incredibly visually original, and I'm not like that at all. But I'm really good at like I'm going to come up with a structured newspaper template and like the relationship between all the typography and that kind of super logical stuff, or photography where I can capture it, but when I just have to put it down, I'm better than that in music, I think. That's really cool. Yeah. So, gonna come back?
Yes, definitely. I don't know about this class because I'll be graduating, but I will definitely be back to Rocky Mountain National
Awesome.
Park.
And were you backpacking in Bitterroots at all?
No, we did a little bit of hiking,
Okay,
but
nice.
not a lot.
Yeah, that's kind of it takes a little, like we were talking about, it takes a little bit of gearing up. But if you ever have a chance to do that here, it's like next experience level up in some ways.
It was nice not having to worry about grizzlies or
That's
mountain
true.
lions or anything like that.
It is very
so-
different here that way, because I worked in Yellowstone and Denali, and it's a different feel.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has its pluses and minuses, I feel like.
It makes you not worry too much about wildlife, but at the same time, you kind of still have to be aware of your surroundings.
Yeah,
that
like
kind
the
of thing.
wildlife here, as long as you're intelligent about it, they're not,
Yeah.
I mean, people sometimes aren't.
Yeah.
Sometimes get a little close, but it's nothing like, like I went backpacking in Yellowstone all the time, and it's just, you just kind of accept that at some level, even if you do everything right, there's something
bad,
out there
yep.
that if it chose to,
You're not at the top of the food chain.
yeah, exactly. So it's a very different feeling, and I agree. I think that that's part of everything that goes into giving Rocky. Like, it's beautiful and jaw-dropping, but it is also a little bit approachable. Like, you don't have to have the same fears. And
It's a little more family friendly, I would say.
Uh-huh.
I guess less threats, but
there's definitely still things to watch out for.
Oh, definitely.
But
we we kind of had a little run-in, maybe possibly with a black bear that came through the camp.
Yep.
We're not sure.
Yeah,
I was the only one up for it. And heard it.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we try really, really hard to get the bear message out about storing your food and doing everything properly. But some people still don't do it, and bears are very smart and very hungry, and so they tend to be around the campgrounds sometimes. But we're putting in more and more of those bear boxes, which I think are helping, because it's just easy, just like put all your stuff in there. So I think we're trying to get a bear box for every campsite eventually.
That'd be nice.
Yeah, we got there with Aspen Glen.
Okay.
That's a whole interesting industrial design challenge. Bear cans.
Really?
I don't know if you've ever looked at. Yeah. So when you're backpacking, obviously there's not bear lockers usually, and so you have to carry something with you the whole time to keep your food in. And if you're in places with trees, if you know how to do it correctly, you can hang your food.
Hang it
right.
Up, yep.
But like in Denali, like
There's
you're above
no-
tree line all the time, and so it's literally just like a canister.
Oh, really?
That you just set 100 yards or more away from your campsite, and so it is interesting to see the different designs out there. Like the one that I use has tabs that you push in, and then it kind of lets you unscrew it. And over the years, they've had to keep adding tabs because there would be very smart bears out there somewhere
They'll get into it.
who have figured out, like, oh, if I bite this tooth here and this tooth here and push in here, like, they're super smart. Yeah, so there's certain areas where you're required to use one, actually, in the backcountry. And like the Sierras they have the most devious bears. So there's like a whole agency that tests and approves these things. And every now and then a new one comes to market.
I'll have to look into that.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to see. The one that has been really interesting is called Ursac.
Okay.
And it's Kevlar. I think it's Kevlar. Maybe it's even Dyneema now. Anyway, it's like an extremely, strong fiber, and then they try to like weave. They make a bag out of it that you put your food in.
That'd be nice. So it's
and
not
then
so bulky.
yeah, it's way lighter. But it for the most part isn't approved in places. It's not foolproof enough for a lot of agencies. So there's space out there.
Something to look into.
Yeah, I think there's like there's two major people, and then there's people that make one out of, it's like carbon fiber, so it's really light, but very expensive. Yeah. All right. Have we harassed everyone we should harass? Nope. No?
No. Nope. The three girls you got.
We haven't
Molly, Maggie, and
harassed
Beth.
you yet?
They're actually one.
They're one?
They're one group.
Three as one?
Come on.
Yeah, come on over. Come on over. Nice. Check, check.
Check, check.
Check, check.
Hello.
How's it going?
Good.
Why don't we introduce? You can start with yourself. Yeah.
Okay.
What's your name?
My name is Molly.
Where are you from?
Minnesota.
Where in Minnesota?
It's called Woodbury. It's like 5 minutes from St. Paul.
Oh, okay.
So yeah.
I just figured there'll be podcast listeners who know exactly where
Relate
that is,
to Minnesota.
so,
Yes,
we're
Woodbury, home of the Royals.
Yeah. What kind of design do you specialize in?
Graphic design.
Graphic design.
Yes.
Okay. Me too.
Yeah.
All these industrial designers. I'm like,
I know.
that is
I
super
think
cool. I don't know anything about it.
There's 4 of us here, yeah.
Okay, nice.
So it's interesting to be around a bunch of ID kids because we really aren't after a freshman year.
Yeah. What do you think is? I've never interacted
with ID.
Yeah.
They think a lot more 3D than us.
Uh-huh.
They can see like physical copy a lot better than we can. It's a little hard for us. We see pretty flat.
Yeah, I was just
things.
I was just talking about that actually.
Yeah.
With Baxter.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, about like I was like, I'm in the 2D world.
Yeah.
That's how my brain works.
I feel like a lot of their projects too were a lot more like practical and like used, where we just made cool things. So
Yeah, it's I mean, there's lots of different ways of graphic design. For us in the Park Service, for me, it's like just how to communicate with people well. Basically, how do we make something that has that nice balance, of like that kind of nice tension that you always want, that makes a good design, but is also really clear. Because that's a big thing for us, is that, people are on vacation. There's crazy stuff going on. They're seeing all this crazy,
Yeah.
and we want to teach them stuff, but we don't want to like
get in the way of
throw the book at them. So kind of learning how to use design to do that, super important. Yeah. How about you? What's your name?
My name is Maggie.
Where are you from?
I'm from Kansas City, Missouri.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I have a cousin in Kansas. Two cousins in Kansas City.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you graphic design as well?
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll finish introductions and then we'll
yeah, I'm Beth. I'm from Wichita,
Wichita.
Kansas. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so we do have a lot of Kansans and some upper Midwest people. Wisconsin, Minnesota. Nice.
Yeah.
So have any of you guys been to Rocky Mountain before?
No, I think this is the first time
No?
for all of us.
Yeah. You guys been in mountains before?
Yeah.
I've been to Colorado and
Yeah?
other places, just never the park before.
I went to Vail.
Okay.
I've been to Estes, just never really to the park.
Okay. Yeah, so you've seen some mountain stuff. So what do you think? What do you think about Rocky?
It's awesome.
It's beautiful.
Awesome.
Yeah?
Especially with what we see every day in Lawrence. It's
very flat.
Yeah.
Right, very
Geographically
different.
a huge contrast. So it's nice to see everything. And we went hiking a lot, especially the first day, and kind of
Elevation change.
We
That hits you, right?
Yeah, we decided the first like 15 minutes
Yeah.
are the hardest, but once you get to the destination, it's always worth it.
Totally. Yeah, I'm my body's especially stubborn, so for me it's like the first 1 to 2 hours.
Yeah.
Especially if it's really early. I'm like,
Yeah.
oh man. But yeah, every time once you get into it, you're like, I'm so glad I'm doing this.
Yeah.
This just feels so good and engages your mind in a different
Yeah.
way. Yeah, how is it's been interesting hearing from different people how the camping and hiking and being outside all the time has affected lots of things. But
Yes.
your design, how is that? What do you think the benefit has been there? How has it been different? I mean, because a lot of people have said and I'm the same way. I'm on the computer all the time. I'm pretty much in, Illustrator and InDesign and Photoshop and
Yeah, I think I was going to say, having not as much technology at your fingertips all the time was a huge thing for most of us. It's also just, I think this week specifically in my project, and I guess in all of ours, we pulled a lot more from the environment around us and stuff that we don't normally see. So if I hadn't have been here, I wouldn't have known what this stuff looked like, and I wouldn't have been inspired to do that kind of thing. So it's just kind of a different environment, helps you pull different ideas and things that you would never normally see. If I was in Kansas, I wouldn't be looking at the same things and making the same things. So that was a big.
Yeah, one thing that I don't know, this is just my own personal pet theory, but national park visitation has been going up for sure the last few years, at least like at Rocky it has hugely, incredibly. And I think part of it for me, and you guys would know even more because I'm 32, so but I had the internet and stuff for a long time, and like you have to be here. You know what I mean? Like you're saying, like you have to be here and have the experience. It doesn't really translate any other way. It's not really reproducible.
Even in pictures, like it's just
Exactly.
Not the same.
So it's something that it's cool that we have these places, like experiences that are here set aside specifically for you to be able to like have a genuine experience that you can't have anywhere else. That's cool. What about you guys? How did it?
I think the biggest thing was not being able to rely on outside sources. So having to come up with things that were like personal experiences, things that you are familiar with. And then also for me, a big thing was like not being able to compare what I was doing to other things that have been done. So it's kind of figuring out a way, or I guess it was just not having the ability to go out
Yeah.
there and look at what's already been done.
Huh.
So just
I hadn't even thought
relying-
about that, but that is
Yeah.
huge because I mean, we all do that. Yeah. Like when I'm starting a project, I'm just like, oh, I have this feel in mind.
Yeah.
And you start looking at
And then
references
you get lost. Yeah.
yeah, you kind of like if you had, I mean, you still come up with something original, but like maybe you had some idea before you started looking that now has gotten kind of drowned out maybe. And then, I think the comparison thing is huge too, because I know for me, like, I feel like in everything in life, like you do best when you aren't self-conscious about it.
Yeah.
But it's really hard when you have like the world of design and you're like, oh my God, I can't do this. But it's like, yeah, well, they're one of the 10 best designers of all time.
Yeah. But at the same time, I thought like it's been a really long time since I've been told make whatever you want. Like there's no like guidelines or prompt or anything. And at first it was like, oh my gosh, like what should I do? I can do anything. And like just this pressure to make something awesome.
Yeah.
Because you have the 1 week.
Sure.
And everyone here is so talented too. And seeing everyone's together, everyone around you is making really amazing stuff.
Yeah,
so
I agree. When
it
I
puts
looked
more
at everything.
pressure
Yeah,
on.
there was definitely panic. Like, what do I do?
That's cool though. Like that's a good,
Yeah.
you know, that's a good group dynamic. I
Yeah.
think when you have a bunch of people together who are good at something,
Yeah.
it makes everybody
Mhm.
kind of step their game up.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I love a lot of this stuff. Yeah, we're gonna try to get pictures up so we can put it on the blog.
Oh, cool.
Good.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm glad that you guys have had a good time and that it's been valuable.
Mhm.
Do you
Absolutely.
think there's things from this experience you'll take back with you? Getting smoked.
I feel like I'd be more likely to go visit other parks now.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
really good.
I think especially aside from the design and just the camping aspect of being here, none of us have ever camped for an entire week.
Yeah.
So that was really tough at times, but
Right.
now, I think the longest I've ever camped is really a night or two.
Right.
So yeah, a weekend. So.
Yeah, I think it's
12
that
hours.
day like 3 to 4
Yeah.
where the game starts to
That is right.
change.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mhm.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because you're like, wait, there's nowhere for me to go.
Yeah.
I live here.
Mhm. Yeah. But after this, I
Yeah.
think I'd be a lot more willing to do stuff for longer periods of
That's
time.
great.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's it's like a time-based thing, you know. You almost have to you realize, I mean, I've done backpacking trips and you kind of sense this pattern where it's like day 2, day 3, day 4, and as you get deeper into it, you become more and more comfortable.
Yeah.
It's cool. You get your mind in a different
Yeah.
gear.
Yeah, but we've also heard a lot of people around camp saying like this is the nicest campsite they've been to, and like how all the facilities are really close and Estes is right there. So it'd be really interesting to even go somewhere more remote.
Oh, yeah.
Where we like can't go
Actually,
to Estes for
actually, that's a
showers.
really good point. Yeah. I've talked about this with people before, like those of us who work here. You know, it's very unusual to have a park of this size and type, but then to have a real community right at the doorstep, and then an airport an hour and a half away.
Yeah.
Because like when I worked in Denali, and even there's some stuff compared, but like there's no grocery store. Although I heard that they're building one, but there's no grocery store. So we would drive to Fairbanks. So it's 4.5, 5 hours round trip for groceries. Yeah, and so it's and so you're right. There's a whole realm.
Yeah.
Also, what I would encourage you to do, there's 417 units in the National Park Service system.
Wow.
So there's national parks, which I think there's